Undead Chapter 43 to Chapter 77. 6:08 a.m. Early morning of the third day. Zhou Rong lay paralyzed on the eaves of the house. When the eastern horizon turned blue, he breathed out a breath of white air in exhaustion. There were only 21 bullets left, 4 grenades, a tactical knife, a dagger, an assault rifle, and a sniper rifle. Food and water were all used up. Although he was an arrow at the end of its flight, he actually spent 2 long nights in the city of zombies. Even Zhou Rong felt that there was some kind of power protecting him. But was Sinan still alive, looking at the sea of zombies? Which corner of the city was he hiding in? Zhou Rong looked at his watch. It had been 36 hours since Sinan left. Was he disheartened, gave up hope, or even died? No, it couldn't be. Although there was no evidence, Zhou Rong inexplicably felt that Sinan would not be killed so easily. The most likely possibility was that he was unarmed and unable to break out of the encirclement. He had gradually lost confidence that 118 Squad would return to pick him up and was hiding in some corner, wiping his tears. The other possibility was that he was packing up and preparing to walk to the heliport in the suburbs. Hold on a little longer. Zhou Rong gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. If there was no result after 48 hours, he would take a gamble and head to the airport. According to the actual situation, he would decide whether to wait for him or drive the armored vehicle back to the city to continue the search. Hold on. He murmured, not sure if he was murmuring to himself or to the Sinan in the void who was smiling and waving at him. As long as I hold on, we will meet again. Zhou Rong clutched the bandage on his left thigh tightly. Surrounded by zombies, he had no choice but to jump off a tree. As a result, the wound that was larger than a palm caused by a tree branch was no longer bleeding. The dirty and yellow bandage left only dark and congealed bloodstains. At first glance, it looked a little scary, but fortunately, it did not affect his movements. Zhou Rong jumped down from the roof with the megaphone in his hand. He ignored the zombies that were gathering near him and jumped down from the treetops to the street. He was about to continue to roar when he suddenly stopped. At a street corner far away, there was a man with his back to him. He was walking into a hardware store and killing the zombies that came out of the store one by one. The man was wearing a hoodie, and his back was extremely majestic. Zhou Rong sized him up and felt that he might be half a head taller than himself. Moreover, that person had the height of Yao Ming and the muscles of Tyson. Even from such a distance, it gave people the feeling that they were looking at a mountain moving on flat ground. There were still people alive? Zhou Rong pondered for a moment. Without exposing himself, he followed them silently. Romier turned over and pressed down on Sinan. Jane. The female alpha quickly rushed into the room and pressed down on one of Sinan's legs. His whole body was pressed to the ground and his left hand was handcuffed to the edge of the bed. The whole series of movements was very skillful, as if she had repeated it many times in the past day and night. Sinan frowned and tried to curl up his body, letting out a painful roar. Romier motioned for the female alpha named Jane to go out, then sat on Sinan's body, suppressing all his struggles. He pinched his chin and shouted, Noah. Look at me. Sinan turned a deaf ear. Noah. Romier leaned close to his ear and repeatedly shouted orders. The volume of his voice was enough to wake even the dead. After a few minutes, Sinan's inhuman hissing and gasping gradually stopped, and he opened his eyes in a daze. Look at me. Romier shouted. What do you remember? Romier forced himself to look at his bloodshot eyes and asked word by word, how did you connect with C when you were in the White Eagle base? Where is the ultimate antibody? Tell me. Sinan moved his lips. But he had not eaten or drunk for more than 10 hours. The continuous high-intensity interrogation made him extremely tired, and it was difficult for him to even make a sound. Romier made a cup of syrup with maple sugar and came back to half kneel beside him. He said condescendingly, drink it. Sinan turned his head. Drink it. There was no answer. Like chocolate, right? Romier finally gave up and asked coldly. Sinan had no intention of responding and closed his eyes. This silent rejection made Romier helpless. He slammed the cup of maple sugar and the glass shards splashed all over the floor. The shack was very quiet for a moment. The cold wind whistled through the cracks in the window. Other than that, only the sound of Romuir's suppressed anger could be heard. The suffocating stalemate lasted for a few minutes. Okay, I admit it. Romuir opened his mouth again. Unexpectedly, he didn't fly into a rage. His tone could even be considered calm and controlled. He said, okay, I admit it. I was wrong about the chocolate. In Romuir's life, the number of times he said the words "I was wrong" could be counted on one hand. Even his own father might not have heard it twice. But Sinan was indifferent. I shouldn't have punished you by turning on the taser and using chocolate as a means of inducement when you were extremely weak. But you know, Romuir paused, and then said coldly, being bitten by zombies in the experimental scene is a punishment. As soldiers who received special training, you and I have experienced it. Although the simulation you received was indeed more intense than anyone in the White Eagle unit, and you thought that using food as a means of inducement was an insult. Sinan did not respond. Are you listening to me? Romuir took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. Your childish persistence is meaningless, Noah. Hypothetically speaking, if you were starving to death, and there was only a piece of chocolate in front of you, and you would die if you didn't eat it, would you still insist on this ridiculous personality of yours? What he did not expect was that Sinan would open his eyes, turn around, and smile. No. The two short words were so hoarse that it was almost inaudible, but the slight curvature of the corners of his mouth was real. Romuir was stunned. I've been eating chocolate for a long time, Sinan said, with undisguised malice in his smile. Someone gave it to me 2 days ago, and I ate a big piece. Romuir did not know what to say at all. He was stunned. Sinan sat on the ground and rested his head on the edge of the bed again. It seemed that the 2 sentences had exhausted all his strength. Noah's true personality had an extremely extreme and puzzling side, and Romuir had always known it. If he had to make a comparison with a normal person, he was actually very much like a child in some aspects, the kind that was particularly childish and vengeful. He hated others, and he hated himself. When he was unbearably hungry, he would have an extremely strong desire for the inducing substance, chocolate. He was willing to accept Romuir's conditions and press the taser himself, enduring the double torture of physical pain and mental humiliation. But he would also have a stress disorder later on, and from then on, he would completely reject chocolate. He would even vomit reflexively whenever he ate such food. Romuir had observed that his vomiting was like some anorexia. In the initial stages, he forced himself to do it out of self-punishment and disgust. But soon after, it evolved into a real stress reaction. At one point, he could not even touch anything chocolate-flavored at all. Paranoia, self-control, and stubbornness. Once he decided on something, he would constantly strengthen his self-consciousness, and it would be deeply imprinted in his mind, catalyzing it into a part of his instincts. This kind of personality usually could not be changed. Romuir had never thought that his so-called brother would one day overthrow his self-consciousness, if he was not lying. Somewhere deep in Romuir's heart moved, as if he wanted to do something, but he hesitated. After a while, he coughed with a complicated meaning, pulled down the zipper of his jacket, and revealed a corner of the scarf inside. Noah. Look at this, Noah. He pinched Sinan's chin to make him look at him, but this time, his grip was much gentler. Do you still remember? It was a very ordinary dark gray cashmere scarf. There were no patterns, and the texture was very thin. Because it was old, the edges had been worn out. In fact, it did not match Romuir's upper-class elite temperament. Sinan glanced at it. The year my mother died, I flew from New York to Los Angeles to attend her funeral. You were there at the time. Romuir said slowly, after the funeral, I walked into the woods alone. It was raining. Suddenly, you came over and gave me this scarf, isn't it cold? You asked me at the time. And my response was to wave my hand and throw the scarf away, angrily telling you to get lost. You didn't say anything else. You looked at me for a while, then turned and walked out of the woods. Many years later, Romuir could still clearly recall all the details of that scene, including his brother's pale face wrapped in the black coat, his eyelashes that were particularly moist because of the fine rain, and the curve of his clothes in the air when he turned and left without saying a word. The reason why it left a deep impression was that it was the first time in Noah's life that he took the initiative to speak to him with such a gentle attitude. But that was also the last time, so Romeo never had the chance to verify the conjecture he repeated countless times. If he had responded with a completely different attitude at that time, would many things have been different from then on? When I left Los Angeles the next day, I went back to the woods and picked up your scarf. I've kept it ever since. Romeo took off the scarf from his neck and stared into Xianxia's calm eyes. I brought it with me before I went to China this time because I knew that an unprecedented disaster had begun, and human beings were likely to be wiped out from the earth. So today, when you and I reunite in the apocalypse, many things that have ended before they had time to start have a chance to go back to the time before they happened and start over again? If you agree, tell me where the ultimate antibody is, Romeo whispered. Romeo's voice was so soft that it was almost a whisper. After the development of the vaccine, mankind will build the final fortress of safety. You and I can be the first people to enter the fortress of safety. I promise that all the painful past will be a memory forever. I will let you live a good life, a life that you couldn't even imagine before. A good life. Really, he said solemnly, as long as you believe in me. After a long silence, Sinan said softly, I never believed in you. I know. Romeo paused and asked, but just like chocolate, those things that you thought would last until the end will eventually change, right? Sinan raised his right hand that was not handcuffed and used 2 fingers to touch the frayed edge of the scarf that had been worn out by years of wear. Romeo looked at him with eyes full of encouragement and a faint trace of anticipation that even he himself did not notice. Sinan suddenly smiled. Although the smile was weak, it had a strange meaning that could not be mistaken. He immediately let go and shook his head. What's wrong? Romeo could not help but ask. I don't remember, Sinan said with a smile, but I'm not the kind of person who would do such a thing, especially to you. So, either you're lying. I'm not. Is that so? Sinan said lazily, that should be because I wanted to strangle you with the scarf when you were alone, and it was misunderstood. Romeo got up from the bed, his face a mixture of red and blue. However, before he could say anything, Sinan's last sentence became the fuse that ignited his anger. You think too highly of yourself, brother. Sinan said sympathetically, just like how your father treated my mother. She did not even look him in the eye until she died. Suddenly, there was a shrill roar in the room, Jane. The female alpha quickly pushed the door open and saw her boss standing by the bed. When he turned around, his pupils had completely turned into a hazy and terrifying dark gray. Self-bleaching agent, he said through gritted teeth. His anger made every word of his chilling words. Bring in all the confession serum. A boss casually shot down a few half-rotten zombies in the alley and stepped into the small courtyard with the cardboard box. He saw his female teammate standing under the locust tree with her arms crossed. The sound of the floor being hit came from the tightly shut door, as well as the sound of things being overturned when they were knocked over. You're back? Jane took out the cigarette from her mouth. Did you find anything? Abbas put down the cardboard box in silence and took out the things inside one by one. Batteries, knives, metal parts, half a bottle of oil, and half a bottle of liquor. Jane picked up the bottle of liquor and took a sip. She clicked her tongue and said, This place is not good. The southern coastal area is much more abundant. Did you see anyone alive? Abbas shook his head. Suddenly, Jane glanced behind him and shouted, Who's there? Abbas jerked his head back, and both of them looked at the courtyard wall covered by the canopy of trees at the same time. There was no movement for a few seconds. Then, the bushes moved, and a black shadow let out a shrill scream and swept over the wall like a gust of wind. It was a skinny gray cat. Little thing, Jane mocked, not sure if she was referring to the cat or the person in the house. Abbas said in a muffled voice, When you first joined the White Eagle, he didn't say that when you were trained in the army. Jane laughed, So, don't you think it'll feel good to see such a person being tortured? Especially for a ruthless and arrogant instructor like him. That kind of person who doesn't even look people in the eye. Torturing people like him is indeed very satisfying. Abbas thought for a while, but before he said anything, the door opened. Romeo strode out with a violent aura. He did not look at his 2 subordinates who stood at attention, north. Jane did not understand, what? The plane crashed in the north, Romeo said coldly, he must have left something there. Abbas, get him into the car and get ready to go." The steel-like subordinate nodded and went into the house. When he came out a moment later, he was carrying an unconscious and motionless figure on his shoulder. In the corner of the courtyard, Zhou Rong's pupils shrank silently behind the trees. Although he had vaguely expected it along the way, when he saw it with his own eyes, the steel needle pierced his heart and lungs in an instant, piercing his internal organs and causing them to bleed and spasm. That was a Sinan. A Sinan would not get close to an unfamiliar alpha, let alone be caught so easily. Zhou Rong could almost imagine the scene at that time. A thirsty and hungry Sinan heard the sound of a car in the distance and thought that Team 118 had returned to save him, so he happily ran out of his hiding place and shouted at the car. However, when he found out that they were not friendly, it was already too late. Not only were they 3 well-trained alpha, they were also armed. Zhou Rong suppressed his hot breath and clung to the wall. His nails dug deep into the wall, leaving 4 clear white marks on the old brick, and a trace of blood spilled out between his nails. What should I do now? Zhou Rong landed silently and quickly moved to the corner of the courtyard door. His whole body was hidden behind the wall, and he looked back and forth at the 3 alpha through the scope. 2 men and 1 woman. He didn't know why the man who gave the order looked vaguely familiar, but he didn't have time to think about it. Under the current shooting conditions, Zhou Rong was sure that he could kill this person with 1 shot, or at least incapacitate the target, but the other side still had 2 mobile forces left. What if they used the Sinan as cover? They had a car, and once they escaped, it would be difficult to catch up with them. What would they do to the Sinan then? Zhou Rong slightly shifted the angle of the muzzle, and the sight changed to that of the brawny man holding the Sinan hostage. He narrowed his eyes. If he sniped this person, the Sinan would have a chance to break free and quickly escape, but from this angle, the Sinan was motionless and might have lost consciousness. Calm down, Zhou Rong told himself. Calm down. He had worked in the country's most stringent political audits and the highest security level. He had once been the personal bodyguard of the top leaders, and was responsible for the security of more than 10 foreign guests at the level of heads of state. He had experienced many dangerous situations and made a lot of contributions. When it came to professional issues, Zhou Rong's official record had always been 0. He had never felt a trace of uncontrollable anxiety and anger like this before, crawling along his spine and filling his nerves. Zhou Rong moved the muzzle to the left, aiming at Romier's leg, and his index finger pulled the trigger. But at this moment, the female alpha screamed, "What's going on?" Zhou Rong tilted his head. Sinan, who was unconscious, suddenly convulsed, let out a terrible beast-like whimper, and fell to the ground. He had been on a hunger strike for close to 72 hours, and his bodily functions were extremely weak in all aspects. However, the strength of this struggle was something that even a boss could not withstand. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground. He quickly shouted, "Come and help." Romier and Jane flew up. Abbas grabbed Sinan's arm and twisted it, and the sound of his elbow being dislocated could be heard clearly. However, Sinan seemed to have lost his sense of pain, and even the heart-wrenching pain did not slow him down at all. In a split second, he twisted his elbow in a reverse position and flew up to Abbas's back, and his other elbow slammed into his opponent's cervical vertebra. Abbas roared in pain, and he flung Sinan away. At this moment, Zhou Rong pulled the trigger 3 times. The first bullet hit Abbas's calf, and the brawny man fell to his knees with a loud thud. The second bullet hit the female alpha's shoulder, and the gun in her hand flew far away before she could pull the trigger. The third bullet flew into the air, and Romier turned around at lightning speed, and fired a barrage of bullets at Zhou Rong's hiding place. Zhou Rong quickly dodged, and the brick wall was smashed to pieces. "There!" Romier roared, and while suppressing Zhou Rong with high firepower, he strode towards the brick wall. "Sir!" Jane's deafening scream exploded from the ground, "Come back! He's out of control." Sinan stood up shakily, and his pupils were extremely dilated. His eyes were bloodshot, and with his pale face, he looked like a mad zombie. He moved his elbow that was bent in a strange position, and with a click, he fixed it back to its original position, and stared straight at Abbas. A roar slowly came from his chest, and the sound was like the cry of a trapped beast that was on the verge of death, and its consciousness was in a mess. "Kill them," a voice kept repeating in his mind. Everyone had turned into zombies with blurred faces, and the hallucinations caused by the overdose of bleach kept flashing in front of his eyes. He could not see the faces in front of him clearly. Kill them. Everything that moves is a zombie. Kill them all. In an instant, Abbas felt a chill in his heart, and he dragged his feet 2 steps back. Then, he saw Sinan rushing towards him, and he did not even have time to dodge before he was sent flying with a punch. The female alpha cursed and rushed towards Sinan while holding her injured shoulder. Zhou Rong flew up the wall, and under the rain of bullets, he pressed Romuir's head down. At that moment, all the bullets brushed past his carotid artery, and the two knocked away each other's guns at the same time. The AK-47s flew into the air, and in the blink of an eye, half a circle of bullet holes appeared on the ground and brick wall. Zhou Rong's elbow pressed against Romuir's throat, and he roared, "Sinan!" Sinan raised his head. In the nick of time, Zhou Rong saw his eyes, and his heart sank. Sinan's vision was unfocused, and his blood vessels were bulging. He was so thin that he was out of shape, and he looked even scarier than that day at the construction site. He even gave off a bloodthirsty vibe. Sinan could not recognize him. The way he looked at Zhou Rong was no different from the way he looked at the other 3 alphas, or even the way he looked at zombies. "Sinan," Zhou Rong said in a trembling voice. Then, he saw Abbas struggling to reach for the gun. He immediately shouted, "Run! Run!" He had Romuir in his hands, and he did not have a gun. The most important thing now was to make Sinan run. Even if he had to search for him for 3 days and 3 nights in this dangerous city, he could not let Sinanji stand there and be shot to death, but Sinanji stared straight at Zhou Rong as if he did not know him. He did not run or move. "It's you," Romuir suddenly said through gritted teeth. Zhou Rong frowned. Romuir got up and threw a punch at him. The two rolled and wrestled on the ground. Every punch was aimed at the other's fatal point. In an instant, it became a situation where one of them would not stop until one of them was dead. "Damn it, why is it you again?" Romuir roared and clenched Zhou Rong's throat with his hand. Romuir's skills were the same as Sinan's. They were sly, fast, and skillful. But as an alpha, his muscle strength was much stronger than Sinan's. Moreover, it was obvious that he was not in the same order of magnitude as the woman and the burly man. This was a little beyond Zhou Rong's expectations. Zhou Rong clenched Romuir's hand that was clenching his neck with both hands and twisted it neatly. At the same time, he bent his knee and kicked Romuir's waist. Zhou Rong's waist and leg strength was at the level of half a ton. Romuir flew more than 10 meters in the air and crashed into a brick wall. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang bang bang, gunshots exploded in his ears. In an instant, Zhou Rong's blood turned cold. He did not care about Romuir, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood. He rolled on the ground and picked up the gun. His eyebrows twitched wildly. Surprisingly, Sinan did not run away. Instead, he wrestled with Abbas. Compared with this alpha who was more than 2 meters tall, Sinan was just like a thin teenager. However, when he was in a state of confusion, he burst out with unimaginable strength. He pulled Abbas's hand that was holding the gun and pulled the trigger. A stream of bullets poured out, smashing the glass window into pieces and making the branches shake violently. The female alpha cursed while hiding in the corner. She struggled to reach out her gun and aimed at Sinan. The small part of her body that was exposed behind the wall was really no bigger than a fly. However, Zhou Rong's extremely accurate and swift shot hit her wrist. She instantly cried out in pain. There was only 1 bullet left, Zhou Rong realized. He aimed at Abbas, but Sinan's furious figure kept flashing through the scope. Zhou Rong hesitated to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from behind his head. He dodged, and at the same time, the bullet behind him hit the ground, creating a cloud of dust. It was Romuir, Zhou Rong cursed, F***ck your ancestor. As he fell, he pulled the trigger in midair. The last bullet flew out and beautifully passed through the barrage of bullets formed by the AK-47. It pierced Romuir's abdomen like a poisonous fang and brought out a trail of blood. Romuir staggered and fell while clutching his gunshot wound. Zhou Rong roared, "Sinan!" The violent gunfire stopped. Sinan forcefully emptied the submachine gun in Abbas's hand. The latter kicked him to the ground and punched Sinan until he spat out blood. Before the second punch landed, Zhou Rong had already arrived. He grabbed Abbas's hair and flipped him to the ground. He swung his fist and punched him. The burly man roared and struggled with his head in his hands. However, Zhou Rong did not give him the slightest chance to breathe. The first punch broke Abbas's nose, the second broke his teeth, and the third punch even caved in his sternum. Zhou Rong got up and kicked Abbas over. His handsome face was full of fierceness, and his eyes were as cold as a wolf king's. He exhaled, tried to adjust his facial expression, and turned around. Sinan had already gotten up and retreated a few steps. He stood with his back pressed against the courtyard wall, and his body seemed to be slightly bent. Zhou Rongyi immediately recognized why. It was not because he was unable to stand up straight because of the injuries from a long period of starvation. Instead, it was the posture of a trapped beast full of vigilance and hatred before it used up its last bit of strength to attack. Zhou Rong shook his head slowly and opened his hand, indicating that Sinan should look at his empty palm. Sinan. Sinan did not make a sound and narrowed his eyes vigilantly. Come here, Sinan, I won't hurt you. Zhou Rong took half a step forward and said in a trembling voice, Brother Rong didn't abandon you. Look, I'm here to pick you up. The zombie took a step forward, Sinan thought. He tried to close his eyes and opened them again. The intense madness caused by the overdose of bleach twisted his central nervous system and formed a bizarre scene in front of his eyes. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was very young and was in the simulated special training scene. He could not get out until he killed all the zombies. Behind the wall were zombies, on the ground were zombies, in the distant ruins were zombies, and this person with a blurry face who opened his hands to him was also a zombie. Kill them all. The voice in his head urged him more urgently, giving him a splitting headache. Kill them all, or you will be electrocuted. Kill them all. Suddenly, there was a low laugh mixed with coughing behind him. No, it's useless. Look at him, he doesn't recognize anyone when he loses control. In his eyes, we are all zombies, do you understand? Romura leaned over the ruins of the brick wall and mocked intermittently. It's a conditioned fantasy of the brain under severe stimulation. Even if his mother comes, it's useless. He will only hang everyone, all the zombies, cough cough cough. Zhou Rong roared, what did you do to him? Romura did not answer. He changed his sitting position and breathed out a mouthful of blood with difficulty. Your surname is Zhou, isn't it? Who are you? Zhou Rong narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Romura did not answer. He looked at Sinan and smiled maliciously. You overestimate yourself. He coughed and laughed, go over. In his eyes, you are the most dangerous zombie here. He will personally hang you. If you don't believe me, go over and try. Sinan panted and stepped back again, but he had already squeezed into the corner of the wall. No matter how much he stepped back, he would only press his back harder against the wall. It hurts, he murmured to himself. I'm really in pain. The extreme hunger had turned into pain that tore at his internal organs. The pain caused by the electric shocks and beatings was like thousands of needles, tormenting every nerve in his body. However, the cold and merciless electronic synthesized voice that he had heard countless times since he was a child did not let him go. Like maggots, terrifying electric sparks sizzled out of every bone, whipping him black and blue all over his body. Kill him. Kill him. Kill them all. Otherwise, I will punish you. Kill them all. Sinan made a sharp hissing sound from his chest. He tried to cover his ears, but it was no use. The zombie not far away took another step forward. It seemed to be shouting something, wanting to come up and eat him. But I'm really in pain, Sinan thought vaguely. Please. I really can't fight anymore. See. Nan, Sinan, another voice rang out in his subconscious. It seemed to be close to his ears, yet it seemed to be far away, drifting away with the wind. Unconsciously, Zhong Sinan put down his hand. His mind was completely blank, and he stood in place. The zombie whose face could not be seen clearly had already come in front of him. Brother Rong is here, to pick you up. Sinan shook his head, not knowing what it meant. His consciousness was in a mess, and he used the last of his strength to push the zombie away. In the struggle, the back of his head and elbow hit the concrete wall behind him hard. His bones made a chilling crisp sound, but he felt no pain at all. There was no pain, not even a trace of feeling. It was as if fate was finally willing to give him a little kindness at the last moment of his battered body, and part of the heart-wrenching pain was spared. Sinan knelt down and struggled to move back. He knew how embarrassed he looked at the moment. But the zombie surrounding him would not let him go. It grabbed his shoulder and lowered its head. Sinan knew in a trance that he was going to be bitten. He would be torn apart alive by the rotten teeth. He would watch his skin split open, blood splatter, tendons and blood vessels being pulled apart like rotten meat. He could even see his blood-red bone marrow bursting out of the fracture. Next, he would be electrocuted or die. He would fly over the collapsed spire of the church and rise under the gray sky to the heaven where he would never be hungry, lonely, and painful. Sinan's whole body convulsed and curled up. The zombie had already moved close to his ear. However, the expected warmth and coldness of blood flowing out of his body did not come. In the chaos of his consciousness, the faint voice gradually became clear. Look at me, see Xiaonan, don't you know Brother Rong? Brother Rong. Everything in Sinan's eyes was a double image. The distorted lines and the chaotic black shadows alternated with each other. It was like heroin stimulating the brain stem, turning all the scenery into jumping spots of light. However, amidst the clamor of death, something seemed to have come to light, and it gradually became clear. Brother Rong. Zhou Rong. Brother Rong did not leave you, look at me. In the haze, Sinan felt a heat on his hand. It was as if a hot water drop hit his palm, causing him to shrink in pain. Brother Rong is here to pick you up. Look at me, see Xiaonan. In the quiet night of the jungle, the bonfire was flickering. Someone whispered in his ear, call me Brother Rong and I will save you no matter how far I am. My name is Zhou Rong, Rong is in the military. See, Xiao, Nan. Brother Rong is here to pick you up. Sorry, Brother Rong shouldn't have yelled at you. Here, I brought you chocolate. Countless scenes and images swirled in his mind and fell like snow, gently calming his crazily twitching mental world. Sinan panted tiredly. His eyes were unfocused and blank as he watched the zombie kneeling in front of him. The two were so close to each other that they could see each other's faces clearly. Sinan murmured, Brother Rong. He didn't know what he was saying, and he couldn't recognize the familiar face in front of him with tears. But from the syllables of these two words, he gained a warm and powerful comfort, and the power to calm down. Brother Rong, he repeated in a low voice. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Sinan stretched out his hand, completely exposing his soft and defenseless palm, which was tightly grasped by Zhou Rong. The next moment, Sinan buried his head as if he was hiding in a safe cave in his dream. His scarred body snuggled into Zhou Rong's arms. Romier's pupils dilated rapidly. He couldn't believe it. His face could only be described as gray. This is impossible, how is this possible? After Noah entered the conditioned spiritual illusion, he would only treat all moving objects as zombies and attack them indiscriminately until one of them died. This was an instinct that he had cultivated through thousands of electric shocks since he was 6 years old. He wouldn't forget it even if he forgot to breathe. Even if his own mother died in front of him, this instinct would not be broken. Then what about now? Why didn't he attack? Could it be that in his spiritual illusion, he was willing to be bitten to death by this zombie surnamed Zhou? Romier shook his head in horror. He watched as Zhou Rong held Sinan tightly in his arms, kissed his forehead that was covered in blood and dust, stroked his skinny back, and comforted him in a low voice. After a while, Sinan's spasms and tremors gradually stopped. Zhou Rong kissed his ear and picked him up with one hand. Romier covered the gunshot wound in his abdomen, his other hand trembling as he clenched it tightly. But Zhou Rong didn't look at them anymore. He walked out of the courtyard and kicked away the zombie that was following the sound. He carried Sinan into the front passenger seat of the blue and white SUV and wanted to get into the driver's seat from the other side. Sinan didn't want to leave Zhou Rong. He clutched his sleeves tightly and didn't let go. Zhou Rong whispered a few words to persuade him, but when he saw Sinan shaking his head, he gave up. He carried him out of the front passenger seat and got into the driver's seat with him in his arms. The zombies were slowly gathering in this direction. Looking from afar, there were ghostly shadows moving in the alleys. They were all densely packed with zombies. The SUV turned around and drove into the courtyard. Zhou Rong lowered the window and looked down at Romeur. He asked, "Who are you people?" Romeur said coldly, "You're Zhou Rong, aren't you?" "Yo, when did this brother become so famous?" Zhou Rong sneered. "What, do you want an autograph?" The dragging footsteps unique to zombies gradually became clear, but Romeur didn't have the slightest fear of death. He leaned against the pile of bricks covered in blood. Through the gap in the window, he could see Sinan snuggling up to Zhou Rong's side, his head buried in Zhou Rong's arms. He was like a little beast covered in blood and full of murderous intent. When he was exhausted, he finally found his nest with his last breath. Romeur's heart seemed to be soaked in sour and hot hatred. He sneered slightly. "No, Zhou Rong," he said lightly. "It's really nice to see you alive. Keep your little life, we'll meet again soon." "Really?" Zhou Rong joked. "I don't think so." More and more zombies gathered and gradually blocked the alley. Zhou Rong didn't want to waste time with the dying man. The SUV backed up and spun, the wheels making ear-piercing screeches on the ground. He finally said, "Thank you for your supplies." Then he stepped on the gas and sped away with the roar of the engine. Romeur stared at the dust rising behind the SUV and narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyebrows were high, his eye sockets were deep, and his nose was straight. He had the typical appearance of an Aryan. Because of the years of elite military-style training, his body was also strong and tough. This kind of appearance was actually very popular in Europe and the United States. But at this moment, his expression was so strange that it made people shudder. The zombies swarmed and gradually approached the small courtyard. Romeur coughed up blood and pulled out a sealed syringe from his chest. He tore it open with his teeth and injected the light red liquid into his arm. Then he threw it. The syringe flew in an arc and broke in front of the foot of the first zombie that squeezed through the courtyard door. The car kept bumping as it moved forward, crushing the zombies all the way to the bottom of the car. Finally, in the earth-shattering explosion of the grenade, they rushed out of the smoke and sped along the endless road. Zhou Rong controlled the steering wheel with one hand and held Sinan's drowsy body with the other. He gently patted his shoulder, "See Xiaonan?" Sinan curled up and didn't say anything. Zhou Rong stepped on the brakes, turned around and rummaged through the back seat. He casually threw the personal belongings of the three alphas out the window and saw a maple syrup bottle in the corner. There should be more medical supplies in the back of the car, but he couldn't carefully organize them at this time. Zhou Rong unscrewed the maple syrup bottle, rubbed Sinan's pale face with his thumb and whispered, "Drink 2 sips, okay?" Sinan didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. He smelled the maple syrup and reluctantly turned his head. His silent refusal was very obvious, but Zhou Rong couldn't indulge his inexplicable pickiness at this time, so he kissed his hair and coaxed, "Good boy." Then Zhou Rong drank a mouthful of maple syrup and fed it mouth to mouth, licking his tightly pursed lips. For some reason, Sinan was very resistant to the taste of maple syrup, but after a moment, his cold lips and tongue seemed to be gradually warmed by Zhou Rong's breath. His teeth slightly loosened and opened a tiny soft gap. 48 hours after the fall of the city of zombies. Zhou Rong's eyes were slightly red. Gazing at Sinan's sleeping side face, he kissed him gently and affectionately again with a taste of honey. Zhou Rong stood on the viaduct, one hand holding Sinan, the other holding binoculars, the corner of his mouth slightly twitching. The highway to the airport became bustling overnight, the mountain was full of zombies going south, continuing to the civilian airport in the distance. The number of zombies was enough to be counted in the tens of thousands. Unless they had wings, they would never be able to get past the horrendous zombie horde and steal another helicopter. "We have to drive south." Zhou Rong rubbed Sinan's face, very gentlemanly asked for his opinion, "Comrade Xiaoxi, do you have any objections?" Sinan was still in a half-asleep state, groggily hugging Zhou Rong's neck. Zhou Rong said with satisfaction, "Very good," the action plan was unanimously approved. Brother Rong is very democratic. The supplies on the SUV were more than Zhou Rong expected, so much so that he was a little surprised. If they went south at a normal speed, the food in the car would be enough for them to reach the South Sea. Even the picky Xiaoxi wouldn't have any objections. Zhou Rong put down the back seat of the car, made a nest with a blanket, carefully laid Sinan on it, took off his clothes and checked his wounds. Sinan's body was covered with small scars, so many that it was almost impossible to count. There were some soft tissue injuries on his abdomen and limbs, and it was unclear whether they were caused by violent interrogation or fighting. His wrists and elbows were even worse. Zhou Rong recognized that they were caused by jumping injuries caused by electric shocks, and was furious. Why did he torture him, who would carry an electric shock device with them in this apocalyptic world? Zhou Rong wet the towel, warmed it with his own body temperature, and then wiped Sinan's body little by little. His movements were as gentle as touching a piece of velvet. Sinan was very docile in his half-awake state. He was too tired. Even when the towel passed his throat, heart, and other vital parts, he just symbolically dodged twice, and then Zhou Rong held him in his arms, and he didn't say a word. The sky gradually darkened. In the dusky carriage, his entire body was as white as ivory. Because of the dehydration and desalination for 2 consecutive days, his originally thin and tough body appeared even thinner. Zhou Rong gestured. He felt that he could wrap one arm around his waist. He couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. "See Xiaonan, little classmate," Zhou Rong muttered. He changed a clean towel and carefully wiped Sinan's face and hair clean. Satisfied, he kissed his forehead. "Well, RC Xiaonan is a good classmate who loves cleanliness, right?" Sinan replied with a hum in a daze. After all, Zhou Rong was a young and strong alpha with overflowing male hormones. Normally, if he didn't train enough on the first day, he would wake up the next morning with a bed board on his head. Although he was exhausted every day after the outbreak of the virus, as long as he was free, he would definitely have wet dreams at night. What was worse was that Comrade Xiaoxi was very, very clingy. Even when he was unconscious, he refused to let go of Zhou Rong's hand. During the few seconds when Zhou Rong changed the towel, he would snort in dissatisfaction, which made Zhou Rong's blood rush to his head. "Do you miss Brother Rong?" Sinan, yes. "Is Brother Rong handsome?" Sinan, yes. Zhou Rong repeatedly kissed his lips. Satisfied, he praised, "Good boy, Comrade Xiaoxi is also very handsome. As long as he doesn't go missing, he'll be even more handsome." In the warm car, the sweet and fragrant smell of omega pheromones slowly filled the air. It stimulated Zhou Rong so much that he couldn't wait to make a mistake. He took a deep breath and bit the tender, sweet and soft flesh on the back of Sinan's neck, but he didn't dare to bite through the skin. Then, he pulled up the blanket and wrapped Sinan into a roll. He felt that he was so noble that he could hang Lu Xiaohui up. But the groggy Sinan didn't appreciate Zhou Xiaohui's help. When he was wrapped up, he even struggled a bit and closed his eyes. He looked a little dissatisfied. Zhou Rong leaned to the back of the car to look for something that could be easily digested to feed Sinan. Suddenly, he saw a backpack in the corner. He didn't turn on the interior light because he was afraid that the light would attract zombies. He bit the flashlight and opened the backpack. There were 2 guns and bullets, daggers, batteries, gloves, and other parts. There were also some documents. Needless to say, the names and birthdates were fake. Zhou Rong looked at the white man's face on the documents. The vague feeling of familiarity became more and more obvious. He carefully looked at him for a moment with the flashlight. Suddenly, he realized where the sense of familiarity came from. He had indeed seen a very similar face before. The former vice president of a country, before he was sent to the 118 secret unit, this man came with the delegation to visit a country. There were too many people with similar faces in the world. Coupled with a few years of memory erosion, Zhou Rong wasn't very sure about his judgment. But in a flash, he thought of more things. The secret letter from a country in the B military region's communication department was signed and signed. His surname was exactly the same as the former vice president of a country. Looking for the missing military VIP, mixed blood Omega. Don't use stimulating means to restore their consciousness to avoid unnecessary casualties. Zhou Rong looked at Sinan in horror. The latter was curled up in the blanket and didn't sleep very well. His eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? But if they were looking for Sinan, they had traveled thousands of miles across the sea, and there were dangers everywhere in the apocalypse. What did Sinan have that they would risk their lives to find? Zhou Rong found a few packets of high-protein chocolate powder, which was a high-energy military food in the wild. He mixed it with water and put Sinan's head on his lap, carefully feeding him spoon by spoon. Sinan was very resistant to mushy food. It was very painful to eat. He had to use all kinds of means to coax it for a long time before he could swallow it. After a few spoonfuls, he refused to eat any more. Zhou Rong had no choice but to pick him up and smack him on the butt as punishment. Then he ate the sweet chocolate paste himself. There were various kinds of compressed biscuits in the back of the car. Zhou Rong searched for a long time with a flashlight in his mouth. He was deeply dissatisfied with the lack of innovation in food design. Finally, he found half a box of biscuits with meat floss. Very good, Comrade Xiaoxi. From now on, this will be your special snack box. Zhou Rong murmured and threw all the maple syrup, chocolate, milk powder, and other things he had found along the way into the biscuit box. He took out a marker pen and wrote Sinan's exclusive on the box. Fortunately, Sinan was more receptive to the milk paste with maple syrup. He ate half a bowl intermittently. Zhou Rong took out a dehydrated and storable cake from the soldier ration. He fed it all to Sinan. Looking at his slightly red lips, Zhou Rong was very satisfied. Do you like it? He held Sinan in his arms through the blanket and whispered. Sinan seemed to have a little consciousness. He nodded almost imperceptibly, yes. Are you from a country? Yes. Zhou Rong thought for a moment and asked, those 3 people, why did they want to catch you? Sinan frowned. He seemed to have experienced some very painful memories subconsciously and made a weak struggle. Why did they want to catch you? Did you bring something with you? Sinan turned his head away forcefully and twisted more and more frequently. Zhou Rong could not hold him anymore. He clasped him tightly on his thighs with his arms. However, he became more and more anxious. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and then he made a subtle and sharp sound. He was gasping for air. It's okay, it's okay. Zhou Rong immediately held him tightly in his arms and stroked his hair and back. He kept repeating in his ear, don't be afraid. It's my fault. I won't ask you anymore. It's okay, don't be afraid. After a long time, Sinan gradually calmed down. He lay in his arms and frowned. Brother Rong was wrong. Don't ask me anymore, okay? Zhou Rong rubbed Sinan's cold face with his beard stubble, which made Sinan avoid him unwillingly. He exhaled and did not dare to ask any more questions. However, the warm body was still in his arms. In the quiet car, they could even hear each other's heartbeat clearly. After a while, Zhou Rong felt a little itchy in his heart again. He could not help but cough. See Xiaonan? Sinan was sleepy. Do you like Brother Rong? Yes. Zhou Rong didn't even have time to feel perturbed before he was stunned by this clear, affirmative, and unhesitant After a long while, he let out a happy hiss and asked with bad intentions, do you like Yanhao? He was simply taking advantage of the situation. If Yanhao were here, he would probably rush up and beat him up. This time, Sinan hesitated for a few seconds. Yes. Zhou Rong? Zhou Rong's mind raced. He asked, do you like Chen Chao? Yes. What about Guo Weixiong? Yes. Dingshi? Yes. Zhou Rong said angrily, don't say yes so much. Tell me the details. Sinan made a sound of resistance, which probably meant that he did not want to talk about the details. Zhou Rong was like a wolf whose food was forcibly taken away halfway. He sat there and scratched his ears. Suddenly, he frowned and changed his way of asking. Then, among all of them, is Brother Rong your favorite? Sinan twisted and looked a little embarrassed. He whispered, yes. Flowers bloomed and firecrackers were fired. Zhou Rong was complacent. He felt that life was slowly opening up a golden road in front of him. He was about to reach the peak of the wedding ceremony, receiving gifts, drinking wine, and entering the bridal chamber. He looked up to the sky and laughed a few times. He pinched Sinan's thin cheeks and said, very good. Brother Rong also likes you. He likes you the most. He kissed Sinan on the forehead, stepped on the accelerator, started the car, and drove to the next town in the wilderness. At the end of December, the weather was cold and the ground was frozen. Zhou Rong drove at night and only dared to sleep a little during the day. He carefully identified the traces of the zombie tide and tried to take the route with no people in the wilderness and steep terrain. He slowly and safely went all the way south. All the towns and villages along the way became ruins overnight. The sky was high and the north wind was whistling. The distant villages were quiet and empty. The weeds in the fields were pushed aside by the wind. He could vaguely see tiny ant-like figures moving slowly on the ridge of the fields. Those were zombies. At noon on a cloudy day, Zhou Rong parked the car halfway up the mountain. After setting up roadblocks in front and back, he locked the door. He wrapped the unconscious Sinan up on his lap and leaned over the steering wheel to take a nap. Not long after, he was awakened by some movement. He opened his eyes and saw that Sinan had woken up. He kept struggling on his lap as if he was very uncomfortable. Zhou Rong was used to kissing, hugging, and rubbing these days. He kissed him on the eyelids and asked, "What's wrong?" Sinan immediately looked up at him. His eyelashes opened in a very obvious fan shape. There was confusion in his pupils, as if he was asking, "Why are you kissing me so casually?" Zhou Rong immediately realized that something was wrong. But he didn't show the slightest bit of guilt. Instead, he met Sinan's gaze with an expression full of spring warmth and affection. "You're awake? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Sinan was still very confused. He closed his eyes and opened them after a while. He said in a tired and hoarse voice. "Hot." Zhou Rong touched his palm. It was indeed very hot. He loosened the blanket a little and asked, "What about now?" Sinan wriggled up and leaned his head more comfortably against Zhou Rong's strong legs. He said, "You're right. Water." Zhou Rong, Captain Zhou, felt very painful. Because of the slight change in posture, now Sinan's face was almost in the middle of his thighs. The alpha's boiling male blood rushed down again. "Comrade Xianxia," Zhou Rong fed Sinan 2 mouthfuls of water. When Sinan turned his head away, he lowered his head and asked earnestly, "Can the two of us have a serious talk about the current posture?" Sinan closed his eyes and let out a slight and steady snort. Comrade Xianxia obviously didn't want to talk. Zhou Rong was once again caught in the cycle of hardening, calming down, and hardening again these few days. He slumped in the driver's seat. He felt that the sensitivity of that part of his body had increased hundreds of times in an instant. He could feel the warm breath of the Omega through the thick camouflage pants. "Let me make a mistake," he thought hopelessly. "Comrade Xianxia likes me very much. Maybe he'll like me even more after I make a mistake." After a brief and sudden awakening at noon that day, Sinan's signs of waking up gradually increased. The next day, when Zhou Rong fed him dehydrated vegetables mixed with lunch and meat, he even called out Brother Rong in a daze. On the morning of the third day, he was sleeping on Zhou Rong's shoulder when he suddenly woke up in the bumpy road. He asked softly, "Where are we going?" Zhou Rong held a cigarette in his mouth and said sadly, "To a hotel." The Chinese language was broad and profound. Sinan's level of understanding was obviously not at that level. He said, "Oh," in a daze. However, Zhou Rong was indeed going to a hotel. Before the sky turned dark, he found a 2-story cement house belonging to the forest protection team in the mountains. The dormitory had all the necessary amenities, but it had been a long time since anyone had lived in it. The surroundings were covered in dust, and there was still half a can of gas and pots and pans in the kitchen. He cleverly parked the car in front of the door, forming a solid barrier. The car door faced the exit of the corridor in case of an emergency. Then, he spent half a day cleaning, making the bed, boiling water, and slowly stewing a pot of warm and fragrant vegetable and meat porridge over a small fire. "See Xiaonan?" Zhou Rong squatted by the bed and pinched Sinan's sleeping face. He gently and sternly lectured him, "Tonight, we have to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. Be a good boy. Both of us have to take a bath. Otherwise, we can't get rid of the bad luck." Sinan let out a steady and regular breath. "If you don't wake up, Brother Rong will help you take a bath." Zhou Rong waited for a moment and said to himself, "It seems that you really want Brother Rong to help you take a bath. Okay." He carefully opened the blanket, took off Sinan's coat and shirt, and took off his shoes. Then, he did some mental preparation and repeatedly recited the 8 honors and 8 disgraces of socialism and the 24 core values of socialism. Then, he took off Sinan's trousers and tried not to look at the naked body in his arms. He carried Sinan into the bathroom and put him into the steaming bathtub. It was a luxury to be able to take a hot bath after drifting from place to place. Sinan Kong lay in the bathtub and let out a comfortable sigh. He hugged Zhou Rong's arm in a daze. "Don't move. The water will spill out." Hiss. Zhou Rong sat by the bathtub, picked up a piece of soap, and rubbed Sinan's soaked body a few times. This was indeed very difficult for him. It was not only because of the core values of socialism, but also because Sinan was very uncooperative. He seemed to be very interested in Zhou Rong's hand when he was half awake. He kept struggling to hug Zhou Rong's hand and splashed water everywhere. Zhou Rong's upper body was splashed with water. The military shirt stuck to his body and was very uncomfortable, which made him quite irritated. "Comrade Xiaoxi, please cooperate." Zhou Rong tapped the tip of his nose and said seriously, "If you do this again, I'll spank you." Little C let out a muffled murmur from his nostrils. His wet hair stuck to his slender neck. Zhou Rong did not dare to look closely. He quickly turned his head and murmured, "I'll spank you later. Put on your clothes and then spank you." The omega pheromones mixed with the warm water vapor made Zhou Rong's heart beat violently for no reason. He held his breath and went out to drink a few mouthfuls of ice water. His boiling blood finally calmed down a little. He hurried to finish the bath in one go. After the torment, he would be fine. Zhou Rong made up his mind and took off his wet shirt. He was only wearing trousers. He pushed the door open and walked into the bathroom. Then, he was stunned. In the short few minutes he was out, Sinan had woken up. Sinan sat in the hot water. He was a little confused when he woke up. He looked down at himself and then looked up at Zhou Rong, who was showing his strong muscles. He was stunned. The bathroom fell into silence, and an unspeakable suffocation slowly spread with the steam. Sinan sat in the bathtub, the hot water just reached her waist. Because her abdomen was very flat, half of her very shallow V-line was exposed, and her upper body was slightly arched. Her wet hair was stuck to the corners of her eyes, and her eyes were slightly narrowed, squinting from the bottom to the top to look at Zhou Rong. Her eyebrows showed a sharp shape. Zhou Rong recognized this posture, which could be interpreted as 2 meanings: the shyness of an omega in a naked state, or the precursor of a warrior's body tensing up, ready to attack. According to his understanding of Sinan in a normal state, it should be the latter. Zhou Rong said sincerely, "If I say I'm just helping you to take a bath, would you believe me?" After a long silence, Sinan slowly said, "I believe you out of courtesy." "Then do you want to take a bath together now, or?" Of course, the roar was like a hot glutinous rice ball, rolling back and forth in Zhou Rong's mouth several times before he painfully swallowed it back down. Zhou Rong retreated to the door and politely said, "No, call me when you're done." Then he gently closed the door. Click. Sinan maintained that tense posture and slowly fell back into the bathtub, making a splashing sound. The hot water soaked his body, soaking and softening his cold and sore muscles. The numbness went deep into his nerves and bone marrow, making his whole body weak. The moment he woke up, he had a very subtle feeling. He had never experienced it in his life, but he vaguely knew what it was instinctively. But before he had time to think about it, Zhou Rong pushed the door open and interrupted his thoughts. The alpha pheromone rushing to his face intensified the change in an instant. When Zhou Rong spoke, listening to his voice, Sinan could even feel that somewhere inside his body suddenly loosened. Not good. Sinan closed his eyes and leaned his back against the cold tiles. He quickly sorted out the fragmented memories of the past few days in his mind. Using the power of reason, he suppressed the strange feeling flowing inside his body, but it was not very effective. Amidst the rising white mist, there seemed to be a pool of warm water in the depths of his body that was about to overflow. When he tried to recall what Romeur and his group of idiots had interrogated him, what kept flashing through his mind was not the pain of the electric shock, but Zhou Rong's strong arms and the small triangular piece of dark skin at the collar of his shirt. The corner of Sinan's mouth twitched. Not daring to stay in the hot water any longer, he stood up and hastily dried himself. The clean clothes were neatly folded by Zhou Rong into tofu blocks and placed on the shelf. Sinan changed into a clean shirt and wiped the mirror casually. He saw that his face was red and the corners of his eyes seemed to be watery. Done. Zhou Rong was cooking porridge in the kitchen and looked up when he heard Sinan. Sinan stood at the kitchen door with his hands behind his back. His figure was tall and straight, and his voice was steady. His expression was calm and upright like a news anchor, but for some reason, the corners of his eyes were slightly red. Although he was no longer a withered Sinan roll wrapped in a blanket, he was still very handsome and had a kind of neat appearance that people yearned for. Zhou Rong suddenly felt ashamed of his shameful thoughts. He coughed, put down the spoon, and smiled. Then I'll go take a shower too. Look after the porridge, don't burn it. There's salt and sugar on the shelf. Sinan did not say a word. Zhou Rong walked out of the kitchen and brushed past him as he passed by the door. For a moment, he felt Sinan's gaze quickly slip into his collar. Zhou Rong. Is he coveting my perfect body, or am I just seeing things? Zhou Rong could not help but look back as he pushed the bathroom door open. He saw Sinan walk straight to the stove with graceful and calm steps. He scooped up a spoonful of vegetable and meat porridge and blew on it attentively. Through the steam, only his beautiful chin could be seen clearly. He must have seen wrongly, Zhou Rong thought regretfully as he closed the bathroom door. Zhou Rong, who was about to explode, leaned against the door. His mind was filled with an indescribable scene. In the bathroom, which was mixed with warm steam and the smell of honey, he had taken care of himself twice. His nerves, which had been burned to the point of no longer being able to bear it, finally cooled down slightly. He took a combat bath with cold water and walked out energetically. He happened to see Sinan standing in front of the stove, secretly adding things to the porridge. What's wrong? Zhou Rong asked loudly. It's already very thick. Don't add canned food. Sinan immediately turned around and put his hands behind his back. Okay. Then he licked the corners of his mouth clean. Captain Zhou was mesmerized by the light red corners of his lips and did not immediately raise his guard. Zhou Rong rummaged in the car and found a finger-sized bag of cookies in the corner. He opened it and fed Sinan. He also took the opportunity to observe the shape and luster of Comrade Xiaoxi's lips at close range. Then he mixed the dried onions and sauce in the combat ration bag and heated it up. He used it to cook the chopped Italian meatballs and soak them in the dry, hard bread crumbs to eat. Sinan had nothing to do, so he wandered around the kitchen idly. Zhou Rong threw the car keys to him and said, "Go. Look for something to drink in the car. See if there's any beer." Sinan obeyed. A moment later, he came back with an instant drink packet and held it out to Zhou Rong with 2 fingers. It was a high-fiber, high-protein, and isotonic drink. It's better than nothing, Zhou Rong comforted himself, then looked Sinan up and down. Why is there only 1 packet? You don't want it? Sinan shook his head. Today is a good day. We should celebrate. Bring something to drink. Sinan said, No, I'll save it for you. The two looked at each other for a long time. Zhou Rong's eyes were full of concern, while Sinan looked innocent. There was only the sound of porridge cooking in the kitchen. After a long while, Zhou Rong finally sighed and reached out to wipe the milky white powder from the corners of Sinan's mouth. The milk powder is all yours. Don't hide and eat it. Bring it up and drink it with water. Be good. Sinan. Okay. Sinan wandered in and out of the kitchen. From time to time, he would grab a piece of bread or be fed a mouthful of meat sauce by Zhou Rong. By the time dinner was over, he was almost full. Zhou Rong set up a dining table in front of the window on the 2nd floor. He opened the curtains, revealing the starry sky. On the table were 2 steaming pots, porridge made from lunch meat mixed with dehydrated vegetables and rice, as well as bread crumbs and onion meat sauce. Each of them had a bowl and chopsticks. Zhou Rong drank the high-protein nutritional powder, while Sinan drank the sweet milk mixed with hot water. The two clinked glasses. Zhou Rong cleared his throat and said solemnly, Today is a day worth remembering. After 4 months of exile, our 118 escape squad finally ushered in the important moment of family reunion, farewell to the old, and welcome the new, the Spring Festival. Sinan clapped expressionlessly. Zhou Rong took a sip of his drink. The first toast is to the organization wishing Comrade Xianxia a healthy growth, peace, and success in the new year. Sinan cooperated. Brother Rong too. Zhou Rong patted his head and gave him a red packet, a small bag of raisins. The second toast is to Comrade Chen Chao, Comrade Yan Hao, Comrade Ding Shi, and Comrade Guo Weixiang of the 118 6th Squadron who are currently absent. They have safely arrived at the Nanhai base and successfully completed the handover with the central government. I also wish the 17 comrades who have left us a safe journey in heaven and a smooth reincarnation. No, wait until the disaster is over before reincarnating. Zhou Rong took another sip and recited the 17 names one by one according to the order of sacrifice. The last one was Xianxia. After he finished reciting, he was silent for a moment. Sinan looked at him quietly. The third toast is to the government to develop antiviral drugs as soon as possible. We wish that mankind can escape from the disaster, build a new home, and restore stability and peace. Zhou Rong raised his glass to the bright sky and poured the last sip of his drink on the ground. Millions of brave souls under the heavens, please bear witness to us using the hands of mortals to continue the hope of the survival of our race. There was no moon tonight, but the stars were twinkling, reflecting a faint white light on the mountains and rivers. Zhou Rong turned to Sinan and smiled. Let's eat. It'll get cold later. Try Brother Rong's cooking. Sinan nodded and reached for the bread and the meat sauce. Zhou Rong's taste was more Chinese, so he took a bowl of the fragrant, thick, and soft vegetable and meat porridge that he had simmered for a few hours. As he scooped a spoonful, he realized that the porridge was very thin. He took a closer look and realized that some of the meat and vegetables had not melted yet. It was obvious that they had just been added. See, Xiao, Nan. Zhou Rong suddenly turned hostile and said sternly, how much did you eat? Tell me. Sinan, you know how to add more after eating secretly. Aren't you smart? If you have the ability, don't just add the canned food, add some rice. Do you think I won't find out that this pot of stew is mushy? Sinan knew that he had been exposed. He thought for a moment, smashed the spoon, and picked up the small bag of raisins. Where's the big red packet? There's no big red packet for the new year? Who are you kidding? What's wrong with eating a few spoonfuls of your porridge? Didn't you cook porridge for me? Zhou Rong was speechless because of this fallacious reasoning. The next sentence was the last straw that made him surrender. Are you saying that you cook it for Yan Hao? Zhou Rong said sincerely, Comrade Xiaoxi, I think Yan Hao will vomit blood if he hears what you said. Please don't say it in front of him. Sinan ate the Italian meatballs and smiled at him. His eyes were filled with joy and satisfaction. On New Year's Eve, the boundless north wind swept through the mountains. In the distance, there was darkness as thick as ink. Zombies wandered back and forth in the valley, whining. The gloomy stars silently overlooked the earth. In this small world, there was warm food, clean clothes, and a strong and reliable sense of security. Sinan sat cross-legged on the chair. After a hot bath, he felt very comfortable and wanted to stretch himself at any time. The anger, hatred, and pain he experienced in front of Romeur a few days ago, as well as the needle-like regret and hope in the depths of his heart, seemed to have become memories of his previous life. The moment Zhou Rong descended from the sky, all of it disappeared. Sinan squeezed to the edge of the table like a boneless cat. Half of his body weight leaned on Zhou Rong's shoulder. Zhou Rong's voice was a little hoarse. Little comrade, you're sexually harassing me. Let me tell you. Sinan said lazily, go ahead and sue me. I sexually harassed the Alpha People's Liberation Army uncle. Quickly call the police to arrest me. This position made the two of them almost squeeze together. The food in Zhou Rong's mouth instantly lost its taste. Only the smell of the omega pheromones surged and diffused at the tip of his nose. It was like an invisible and soft little hook, hooking the most sensitive part of his heart. Sinan, Zhou Rong swallowed the porridge and said with difficulty. Your inhibitor. He seemed to be a little embarrassed and said, seems to have lost its effect. Sinan drank the milk and said casually, how is that possible? I injected it at the end of September and it only lost its effect after half a year. Zhou Rong thought to himself. But your breath is very obvious. Could it be that too many injuries caused the inhibitor in your blood to be metabolized in advance? How did you find me? Sinan unconsciously rubbed Zhou Rong's strong biceps and asked casually. Zhou Rong was distracted by the pheromones. He simply described how he jumped off the helicopter, searched the zombie hinterland for 48 hours without sleep, ran to a high-rise building to light a signal cigarette, and finally met the Alpha Abbas, who was more than 2 meters tall, and followed them all the way until they found their temporary stronghold. Sinan said in a muffled voice, "They are from the White Eagle unit of Country A. Romeur is their leader. They have a secret military base in Florida that specializes in all kinds of biochemical research. It may be directly related to the outbreak of the zombie virus." "Then why do they want to arrest you?" "I'm not sure." Zhou Rong lowered his head, just as Sinan raised her head. Their lips almost brushed. In an instant, Zhou Rong's heart skipped a beat, but Sinan didn't notice it at all. "My brain was hurt a little. They gave me an overdose of syringes, which made it difficult for me to think." Zhou Rong opened his mouth and suddenly realized where his strange feeling came from. Sinan's gaze fell directly on his lips. Because they were too close to each other, Zhou Rong could not see clearly, but he was sure that Sinan's unblinking gaze was a little dazed. It was not completely unintentional, but it was not very clear either. If he had to describe it, it seemed like some kind of subconscious reaction. "They seem to be asking me about a box," Sinan murmured. "About a scarf," Zhou Rong reminded her in a low voice. "See Xiaonan?" Sinan closed her eyes. After a while, she opened them and sat up straight. "What?" The ambiguous atmosphere just now was suddenly broken. "What were you talking about?" Sinan did not know that she had been staring at his lips. She said seriously, "If I can remember, I'll tell you. Right now, my mind is a little messed up, and I can't remember a lot of clues. The syringes they gave me may take a few days to wear off." Zhou Rong was a little disappointed. He reached out and rubbed Sinan's forehead. He smiled and said, "If you can't remember, don't think about it. Take your time. I believe in you." Sinan was rubbed by his broad and warm hand. She was a little abnormal. She reflexively raised her head, like a cat chasing after a comfortable touch. But that was only for a moment. Sinan seemed to suddenly realize that her movements were wrong. She paused, grabbed the spoon, and stuffed a mouthful of vegetable and meat porridge into her mouth. Zhou Rong was speechless. "It's delicious," Sinan said calmly. Every syllable was full of stiffness. Zhou Rong said with concern, "Be careful not to choke." Zhou Rong's original plan was that since Sinan was not awake and clingy, he could just hug her and sleep in the same bed at night. However, man proposes, God disposes. Sinan woke up in the middle of the shower. This made the sleeping arrangements for the night very awkward. "You haven't recovered yet. You sleep on the bed." Zhou Rong dragged the sofa in the next room. He clapped his hands and said, "I'll sleep on the sofa. We're in the same room. If there's an accident at night, it'll be convenient for us to warn each other." Sinan leaned on the bed and raised one of her eyelids. She looked at Zhou Rong's busy movements, as if the slender and strong back seemed to have a kind of magnetic force that made her unable to move her eyes away. The unobstructed alpha breath filled her nose, but she began to feel that the smell was very pleasant. It was like warm and soft clouds wrapped around her body, making her body soft and comfortable. Sinan lay on the pillow and closed her eyelids. The last thing she saw before she fell asleep was Zhou Rong lying on the opposite sofa. In the dark, his eyes were bright, and he looked at the bed. He seemed to want to do something, but he turned over and didn't do it in the end. What did he not do? It seemed that he was missing a goodnight kiss that had been very regular for the past few days. Sinan exhaled, and her consciousness swirled as she fell into a deep sleep. "Good night, Si Xiaonan," Zhou Rong whispered in the dark. "Happy New Year." Midnight. Zhou Rong opened his eyes as soon as he heard the noise. His nerves were tense, and he quickly got up. The starlight shone into the bedroom through the window. Sinan sleepily walked over with a pillow and squeezed onto the sofa. She wanted Zhou Rong to shrink inside and then fall down. Zhou Rong was shocked. He supported his upper body with his elbows and stared for a long time. Then he asked tentatively, "Sinan? Si Xiaonan?" Sinan's jiu-jitsu must have reached the level of perfection. In such a narrow space, she could curl up with her back to Zhou Rong and sleep soundly with a pillow. She even made a slight snoring sound. "Are you going to throw yourself at me, Comrade Xiaonan?" The bedroom was quiet, and no one answered him. Zhou Rong's heart was warm, and he couldn't help but smile. He hugged Sinan horizontally, and the two wrapped themselves in a blanket and slept together on the bed. In a daze, Sinan felt a slight warmth on her temple. It was the goodnight kiss they had missed tonight. She murmured a few words unconsciously, but it was unclear what she wanted to say. She leaned her head against Zhou Rong's strong neck and fell asleep comfortably. The next day, Zhou Rong woke up in the morning light. He stretched himself and lowered his head to kiss Sinan's sleeping cheek. Feeling refreshed, he turned over and got out of bed to work. He brought all the tools he could use, distributed food and water according to his talent, and took out a map to plan the route and possible supply points. The sun peeked out slightly, and then disappeared behind the thick clouds. Zhou Rong stood in the front yard and felt the humidity. He felt that it was probably going to snow. The mountains, rivers, and distant villages were all shrouded in gloomy clouds, and the world was extremely quiet. If it snowed, it would be difficult to set off. Zhou Rong ate some canned food, baked some bread with a small gas fire, mixed some sweet milk powder with hot water for Sinan's breakfast, and went to wake him up. However, when he looked at the bed, he found that Sinan had not woken up at all. He was sleeping soundly on the bed. He had been very sleepy recently, probably due to his body's self-recovery after reaching a certain level of weakness. When he was at the fertilizer factory, he slept less than 6 hours a day, and even in his sleep, he was very alert. If someone approached him, he would immediately wake up. He was completely different from the way he was snoring under Zhou Rong's eyes. Zhou Rong pinched his nose and whispered a few words, but Sinan slapped his hand away and turned over, revealing a section of army green cloth under his body. Zhou Rong's eyes fell on it, and he was stunned. It was the t-shirt he took off last night. It was hanging at the door, but he couldn't find it this morning. He didn't expect Sinan to take it and hide it in a ball under the quilt. "Little thief," Zhou Rong laughed and reached out to pull the t-shirt. He couldn't pull it out. He still couldn't pull it out. Zhou Rong sneered, "Comrade Xiaoxia, are you forcibly asking for a token of love?" Then he changed from pulling it out to pulling it out. As soon as he pulled, Sinan suddenly got up in a daze and hugged Zhou Rong's waist. Before Zhou Rong could react, Sinan, who was half asleep, threw him to the ground. Boom! Zhou Rong fell on the bed and almost fainted. Then he felt Sinan wriggling on his side. It seemed that Sinan had found a more comfortable position, and soon fell asleep in Zhou Rong's arms. Zhou Rong was dumbfounded. His gaze slowly moved downwards. Sinan's face was serene and calm in the morning light, her breath was warm and fragrant, like a little angel who would throw Alpha with a 100-kilogram hook in her sleep, almost giving him a concussion. "Sinan," Zhou Rong said with a trembling voice, "do you want to wake up and calm down first?" Sinan licked his lips subconsciously. Zhou Rong found it hard to breathe, and his heart raced. He suddenly felt dizzy. He didn't know if it was because of a concussion or because of the light red lips in front of him. He exhaled deeply, trying to use his strong willpower to stop his hot blood from flowing down. However, the ever-present sweet scent that was growing thicker and thicker made him unable to breathe. It was a pheromone. But it was different from the pheromone that surrounded Sinan last night. If it was a light honey smell last night, today it was sweet and slightly fishy. If he smelled it closely, it even felt a little stimulating. Zhou Rong stared at the ceiling. His ears were buzzing, and his brain felt like it was being repeatedly smashed by a 10,000-ton hammer. He realized an explosive possibility. When Sinan woke up, it was almost noon. He was a little dispirited. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up from the messy bed and asked Zhou Rong, "Why are you here?" "Zhou Rong, what time is it?" Sinan naturally picked up the cold milk and toast on the bedside table. He didn't mind. While eating, he got out of bed and looked out of the window. "Oh, is it going to snow?" Zhou Rong struggled to move his arm that had lost feeling due to being oppressed for several hours. He sat up and said slowly, "Comrade Xiaoxia, the organization wants to talk to you." Sinan turned around, leaned his back against the windowsill, and raised one of his eyebrows. "Are you sure you were injected with the inhibitor at the end of September?" "Of course," Sinan said casually. "I found you on the way to the pharmacy to look for the inhibitor. Fortunately, you and Yanhao rushed in after I was injected with the inhibitor. Otherwise, if I knew you were alpha at the time, you would have been turned into a sieve." "Why?" Zhou Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then do you know that there are actually two kinds of inhibitors in our country?" Sinan chewed. "The one you can buy at the pharmacy is an ordinary inhibitor. It can hide the omega pheromone in the normal state and avoid distracting people during field or disciplinary work. The effect lasts for half a year. The other kind of inhibitor that allows omega to avoid the annual estrus period is a controlled inhibitor. According to the regulations, this kind of inhibitor can't be sold at the counter. It must be taken from the warehouse of a designated state-run pharmacy with a prescription." In other words, Zhou Rong explained, the ordinary inhibitor you took out after breaking the glass counter can help you disguise yourself as a beta, but it won't work when you're in estrus. At most, it can help you continue to disguise yourself for 2 more months after the estrus period. Sinan, their eyes met, and Sinan's expression became very subtle. Zhou Rong carefully considered his words and said slowly, "According to my basic physiological knowledge, we don't teach this in the military academy. Your estrus period may be coming. The organization wants to ask for your opinion, Comrade Xiaoxi. Do you want to use your subjective initiative to overcome the difficulties, or do you want to respect the objective law? Do you want to pick an alpha you like within a 10-mile radius, and the organization will help you matchmake?" After a long silence, Sinan confirmed, "There are two kinds of inhibitors." Zhou Rong nodded. "The controlled type is not placed in the counter." "Yes. The one Wu Weixiang helped the guy with the surname Ren find. He broke into the pharmacy warehouse, but when the disaster broke out, the pharmacy employees hiding inside collectively turned into zombies. That's why he was chased out by so many zombies." Sinan couldn't say a word. "So, if you need it," Zhou Rong said regretfully, "we can try to find one now, but the nearest big city is 2,000 kilometers away. You'd better try to hold on for as long as possible." Sinan stood in a daze, and his hand loosened. Zhou Rong, who had been prepared for this, strode forward and grabbed the freely falling milk cup at lightning speed. He placed it back in his hand and gestured for him to hold it properly. Within a 10-mile radius, Sinan's mouth twitched. Although he didn't plan to do so, there couldn't be any other alpha other than Zhou Rong within a 10-mile radius. If there were any, they would be zombies. "The organization will definitely help you set them up," Zhou Rong solemnly promised. "The organization is very democratic." Sinan raised his head and drank the milk. He stuffed the empty cup into Zhou Rong's hand and pushed his chest to signal him to go out. "Let me think." Sinan said mechanically, "Please give me 20 minutes. Zhou Rong thoughtfully took the empty cup out. He went to the kitchen and carefully washed the dishes and utensils. He unloaded enough food and water for 2 people from the car for 3 days. Then he picked up his gun and patrolled the area to make sure there were no wandering zombies or beasts in the forest, and there were no other dangers. Then he reversed the SUV to a position that blocked the only entrance and exit of the cement building. He took complete protective measures and returned to the first floor. When he passed by the bathroom, he stopped and carefully looked at himself in the mirror in front of the sink. Zhou Rong, 29 years old, 189 meters tall, 83 kilograms weight, body fat percentage 9%. Black hair, black pupils, vision 2.0 in both eyes, excellent hereditary genes. Zhou Rong was tricked by his instructor when he said, "A scar is a man's best medal." 1 year after he was sent to the 118th Brigade, he led a team to Bali to carry out an ambush mission. During the ambush, he saw Yanhao teaching Chen Chao how to apply sunscreen. He laughed at them on the spot and proudly claimed that he had never used something as feminine as sunscreen even when he was on the Tibetan plateau. He also showed off his bronzed skin. At that time, Yanhao glanced at him with an enigmatic look, shook his head and sighed, and said nothing. When they returned from the mission, Zhou Rong's face was almost disfigured because of a level 4 sunburn. The treatment process that took half a month made him painfully learn how to be a human being. Zhou Rong looked at himself in the mirror for a while and felt that he was just too rough. If he were 10 years younger, he could compete with Xianxia for the title of the flower of the 118 Brigade. He coughed and adjusted his collar and cuffs. He was a little nervous. Within a radius of 10 miles. There really can't be any other alpha, right? Zhou Rong thought anxiously. Zhou Rong adjusted his hairstyle, trying to flatten the small tuft of hair that always stood up arrogantly on his forehead. He coughed and pushed open the bedroom door. It's been 20 minutes, Si Xiao. Zhou Rong paused. Sinan sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at a brass pendant on his chest. Meixing looked up, his eyes bright and innocent. The t-shirt that Zhou Rong had taken off, the vest that Zhou Rong had worn last night, and the pillowcase that Zhou Rong had used last night. They were scattered around him in a ring shape, as if they were the foundation of a ferocious feline beast's nest. Zhou Rong looked at him, not sure if he was awake or not. Sinan, on the other hand, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhou Rong said carefully, "Came up to clean up." Sinan suddenly noticed the messy clothes around him, but his first reaction was, "Why are you cleaning it up?" Zhou Rong said, "Wash it. It's not dirty." Zhou Rong was speechless. Sinan leaned back and nestled in the pillow that Zhou Rong used to sleep last night. He seemed a little tired. "I was just trying to remember what those people asked me after they gave me the medicine." Zhou Rong walked over and sat on the side of the bed. Sinan leaned over meekly, letting him open his arms and hold him in front of his chest. In just 20 minutes, the smell of the pheromone in the room changed. It was more fragrant than when he woke up in the morning, and he could even clearly feel it when he held his breath. That was because the hormones acted directly on the nerves in the brain. "What did you remember?" Zhou Rong asked in a low, slightly hoarse voice. "They asked me where something was, but I really can't remember what it was." Romier's father was the leader and investor of many biochemical experiments. "Did I steal the information related to the zombie virus?" Sinan pressed the knuckle between his eyebrows and rubbed tiredly. Zhou Rong couldn't help but ask, "The relationship between Romier and you is stepbrother?" Sinan Hui answered, "After my father passed away, my mother should have married his father. But the reason is very complicated, and I can't remember the specific details at the moment." Zhou Rong simply didn't know what to say. After a while, he pointed out the window. You know that his father was the former vice president of a country, right?" "Maybe," Sinan murmured. At this moment, Zhou Rong's feelings were simply indescribable. "Look," Sinan opened the brass pendant that never left his body and said, "These are my biological parents." "Well, don't look at me like that. You just beat up the son of the former vice president of a country and threw him to the zombies. It's too late to think about diplomatic issues now." Zhou Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Comrade Xiaoxi, first tell me if your biological parents are high-ranking political officials or celebrities. Our diplomatic relations should still be saved in time," Sinan laughed. "No," he said slyly, holding the pendant back and forth in front of Zhou Rong, "my parents are ordinary people. I don't remember what they do." Zhou Rong gently grabbed the pendant and placed it in the palm of his hand to look at the old photo inside. The pendant was still hanging around Sinan's neck. In this position, as long as Zhou Rong tightened his grip, he could immediately control his fatal point. However, Sinan was like a ferocious beast that had completely let down his guard against humans. He leaned lazily on Zhou Rong's shoulder. "You look," Zhou Rong said, "at first glance, you look like your father, but after careful observation, you look like your mother. But as an alpha, your father does look very, classy. You can just say that he looks like a white chicken in alpha, the kind that has read a lot of books." Sinan smiled, "But he's actually a beta, and I'm an omega born from a 1 in 10,000th case of B/O union. Do you want my autograph?" Zhou Rong was surprised and looked at him in disbelief. Sinan turned around and took out a pen and paper from the bedside table. Before he could pretend to sign his name, Zhou Rong took it away. "No, baby, I'm just exclaiming out of courtesy. We actually have a ready-made alpha born from an AB union in our team. He's been hanging around there every day, so there's no sense of novelty anymore." Sinan thought he was talking about Chen Chao. After all, Chen Chao's development had always been puzzling. However, Zhou Rong shook his head regretfully. Although it has been scientifically proven that any combination of A/O and beta will only give birth to a beta offspring, and if an A/O offspring is born, it means that the gene is perfect and has a lot of genetic value. However, I once swore that before I found a wife, I would resolutely avoid praising Yanhao's genes in front of any omega. Sinan said expressionlessly, "You just reminded me." Zhou Rong smiled slightly, "It doesn't matter. Yanhao is thousands of miles away. He has long exceeded the organization's range of 10 miles. Sinan glanced outside. The sky was vast, and the pine trees were like the sea. Within a radius of 5,000 meters, forget about alpha zombies, even alpha zombies were rarely seen. But even if he's here, it's useless, Zhou Rong suddenly said as he played with the brass pendant. He hugged Sinan closer, and the two of them were almost nestled in the pillow. The omega pheromones floating in the bedroom became clearer. The fishy sweetness was seductive, and the undercurrent was surging, as if some kind of emotion was faintly about to emerge. Sinan rested her head on Zhou Rong's deltoid muscle and made a small sound. "If he's here, I'll let you choose yourself, and you'll definitely choose me. Then I'll expel any other male creatures and firmly guard you in this territory. I'll stare at you without blinking until you cry and reach out." Sinan's body softened, and she asked lazily, "Why must I choose you?" "Do you still need to ask?" Zhou Rong teased. "You were captivated by my handsome and mature temperament from the first time you met me. Since then, you've been thinking about me day and night, and I've been the only one you want. I've seen it all." Sinan snorted faintly from her nose and curled up with the blanket wrapped around her. The pool of warm water in the depths of her body seemed to fill up. It seemed that it could overflow at any time with any careless movement. Zhou Rong ignored her protest and threw away the t-shirt she had secretly hidden since last night. He took off the clean shirt she had just changed into and stuffed it into the blanket. The replacement comforted Sinan's not very sober mood at the moment. She struggled to stretch out 2 fingers and pinched a button on the shirt to prevent it from being taken away by Zhou Rong again. Zhou Rong leaned over and kissed her forehead, whispering, "It seems that you intend to follow the objective law of development, South Africa was often tired and too lazy to speak. "Sleep for a while," Zhou Rong comforted her, "I'll get some food up." Sinan closed her eyes. Zhou Rong tucked her in and was about to get up when suddenly her little finger was hooked. She turned around and saw Sinan lifting one of his eyelids. He would do this when he was slightly interested in something and was very cautious. "What's wrong? Do you like me?" Sinan asked in a hoarse voice. Zhou Rong laughed, "Of course." He was full of tender affection and thought Sinan had asked a silly question, but the next sentence made his hair stand on end and goosebumps appear all over his body. "What about the other omega?" Sinan said hopefully, "The one I met in the Special Forces competition. Do you remember him?" Zhou Rong was speechless. Zhou Rong realized that he was going through the toughest test of his life. The level of requirement for communication and expression was no less than the century-old problem of who would you save if your mother and I fell into the water at the same time. Zhou Rong's motto had always been to speak the truth, but at this moment, he struggled for a few seconds, then made up his mind and said, "I don't really remember." "Huh?" Sinan was stunned. "Didn't you say that he cheated on your feelings?" Zhou Rong said solemnly, "But I have you now, so my feelings have found a place to stay, and I don't want to think about the past at all. Whatever young and frivolous things can go to hell, I'm now." "Why are you so fickle?" Sinan said unhappily. Zhou Rong's throat was stuffed with the words fickle, and his expression looked as if he had swallowed 4 eggs made of stone. After a while, he said with grievance, "The organization, please be reasonable, Comrade Xiaoxi, it's been 11 years. I don't even remember what he looked like." Sinan. "And we were only together for a few days back then, it was nothing at all. In the end, he cheated on my feelings and dumped me. It's a shameful past, let's turn this memory into ashes and disappear with the wind." Sinan's eyes narrowed eerily, "Disappear with the wind." From Zhou Rong's perspective, Sinan's eyebrows were raised at the end, and it was as cold as a blade. He immediately shuddered. "You swear that you really disappeared with the wind?" Sinan asked. Zhou Rong said sincerely, "In the name of my parents, are your parents still alive?" Zhou Rong said helplessly, I grew up in an orphanage with the help of the state, can I swear in the name of the director? Sinan gritted his teeth and said, if you swear in the name of the people's government, I'll believe you. Zhou Rong had no choice but to raise his right hand, in the name of the people's government, I really have. He closed his eyes in pain, and after 10 seconds of complete silence, he said sadly, no, I'll tell you the truth. Sometimes I think about it, just think about it. After all, it's very painful. Sinan was a little satisfied. He lay back on the bed and frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhou Rong saw that he didn't respond for a long time and thought that he had finally overcome the difficulties that every man had to go through in his life. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't take it back. Sinan seemed to have suddenly figured out something and said thoughtfully, that's right. Does that mean you're two-timing now? Zhou Rong was stunned for a moment. He felt as if he had been cursed. Ah. He suddenly looked ahead and shouted, there are zombies. Sinan, I'm going to kill a zombie. I'll be back soon. Zhou Rong rushed out of the room like an arrow and ran away. Obviously, there were no zombies. There was no one in the deep mountains, and it was the coldest winter of the year. The water in the zombies' bodies had already frozen, and it was difficult for them to even move in the mountains at this latitude. Zhou Rong squatted in front of the stove and made some food. The hot steam steamed the glass window. He casually wiped his face and looked out through the dirty frosted glass. He didn't know when the snow had started to fall, but it was like goose feathers. The river in the valley in the distance glowed faintly, and the world was quiet. Am I two-timing? Zhou Rong asked himself subconsciously. He tried to recall the face of the little Omega when he first fell in love, but it was indeed blurred in the memory of 11 years of snow. Over the years, he graduated from the military academy, went abroad to do peacekeeping, was selected to join the central government, and then was sent to 118 after a setback. He had experienced countless gunfire and death. His memory was like a slate, carved with countless deep knife marks by time. Although the past when he was 18 years old was still there, when he thought about it again, the first thing that came to his mind was not that specific person, but the long, distant, and helpless feeling of time. Thinking about it this way, in fact, Sinan was a bit similar to the young Omega who cheated his feelings. Zhou Rong thought, standing in front of the kitchen window with his arms crossed, absent-mindedly looking at the world that was gradually covered in silver. Smart and slightly cunning, tenacious willpower, able to hide things in the heart, extraordinary dedication to goals, and will not give up until the goal is achieved. But this may also be the common characteristic of the typical Omega who can achieve great things. If you think about it carefully, they may also look a bit similar. Zhou Rong shook his head and laughed at himself. How is that possible? He put out the fire in the stove, carefully filled the old-fashioned hot water bottle that he found in the utility room, and quietly went upstairs to the bedroom. Sinan was huddled tightly at the head of the bed with his face buried deep between his knees. When he heard someone push open the door, he shrank back reflexively and curled himself even tighter into a ball. The air was filled with a rich, sweet smell. The moment Zhou Rong walked into the room, it was like a tide that seeped into his blood through his nose, throat, and even every pore on his body. The seduction that originated from the physiological instinct was so intense and straightforward that it was simply a great stimulation to the nerve endings. Zhou Rong's hands were shaking as he stuffed the hot water bottle into the bed. Because he was trying hard to restrain himself, the veins on his arms that were covered by his sleeves were bulging. Sinan whispered. Zhou Rong's Adam's apple bobbed up and down violently. He leaned over slightly and said hoarsely in Sinan's ear, "What did you say?" Sinan gasped and said, "Go away." Sinan's eyes were red and filled with tears. It was snowing heavily outside, but the tip of his nose was sweating slightly. His lips were soft and red as if they were burning, and he was trembling slightly with every word. Zhou Rong couldn't bear to watch this scene. He closed his eyes and said, "I'll come up later." He bit the tip of his tongue hard and relied on the pain to maintain the last trace of restraint. He turned around and was about to leave when his sleeve was hooked. Sinan stretched out 2 fingers from his curled-up state and hooked his sleeve. Zhou Rong turned around and grabbed his wrist. He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Sinan's wrist was actually very hard. That was because years of combat training would inevitably affect his bones. His fingers were also very slender. At first glance, they might be said to be artistic, but in fact, he didn't know how to play the piano. His fingertips were full of hard skin from holding a dagger tightly, and calluses formed by his index finger and the web between his thumb and index finger. There were calluses on both his left and right hands. Even his left hand was more obvious due to intensive training. The scars and old scars recorded the master's unimaginable hardships and endurance for more than 20 years on these hands. It was completely different from all the Omegas Zhou Rong had come into contact with. Go away. Sinan gritted his teeth, but his index finger and middle finger hooked Zhou Rong's sleeve even tighter, and his fingernails turned white. Are you really leaving? Zhou Rong asked in a low voice. He pretended to pull Sinan's hand away from his sleeve. Are you really letting me go? Sinan tried his best to hold on to the cloth in the chaos, but it was no use. His whole body was as soft as jelly, and he was still pulled away little by little. Sinan's eyes turned even redder at once, and his tears were about to fall from his eyes. Zhou Rong smiled and asked in his ear, Are you leaving or not? He couldn't hear what Zhou Rong said. Sinan's ears were buzzing, and the only thing he could hear was his heartbeat, which was thumping in his chest. He couldn't see Zhou Rong's face clearly, and he didn't realize that he was holding the man's hand. All his senses had turned into hot and dense mucus. Wherever he sensed his body, it would be scalded and twitching, and his thoughts would be shattered. He only knew that there was a strong and reliable aura that gave him a sense of security enveloping the bedside, making him involuntarily want to get closer. But when he really got close, he felt that the aura was also hiding a terrifying valiance and aggression. It was as if there was a beast lurking in the darkness, ready to stretch out its sharp claws at any time and drag him into an abyss that he could not control. I can't do this. Sinan thought vaguely. He bobbed up and down in the warm sea, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't wake up. In a daze, he raised his other hand to his mouth. He wanted to bite the back of his hand, so that he could at least feel the familiar pain. But then he was caught, and both his wrists were pressed against the headboard. He didn't even have the chance to protest. Zhou. He murmured subconsciously, and seemed to be a little scared. Zhou Rong pressed him flat on the bed, looked down at him, and bent his knees between his thighs. Zhou Rong. Sinan couldn't help but call out again, and his pupils dilated. His voice was trembling with urgency, but it was actually a cry for help. On the third day, Sinan sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed and said gloomily, Don't come near me. Zhou Rong leaned against the door frame with one shoulder, bare-chested and barefoot in camouflage trousers. He seemed to want to get closer but didn't dare. You. Comrade Xianxia, what are you not satisfied with? Nothing, Sinan said coldly, everything is fine. But you look very dissatisfied. You're wrong. Brother Rong, you're right. The first round of estrus was over. After the omega was marked with a knot, they would generally be lazy and soft, satisfied, extremely dependent on the alpha and so on. This was commonly known as the honeymoon period. While rapidly improving the relationship between the two parties, they would also prepare for the next round of estrus. Even if there were a few omega or alpha who didn't recognize the other party after pulling up their pants, there were basically no alphas. They would wait until the whole estrus period was over and they didn't need the other party at all. However, Sinan was very talented. He didn't wait to pull up his pants at all. Just as Zhou Rong was racking his brains to make up a few words of love to improve the atmosphere, he kicked the alpha to the ground. Sinan's kick was real. It was completely different from a normal omega acting coquettishly. If it weren't for Zhou Rong's quick reaction, he would have been crippled by now. For this reason, Zhou Rong felt very wronged. He pointed to his crotch and asked, What do you think of it, Comrade Xianxia? Tell me and I'll tell it. I'll definitely ask it to improve. Comrade Xianxia was expressionless. Can you ask it to do a reduction surgery? Zhou Rong said sincerely, It said that it felt that you liked it. Can we be a little more tolerant of the hardware, or discuss the improvement measures in the software? Since Brother Rong is also very hardworking and eager to learn. No, Sinan said, You're a pile driver. Zhou Rong crossed his arms and supported his forehead with one hand. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The Sinan were very good at coming up with nicknames. For example, Guo Weixiang's nickname, the Big Rooster, seemed like it would accompany him for the rest of his life. Zhou Rong was now worried that the pile driver would accompany him for the rest of his life. What if he arrived at the Nanhai base in the future and met the other Unit 118 members? Sinan rolled up the quilt, turned around, and sulked. Si Shannon's sulk didn't last long. That afternoon, a second bout of estrus overcame his consciousness. This time, Zhou Rong was very adventurous. He tried a few positions that he had seen in porn before and found that Sinan was very excited. It was hard to say whether it was excitement caused by pleasure or excitement, but for a moment, Zhou Rong was sure that if Sinan had a gun in his hand, he would definitely shoot him without hesitation. Sinan slept intermittently for a few hours. Every 45 minutes, he would be kissed awake by Zhou Rong. In a daze, he would drink some salt, sugar, or sweet milk to replenish the large amount of water that he had lost during estrus. After a few rounds of feeding, he finally woke up from his half-asleep state. Before he could kick out again, he found himself pressed flat against the bed. Zhou Rong spread his arms and legs wide and firmly locked his limbs in place. He looked down at him and said seriously, "Tell me first, which position are you satisfied with?" "Sinan, I don't know how to do more than that. Watching porn is strictly prohibited in the military academy. Back in the day, we helped our classmates from the cyber espionage department earn money for 4 years and only got a few videos from the external network. Because of that, we were almost punished. I never thought that after so many years, there would be a day when I could use it. Porn really is the cornerstone of human reproduction." Sinan struggled out a hand and commented, "Pile driver." Then, with an earth-shattering bang, Zhou Rong was thrown off the bed by the hook. The length of estrus for Omega varied from person to person. It could be 3 days, 5 days, or even 7 days. It was directly related to the concentration of the body's pheromone. Sinan's pheromone was very weak because of the long-term use of suppressants. In addition, estrus in winter did not last long, so it only lasted for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Zhou Rong kissed the unconscious Si Xiaonan 108 times as a form of self-reflection. He then obediently returned to his normal, conservative posture. It was not a posture that he had learned from the Alpha Physiological Education textbook, but rather a posture that he had learned from the Alpha Physiological Education textbook. This time, Sinan was finally satisfied. He even started to like it a little, which made Zhou Rong very excited and encouraged. However, Zhou Rong's way of expressing his excitement and love was to hold him in the same position for 2 whole hours. It could be said that his stamina was amazing. Sinan did not like such amazing stamina. When he finally woke up, Zhou Rong had to hold him down and kiss him 108 more times before he could calm his raging anger. "Do you know of a fish called pufferfish?" Sinan said coldly, "I don't eat that kind of nonsense." No, pufferfish is very delicious. I'll cook it for you one day." Zhou Rong said lovingly, "But what I meant was that you look like a pufferfish now." The snow had stopped. The mountains were majestic, connecting the sky and the earth. The crystal-clear river flowed through the valley and into the vast snow fog thousands of feet away. The gas in the kitchen was about to run out. Zhou Rong went through the snow to chop firewood and came back to make a fire. He baked bread, roasted luncheon meat, boiled water, and boiled vegetable soup. He made a messy and warm little nest in front of the stove with a soft cushion. He let Sinan rest on his lap and chatted occasionally. Zhou Rong had always been a talkative person. Many of the ordinary and boring stories in his mouth seemed to be full of fun and interest. He talked about how when he was a child, his hometown was hit by a snowstorm. When the army came to help, they slept on the floor of the orphanage. He was envious of the military uniforms and guns, so he gave the candies he saved to the soldiers. In the end, not only did he not give the candies away, but he also came back with a handful of chocolates in his pocket. Later, when he graduated from high school, he signed up for the army. In his first year as a recruit, he was selected for the Special Forces because of his outstanding shooting talent. He was recommended to the military academy and received a scholarship. "I didn't use the scholarship for anything serious," Zhou Rong said regretfully. "I climbed over the wall to eat skewers." Sinan thought of something and asked, "You went to the international competition in your first year in the Special Forces?" "The 3rd year. How old were you when you graduated from high school? 16, Zhou Rong said. I skipped 2 grades in primary school. I'm ashamed. In order to join the Alpha team, I had to be at least 16 years old. Sinan leaned his head against his thigh and lay on the floor, frowning with his arms crossed. Zhou Rong modestly bowed. But now that I think about it, the Omega I met in the competition was the real deal. Zhou Rong said again, 15 years old, specially appointed by the country, tenacious willpower, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and natural acting skills. The Oscars definitely owe him an Oscar. It seems that in this world, there are indeed unimaginably strong opponents in the corners of the world that we don't know about. There's always someone better than you. Sinan smiled and said, Oh? I think so too. Do you think he's still alive? Zhou Rong was about to sigh when suddenly his ears twitched. I don't know. It's been 11 years. I don't want to know at all. What if he misses you and can't forget you? Sinan asked slyly. Zhou Rong immediately said, Impossible, do you think I'm stupid? Falling into the same pit twice? Sinan laughed. I fell when I was young and frivolous, but now I have too many things on my mind to fall again. Zhou Rong said bitterly, Today is different from the past, and there's still you. The flame danced and emitted a bright light. Sinan's smile gradually disappeared, as if he was shrouded by an unknown and complex emotion. What happened after that? Sinan asked softly after a while. After the Special Forces competition, what did you do in China? I was recommended to go to the military academy. The year of graduation, the superiors came to pick people. 3 people were selected out of 2,000, and I was one of them. Zhou Rong said, political appearance, family background, various grades, psychological quality were all tested. They even picked my face and height. At that time, I didn't know what I was going to do. I thought I was going to be an intelligence officer, but later I found out that I was going to be a central guard. Beta is the priority when it comes to spies, okay? Sinan laughed at him. And then? I worked for a few years and met a lot of leaders. I even worked as a personal guard when that person went abroad for an official visit. Zhou Rong mentioned a household name that often appeared on the news. He smiled and said, After I made a few meritorious deeds, I was promoted to Guan Guobin's bodyguard. It's a job that requires steady and solid work. I'm not really suited for it. Sinan looked at Zhou Rong's face, which was illuminated by the flame, and said, So you're that kind of person. Zhou Rong was very unreliable when he was not, but when the situation called for it, he was the most careful and steady person who could hold up the overall situation. This was very different from Sinan. Sinan was an expert in individual combat. It was possible for him to resolve a dangerous situation alone, but it was more difficult for him to dispatch a team to protect others. I'm not. Zhou Rong smiled, seemingly a little depressed. Sinan raised his hand and poked him under the chin. How did you get demoted to 118? Zhou Rong didn't want to say at first, but anyway, there was nothing to do in the long winter and the room was warm. Sinan lay on his lap and poked him from time to time, which made his heart itch. After messing around for a while, he finally surrendered. I was accompanying the foreign guests, and I made a mistake that was neither big nor small. Did you seduce the president's daughter? Sinan joked. No, we've been specially trained, so we're actually very resistant to omega pheromones. Zhou Rong's face was slightly red as he said, One winter, a young man with a special talent for sniping joined the team. He came with me to perform a ceremonial reception mission, but he accidentally froze 3 of his fingers on the security fence. It was more than 20 degrees Celsius outside at the time. After I heard the report, I immediately asked someone to defrost him with warm water. Otherwise, his fingers would be broken, and he would be finished. But the coordinator asked me not to do anything. After all, at that time, all the foreign media were in place. If someone took a picture, his image. Zhou Rong shook his head and smiled. Sinan was used to being disorganized and undisciplined, so he didn't think much of it. You insisted on defrosting him first? They didn't let warm water in. Then I tore down the fence with my bare hands, Zhou Rong admitted helplessly. I was surrounded by a lot of close-ups. It was quite embarrassing. Sinan thought of the scene of the endless bombardment and the corners of his mouth curved. This incident happened to be mixed into the internal strife, and it continued to ferment. It became one of the fuses for the random attacks on each other. Anyway, I was demoted without knowing what happened. It just so happened that Major General Qian needed people, and I had some old connections in the special forces, so I joined 118. Zhou Rongyi spread his hands and said, "That's pretty much what happened after that. But 118 is actually more comfortable than in the central government. The salary and benefits are good, and I can often go on business trips at public expense." Yeah. Sinan pinched the corner of Zhou Rong's mouth, got up and picked up the glass of water. He smiled and said, "If you didn't join 118, we wouldn't have met." If Zhou Rong hadn't been demoted to 118, Sinan wouldn't have walked through the street on that muggy and chaotic afternoon and seen the zombie-besieged parking building. Sinan wouldn't have encountered the Special Forces team, wouldn't have teamed up with other Alpha to kill their way out of T-City, and wouldn't have entered the dangerous dark underground of the B military region. They would no longer have the opportunity to find precious antibodies and information, and at this moment, no one should be carrying the information exchanged with their lives and flying to the distant South China Sea in a helicopter. Fate was intertwined with one another, like invisible dominoes in the unseen world. Before the disaster happened, they had already foreshadowed everything in front of him. Zhou Rong stared at the jumping flames, his eyes shining slightly. "So the two of us should be together," he said slowly. "No one can separate us, it's already destined." The severe cold became a natural barrier to stop the virus, but this small concrete building was always isolated from the world, warm as spring. Sinan didn't say anything, and Zhou Rong also didn't mention it, although they both knew in their hearts that it would be good if this kind of life lasted forever. Isolated from the world, with only each other, a warm and peaceful paradise in their dreams. However, this was impossible. On the 15th day of the lunar year, the Lantern Festival, the heavy snow that sealed the mountain finally melted, and the thick ice on the river cracked into small lines. Zhou Rong sorted out the remaining supplies, cut a few bundles of firewood and piled them in the yard for the latecomers to use. With one hand on Sinan's shoulder, he stood in front of the small concrete building and kissed his hair. "Now that we're going south, we shouldn't encounter the zombie wave head-on. We'll take the national highway, pass by the town supply point, and then find a way to the coastal area." Fortunately, we didn't lose the GPS. If Yan Hao and Chen Chao have already arrived at the South China Sea base, they will definitely report when they receive the signal. Zhou Rong fiddled with the clipped earring on Sinan's earlobe. Sinan crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at the mountains under his feet. The white snow reflected in his eyes, shining brightly. "If," Zhou Rong said slowly and paused. Sinan asked him with his eyes what was wrong. "If you still want to stay for 2 more days," Zhou Rong's every word was clearly carefully worded. "We can also stay here for a while." Sinan patted his shoulder and walked to the SUV. Without turning his head, he smiled and said, "You're thinking too much." After more than 20 days of rest, meticulous care, and stable estrus, Sinan's body and spirit had recovered to the peak state. He was even better than when he met Zhou Rong and the others in T-City. The electric shock scars on his wrists and elbows had disappeared. Along with the dark and hopeless memories that no one knew about, they were like the ebbing tide at dawn, hiding in the dark and secret corners of the sea. "Let's go." Sinan sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and held the door with one hand. He looked like a handsome mixed-blood driving a luxury car on the streets of New York. He whistled at Zhou Rong and raised the corner of his beautiful lips. "What are you waiting for? Get in." Zhou Rong burst into laughter. He came forward and carried Sinan out of the driver's seat, put him on his shoulder, and went around to the passenger's seat. He pressed on top of him and unreasonably fastened his seat belt. "I'm driving, do you understand?" He lifted Sinan's chin with his calloused index finger and smiled. "You're in charge of eating sweet dumplings, sleeping, and massaging my neck every 10 kilometers to relieve boredom. The division of labor is clear. Do you have any objections, Comrade Xiaoxi?" The ice and snow melted, and the mountain road was winding. Zhou Rong opened the window a crack. He drove with one hand and put the other hand on Sinan's knee in the cold wind. Sinan sat cross-legged and ate the glutinous rice balls that Zhou Rong cooked with flour and sugar. From time to time, he would feed him one. He was carefully looking at the tattered road map of the country. Under the vast sky, the SUV spat out exhaust fumes and drove toward the end of the mountains, toward the southern land that was full of holes and smoke. In late February, the south warmed up and the ice on the river broke. The car passed through the deserted village, broke through the snow-covered fields, and sped south. In front of an abandoned gas station on the outskirts of town, the road was empty. Weeds, dust, and garbage were flying in the cold wind. Zhou Rong stopped the car and signaled Sinan to stay in the warm car. He got out of the car and picked up the diesel gun. Sinan closed the road map and saw a small convenience store in front of him. There was no obvious sign of robbery. He opened the car door and asked, "Do you want a cigarette?" Zhou Rong said politely, "No, I've decided to quit smoking for my partner's health." "Go back. Sit back down." Zhou Rong refueled while desperately holding the door open. Sinan pushed the door open. "Don't make such a sacrifice, Brother Rong. I'm very democratic. You can smoke as much as you want. I'll get it for you." "Let go. It's not easy to find a store." "Let me go." The two were in a stalemate for a long time. Sinan's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Come on, there's a zombie." Zhou Rong turned back subconsciously. There was nothing on the road behind him. Sinan ran out from the other side of the car like lightning. He grabbed his snack box and ran happily to the convenience store. "You just want to eat candy." Zhou Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly to Sinan's back, "Come back quickly. We don't have much bullets." Sinan opened the door of the convenience store, ignoring the zombie struggling numbly behind the cashier counter. He laughed, "So what?" 2 minutes later, Zhou Rong was full of gas. As soon as he hung up the gun, he saw the door of the convenience store open again. Sinan came out with his full suitcase in his hands. A zombie with a half-rotten face and long arms followed him out and staggered after him. Zhou Rong's face changed immediately. As soon as he rushed out, he saw Sinan turn around, jump up, and climb onto the zombie's neck with a dazzling jiu-jitsu move. He broke the zombie's neck with only his knees. The zombies wailed and fell. Sinan landed nimbly on the ground and walked towards Zhou Rong with a lollipop in her mouth without even looking at it. Zhou Rong looked down at Sinanping's calm and innocent face and asked, "Where's the promised cigarette?" "I forgot," Sinan suddenly said. He stuffed the snack box into Zhou Rong's arms, turned around, and went back to the shop to find a few packs of cigarettes and put them in his pocket. Zhou Rong casually rummaged through the box of sandwich biscuits and Nutrition Express. A wave of sorrow welled up in his heart. "When you were dating, you sneaked out at night to steal food. You didn't forget to bring me 2 cartons of cigarettes. Now that you've just gotten married, your treatment plummeted. You don't even care about me anymore. Sure enough, you're worthless once you get your hands on me." The worthless Brother Rong patted Sinan's head twice, peeled off the candy wrapper, and stuffed a milk candy into his mouth. Sinan ate both the milk candy and the Alps green apple-flavored lollipop at the same time. She crossed her long legs and leaned against the passenger seat. She repeatedly flipped through the map and frowned. "It's a little strange." "Right?" Zhou Rong held a cigarette and said casually, "I told you that this route was wrong, but you insisted that we follow the map." "Sinan, I said that the milk candy tasted strange. It must have expired." Zhou Rong immediately stopped the car and took out the wrapping paper in the glove compartment of the car door. He carefully looked at it and found that the expiry date was next year. He sighed in relief. Sinan was not very satisfied. "Why doesn't it taste like milk?" Zhou Rong could not clearly explain to this little mixed-race child why the 50-cent milk candy sold in the town's gas station did not taste like milk. He could only comfort him. "In the future, I'll take you to Inner Mongolia. We'll find a grassland to live in a tent and raise cows for you." Sinan moaned reservedly. "Continue 30 kilometers to the south and bypass the town." He closed the map. "Avoid the densely populated areas. When we reach the peninsula, we'll look for a dock and see if we can go directly to the sea." In front of the car window, the road led straight ahead through the dilapidated town. The residential buildings were like dilapidated reinforced concrete coffins scattered silently under the gray sky. Zhou Rong asked for the 101st time, "Are you sure this is the right road?" "I'm not sure, but this national road map published 3 years ago indicates so." 3 years ago, when I brought people here to carry out the mission, this town was not here yet. It was deserted and uninhabited. If you're talking about that time, the road did indeed go around the town, and there was a mountain in front of us. You remember that? Sinan asked in surprise. Zhou Rong blew a smoke ring deeply. I've traveled extensively. I've stepped on the 10,000 mountains of Guangxi and waded through the Talama River of Kunlun. Sinan glanced at him suspiciously. Zhou Rong, after 30 seconds of suffocating silence, Zhou Rong finally told the truth. Back then, we were looking for a toilet on this road, but we couldn't find one. We could only stand in a row on the side of the road to pee and compete to see who could pee the furthest. It left a deep impression on me. I lost to Yan Hao. Facts proved that the national roadmap published by the People's Transportation Publishing House in 2017 could not compete with Zhou Rong's deep memory of failure. The map was wrong, and Zhou Rong was right. At noon, the SUV left the road, leaving the zombie tide gushing out of the town center far behind, and drove over the hillside to the peninsula. The sun peeked out from behind the dark clouds, reflecting the sparkling light of the harbor in the distance. The once bustling gambling city had long been razed to ruins. Almost all the tall buildings were blown up, the TV tower was cut in half, and the garden casino was burned to the ground. The harbor of the bay no longer saw the bustling scene of ships coming and going. Instead, it was replaced by the desolate, silent, and lifeless coastal waters. Further away, the South China Sea islands were hidden in the vast mist, like a legendary mirage. Zhou Rong turned slightly. Looking at the end of the dust-covered city, between the rolling hills, the sunlight reflected vaguely in the high-powered military binoculars. What is that? Zhou Rong narrowed his eyes and said to himself, why does it seem like there is a building? Sinan sucked on his 8th Alps lollipop of the day, grabbed Zhou Rong's shoulder with both hands, and nimbly jumped up. Zhou Rong staggered and steadied himself by holding on to the tree trunk. Unexpectedly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Sinan had already sat on his shoulder with his legs apart and took the binoculars. After a while, Sinan said, ground base. The surface of the building seems to be covered with solar panels. Zhou Rong looked up and smiled, with a slightly bad intention, Comrade Xiaoxi, do you know? Your action seems to be a vague invitation to me, such as off-road car sex. Do you want to try scissor feet? Sinan used his thighs to clamp Zhou Rong's neck, smiled and said, it is said that the suffocation play is very satisfying. The two of them, one on top and one on bottom, looked at each other for 3 seconds, and suddenly moved at the same time. Zhou Rong carried Sinan and quickly retreated to the rear SUV, while Sinan flipped over and twisted his neck. With a loud bang, Zhou Rong bent back and pressed Sinan's back against the hood of the car. In the midst of Sinan's laughter, Zhou Rong turned around and grabbed both of Sinan's ankles, squeezing his whole body between Sinan's thighs, and made a very threatening posture. Suffocation play? Zhou Rong stared down at Sinan and asked condescendingly. Sinan asked back, I showed mercy, you know? That was true. If Zhou Rong was a zombie, in that position, his neck would have been twisted by Sinan's legs, just like the zombie in the gas station who was cleanly decapitated. Sinan lay on the hood, his eyes bright, his eyelashes curved, and the corners of his lips slightly raised in a provocative manner. Looking down from above, his neck was particularly slender, his collarbone extended into the collar of his black shirt, and the blood vessels were clearly visible under his white skin. Zhou Rong's breathing deepened, and his heart was slightly warm. He lowered his head and rubbed his lips between Sinan's eyebrows for a moment, wanting to make a little mistake of discipline in the wilderness. At this moment, there was a slight sound in the distance, click. The sound, like a bird flying from a tree branch, passed through hundreds of meters and entered Zhou Rong's ears. Who is it? Zhou Rong quickly stepped forward and picked up the binoculars that Sinan had thrown to the ground. In the gray forest of winter, shadows of ghosts were flickering under the hillside. A group of zombies was quietly surrounding them, and they were already within 100 meters. Get in the car. Zhou Rong said sternly, quick. The two got into the SUV at the same time, and the engine roared as they sped towards the shady side of the hillside. But when they were halfway up the hillside, they suddenly heard dragging footsteps in front of them. Another group of zombies seemed to have emerged from the ground, densely blocking their way. Damn, why is there no movement at all? Aren't the zombies screaming? Zhou Rong frowned. They've learned how to sneak attack? Sinan held the binoculars. 10 o'clock forward, quick, there's a breakthrough. The SUV turned around bumpily, and the group of zombies chased after them. Finally, one after another, they let out muffled howls. Sinan pulled out 2 submachine guns from the back seat and threw them to Zhou Rongi. The two lowered the window at the same time and pulled the trigger, shooting the zombies in front of them. They're surrounding us. Zhong Sinan roared after the gunshots. Zhou Rong, are you kidding me? Zombies don't have minds of their own. The SUV ran over the knotted tree roots on the ground and suddenly bounced up. Zhou Rongi held the steering wheel with one hand and shot down the zombies pouncing from the side with the other. The tires crashed to the ground, and several zombies were crushed into pieces. Roar, more zombies staggered and finally appeared from the forest, fanning out to surround the SUV. Zhou Rong's pupils suddenly contracted, and he realized that Sinan's observation was not wrong. This was indeed an encirclement. Not only that, but there was also stealth, concealment, and teamwork. The zombies actually had the preliminary intelligence of a social animal hunting. Zhou Rong felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He had traveled across more than half of the country, but he had never felt such a real fear as at this moment. When did the zombies start to mutate? Did the zombies have minds of their own? Did they exist all over the country, or did the virus in the coastal areas evolve? Sinan reloaded a new magazine and backhanded the SUV to shoot repeatedly. Almost every time she pulled the trigger, 2 or 3 zombies would be killed. Zhou Rong jerked the clutch, only to hear him shout as the shells flew out, "There are too many zombies in front of us. Turn around and go down the mountain." On the muddy ground covered with thick leaves, the SUV roared and turned around. Under the gaze of the zombies, it drifted like a race car, knocking over half of the zombies in a circle and sending them flying in a fan shape. "Hold on tight." Zhou Rong roared, and then stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom. Most of the zombies had already gathered in front of the SUV. There was no time to chase, and they could only watch as the SUV made a 180-degree turn. The modified bumper protruded with spikes and sent the zombies flying head-on. The SUV roared into the forest and rushed down the mountain between rocks and tree roots. Boom! The heavy SUV flew and landed on the ground, the tires making a sharp screeching sound. The two of them bounced up at the same time. Zhou Rong reached out and caught Sinan in his arms, but his head hit the roof of the SUV, and he groaned. The off-road vehicle with a modified engine didn't even pause. It left the zombies behind and sped off into the distance. "Very good, we got out smoothly." Zhou Rong exhaled a hot breath. "The quality of this car is good. I can express the gratitude of the people to my brother-in-law in the underworld." "He's not my brother-in-law," Sinan said coldly. Zhou Rong, okay. The floor of the driver's seat was full of bullet casings. The SUV bypassed the city and drove to the hillside in front of it, where the reflections of buildings flickered. Groups of zombies wandered on the side of the road, but they couldn't catch up with the SUV. They could only reach out to the dust raised by the wheels in despair. Zhou Rong looked away from the side mirror and asked, "How many zombies surrounded us just now?" 500 to 600. "Why?" "There were no wounds on those zombies." Sinan's hand paused in the middle of flipping through the map. After a living person is infected by the virus, most of them start to rot from the bite, and then spread to the whole body. But the decomposition of those zombies was very uniform. A few of them must have been bitten recently. There were no obvious bite marks on their heads, necks, arms, etc. Zhou Rong paused, one hand supporting his forehead, his thick and sharp eyebrows furrowed. When the military helicopters came to T-City to pick up the survivors, the nurses who fell ill also didn't have any wounds. They were infected by inhaling the high concentration of poisonous smoke from burning zombies. Then what about the zombies in the coastal area? Ocean currents? Has the virus spread to this extent? That's not possible. Only the sound of the tires moving forward could be heard in the car. Both of them were silent for a moment. Sinan slowly turned a page. They started to develop elementary intelligence. Maybe it has something to do with this. Intelligence. This word made Zhou Rong shiver. The city is too dangerous. In front of us are the buildings on the ground that we saw just now. Sinan looked up and asked, shall we go and take a look? Zhou Ronggong was about to answer when he suddenly cursed for the second time today, F***ck. Zhou Rong slammed on the brakes. The tires scraped the ground again, and the two of them pulled forward at the same time. Then Zhou Rong didn't have time to explain. He quickly reversed the car and turned the steering wheel. The car shook violently. Zhong Sinan glanced back and saw that in front of the car, there was a rope tied with iron wire. Stop. Stop. Get down. Or we'll shoot. Suddenly, a dozen people jumped out from the side of the road. They were all dressed in camouflage and holding guns, shouting at the front of the car. Robbery? Zhou Rong's eyes were cold. Just as he was about to step on the accelerator and run over these people, he heard the leader shout, "Stop, what are you doing? We are the People's Liberation Army." Zhou Rong's foot on the accelerator suddenly slipped. These people were obviously veterans. They must have done this hundreds of times. In this 1,000th of a second of hesitation, several people pulled the trigger of their shotguns at the same time and shattered the entire front window of the car. In the loud crash, countless pieces of glass and broken glass rushed into the driver's seat. Zhou Rong pressed down on the Sinan, and his eardrums were buzzing. He grabbed the submachine gun and covered half of his face with his elbow. Just as he raised his head and was about to snipe, he suddenly froze. The dozen people were just about to rush to the SUV when suddenly, the head of the leader who shouted, "We are the People's Liberation Army," exploded with blood, and he staggered and fell. His subordinates didn't even have time to scream before the second, third, and fourth were all shot in the head, turning into ghosts in an instant without knowing why. Sniper! Someone yelled, "Find cover, quick!" Someone forced his way into the car. Zhou Ronggong was about to break his neck and send him to the afterlife when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a sergeant's epaulette on the man's uniform. His eyebrows twitched slightly, and he smashed the man's head with the butt of his gun, causing him to fall to the ground. "See Xiaonan, hold on tight." Zhou Ronghui went to the driver's seat and was about to step on the accelerator to force his way through when he heard a crisp sound, click. Zhou Rong, Sinan didn't care if the other party was the People's Liberation Army or not. As long as it wasn't the special forces from Team 118 who shot him first, they were a bunch of dead people in his eyes. He reached out the car window with his right hand, grabbed the throat of the person, and twisted it. With the crisp sound of the throat breaking, he grabbed the shotgun and pulled the trigger. The whole series of actions took less than 3 seconds. Bang! More than half of the people blocking the road fell, and the dead rolled on the ground with their sternum protruding. The rest of the people desperately rushed into the car. Sinan Kong was about to fire a second shot when he suddenly paused and pinched his earlobe. "Zhou Rong," he said in surprise, "your gate tracker is vibrating." Zhou Rong thought to himself that the homolocator, no, the military signal transmitter was vibrating. Could it be that Yan Hao was nearby? But how could Yan Hao be nearby? They didn't go to the South China Sea? The situation suddenly became very chaotic. Zhou Rong also realized that the robbers were probably fake People's Liberation Army. Seeing that there were still a few people struggling to get up from the ground, he didn't have time to arrest and interrogate them. He decisively said, "See Xiaonan, don't shoot, hold on tight. Tell me the location." With a loud bang, Zhou Rong stepped on the accelerator. The tattered SUV knocked those people over. "Turn right at 3 o'clock. Sinan glanced at the rearview mirror. Someone had raised a shotgun again. He immediately shouted, "Lower your heads." The two of them lowered their heads at the same time. They heard a loud crash from the rear window. Steel balls mixed with broken glass washed the rear of the car again. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. If the back of their heads had been hit, their heads would have been gone. Even so, Zhou Rong still made a hiss sound. The back of his ear was scratched by the flying broken glass, and a long line of blood flowed out. The blood was reflected in Sinan's eyes. He frowned, picked up the submachine gun, and set it to single-shot mode. He didn't even turn his head or aim. He pulled the trigger with his backhand, the bullet left the chamber. The bullet passed through the rear of the car with broken glass, cut through the smoke-filled road, and flew for dozens of meters. At this moment, time slowed to a standstill. The next moment, it appeared in front of the forehead of the soldier who fired the shot and passed through his skull. Bang! Red and white brain matter burst out. The soldier's body shook and suddenly fell. Zhou Rong praised, "Good marksmanship. In the future, let's compete to see who's going to wash the dishes." Sinan said blankly, "What, we're going to wash the dishes?" The car roared and leaped, crushed the road guardrail, and flew into the wilderness filled with trees. The people behind the car didn't dare to chase anymore. They were afraid that they would be shot in the head by the sniper bullets flying from afar. They all fled in all directions and disappeared in an instant. 11 o'clock ahead, there's someone there. Zhou Rong turned the steering wheel, and the tire screeched through the bushes and weeds. After driving for about 300 to 400 meters, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a group of people not far away. They were talking at once, trying to persuade something. In the middle, there were two people wrestling. Zhou Rong's eyebrows twitched. "Yan Hao?" Yan Hao cursed loudly. He stood up and punched the man hard, knocking him to the ground. Several people around immediately rushed up to stop the fight, but this fight was obviously a little off. Almost all of them were holding on to Yan Hao, so the other party covered his nose and got up. He rushed up and kicked Yan Hao's abdomen several times. Obviously, these people were ganging up to bully Yan Hao. "Damn it!" Zhou Rong cursed. He braked, jumped out of the car and strode away. Before the group of people could react, Zhou Rong had already walked straight into the crowd, grabbed the man, and threw him over his shoulder. "What are you doing? Damn it, stop it!" Those people cursed and tried to stop Zhou Rong, but before they could touch him, they were all beaten up by Zhou Rong. Then, he grabbed the leader who had kicked Yan Hao just now, clamped his arm, grabbed the back of his collar, and slammed his head against a tree. Yan Hao took the opportunity to break free. "Captain!" "Hey, wait!" Zhou Rong didn't care about him. Every time he slammed his head against the tree, he scolded, "Who told you to hit my people? Who told you to bully me with numbers?" After a few bangs, Zhou Rong pulled his hair and asked, "Are you convinced?" That person was first beaten black and blue by Yan Hao, then hit by Zhou Rong until his head was bleeding. He immediately cursed, "F***ck your ancestors. Brothers, let's go together and beat them." But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard, bang, there was an explosion of gunshots, and everyone paused. Sinan got out of the car with a submachine gun, nodded slightly to Yan Hao, and then narrowed his eyes to look around at the crowd. When his toes touched the ground, one of the people in the group secretly reached into his back pocket, but just as he took out his gun, there was another bang. Sinan's sniping was extremely accurate, and the man's gun was hit far away before he could raise it. This time, the open space fell into a complete silence. "Who wants to die?" Sinan said softly, "Come out." Everyone looked at each other with resentment, but no one dared to move. Bang! With the last bang, Zhou Rong pulled the man's hair again, making him raise his head with blood all over his face. "Are you convinced?" The man's lips trembled, and he gasped, I'm convinced." Yan Hao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and finally hypocritically and belatedly stopped the fight. "Captain, don't hit him. He's on our side. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." "That's good." Zhou Rong was satisfied. He let go of the man and let him fall to the ground. He patted his cuffs and asked Yan Hao, "Why are you here? Were you the one who sniped just now? Who's on the same side with these guys?" Zhou Rong's three questions were difficult to answer. Yan Hao exhaled a mouthful of blood and motioned him to wait. Then he walked to the man and helped him up, ignoring the man's struggle. "Brother one." Yan Hao said coldly, "It happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to introduce him to you. This is our long-lost squadron leader." The man with the surname Wan leaned against the tree and gasped for breath. He raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at Zhou Rong angrily. Yan Hao quietly moved half a step and blocked his sight of Zhou Rong, who was glaring at him with hatred. "I said that I knew them, and I couldn't watch them being pointed at with a gun. That's why I grabbed your gun and went to snipe the robbers." You have your so-called mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind action plan. But if I followed your plan, my captain and teammates would be in danger. So I couldn't hold back and took action first. I'm very sorry. Yan Hao's ability to express himself was quite clear. Zhou Rong's doubts were slightly relieved. Yan Hao must have cooperated with this group of robbers for some reason. But when he found out that the robbers were Zhou Rong and the Sinan, he took the initiative to shoot and kill 4 of the robbers, which almost ruined the group's plan to kill the robbers. That was why he was beaten. I'll explain to Miss Chen when we get back. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Now that we've met up with our captain, we can immediately pick up the other 3 teammates and set off for the South China Sea. Yan Hao stood condescendingly in front of him, crossed his arms, and said lightly, "Thank you very much for your trouble during this time. I'll repay you in the future if fate allows." Only the heavy and short breaths of everyone could be heard in the open space. Zhou Rong, the Sinan, and Yan Hao didn't say anything. After a long time, the man named Wan sneered and said sarcastically, I wouldn't dare. You're someone that Miss Chen values very much. My brothers can't compare with you special forces. Go back and explain yourself." He struggled to get up. He was quite stubborn and didn't let anyone help him. He walked unsteadily to his subordinates and said, "Let's go. Let's call it a day and return to the base." The group of robbers drove a truck, and the pickup truck was hidden in a secluded area behind the grove. After this fight, Yan Hao had completely fallen out with them. Naturally, he couldn't go back with their car, so he and Zhou Rong and Sinan got into the SUV that was riddled with holes. Yan Hao's eyes were red. He took the initiative to hug Zhou Rongi and Sinan. "Comrade Yan Hao, I'm flattered by your enthusiasm." Zhou Rong touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Someone like you who never calls me Brother Rong and always calls me Captain, it seems that this is the first time you've taken the initiative to hug me. Could it be that you finally realized how precious Brother Rong is?" Yan Hao leaned over Sinan's shoulder and said in a choked voice, "That's great, you're still alive." Then he suddenly smelled something and his whole body stiffened. "You." Yan Hao stared straight at Sinan, who looked back with an innocent look. "Could it be that you have already?" Zhou Rong touched his nose and coughed, "It's almost like what you see." After Alpha and Omega marked each other, their pheromones would be mixed with each other's scent. Although Sinan's inhibitor hadn't completely lost its effect, if one got close, one could indeed smell a trace of Zhou Rong's scent from the glands at the back of his neck. Yan Hao was at a loss for a long time. His eyes became redder, and he raised his trembling hands to cover his face. Zhou Rong shook his head helplessly at Sinan. He must be thinking, how can this guy surnamed Zhou still be alive? Sinan, okay, I know, I'm sorry. Zhou Rong forcibly put his arm around Yan Hao's shoulder. Don't cry, get in the car. Yan Hao was very shocked. He refused to sit in the front passenger seat and insisted on sitting in the back alone. Zhou Rong had no choice but to let Sinan drive, and he squeezed into the back seat. He patted Yan Hao's shoulder and said earnestly, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why do you have to fall in love with only one flower? Actually, I didn't expect that when we were trapped in the deep mountains and forests, the snow had blocked the road for half a month. I didn't mean to give you a fair chance to compete." Sinan drove closely behind the convertible pickup in front of them while glancing at Yan Hao from the rearview mirror. It seemed that it wanted to comfort him. However, comforting people was a skill that required emotional intelligence. Sinan thought for a long time and said, "Oh. I'll seduce him." "Zhou Rong, Yan Hao almost cried out. Zhou Rong tried his best to persuade Yan Hao, who wanted to jump out of the car, to stay back. Sinan considerately shut up. The SUV with ventilation on all sides went over the hillside and followed the truck to the survivor base in the distance. On the night when the captain jumped off the plane, I wanted to jump too, but Chun Chao desperately pulled me. Yan Hao swallowed, and his beautiful eyes turned red again. Zhou Rong thought that she was really his good daughter. He pretended to comfort her and asked, "Why didn't you go to the South Sea? Are the antibodies still there?" "Yes. We will protect the antibodies and the data even if we die." Yan Hao pointed at the truck in front of them. "Chen and this group of people only thought that we were separated from the main group and didn't know that we were carrying things. so don't mention it when we enter the base later. Zhou Rong asked suspiciously, who is Chen? Her name is Xianxia. Omega, she's a woman, the leader of the survivor base. Yan Hao said, on the night when the helicopter fell into the sea, we were rescued by the civilian patrol team on the shore. Then, we were sent to her base. Late at night when they left Xianxia, the helicopter passed through Guangdong and flew to the coast. It encountered a rare storm and couldn't find any trace of the South Sea base. They had to rush back to the port and make an emergency landing. However, due to the bad weather and poor visibility, 2 helicopters fell into the sea one after another. Fortunately, they fell on the coast and there happened to be a civilian patrol team at the port. They immediately released a lifeboat to pick up the survivors. This patrol team belonged to the largest survivor base in the area. After Yan Hao and the others were rescued, they saw the leader of the base, the female Omega named Xianxia. She's very strange, Yan Hao frowned. Zhou Rong asked cautiously, what's strange? Disfigured, disabled, and unable to stand. The base itself is a research institute under the G military region. She's the wife of the deputy director. After the virus outbreak, many people, including her husband, died. She led a group of cadres in the institute to take in tens of thousands of people nearby. Originally, the people in the institute listened to her. No, she's very weak. She's not the same type as the Sinan. In the post-apocalyptic world, the law of the jungle was the law of the jungle. Yan Hao, Chen Chao, and the others were naturally very curious about how a weak female Omega could become the leader of tens of thousands of people surrounded by wolves. Of course, Xianxia was also very curious about their background. Yan Hao told her that he was separated from the rest of the team, and the team leader was also missing. Now, he wanted to take the survivors rescued on the way to the South Sea base. Yan Hao didn't mention anything about the antibodies and virus research, so Xianxia didn't suspect anything. However, on the way to deal with this disaster, this civilian leader and several special forces soldiers had quite a bit of disagreement. Yan Hao hoped that she could send people to help find a ship along the coast and let them go out to sea to find the headquarters. However, Xianxia said that she had sent people to repair the local communication base at an unimaginable cost, but so far, she hadn't received any official signal. Even if the base that Yan Hao mentioned did exist, the government had already abandoned the people. She admired the special forces very much and sincerely hoped that they would stay. She also said that she would do everything she could to lead the survivors to overcome the disaster. Too naive. Zhou Rong frowned and said, this disaster is global. It requires the cooperation of all countries and even the entire human race. Does she think that she's the Virgin Mary? That's the strange part. Yan Hao said, not only does she have this naive to the point of foolishness, but the alpha subordinates who manage the base also have this kind of belief. This kind of belief seems to be the cornerstone of her leadership in the base. Could it be that she's a cult? Zhou Rong asked. So far, no such signs have been found. Zhou Rong nodded solemnly. The truck shook as it went over the hillside. Dust was flying in front of them, and gradually, a vast base building appeared. Brick walls and iron fences with electric rings stood high under the sky, protecting the human settlement in the apocalypse. Zombies were in groups of 3 to 5, wandering around in confusion. They gathered under the brick walls and wailed as they hit the iron fences. You insisted on going to the South China Sea. Did she try to use force to stop you? Zhou Rong asked again. She didn't, Yan Hao smiled bitterly, that's the tricky part. Xianxia didn't detain the special forces. Instead, she treated them well and treated them sincerely. She also took care of the 70 survivors that the special forces brought with them. Usually, when Yan Hao and others wandered around the base to observe, she ignored them and didn't stop them. Her attitude could be said to be completely open. Other than the fact that she wasn't very cooperative when searching for ships, everything she did was perfect. Yan Hao almost thought that she was a perfect civilian leader. On one hand, he didn't want to eat and drink for free. On the other hand, he hoped to meet Zhou Rong who was going south. Yan Hao took the initiative to ask Xianxia to join the security team. He would help them every day, clearing zombies and searching for survivors in the nearby areas. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. Not only that, she also called several security team leaders under her, including Wan Biao. She asked them to treat Xianxia with respect and pay special attention to learning from the special forces. Oh, really? Zhou Rong seemed to find it very interesting. He smiled and said, "It seems that Miss Chen really values you. Then why does Wan Biao dislike you?" Xianxia said coldly, "I don't know. Captain, you'd better ask him. Don't look at me like that. I don't know anything, and I don't want to know." Several guards rushed out of the base's duty room. They killed all the zombies outside the iron fence and opened the gate together. The truck rumbled as it drove in, followed by the SUV in a cloud of dust, echoing with Zhou Rong's uncontrollable laughter. Wan Biao jumped out of the truck. He didn't even look at Xianxia. He took his man and went straight into the office building in front of him. Xianxia signaled Sinan not to worry. He went around the office building and drove to the back. A few hundred meters behind the management area, there were rows of dormitories. The special forces lived far away from the dormitory area. It was close to the management area. It was a small independent courtyard. It seemed that the woman named Xianxia was very polite to them. This small courtyard had its own entrance. It had white walls and green tiles. It was obvious that this was a special treatment. Sinan parked the car in front of the gate of the courtyard. Zhou Rong slammed the horn and shouted arrogantly, "Come out, all of you. See who's here." "Dad. Dad." Springgrass burst into tears. She rolled and crawled like a rocket launcher out of the barrel. She threw herself at Zhou Rong and hugged him passionately. Then, she was picked up by her cheapskate father and spun around 360 degrees. "Where are Xianxia and Ding? They're on duty. They'll be back soon." "Ah. See Xiaonan." Chen Chao burst into tears. She rushed to Sinan and hugged Sinan tightly. She almost knocked Sinan back into the driver's seat. "I thought you were dead." "See Xiaonan." Chen Chao was in tears. She sobbed and asked, "Did you two do it? Did you finally become my new mother? I waited for you two for a month. Did you two go to give me a younger brother or sister?" Sinan's feeling of being touched disappeared without a trace in an instant. "Zhou Rong," he said expressionlessly, "please come and take Lieutenant Simbidi Emmanuel away." The small courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. Zhou Rong put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at his team members with a smile. Suddenly, he heard a very gentle and polite cough behind him. He turned around and saw Wan Biao pushing a wheelchair to the entrance of the courtyard. In the wheelchair was a young, thin woman with beautiful facial features. However, her left cheek was disfigured by a red scar. Her hair was tied up, and she was wearing a light gray sweater with a blanket covering her legs. When her eyes met with Zhou Rong's, she nodded humbly and then glanced at everyone in the courtyard. Zhou Rong narrowed his sharp eyes. He noticed that the woman's gaze was very fast when she glanced at Xianxia and Chen Chao. However, when she looked at Sinan, she paused for a moment, as if she couldn't be sure. Her expression changed slightly. However, it only took half a second. It was so fast that it felt like an illusion. "You must be Captain Zhou." The woman restrained her expression and solemnly extended her hand. "I'm Xianxia. I've heard a lot about you. It's an honor to meet you." The interior decoration of the small courtyard was actually quite good. The windows were bright and clean, and the furniture was complete. There were 3 double bedrooms and a dining hall. The conditions are good. "Miss Chen, thank you for your hard work." Zhou Rong walked around the inside and outside and said with a smile, "Soldiers don't actually need these privileges." Xianxia was pushed into the living room by Wan Biao. She sat at the square dining table with her hands folded on the blanket and replied, "Captain Zhou, you're welcome. I'm very grateful that you've escorted the survivors for thousands of miles. It's only right to provide a good living environment as much as possible." She looked very demure, but when she spoke, there was an indescribable temperament. She was natural and unrestrained, frank and resolute. It seemed that she wasn't the so-called cultists who used mind control to brainwash the people. Then what ability did she have to lead this huge base? Zhou Rong smiled, but the way he looked at her was cold and impolite. Chen Yaojing seemed to be unaware of Zhou Rong's scrutiny. She made a pleased gesture to another chair at the dining table and said, "Captain Zhou, please sit." Zhou Rong leaned against the windowsill and kept an eye on Sinan and Grassy, who were eating and chatting in the backyard. He said, "No, it's too tiring to drive all the way. I'll stand for a while." "Okay." Chen Yajing didn't force him. She changed the topic and said, "Today's incident was a misunderstanding. I brought Wan Biao here specifically to apologize." "In fact," Zhou Rong interrupted her, "who are the robbers? Why do they call themselves the army?" Chen Yajing was silent for a moment before she said slowly, "They can't be called the army anymore." Zhou Rong said sensitively, "Can't be?" "Yes. Our base used to be a large research institute directly under the G military region, so it's inextricably linked to the army. After the outbreak of the virus, I had a disagreement with some leaders inside the research institute on the issue of how to deal with the disaster victims nearby." Although Chen Yajing didn't say it directly, Zhou Rong could easily understand what she was implying. The result of the disagreement was a violent mutiny. Chen Yajing didn't mention the bloodshed and casualties during the mutiny, but the result was that the rebels who disagreed with Chen Yajing eventually left the research institute and went to the other side of the peninsula to build their own base. Compared to the well-equipped research institute, the new base was obviously very barren. While the opponents looted the city and the vehicles passing by, they did not give up on their plan to attack the original research institute. In recent weeks, the bloody conflicts between the two research institutes had become more and more frequent, to the point that Chen Yajing was very anxious. Yan Hao was working with Wan Biao this time in order to attack the other party's carjacking and guard the only way to the research institute. However, Wan Biao didn't like Yan Hao, who was a pretty boy, and often made things difficult for him. He almost killed Zhou Rong and Sinan, who were passing by. It was purely a coincidence. Some of them did belong to the military region, but most of them killed the G military region's soldiers in the conflict, took their uniforms and guns, and pretended to be Li Kuei. Chen Yajing sighed. Wan Biao's behavior was indeed inappropriate. He didn't know what was right and wrong, but he almost accidentally injured Captain Zhou. "I have to apologize to you." "Oh, it's okay. Yan Hao didn't mind it a long time ago." Zhou Rong forcibly pulled Yan Hao over and said casually, "Right, Yan Hao." Yan Hao snorted coldly. Wan Biao, whose face was bruised and swollen, had bandages on his head. He raised his eyebrows and was about to explode. It's obvious that Yan Hao didn't listen to the command. "They even took guns, brother, Rong." With a bang, the door burst open. Guo Weixiang's tears were streaming down his face. He was like a giant husky who was wild with joy. He jumped into the door and hugged Zhou Rong, crying loudly. "Great, you're still alive. I knew you were still alive. We've been looking for you and praying for you guys every day. Fortunately, you're still alive." Zhou Rong was caught off guard by the tears and snot. He hurriedly grabbed Guo Weixiang's collar and pulled him away. "Yan Hao, come and help me. Let's get him to play with Sinan in the backyard." "Yan Hao, what's wrong with your face?" Guo Weixiang was shocked. "Why is the corner of your eye broken? Who dares to hurt your beautiful face?" "Wan Biao, who?" Guo Weixiang rolled up his sleeves with a murderous look. "I'm going to settle this with him right now." Yan Hao hurriedly pulled Guo Weixiang to the backyard to eat and chat with Sinan Chenchao. A moment later, a tragic scream came from the yard. "See Xiaonan. What did Brother Rong do to you? When did you guys get out of bed? Damn it, why didn't anyone wait for me?" "Zhou Rong." There was an awkward silence in the living room. After a while, Chen Yajing rubbed her temples. "As you can see, Captain Zhou," she said helplessly, "Yan Hao and the others have been desperately searching for your whereabouts. Now that you guys have met up, what's your next step?" She finally brought up the main point. "Yan Hao should have explained to you before that we hope to find a ship to sail to our temporary headquarters on the Sproutly Islands." Zhou Rong said politely, "If you are willing to send people to assist us, of course, it would be best." "With all due respect," Chen Yajing said, "the headquarters you mentioned may no longer exist." She had probably repeated the same words to Yan Hao many times, but Zhou Rong did not immediately refute. The two of them looked at each other quietly. Guo Weixiang's cheerful shouting and Chen Chao's noisy shouting in the backyard suddenly became very abrupt and obvious. Do you know where the first area of the national virus outbreak was? It's the land under your feet. But what did the government do at that time? Cover it up, block it, suppress it, refuse to report it, and ban the news. Qin Yajing said coldly. Later, when the situation became so serious that it was out of control, they tried to use indiscriminate bombing to wipe out the entire village and town. Bombing was necessary. Zhou Rong replied calmly. From small coastal towns to the heart of the country, all sacrifices were inevitable as long as the spread of the virus could be controlled. Qin Yajing retorted sarcastically, but what happened later? I spent countless manpower and material resources to repair the communication base station. Before winter came, I kept sending signals to the surrounding areas to ask for support. Where is the government? Where is the country? Where is the rescue? Zhou Rong was silent. If we hadn't opened the door to accept the people, the coastal areas would have completely fallen. Captain Zhou, I admire soldiers like you who are determined and have faith, but unfortunately, not all officials and soldiers have the same faith. Qin Yajing said faintly, the country has abandoned us. We can only struggle to save ourselves in the end of the world. We have to use all means to preserve the fire of survival as much as possible. Zhou Rong was silent for a long time, then said slowly, I have a different view from you, Miss Qin. What do you think the country is? Qin Yajing did not answer. The country is not a subjective state that changes, nor is it a fixed objective territory. The country is not only the political power, the organization, the army, and the territory. It is also you and I who are standing here now, and everyone who is struggling to survive in other places. You are the widow of the deputy director of this research institute. You use the country's property and resources to save tens of thousands of people in the surrounding areas. Do you think this action does not represent the country? I'm a major of the 118 top secret unit. I brought 21 members to the south and sacrificed 17 comrades to carry out the mission and protect the people. However, I never gave up on any ordinary survivors. Do you think that this kind of behavior is not representative of the country? Qin Yajing instinctively wanted to refute, but she could not organize the words and suppressed it. I understand your thoughts. Zhou Rong said frankly, his voice still very calm, the world is vast, and there is smoke everywhere. You can't wait for any rescue, and you feel abandoned. But now you have seen that we are constantly looking for the government and organizations. In other places that you can't see, there must be soldiers like me who are constantly searching for survivors and slowly gathering into an army. Where do you think the government's power to save the people comes from? It is gathered bit by bit like this. If you stand on your own and I stand still, everyone will become scattered sand. Then the country will be divided, and the government will never have the power to gather together to carry out rescue, right? The living room fell into a long silence. A ray of afterglow shone through the glass window and reflected on Qin Yajing's blanket-covered legs. After a while, she finally shook her head and said in a low voice, what you said is not without reason, but the South China Sea is vast. I still don't think you have the possibility of finding the so-called headquarters. The possibility of dying at sea is higher. Zhou Ronghui said, that is our business. But I can honestly say that successfully reaching the base in the South China Sea is the most important part of our mission. Even if you refuse to provide any cooperation, we will definitely do it. Qin Yajing stared at him with a probing gaze, but Zhou Rong was indifferent. Half of his face was bathed in the golden-red afterglow, while the other half was hidden in the shadows. His eyebrows were cold and gloomy, but the corner of his mouth was casually curled up. If one only looked at his appearance, even the so-called army that mutinous and robbed people looked more righteous than him. Pardon me, Captain Zhou. Qin Yajing finally said slowly. In today's apocalypse, an important mission that an elite soldier like you would do even if it cost your life, could it be related to the vaccine? Brother Rong. The door was slammed open again. Dingshi's tears were streaming down her face as she cheered. Like a giant Doberman, she rushed in and hugged Zhou Rong, crying loudly. That's great, you are still alive. Sinan is also alive. Sob, 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 I missed you so much. I knew that with Brother Rong's ability, you wouldn't die. I'm so happy. Zhou Rong's eyes were once again filled with tears and snot. He had no choice but to comfort Dingshi and persuade him to stop. He grabbed the Doberman by the collar and handed it to Yan Hao, indicating that he should quickly send the Doberman to the backyard to play with the husky. Yan Hao, what happened to your face? Dingshi was stunned. Who hit you? Who dares to hit the face of the 118 Brigade's beauty? Wan Biao was speechless again. Yan Hao couldn't take it anymore. Who is the beauty of your brigade? Why not? You're the one who got the award for the promotional performance. You're an important asset to our team. Dingshi rolled up his sleeves and said angrily, who hit you? I'll get Xianxia to settle the score with him. Yan Hao took a few quick steps and carried him to the backyard. He slammed the door behind him impatiently. Zhou Rong had a premonition and covered his ears. 3 seconds later, a shocked voice was heard in the yard again. Sinan. You. Aren't you afraid of cancer? You and Brother Rong. When did you get married? Sinan said something in reply, but Dingshi shouted loudly, that's right. How are you going to do the wedding? How many children are you going to have? Have you decided whether they will take your surname or Brother Rong's? Zhou Rong rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath. You are wrong, Miss Chen. Zhou Rong finally calmed down. He raised his head and looked directly at Chen Yajing. For a soldier, any mission is the most important. But our mission has nothing to do with the vaccine. It was accepted before the apocalypse. Now we just need to report back. Chen Yajing nodded. Zhou Rong didn't know whether she believed him or not. He didn't want to know what she was thinking. He knew that Chen Yajing wouldn't believe only one side of the story. I understand. Since you have made up your mind, I will try my best to cooperate. Chen Yajing said, from tomorrow onwards, I will send people to help you search the coastal area for usable boats and prepare supplies and manpower. I wish you and your team good luck. Zhou Rong was slightly surprised. He bowed and said, thank you very much. Chen Yajing indicated that he didn't need to thank her. Wan Biao pushed her wheelchair out of the yard. Miss Chen, Zhou Rong leaned against the door and said loudly. Chen Yajing turned her head. This base won't be your safe haven forever. Zhou Rong looked at her ferocious left cheek and said, the virus has begun to evolve. The zombies have gradually developed the habit of hunting in groups. Once a large number of zombies start to besiege this base, the situation will become extremely dangerous. You have to be prepared to move at any time. Chen Yajing gave a short laugh. No, that's not evolution. It's just a rare phenomenon. Don't worry. Zhou Rong suddenly had a trace of suspicion in his heart, but she calmly said, just like how you swore to find the South Sea headquarters, I will do whatever it takes to protect this base. Even if you don't understand now, you will understand my persistence one day. Wan Biao pushed her to a nanny van that had been waiting for a long time at the entrance of the yard. The van was obviously specially equipped for Chen Yajing's mobility. The window of the driver's seat was lowered halfway, revealing a small part of the driver's face. At first glance, the driver looked normal. He was a young man in his 30s. His skin was fair, his hair was black, and he was thin. He wore glasses and even had a bit of a refined demeanor. From his wrist casually hanging by the window, it could be seen that he was wearing a light blue shirt and a white coat. But for some reason, Zhou Rong's eyelids suddenly twitched. His long-held intuition of danger suddenly emerged. Some kind of uneasiness suddenly swept over his sensitive nerves. The driver sensed his gaze and turned his head to look at Zhou Rong. 2 seconds later, the window slowly rolled up and blocked the view. Zhou Rong narrowed his eyes and smiled indifferently. He turned back to the house and closed the door. The car slowly moved forward. Chen Yajing asked in a low voice, Ningyu? The driver withdrew his gaze and pointed to the blue and white SUV in the yard that was almost destroyed by shotgun fire. But it could still be clearly recognized. Isn't that the car driven by Romeur and his men? Yes, it seems that the 3 people from a country are most likely dead. What did that Zhou guy say? Chen Yajing put her palms together and rubbed her eyebrows with her index finger. After a while, she said tiredly, I decided to send this group of people away as soon as possible. The driver named Ningyu glanced at her from the rearview mirror and was a little surprised. Why? Didn't you say that you would try to keep as many special forces soldiers as possible? That Zhou guy is particularly dangerous. Xianxia paused slightly, as if she was looking for words to describe her feelings. Then she shook her head and gave up. He is not the same as the others. He is very strong-willed and observant. I feel that he has begun to suspect something. I don't want to be forced to kill these soldiers in the future. I can only let them leave here as soon as possible. Ningyu nodded and asked suspiciously, how could the Omega that Romeur is looking for be with this group of people? This is the key to the problem. Why did Romeur come all the way to find this brother of his? Was it really because of his twisted emotions? Why did Captain Zhou lead the team to save this Omega? Why did he personally mark him and bring him all the way here? The car was slightly bumpy. The survivors along the way stopped and saluted Xianxia. The important mission that Zhou Rong said was to complete at the cost of his life, Xianxia said softly. It should be to control this Omega and escort him safely to the South China Sea. The nanny van stopped in front of the office building. The last ray of the setting sun sank into the earth. The sky was dyed dark blue, dark green, dark gray, and other large colors. The twilight gradually merged. Ningyu buttoned the buttons of his white coat one by one. Suddenly, he said without thinking, this person is very important. We can't let him go. I understand. I have an idea. Xianxia said in a low voice, there is no turning back. Now there is no other choice. Xianxia was indeed a considerate person. That night, she specially sent her subordinates to invite them to the cafeteria for dinner. The large-scale research institute itself had abundant supplies. After the disaster, they had opened up greenhouses and farms in the back mountains to recycle water and be self-sufficient. Although they lived a frugal life, they were not short of money. Everyone lined up in the cafeteria to get their meals. The staple food was potatoes and grains, with side dishes such as beans, carrots, and braised chicken. The fat auntie obviously favored Yan Hao very much. She was shocked when she saw that the corner of his eye was broken. She gave him half a spoonful of chicken to comfort him. Yan Hao left under everyone's envious, jealous, and hateful gazes. Zhou Rong rubbed his hands and walked forward. Beautiful, the auntie skillfully shook the spoon and shook off 2 pieces of meat. Then she covered Zhou Rong's lunchbox with the side dishes. Next. Zhou Rong, Captain Zhou left in a huff. The next Sinan walked forward and stared at the food in the big pot expressionlessly without saying a word. The auntie was about to shake the spoon when she suddenly paused and asked curiously, young man, you don't look familiar. Are you new here? How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Guo Weixiong, who was behind them in the line, was sweating. He was about to hint the Sinan to make small talk with the auntie when Sinan raised his eyes and looked at the auntie quietly with his amber-like eyes. At that moment, through the steam rising from the big pot, Sinan's black bangs scattered on his forehead. His skin was so pale that there was no trace of blood. The corners of his mouth were dry and cracked, and he was slightly pursed with a hint of stubbornness. The exhaustion from the long journey had not faded from his eyes. His wrist holding the lunchbox was thin, and several scars could be faintly seen between his fingers. The auntie's burning maternal love spontaneously rose from the bottom of her heart. Poor child, why are you so thin? The middle-aged woman put a spoonful of meat into the Sinan bowl and said with pity, go and eat more. Come again if you don't have enough. Sinan held the pointy lunchbox in both hands and walked away, stepping on the shocked eyes on the ground. See, Nan. In the crowd, Wu Xingyan tossed her hair and rushed over while wailing like a ghost. Sinan nimbly dodged, and Miss Wu dodged it like lightning. She opened her arms and hugged Yan Hao. Yan Hao? Wu Xingyan loosened her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She blushed and kept apologizing to Yan Hao, who was speechless. Sinan, on the other hand, pretended not to notice. He sat at the table and gave half of the chicken to Zhou Rong, who was staring at his lunchbox in a daze. Here you go. Yan Hao was first hugged innocently, and then he was blinded by the way Zhou Rong and Sinan fed him. He felt extremely annoyed and could only squat at the corner of the table, turn his grief into appetite, and eat quietly. Wu Xingyan dragged a bench and squeezed in front of Sinan. She whispered excitedly, you're finally back. I thought you, not dead, Sinan Hui answered. Wu Xinyan's eyes reddened again. You're so strong. Of course you won't die. I heard that you're Omega, Sinan answered again. Wu Xinyan, it's okay. You're so good at fighting, even Omega won't be a problem. What's your next step, do you plan to? We don't want children, Sinan said coldly. We haven't decided who will follow and what primary school we'll go to ? Wu Xinyan was confused. I don't care if you want children or not. I just want to ask if you're going to stay in this base. I want to go with you. Wu Xinyan was a person with noble sentiments and was free from vulgar tastes. She didn't care about the gender of Sinan's children in the future. She also didn't care who the alpha baby would follow if she gave birth to a male. Sinan was surprised by this and specially gave her 2 pieces of meat to eat in order to show his appreciation. It's so good here. There's food and drink, and you don't have to work. Why go out to sea with us and suffer? Zhou Rong crossed his legs with a toothpick in his mouth and smiled at Wu Xinyan, who was wolfing down her food. Do you know where we're going? The South Sea, Wu Xinyan said with a mouth full of food. What if we die in the sea? Wu Xinyan, the few of us don't have much of a family. We'll just sacrifice ourselves for the country. Si Xiaonan is a family member of a soldier. It's not wrong for him to go with us. But you. Zhou Rong joked, you wanted to chase after Yan Hao but failed. You're not a family member and you're not a family member of a soldier. You're so young. If you really can't come back. Wu Xinyan blushed. Yan Hao wanted to cry at the other end of the long table. Captain. I'm just joking, Zhou Rong smiled. The organization is just concerned about the personal problems of our young comrades. Don't be so serious. Yan Hao shut his mouth resentfully. The cafeteria was bustling with people coming and going. It was so noisy around them that almost no one could hear what they were talking about. Wu Xinyan finished her meal with a smile. She joked with Guo Weixiong Dingshi and took a piece of meat from Sinan's bowl when he wasn't looking. After the people at the table behind her finished eating and left, she quietly moved towards Zhou Rong. Something's not right here, she said softly. Zhou Rong supported his forehead with his hand. Oh? After we came to the base, Dr. Cheng took the initiative to go to the temporary medical center to help take care of the patients and the wounded. He found that some of the patients with fever had symptoms similar to the initial stage of a virus infection. However, he couldn't find any wounds on their bodies. He was very suspicious, so he wanted to track down the follow-up of these patients, but since then, he has never seen them again. Zhou Rong said faintly, the base is so big. It's not strange to not see them for a while. It's not just that. Wu Xinyan anxiously lowered her voice. Dr. Cheng told me that after he became suspicious, he often chatted with the patients who came to see him to gather information. He heard from those people that the base was divided once before. Those who opposed Chen Yajing were all driven out. Before they left, they spread rumors in the base that Chen Yajing. Wu Xinyan glanced around and whispered into Zhou Rong's ear, I'm sorry. There's an underground laboratory that's developing a new type of zombie virus. When the canteen cleaner passed by, Wu Xinyan immediately coughed and sat up straight. After the cleaner left, Zhou Rong raised his head. Several special forces soldiers quickly and discreetly exchanged glances. That can't be. Zhou Rong didn't seem to be interested. He said lazily, if there's such a thing and the rumors have spread, how can she still be the leader? Wu Xinyan retorted seriously, it's true. All the cadres and managers in the base came out to speak for her. They assured the public that there was absolutely no secret experiment. They also locked up the most vicious rumor-mongers. This matter gradually subsided. You can ask Dr. Cheng about the details. I'm definitely not spouting nonsense. That's enough. Don't think about these groundless rumors. Zhou Rong stood up with an empty lunchbox and patted her shoulder with a smile. It's too dangerous to go out to sea. We can't take you with us. After we contact the headquarters, they can take you away first since you're so infatuated with our team's flower. Listen to me. Stop fooling around. Wu Xinyan said anxiously, hey, but Zhou Rong had already winked teasingly and left the canteen with his team members. Wu Xinyan was angry and anxious. She was about to chase after them when she suddenly saw Sinan fall behind and turned slightly to her. "You, Shu." Sinan raised an index finger and gently pressed it to his lips under her surprised gaze. "Don't tell anyone about this." Wu Xinyan was stunned. Sinan didn't say anything and quickly caught up with Zhou Rong and the others. At night, the Special Forces soldiers slept in separate rooms in the three-bedroom courtyard. Zhou Rong carefully brushed his teeth and washed his face. Standing under the moonlight, he took a pail of cold water and splashed it from head to toe, causing him to shiver. He shook his hair and walked into his room. When he passed by the living room, Dingshi's voice came from the room in the east corner. "Little Golden Flower was so beautiful. All the guys in our village liked her, but I think she liked me especially. When I saw her after I joined the army, she even brought me water and food. Do you think Little Golden Flower is still alive? She's so smart, so she must be alive. Does she still remember me?" Guo Weixiang yawned and comforted him. Of course, of course. When the time comes, I'll help you chase after Little Golden Flower. I'll help you if I have the money." "Shut up, Xianxia." From the other room came the sound of spring grass knocking on the wall. She said coldly, "Impossible. Don't give him unrealistic fantasies." "Dingshi, Wu, Guo Weixiang, Chen Chao, you're too much. Can't you coax him? Chen Chao, what if he can't catch up with Little Golden Flower? It's better to change to a more feasible target." Dingshi's voice became louder. "Damn it, I can't sleep anymore." Guo Weixiang rolled up his sleeves and came out to settle the score with Chen Chao. Chen Chao brazenly slammed the door and came out to fight. However, before the two of them could fight, Zhou Rong slapped them hard a few times. He picked them up and threw them back into the room and closed the door. The innermost bedroom was closed. Zhou Rong coughed and walked forward proudly. "See Xiaonan, brother." Zhou Rong pushed the door open and his eyelids twitched violently. Sinan and Yan Hao were lying side by side on the double bed, each hugging a pillow and whispering to each other. "Then?" Yan Hao smiled and said, "Then I got into 118 and met Jia, Chen Chao, Ding, Xianxia, and many other teammates that you didn't get to know before they died. After that, I stopped thinking about the matter of changing my application for the college entrance examination. Fortunately, I went to the National Defense University. My mom wanted me to study biology." "Oh," Sinan said sleepily, "my parents also studied biology." "Is that so?" "That's fate. My mom is in protein engineering." "What about your parents?" Sinan closed her eyes for a while before answering drowsily, "I don't really remember." "I don't really remember." "Genetic engineering, virology." Zhou Rongyi rushed over, grabbed Yan Hao by the back of his collar, and yanked him off the bed. He dragged him down the corridor and opened the door to Chen Chao's room. "Daughter," Zhou Rong said seriously, "beat this guy to death, and the title of Team Prettiest will be yours." Captain Yan was speechless. With a loud bang, Zhou Rong tossed the angry Yan Hao into the room, locked the door, and slipped away. Sinan was about to fall asleep. He was lying on the pillow, and the quilt only covered half of his body. The sunken lines of his back were cast into the shadow of the moonlight, and the downward curve was hidden in the quilt. Zhou Rong stood beside the bed and leaned over to kiss his back. Then, he moved up to kiss his shoulder and the back of his neck. He pinched his ears lovingly and carefully. Suddenly, he realized something and asked with suspicion. "Genetic virus?" Sinan breathed deeply and calmly. "See Xiaonan?" Zhou Rong patted him and asked softly, "Wake up. What did you say your parents did?" Sinan raised one of his eyelids. The drowsiness made him look like he was holding his fire. Zhou Rong did not care anymore. He patted and rubbed him awake and asked, "What do your parents do? Can you tell me more about it? What do they do?" Sinan rubbed his eyes and sat up. He was confused and annoyed. "I can't remember. Didn't I tell you?" Zhou Rong growled angrily, "What time is it? Stop sleeping and think." Sinan said, "You want to fight?" Zhou Rong was speechless. "Baby," Sinan said seriously, "you don't want to know how the last alpha who tried to wake me up died. He was in a lot of pain. I'll tell you in detail after I wake up. Zhou Rong cursed internally. He thought, is this what it means to be grumpy when you wake up? He switched personalities. Sinan fell face first and groaned twice. He hugged the pillow and adjusted himself to a comfortable position. Zhou Rong was wondering if he should risk the divorce to wake him up again when he heard the sound of people coming from afar. Then, cars whizzed past, and sirens cut through the night sky. Level 2 alert. Level 2 alert. Zombie horde surrounding the city. All males above 16 and below 60, gather your weapons. Combatants gather quickly. The lights in the dormitory lit up one after another. Panicked discussions and footsteps swept through the entire base. Sinan turned over and covered his eyes with the back of his hand. He said helplessly, it's getting harder and harder to sleep these days. Since Xianxia established the survival base, all males above 16 and below 60 were organized into self-defense forces. Every 10 people were arranged in a group. Every night, 10 groups were arranged to patrol within a radius of 1 kilometer with guns. If there was any movement, they would immediately fire a signal bomb to warn. This was to prevent a large number of zombies from surrounding the city at night. However, tonight, it was unknown whether the warmer weather caused the zombies to be more active or for other reasons. A large number of zombies silently escaped the patrol team under the cover of the night and the rocks. When the base's guards smelled a strong rancid smell from the wind, the entire outer fortification had been surrounded. The zombies were densely packed, roaring and constantly beating the wall. Under the pale moonlight, they converged into a shocking bloody sea. Why are there so many of them? Spring Grass shouted in disbelief. Brother Rong. Over here. Come here. Zhou Rong pulled Sinan and squeezed through the crowd. They saw hundreds of torches lit up outside the base. Under the night sky, it was as bright as day. There was a boiling cauldron of voices. The people in an organized and orderly manner passed the torches and ammunition upwards. The trained self-defense forces crouched on top of the fortification tower and shot down with their machine guns. The zombies that climbed up the iron fence were shot back one after another. A calm female voice sounded, there are too many of them. Shooting team, retreat. Xianxia was pushed to the front line. He looked at the zombies under his feet fearlessly and shouted, turn on the electric fence. The shooting team got up and ran back. Wan Biao was sweating. He staggered to the duty room, bit a flashlight, turned on the electric box, and pulled the switch. Buzz. The electric light flashed across the iron fence outside the fortification. Countless sparks burst out. The first few rows of zombies were instantly burned into charcoal, the electric current crackled and spread. In an instant, rows of zombies fell down. A strong burnt smell rose into the air. Area C3 requesting backup. Area C3 requesting backup. An anxious voice sounded from the shortwave radio, zombies are piling up at an angle and rushing over here. Requesting backup. Xianxia saw Zhou Rong in the crowd. He didn't have time to greet him. He just hurriedly nodded to him and then shouted to the wireless wire, open the warehouse and move the detonators. Machine gunners, go up. The zombies that died twice were piling up at an angle around the fortification. The zombies behind them stepped on their own kind and rushed up. Sure enough, the machine gunners refused to retreat. They fired wildly, but there were too many zombies. Amidst the rain of bullets, the zombies stepped on each other and climbed up the turret. Countless withered hands grabbed the machine gunners and tore them into pieces, blood burst out in the screaming crowd. Zhou Rong gasped for breath and suddenly strode forward, give me the gun. Back off. Wan Biao roared in grief and anger. He carried the assault rifle and rushed to the zombie crowd. Unexpectedly, his shoulder was pressed down by an iron clamp. He turned around and saw Sinan's cold face reflected in the firelight. He said, give it to me. You back off. Before Wan Biao could yell, his arms were empty. He didn't know how, but the assault rifle was in Sinan's hands. Sinan's physique definitely had nothing to do with being strong. Because of his gender, he was even very thin. In such a cold winter night, he only wore a thin jacket. He picked up the machine gun, crossed Wan Biao, and strode toward the zombies that were scrambling to climb up the fortification. Bang, bang, bang bang, the bullets didn't miss. Every gunshot was accompanied by a zombie's head bursting with brain matter. The zombie staggered and fell down. Xinan stopped and stood beside Zhou Rong. With a click, he switched the assault rifle to burst mode. In front of them was an endless tide of zombies, and further away was the darkness of the night. Behind them was the screaming crowd and the torches that burned most of the night sky red. They looked at each other. Zhou Rong smiled and asked, "I have 2,600 bullets. What about you?" 2,200, Xinan narrowed his eyes and stared at the scope. He said softly, "But 1 second is enough for you." Alpha. Zhou Rong snorted arrogantly. The two of them bumped their fists casually, put their backs against each other, and fired at the same time. The top snipers of the special forces were fed hundreds of thousands of bullets. Their proficiency in shooting speed, accuracy, and bullet utilization was far beyond that of the civilian shooting team. Originally, it took an average of 7 or 8 bullets to kill one zombie. But with their shooting speed of 15 to 20 bullets per second, they could kill one or even several zombies with one shot. In an instant, countless zombies' brains burst out. Zhou Rong and Xinan relied on their high firepower to suppress the zombies. The muzzles of the two heavy machine guns blossomed with dazzling sparks. They were invincible. The zombies retreated like a tide. Detonators. Incendiary bombs. Follow up the firepower. Quick. Armored vehicles ready to move out. Chen Yajing almost roared the order. Then he threw down the radio, raised the loudspeaker, and shouted at the forefront of the fortifications, "Everyone, press forward. Machine gunners, don't retreat. Behind you is your base. Your home. Your wives and children. Those who are sacrificed." She paused. Her voice lowered and spread throughout the battlefield. "The base will compensate your families and raise your children until the last moment of human existence." The machine gunners' eyes were red. They agreed and followed behind Zhou Rong and Xinan, madly firing at the zombies. Even the women and children rushed from the camp to help pass the bullets and explosives. In the intertwining flames, they formed a transportation chain of human flesh. The men grabbed burning bottles of alcohol and rushed up the fortifications, throwing them into the surging tide of zombies without any regard for their own safety. The explosions came one after another, shaking the earth. The zombies roared, like the helpless screams of the Grim Reaper, spreading through the night sky amidst the blood and fire. A few minutes later, the zombies who had climbed up the fortifications were completely eliminated. Corpses were everywhere, mixed with flesh and blood. It was impossible to tell whether they were living people who died in battle or zombies. The machine gunners had killed their way out of the zombies. They collapsed and cried tears of joy. They knelt on the walls one after another. Beneath their feet, on the vast open space on the hillside, explosives were thrown at the zombies like raindrops. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew into the sky. The zombies in front of the barbed wire fence were finally no longer tightly encircling the city. Instead, an open space of a few meters was cleared. "Open the gate." Chen Yajing's shout resounded through the battlefield, "Armored vehicles, move out." The roar came from afar. Chen Chao and Ding Shi each drove a modified armored vehicle. They rushed out of the iron gate, which was opened by everyone's joint effort, and ran over the zombies not far away. Xinan. Yan Hao patted the heavy machine gun on the vehicle and laughed loudly, "Don't you want to come down? I'll catch you." Xinan raised her eyebrows slightly. She took 2 steps back and ran up. As everyone exclaimed, she jumped down like lightning from the top of the fortifications, which was 7 or 8 meters high. She rolled on the ground and got up, kneeling on one knee to pick up the machine gun. Zhou Rong roared, "Vice Captain, do you want to be F***ed? How dare you try to steal someone in front of the captain?" Then, he jumped down as well. The zombies on the ground were attracted by the scent of living people. They gathered together and rushed up the hillside. Immediately, they were hit by the modified armored vehicle with a ram. The tracks of the armored vehicle crushed the zombies, creating a path of rotten flesh and blood. Zhou Rong landed on the ground and stood up. Then, he and Xinan opened fire at the same time. They were like 2 human-shaped turrets. Their extremely high firing speed allowed the bullet belts to be pressed into the launcher. They were like flying pythons, pressing forward step by step under the cover of the heavy machine gun on the vehicle. "Didn't you say you'd kill me?" Zhou Rong mocked as the bullet shells flew. Sinan said casually, "Killing you is easy. Comrade Xiaoxi." "Yes? Do you know why those alpha wolves were so ked by you?" Sinan's eyes met Zhou Rong's eyes from behind the scope. The latter's mouth hooked up evilly. "Because the alpha wolves you met before were too weak," Zhou Rong smiled and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through the night sky and accurately hit the gasoline bomb thrown by spring grass on the armored vehicle. The burning metal pieces drew hundreds of fire arcs and instantly cut into the heads of countless zombies. Sinan narrowed her eyes and coldly looked at Zhou Rong for a few seconds. Then, with a click, she switched the machine gun to single-shot mode. "Your bet on doing housework," she asked, "does it still count?" "What are they doing?" Guo Weixiang shouted in the deafening sound of the machine gun on the vehicle. Yan Hao was half-kneeling on the roof of the car. He roared as he fired, showing off their love. "Stop talking. I'm going to turn black." Chen Chao changed gears and stepped on the clutch. She knocked over a circle of zombies and parked the armored car in front of the zombie crowd. She threw out the chain of petrol bombs. In the distance, Zhou Rong and Sinan fired almost at the same time. The petrol bombs exploded in the night sky and exploded into countless deadly fireworks. "Guo Weixiang, Deputy Captain, listen to me. It's not your fault. Although Captain is straight a cancer, chauvinist, looks down on Omega, and more importantly, his face is not as good as yours. Yan Hao, please don't say any more, but Sinan likes it." Guo Weixiang comforted him loudly, "So you didn't lose in sexual attraction. It's not your fault, don't be sad. Single dog, welcome back to the group." Yan Hao's rationality snapped. He turned the machine gun to Guo Weixiang and said angrily, "I told you to stop talking." Ding Shi turned the steering wheel in a hurry and drove away with Guo Weixiang on the roof of the car. Countless homemade explosives were thrown from the top of the fortification again. They fell towards the zombie crowd under the dark sky. They were hit by bullets and burst out a series of earth-shattering noises. Zhou Rong released the trigger, 27/27, 36/36. Sinan looked through the scope and said softly, "The gun is different, so I won't take advantage of you." Zhou Rong gang wanted to tease him, but suddenly a large number of explosives fell in front of him. The two of them raised their guns and fired at the same time. The homemade explosives in the base often didn't work when they were thrown out. Sometimes they needed to be hit by bullets to ignite. Zhou Rong and Sinan had their backs against the fortification, shoulder to shoulder. Under the cover of the armored car, they shot at the yellow bombs falling from the sky. The bombs fell on top of the zombies' heads, setting off countless collisions of airflow and fire. The zombie crowd was wiped out. Countless zombie limbs fell to the ground like a rotten and bloody rainstorm. Sporadic cheers sounded from the crowd. As the area cleared by the bombs and the armored car became larger and larger, it gradually became thunderous and excited shouts. The gunshots stopped. Zhou Rong smiled and said, "No, it's still 100%. If this goes on." "Brother Rong." Guo Weixiang threw something at the zombies that were retreating at the foot of the hill and roared, "Ultimate move. C4." The C4 explosive bag spun and flew to the last group of zombies outside the base. Zhou Rong and Sinan turned around and raised their guns at the same time. At this moment, Sinan turned his head and kissed Zhou Rong on the cheek. The kiss was so sudden that Zhou Rong's index finger loosened. Sinan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, the C4 exploded. The shockwave killed all the zombies at the foot of the hill. At the same time, the zombies were thrown back and fell heavily on the grass. "See Xiaonan!" Zhou Rong shouted. His face was a little red, "You're cheating." Sinan got up and blinked proudly. A large number of zombies were finally cleared out. Only a small group of zombies was left. They stumbled among the corpses and were hit by the armored car. Then they were killed by Yan Hao and Guo Weixiang. At 4:30 in the morning, the zombie crowd was cleared out. The life-or-death crisis of the base was finally over. The soldiers who sacrificed their lives were saluted and carried away in tears. The machine gunners received a heroic triumphant return ceremony. Especially when the gate was slowly opened and a few special forces soldiers drove back into the fortification. The survivors swarmed up and almost pulled them down from the roof of the car. Yan Hao said, "Talk nicely, don't fight." Guo Weixiang stretched his neck and shouted, "Come and fight me." Zhou Rong smiled and declined an excited girl who came to hold his hand. He put his arm around Sinan's neck and strode through the camp towards the back. He smiled and said, "Not this time, you're shameless." Sinan was held in Zhou Rong's arms. He put his hand in his pocket and said flatly, "No. My hand shook because you kissed me." "But my hand didn't shake." "You kissed me, why aren't you excited?" "Why should I be?" Zhou Rong looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Sinan Hui looked at him calmly. Zhou Rong came up with an idea and said, "Then kiss me again. If you kiss me again, you win." "It's not shameless." The sky in the east was turning slightly white. Under the faint light of dawn, people were busy moving bricks and stones back and forth and repairing the fortifications. There was a hubbub of voices all around. Sinan's eyelashes fluttered quickly. Zhou Rong knew that he was secretly shy. Sure enough, after a while, Sinan turned his head and pretended to look away. Zhou Rong laughed heartily and held his cheek. Not allowing him to refuse, he turned his head and planted a lingering kiss on his lips. "Your heart is beating faster." Zhou Rong pressed his forehead against Sinan's forehead. He put his index finger and middle finger together and pressed his fingertips on Sinan's carotid artery. He teased him gently, "Why are you so excited?" At that moment, only the two of them had their heads pressed against each other. Zhou Rong couldn't help but lean in for another kiss. Sinan squeezed out a word from his tightly pursed lips, "Bull, brother Rong, wash it." Zhou Rong immediately coaxed him, "It's fun to wash the dishes." "Brother Rong loves to wash the dishes." Sinan said coldly, "You're talking as if we can afford to buy a bowl." "Zhou Rong, comrade Xiaoxi." Zhou Rong followed Sinan closely in the crowd and said sadly, "I'm still a major after being demoted. Although the country can't pay me for the time being, don't look down on me." The wounded were carried through the camp on stretchers to the temporary medical center set up in the office building. Several medical staff in the base were very busy. A doctor carrying a basin full of bloody bandages hurried down the stairs and bumped into Zhou Rong. "Ouch," Zhou Rong held him, "be careful." "Dr. Chung?" They had just arrived at the base yesterday afternoon and didn't have time to look for people they knew among the survivors. They didn't expect Dr. Chim to come knocking on their door. Zhou Rong let go of his hand and was about to say something when Dr. Zheng suddenly grabbed him. Dr. Zheng's expression was obviously strange as he quickly scanned the surroundings. Zhou Rong's insight into people's micro-expressions was almost perfect. He immediately felt that Dr. Ching had deliberately bumped into him. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? You didn't fall, right?" Hey, Captain Zhou, long time no see." The people in front of the camp were noisy. The lightly wounded limped along the wall and no one noticed the movement in the corridor. Dr. Ching came closer and whispered quickly, "Captain Zhou, please take some time to come to my dormitory. I seem to have something." Zhou Rong's expression didn't change. "What's wrong?" "I seem to recognize someone." Dr. Chim frowned, "He's a famous biochemist. I saw him when I was doing my advanced studies. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be here. I have a feeling that something is wrong with this base, old Zheng." Dr. Ching almost jumped up in shock and hurriedly turned his head. He saw a thin man with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose at the temporary medical center not far away. He had one hand in the pocket of his white coat and the other hand waved at them. The man didn't seem to notice Zhou Rong at all. He only politely called out to Dr. Ching, "There's a machine gunner here who might have a fracture. Can you take a look at him?" The person who had been talking behind his back just now turned around and appeared in front of him. At that moment, Dr. Cheng's expression changed. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Zhou Rong didn't bat an eyelid. He squeezed Dr. Cheng's elbow hard. The pain made Dr. Cheng's whole body tremble. "Hey, he's here." The man stood quietly among the wounded who were groaning on the ground. The early morning light shone through the railings and cast a gray shadow on the corridor. Half of his body was hidden in the shadow. His face was pale, but his eyes were sharp. He seemed to be emitting some kind of invisible, chilling power. Dr. Qing didn't dare to look at Zhou Rong anymore. He quickly lowered his head and hurried to the medical center. Zhou Rong suddenly realized something. He was the driver who drove here to pick up Xianxia. Zhou Rong was deep in thought. He turned around. Not far away, someone coughed politely. Xianxia was pushed by the guards and stopped a few steps away. His name is Ningyu. He's my assistant and a doctor in the base. Xianxia didn't seem to notice anything unusual. He took the initiative to ease the awkwardness. Captain Zhou, do you want to see him? Did he hurt himself just now? I'll immediately, no. Zhou Rong laughed. His eyes were a little mischievous. He looked around. Sinan had received a white rabbit creamy candy from a grateful girl. He was sitting leisurely on the railing, eating the candy in his mouth and swinging his slender legs. Zhou Rong pulled him down without any explanation. He pointed at his head and smiled at Xianxia. My wife's heartbeat accelerated and her breathing became rapid after I kissed her. She might faint, so I asked Dr. Qing to take a look. Xianxia was speechless. Sinan asked blankly, what's my wife? My wife. Your wife. Anyway, it's good that she's fine. Xianxia almost bit his tongue. He struggled to find his voice. If you have any problems, you can look for Ningyu. He's the best doctor here. I'm here to thank you, Captain Zhou. If you didn't turn the situation around, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the zombies so quickly. I don't know how many machine gunners would have died. Thank you so much. Xianxia bowed slightly in his wheelchair. No need. Zhou Rong waved his hand. Have you asked why the zombies could bypass the patrols? Xianxia frowned. I know you want to say that the zombies have developed the intelligence of mammals to hunt together, but I still insist on my point of view. It's just an individual phenomenon. It can't be described as evolution. Evolution is a group phenomenon. As for the zombies besieging the city, there may be many reasons. The weather may be warmer or they may be guided by the breath of living people. Further investigation is needed. Zhou Rong rubbed his chin. He seemed to find it interesting. Well, do you think that the zombies may retain part of their consciousness and spontaneously gather in the places where they lived before? His words were actually very harsh. It seemed to imply that many people in the base had become zombies. However, Xianxia's calm expression didn't change at all. I don't think so. She said calmly, I'm only responsible for the operation of the base. As for the changes and development of the zombie virus, Dr. Ning may be able to have a deeper discussion with you. Zhou Rong immediately said sincerely, sorry. Don't think too much. I didn't mean anything else. Xianxia's explanation was stuck in his throat. He could only smile helplessly. There are large cruise ships and various speedboat companies along the coast. I will keep my promise and immediately send people to search for available ships. I believe that there will be a reply in 2 days. Thank you again and your team members. I'll inform you as soon as I have any news. Someone rushed to the power supply room and asked Xianxia for instructions in a low voice. He seemed to be very anxious. Xianxia didn't have time to say anything. She bowed to Zhou Rong again and smiled at Sinan. The guard pushed her towards the power supply room. Miss Chen. Zhou Rong suddenly shouted. Xianxia immediately signaled her subordinates to stop. She turned around and asked, Captain Zhou? What's wrong with your leg? It was quite rude to raise such a question in public. However, Xianxia was only slightly stunned. Her tone was still very gentle. It's a medical accident. It's a neurological problem. Zhou Rong didn't seem to see her subordinate's angry expressions. What a pity. What did you do before? The surroundings seemed to be quiet for a moment. Xianxia slowly said. A ballet dancer. She shook her head self-deprecatingly and said no more. She turned around and was pushed away. Xianxia did what she said, and the news came back on the 3rd day. The patrol team found an abandoned Coast Guard ship, which had been towed to the port and cleaned up. They only needed to transport supplies, fresh water, and equipment, and then they could go out to sea. The whole tube of light red serum was pushed to the bottom, and Ningyu pulled out the needle. Xianxia took a long breath. The office was so quiet that even a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. Wan Biao and other trusted aides stood guard around with guns. After a long time, Qin Yajing's face suddenly changed, and she seemed to be in great pain. She grabbed the armrest of the wheelchair. Yajing. Miss Chen. Qin Yajing gasped violently. Her body was trembling, and the veins on the back of her hands were bulging. The blanket on her legs slid down, and the muscles in her legs, which were loose because of paralysis, began to tighten gradually. A few seconds later, she pressed on the armrest of the wheelchair and stood up slightly. Wan Biao was surprised. It's working? Ningyu said flatly, wait. After Qin Yajing was a few centimeters away from the wheelchair, her face turned green and red, and her arms began to tremble. Then, under everyone's anxious gaze, she suddenly lost all her strength and sat back down in the wheelchair again. With a bang, the trusted aides rushed forward to help her up, but Ningyu raised his hand to stop them. The extreme pain made Qin Yajing's face convulse. The scar on her left cheek was distorted, and cold sweat flowed down her pale cheeks. She looked a little ugly and horrible. But no one around looked at her. On the contrary, everyone looked dignified. Wan Biao closed his eyes heavily. A few minutes later, the waves of pain finally subsided. Qin Yajing exhaled, trembling, and leaned back in the wheelchair. It failed again, Ningyu said in a hoarse voice and put down the empty syringe. Wan Biao couldn't hide his disappointment. Why is it like this? Dr. Ning, didn't you say that the vaccine research has made a breakthrough and is close to success? Ningyu wanted to explain, but was stopped by Qin Yajing. Don't be like this, Wan Biao. She said tiredly. It's not Ningyu's fault. She grabbed the armrest of the wheelchair and sat up. Her gaze swept across every dignified face in the office, and she smiled sadly. From the moment we received the virus injection, we knew that anything could happen. The fact that I'm still sitting here is already a very good result, isn't it? At least we still have a chance to succeed. No, Yajing. Ningyu packed up the medical kit, stood up, and slowly said, your immune system can no longer withstand any more modifications and experiments. Even if it fails again, it could be fatal. You could die at any time from an immune disorder, or even more serious, you will completely turn into a zombie, he finally said with difficulty under the shocked gazes of the people around him. Wan Biao shouted, Dr. Ning. Qin Yajing gently lowered his eyes. Ningyu said, I'm sure that the vaccine research is in the right direction, but in the history of primate evolution, we have never encountered such a powerful and deadly virus, so much so that the fragile human immune system can't produce strong enough antibodies to match it. I used to think that the serum in Romuir's hands could help me completely perfect the vaccine, but Romuir has obviously. He raised his hand and pressed between his eyebrows, as if he was barely suppressing his emotions. He shook his head and stopped talking. Yes, Ningyu. Qin Yajing said calmly, sometimes, between close to success and actual success, there is a distance of decades or even generations. The Black Death that ravaged the European continent from the 14th to the 18th century AD, smallpox that killed the Egyptian pharaoh 3,000 years ago, HIV that has no effective cure, and Ebola that is still untreatable. If someone told me that the zombie virus will continue to exist on Earth for hundreds of years, I wouldn't be surprised at all. But, she said, this doesn't mean that our generation can sit here and wait for it to disappear naturally with time. We still have to fight it to the death. The office was very quiet, and only the sound of people's breathing could be heard. There were 2 knocks on the door. Come in. A guard rushed in and whispered, Miss Chen, Captain Zhou is here. He's waiting outside. Qin Yajing and Ningyu quickly exchanged a look and asked the guard, what about Sinan beside him? He didn't follow. Wan Biao gestured to his men and led them quietly into another door of the office. It was a separate lounge. When the door of the lounge was half closed, Qin Yajing nodded to the guard, please ask Captain Zhou to come in. The guard took the order and left. Ningyu stepped back with the medical kit and looked at Qin Yajing's pale face. Zhou Rong's footsteps were heard outside the door. Ningyu opened his mouth and said softly but clearly, this is the last time. Qin Yajing smiled and said, it should be said that there is at least one last chance. Zhou Rong pushed the door open and entered. Ningyu made a sharp turn and his white coat fluttered in an arc. He brushed past Zhou Rong and strode out of the office without looking at anyone. Zhou Rong watched Ningyu's figure walk away quickly in the corridor. He seemed a little surprised and looked back at Chen Yajing. "Miss Chen, are you not feeling well?" "It's just a routine physical examination." Chen Yajing raised her hand and gestured, "Please sit down." Zhou Rong said, "It's okay. I can stand." Zhou Rong was wearing a black short jacket, jeans, high-top military boots, and sniper gloves. He was dressed very smartly, which made his height look oppressive. Chen Yajing narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. After a long time, she smiled and said, "I suddenly realized that Captain Zhou has never sat down in front of me." "Is that so? Can I ask why? Could it be that you feel that something is wrong with me?" "Out of a soldier's instinct, you are ready to take action or retreat at any time." Chen Yajing's tone was very calm when she asked this question. There was even a hint of curiosity in her voice. Zhou Rong looked down at her condescendingly, but the corner of his eyes scanned the entire office in an instant. After a while, he smiled and shook his head. "No, soldiers are just used to standing." Chen Yajing nodded to indicate that she accepted this explanation. Her attitude was very natural. "Okay, Captain Zhou." She paused and said, "I invited you here today to discuss with you the issue of supplies for the sea. I have written a list. It is the greatest help that I can provide within my current ability. Please take a look." Chen Yajing opened the folder and pressed a piece of paper with 2 fingers. She pressed it on the table and gently pushed it toward Zhou Rong. At the same time, in front of the cafeteria, a pair of gloves covered in oil grabbed the axle. Sinan slid out from the chassis of the car and wiped his sweat. He was only wearing a black vest, revealing the white lines of his upper body. Because he was lying on his back, the thin fabric of the vest covered the outline of his flat and tight abdominal muscles. Yan Hao looked away unnaturally. "How is it?" "Wrench." Yan Hao took out a wrench from the toolbox and handed it over. Sinan slid back under the car. The golden noon sun shone on the open space. The sand on the sports field in the distance was slightly stirred up. Groups of people in thin jackets walked past in 2s and 3s. The air was already slightly warm at the beginning of spring. "Do you need help?" Yan Hao squatted and asked. Sinan's voice came from under the car, "No." "Shall I get you something to drink?" "No." Yan Hao was at a loss. After a long while, he confirmed again. "You really don't need help?" Sinan poked his head out and said seriously, "I really don't need it. I can do it myself." Sinan was lying down while Yan Hao was squatting. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Sinan finally couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you help Springgrass fix the bus? Can I really do it myself? Or is it because of your pride as an alpha that you can't watch me fix the bus alone?" "No," Yan Hao said helplessly, "Captain told me not to let you be alone, so it's my job to keep an eye on you, although I think it's just a kind of mental torture." "You can watch but you can't touch," Yan Hao murmured, "it's better to fight." Sinan reached for the screwdriver and slid back under the car. He said, "I don't know, but the fighting, competition, and masochism between the two of you is probably a kind of fun. I don't really want to understand this." Yan Hao squatted on the ground and held his forehead. He was almost powerless. That's the relationship of obedience between superiors and subordinates in the army. In the eyes of ordinary people, Sinan couldn't help but laugh. "It's called SNM." Sinan clanked for a long time before he finally screwed on the last screw. He slid out from under the car and got into the driver's seat. He changed gears and stepped on the clutch. The armored car's engine started, making a dull roar. "Okay." Sinan took off his gloves covered in oil and threw them aside. "Later, I'll ask someone to change the bumper and the lights. Then it's almost done." Yan Hao leaned against the door with his hands behind his back. His melancholy expression made it difficult to tell whether he had seen through the world of mortals or had given up on himself. After a long while, he finally mustered up his courage and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "Sinan, I've never loved." Yan Hao was helpless. No, I want to ask why you chose the captain in the end. Is it really just because when you were trapped in Xianxia, it was the captain who jumped out of the helicopter and finally found you, and not me?" Sinan's hand paused slightly as he pulled out the car key. The dense rainforest scent of his youth was wrapped in the early spring afternoon breeze, gently caressing his face. But it was a sweet and sour secret, like the fragrance of a ripe wild fruit. It had been kept in his heart for a long time and was not willing to share it with anyone. That's not it, Sinan laughed. Yanhao held the car door and leaned forward slightly to stare at him. Sinan rested his chin on his elbow on the steering wheel. That afternoon, when I passed by T-City and rescued you from the parking lot, I drove the car across the street, and you drove the armored car to meet me. Zhou Rong threw a grappling hook from the roof of the car and caught me in the air. At the same time, I rolled into the car. That was the first time I met you. The first person I saw was Zhou Rong. Sinan said leisurely, maybe it was destined from then on. Yanhao now felt as if he had seen through the world of mortals, but there was still a trace of unwillingness to admit defeat. If the person who found you in Xianxia was me, and the person who was beside you was also me when the snow blocked the road, who knows? Sinan asked. The fact is that the person was Zhou Rong. All the hypothetical conditions objectively don't exist, right? What he said was actually very reasonable, and Yanhao also understood what he meant. Only Zhou Rong had the decisiveness and ability to open the door and jump out at that time. Only Zhou Rong could carefully, calmly, and tenaciously go deep into the zombie hinterland to search for 2 days and 2 nights, and finally successfully take away the unconscious Sinan. Every step must be completed by Zhou Rong. Therefore, all the hypotheses and possibilities would not actually happen, or even if they did happen, it would not lead to the final result. Yanhao was a little disappointed and sighed. Sinan leaned forward and patted him on the shoulder. He jumped out of the car and asked very considerately, "Shall I buy you something to drink?" "No, I have to go with you." Yanhao held the car door tightly and said sadly, "But I need some time to digest it. Just give me 3 minutes. Beer?" Wait." Yanhao turned around and wanted to follow, but Sinan stopped him. "No, I want to change my clothes." "Do you want to come too?" Yanhao, in the eyes of us ordinary people, Sinan said seriously, this is called sexual harassment. Yanhao could only stay where he was to digest his youth and his first love that had disappeared with the wind. Sinan walked into the cafeteria and asked for a beer at the snack bar. While waiting, he went to the bathroom to change into a t-shirt. The black vest was covered with dirt and dust. Sinan put it on the side of the sink and carefully washed his hands full of black oil. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure not far away. It was Dr. Cheng. Dr. Cheng stood under the tree outside the bathroom in the cafeteria. He looked around and seemed to want to say something, but stopped. Then he waved at Sinan. Did he have something to say? At this time, there was no one at the back door of the cafeteria. It was quiet nearby, and the sound of the kitchen aunties washing vegetables and chatting could be heard. After bypassing the front yard of the cafeteria, the armored car was parked in the open space. Yanhao was trying to remove the deformed bumper with his broken heart. Sinan turned off the running tap, wiped his hands on his pants, and walked towards Dr. Cheng. In the office, Zhou Rong put down the piece of paper filled with words. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, I'm very surprised by your generosity and cooperation, Miss Chen. Chen Yajing said, I can be more generous and cooperative. Chen Yajing leaned back in her wheelchair and folded her hands. She looked very relaxed. I can send someone to the port to pick you up once every 10 days. That means that if you can't find a base in the South China Sea, you can regularly dock every 10 days to replenish your water and supplies. In addition, I will provide weapons and manpower. I can send people to search for experienced sailors and fishermen along the coast and persuade them to accompany and assist you with favorable conditions. Zhou Rong smiled and asked, Are you planning to compete for the top 10 people who touched China? Forgive me for being presumptuous, but there shouldn't be such an award now. No, Chen Yajing said lightly, I have conditions. Zhou Rong turned around and left. Captain Zhou. You're not even interested in making a deal? Zhou Rong said coldly, a deal? Miss Chen, I've always been the one to make conditions for others. Since when did it become other people's turn to make a deal with me? Chen Yajing was speechless for a moment. Zhou Rong was about to walk out of the office. In a hurry, she shouted, Your so-called mission. Your Omega. She saw Zhou Rong stop and said slowly, "You can all leave, but the person you called Sinan can't." "Why?" Zhou Rong tilted his head and asked. "Don't ask why, but you can pray." Chen Yajing said word by word, "Pray that you will know the fate of all mankind one day." Zhou Rong nodded and sighed. Chen Yajing's vision suddenly blurred. She didn't have time to react. Zhou Rong was so fast that he seemed to disappear on the spot and suddenly appeared in front of her. He bent down and reached out to tear her trousers. Chen Yajing couldn't dodge in time. Her entire grayish-white calf was exposed to the air. Zombified. Zhou Rong sneered. "You've really been infected, Ms. Chen." Zhou Rong reached out to pull her out of the wheelchair. However, Chen Yajing's action was unexpected. She slammed an extremely inconspicuous button on the armrest of the wheelchair. The next moment, the wheelchair moved back a few meters as if it had a motor. Clang. The door of the lounge was knocked open, and a dozen armed guards rushed out. Wan Biao flashed in front of Chen Yajing and shouted, "Do it." Something unexpected happened. Zhou Rong's pupils shrank, and he flashed out of the office. The guards chased after him, only to see Zhou Rong reach out and hook onto the top of the door frame. Using the momentum, he leaped into the air and kicked the two guards in front of him. They spat out blood on the spot and flew backward. Bang bang, that subordinate fell to the ground, twitching incessantly. It seemed that he would not be able to get up. No one expected Zhou Rong to be so fast and so ruthless. Wan Biao cursed, "Damn it." He raised his hand and shot. The bullet was close to Zhou Rong's heel, and a few floor tiles flew up. "Don't kill him," Chen Yajing shouted. More than a dozen guards rushed forward like wolves and tigers, but they could not stop Zhou Rong at all. Anyone who came into contact with him would either have their bones broken or their heads bleeding. Almost all of them lost their combat ability within a single move. In just a few seconds, Zhou Rong broke through the encirclement. Like an enraged lion, he flew up and gave a heavy kick to the back of one of the guards who blocked his way, sending him flying into the wall. In an instant, a large piece of wall ash was smashed. "Stop." The remaining guards roared and fired, all aiming at his feet. However, Zhou Rong was not afraid at all. He almost bounced off the ground. Like a special effects shot in a movie, he stepped on the window edge of the corridor and jumped several meters into the air. In the blink of an eye, he rushed across the corridor and was about to reach the staircase. In the office, Wan Biao rushed to the wall and pressed the alarm button. The sharp sound pierced through the entire building. The alarm mechanism was suddenly activated, and the iron door in front of the staircase fell down. Zhou Rong's footsteps were blocked in front of the iron door. He immediately turned around. Clang! 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 As far as he could see, all the exits were sealed by the iron door. The corridor connected to the office was suddenly sealed off. Zhou Rong narrowed his eyes. He saw Wan Biao walk out of the office, throw away his handgun, and pull out another gun-shaped object from behind his back. "It's useless, Captain Zhou." Chen Yajing turned his wheelchair and appeared behind Wan Biao. He said softly, "Do you think I will wait for you to obediently hand over that person?" Dr. Qing should have already succeeded. Zhou Rong's expression finally changed. "What did you say?" "In the cafeteria." "What's the Nobel Prize?" Sinan asked in surprise. "The Nobel Prize in Biology," Dr. Qing answered while walking. He looked around from time to time and seemed to be very alert. When Ningyu was a PhD student, the team led by his supervisor was nominated once. Unfortunately, they missed the final prize. After he returned to China, he developed a new research direction based on his supervisor's foundation. In just a few years, he made a major breakthrough and was nominated for the Nobel Prize again. Unfortunately, the virus outbreak followed, and the apocalypse came. Otherwise, according to the theory at that time, he was very likely to win the prize. The back door of the cafeteria was connected to a secluded path. One side of the cafeteria was the outer wall of the dormitory building, and the other side was the dense forest. Sinan seemed to have sensed something and stopped. "What's his research direction?" Some kind of technology that uses viruses to repair genes and extend human lifespan," Dr. Qing said in a trembling voice. "I suspect that it seems to be related to the source of the zombie virus." The surroundings were unusually quiet. The voices of the people in the cafeteria could not be heard at all. A gentle breeze blew through the forest, making a very soft rustling sound. Dr. Ching took 2 more steps forward, but Sinan stood still, as if some kind of intuition had stopped him from moving forward. I want to say, Dr. Ching swallowed and stammered, maybe we can sneak into Ningyu's laboratory and see what they're doing. Sinan thought for a moment and shook his head. Let's wait for Zhou Ronghui to come. It's not easy for me to move around with you. But, I've been out for too long, Sinan interrupted him. The car over there is still being repaired. I'll go back and take a look. Sinan turned around and walked back the way he came. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Stop. Sinan turned around and saw a few armed personnel from the base appear out of nowhere and quickly surround the secluded path. The biochemist named Ningyu that Dr. Ching mentioned was standing not far away with his hands in his hands. Were they being followed? Dr. Chang's face twitched rapidly. Run, run. Everything happened so suddenly, but Sinan calmed down in an instant. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took half a step forward. Following his movement, the encirclement immediately shrank. Several people pulled out their guns and aimed at Sinan at the same time. Ningyu pointed at Dr. Ching and said coldly, "Take him away." Dr. Ching shouted. Sinan strode forward, and several of Ningyu's subordinates rushed over at the same time. Yen, how? Sinan roared. He stepped on the wall and kicked 2 people away. He grabbed Dr. Ching first and shouted, "Run." Are you surprised? Chen Yajing said calmly. Ningyu persuaded Dr. Ching. Even if you escort the person you call Sinan, actually, Noah, to the South China Sea base, the military won't have a more professional researcher than Ningyu. As if a thread had suddenly been pulled out from a mess, Zhou Rong vaguely felt that some suspicious points were being connected. Wait, who is Noah? Escort? When he suspected something, his cynical expression was replaced by coldness, and the outline of his face became unusually gloomy and sharp. Chen Yajing thought he was playing dumb, so he didn't want to explain anymore. He asked directly, "Are you wondering why I know? Colonel Romier came here and told me about his brother. But I can tell you clearly that I don't trust either you or Romier. He's just a psychopath with twisted emotions, and you're a soldier who only wants to complete the mission and doesn't care about the overall situation. You actually want the precious experimental target to be buried in the vast South China Sea with you. Romier came to you?" Zhou Rong interrupted rudely. What experimental target? Is it related to vaccines? Chen Yajing stared at him for a moment and laughed briefly. Captain Zhou, why did you become a soldier? You should have won an Oscar when you entered Hollywood. Zhou Rong realized that it was impossible to get any information from Chen Yajing. His gaze moved to the strange-looking gun in Wan Biao's hand, and he recognized that it was actually a tranquilizer gun. Raise your hands and walk over slowly, Wan Biao said in a low voice. Don't play tricks, or I'll shoot you. Zhou Rong thought for a few seconds, raised his hand, and walked toward Wan Biao step by step. The guards who were knocked to the ground groaned and clutched their abdomens or ribs in pain. Zhou Rong stepped over their bodies, stared at the tranquilizer gun, and walked to the corridor windowsill. Then, something flashed in front of Wan Biao's eyes. Zhou Rong grabbed a guard in a flash and forced him to stand in front of him. Wan Biao subconsciously pulled the trigger and shot his subordinate in the abdomen in an instant. Stop! Wan Biao roared. Zhou Rong flipped onto the windowsill, smashed the glass, and jumped down from the 3rd floor. Chen Yajing immediately turned pale. Wan Biao ran to the window. Zhou Rong was like an eagle in the air, landed steadily, and flipped over in an instant. What the F***ck is this monster? Wan Biao was shocked and angry. He stretched the tranquilizer gun out of the window and aimed at Zhou Rong, who was running wildly, and roared, "Guards! Stop him!" The surrounding trees rustled. Zhou Rong glanced around from the corner of his eyes and stopped in an instant. The surrounding guards stood up and formed a tight encirclement in front of him. There were dozens of people lying in ambush. Goodbye, Captain Zhou, Wan Biao said coldly and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, the bullet pierced through the air and hit the wall close to Sinan's ear. Sinan supported Dr. Ching with one hand and grabbed the oncoming guard with the other. He broke the guard's elbow with a crisp crack. The guard screamed and dropped his gun. Sinan caught him in the air and loaded the gun. He broke the ankles of the two guards on his left and right. The blood and the painful scream aroused the other people's anger. Several other people rushed forward. In the chaos, Zhong Sinan dodged the bullets, but was kicked in the abdomen and took half a step back. He gritted his teeth and pushed Dr. Ching, who was behind him, away. Dr. Ching seemed to be scared out of his wits. He staggered and stood still, looking at Sinan with hesitation. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that in that instant, his eyes flashed with unconcealable guilt and pain. "Run!" Sinan shouted without turning his head. "Go to the front of the cafeteria and find Yan Hao, quick!" Dr. Ching gasped and choked back his sobs. Sinan turned his head. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Jing raised his hand and sprayed Sinan's face. He was hiding a bottle of medical ether spray in his palm. Sinan's reaction was actually very fast. He held his breath before he realized what it was. But the evaporation rate of ether was not something he could resist by holding his breath. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and his heart sank. He bit the tip of his tongue and dug his nails deep into his palm, but he did not feel any pain. Bang! The handgun fell to the ground, and all the sound and movement quickly faded away like a receding tide. Why? This thought flashed through Sinan Xian's mind subconsciously. The tense delivery on the night of the zombie siege, the arduous journey to support each other, the crying Dr. Ching with his hands full of blood and the baby in his arms, gradually faded away in his increasingly absent-minded vision, and gradually turned into a person he did not know. I'm sorry." Dr. Cheng's eyes were red with tears. He rushed forward as if he wanted to help Sinan, but he was pushed away by Sinan with the last of his strength. Sinan turned around and staggered 2 steps. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on clouds. Several hands reached out from around him and grabbed him at the same time. He no longer had the strength to break free. He knelt down on the ground and then fell to the left. "Take him away, be quiet, quick." The voices were unclear and hazy, as if water had entered his ears. Sinan took 2 short breaths and tried his best to raise his hand. Relying on the blind spot created when he turned to the left, he pressed the locator on his left ear. But that was the last consciousness he had before. He fainted. Ningyu stepped forward, half-knelt, and gently closed Sinan's eyes. Buzz, Yan Hao raised his head sharply. "Sinan?" The sun shone on the open space in front of the cafeteria, and 2 or 3 people walked by not far away. Yan Hao pressed down on the vibrating earring and looked around. He suddenly felt uneasy. He put down the bumper that he had changed halfway and quickly walked to the bathroom behind the cafeteria. A black vest covered in oil and dust was draped over the water pipe, but there was not even a shadow nearby. "Sinan," Yan Hao's voice was not very stable. "Sinan?" The afternoon was quiet, and no one answered. Yan Hao's heart started to beat wildly. He didn't dare to shout anymore and turned 360 degrees around. The GPS device suddenly vibrated violently when he was facing a certain angle. Not far away, there was a bush, and behind it was a wall. How could it be behind the wall? Yan Hao took a few big steps back and ran with all his strength. He flipped over the 2-meter-high wall and landed steadily with a whoosh. In front of him was the edge of the base's dormitory area. Not far away, there were a few abandoned cement buildings. A secluded path was connected to the cafeteria in front of him. It meandered through the buildings and led to the depths of the base. Yan Hao seemed to have noticed something. His gaze suddenly froze, and he strode forward. He saw that the green belt at the end of the path was obviously trampled by many people's footsteps. The overturned grass and broken branches were still very fresh. Yan Hao's gaze fell on the cement wall, and he was stunned. He saw that there were radial cracks at the foot of the wall. It was a bullet hole. Yan Hao could not stop trembling. Huron stood up, and at this moment, the GPS device stopped vibrating. He could not believe it. He subconsciously reached out to touch his earring. The rice-sized ruby was quiet. His internal organs suddenly felt extremely cold. Yan Hao looked around and realized that Xianxia was here. Zhou Rong told him not to let Sinan be alone in this base. But now, Xianxia was here. "You promised me that you would never hurt his life," he protected civilians and saved many people. If it were not for him, many of us would not have survived until now. You can't hurt him. Anyway, you promised me. The footsteps and the sound of conversation were near and far. His consciousness was like floating in the deep sea, suddenly rising to the surface and then sinking to the bottom. I know. A cold and steady male voice said. This time, it was close to his ear, and every word was very clear. I promised you. Sinan's eyelashes trembled violently. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes in a trance. The light, this was his first impression. The temperature in the room was constant and slightly cool. He was lying on a soft leather recliner. White light surrounded the entire space. It was bright but not dazzling. But he had just woken up and could not see the surroundings clearly. Sinan tried to move his hands and feet. Sure enough, he was handcuffed. He barely raised his eyelids. After a few seconds, his unfocused vision regained focus. He found himself in a huge laboratory. Not far in front of him was a spacious and messy test bench. Ningyu was sitting in an armchair with his legs crossed and his fingers crossed on his thighs. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes were calm. Dr. Chung was standing in the corner near the door. When he saw that he had woken up, he impulsively took 2 steps forward. Sinan looked away. He did not look at Ningyu or Dr. Chung. His eyes fell on the side of him. About 2 to 3 meters to his left was an operating table. On the table was a gray-skinned man with dark circles under his eyes. His whole body was tightly bound by the restraints used to control mental patients. However, he was still struggling in a daze, and from his mouth, there was an unclear sound of ah. Ah. He was infected and was turning into a fresh zombie. Sinan looked away. His voice was hoarse because of the residue of ether. What is this place? Hello, Noah. Ningyu opened his mouth. His tone was unexpectedly low and gentle. As you can see, this is my human experiment site. Human testing site. The moment he said those words, the huge and empty laboratory suddenly fell into a dead silence. The man who was 2 to 3 meters away was struggling, and the rustling sound suddenly became particularly loud. Ningyu was expressionless, while Dr. Chung was gasping for breath. His hands were hanging by his side, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Then what are you going to do now? Sinan stared at Ningyu and asked slowly, turn me into a zombie too? Ningyu seemed to be a little surprised by Sinan's steadiness, and answered casually, no, I'd be crazy to do that. But after a pause, he added, but if it's necessary, I will. What do you want to do? Sinan frowned and asked. Ningyu smiled and said, you're missing the point. The problem is not what I want to do, but what I've already done. He got up and walked to the test bench. Sinan's eyes followed him. Ningyu opened a device on the table that looked like a rice cooker, and used a pair of tweezers to pick up a blood collection tube. Sinan recognized the rice cooker, it was a blood centrifuge. He suddenly lowered his head, and as expected, he found a cotton ball with blood stains fixed by medical tape on the vein of his right arm. This is your serum. Ningyu put the blood collection tube into the device and took off the cover. He said attentively, I should have taken the blood from your left hand, but I heard from Romeur that you're a very outstanding individual combat expert, so I decided to take the blood from your right hand as an extra insurance. Sinan clenched his right fist. Sure enough, there were sequelae from taking a large amount of blood at once. His fingers were cold, weak, and slightly soft. Romeur? Did he tell you that my left and right hands are the same? Sinan sneered, if you really want to be safe, you should take all 4 of my limbs in turn. Ningyu replied, if necessary, I will. You don't have to provoke me. Sinan struggled against the handcuffs, which made a clattering sound, but the metal did not move. Ningyu didn't even raise his head. Don't bother. It's made of stainless steel. Sinan finally gave up struggling. Why did you take my serum? Ningyu used an outdated method to manually calculate and remove the cover while recording something on a piece of paper. Unexpectedly, he didn't ignore the question, but answered it in an orderly manner. A few months ago, Romeur came here and used the semi-finished antibodies in his hands as bait to get us to pay attention to your traces along the coast. His inexplicable stubbornness piqued my curiosity, until your people brought a group of survivors here. Ningyu's calculation speed was very fast and didn't slow down because of his narration. I asked Dr. Ching and learned that when you first joined the survivors' camp, you claimed that you were bitten by a zombie and had a high fever that night. It was later proven that it wasn't a zombie, because I wasn't infected. No. Ningyu said, I suspect that you were infected that time. Sinan was confused. What do you mean? Ningyu finally stopped calculating, picked up a string of pendants from the test bench, and shook them at Sinan. Are these your parents? It was the brass necklace that Sinan always wore. I'll pay you back. Ningyu looked at Sinan's expression and said, it's just that after I saw this photo, I realized that you might be the one I've been looking for. Sorry, you're the experimental target that I've always suspected. Sinan Xian said, suspected? I've seen your parents. Ningyu seemed to have seen through his doubts, but he didn't explain. Instead, he changed the topic. When I was 16 years old, I went to a country to study for a doctorate. Dr. Zhong Wan and his wife, Dr. Elisa Furman, were my fellow apprentices. At that time, we were studying a topic related to viral genetics under the same supervisor. The main idea was to use viruses to invade the genetic chain, promote modification and perfection, enhance the human genetic quality, and prolong the average lifespan. Sinan was caught off guard when he learned the real names of his parents. He was stunned for a moment. Since we're both Chinese, Dr. Zhongwan gave me a lot of professional help, but the good times didn't last long. A few months later, Dr. Zhongwan was infected with a virus in an experimental accident and unfortunately died. Dr. Elisa Furman took his body and disappeared from the research base. You. Sinan's voice began to tremble. I don't remember these. Tell me more. My parents, he was eager to know what his parents were like in his memory. He wanted to know more specific details, even if it was just a few insignificant childhood trifles. However, Ningyu was expressionless. He only answered him with 6 words, no time, no interest. After the experimental accident, Ningyu replaced the blood vessel and continued, the research project was considered to be highly dangerous and confidential. Therefore, the military funded the entire research institute and began to search for Dr. Furman's whereabouts. The body of Dr. Zhong Wan she carried and the series of mutated behaviors produced by the body became a target of great interest to the military. Sinan noticed his choice of words. Mutated behaviors produced by the body. A body can behave? Although you were very young at that time, you should remember that there was always a bloodthirsty, wailing father who constantly tried to violently attack you and leave all kinds of wounds on your body. Dr. Zhongwan's behavior. I'm sorry, I don't want to call that thing Dr. Zhongwan. After its behavior was monitored by the military, it was considered to be a great proof of virus research and a milestone. It was also from that year onwards that the research base began to conduct live experiments under the command of the military. Dr. Chung, who was listening by the side, was stunned. Sinan closed his eyes. Countless disordered memories flashed through his mind. He opened his eyes and said in a trembling voice. White Eagle Base. I don't know what it was later renamed, Ningyu said, because that year, I quit the research team and fled back to China. Ningyu took out the test tube with a pair of tweezers. Inside the test tube was the separated light yellow serum. Sinan glanced at the man beside him who was groaning and groaning. Then, he looked at Ningyu. After you returned to China, you continued to conduct experiments on live humans and caused the virus to break out? Am I crazy? Ningyu said impatiently. Sinan was speechless. To tell you the truth, at that time all the capable countries in the world were conducting research in this area. Human beings' pursuit of better self and longer life was endless. The only difference was whether to insert the virus as a genetic modification method and whether to use live humans as test subjects. By the way, I'm very sure that our country used chimpanzees, and I have no doubt that this would be a heavy foreshadowing before the disaster. Ningyu walked to the side of the man who was turning into a zombie. He pushed out the air in the syringe and injected the biochemically synthesized serum into the man's blood vessels. As for me, he said, I only began to use live humans as test subjects after the virus broke out. For example, the one in front of you. The man's chest rose and fell violently, and he let out an inhuman scream. Dr. Qin closed his eyes. Sinan asked hoarsely, "Is this why Xianxia accepted survivors?" "Of course not. But I do use opponents and lone survivors as test subjects, so it's harder to be discovered." Ningyu finished pushing out the whole tube of serum and pulled out the needle. For example, this person was mentally unstable because of too much pressure some time ago. Even if he went missing, it's easy to cover it up. There was no fierceness in his tone when he said this. On the contrary, it was no different from add an extra egg to your lunchbox or the weather is a little cloudy today, because it was so calm and natural that it sent a chill down her spine. "You injected him with the virus and let him be infected before testing the serum?" Sinan asked incredulously, "Why didn't you use animals, or just use a simulated immune system?" Ningyu did not answer him immediately. Instead, he picked up the camera and took a few photos of the man on the operating table. Then, he opened the notebook and began to quickly record. The man had been completely infected, but he had not completely turned into a zombie. The serum was quickly broken down, absorbed, and locked onto the antigen in his body. The invisible, smoky, and massive war began. The zombie virus does not infect animals. "I think you've already noticed that," Ningyu said without raising his head. "No matter how the dose and toxicity are reduced, the only result of the zombie virus entering the body of an animal is immediate death. Only injecting the virus into humans and chimpanzees can produce a mutation effect. And I'm not running a zoo, so how can I catch so many chimpanzees? As for the simulated immune system, it's even more ridiculous. I need infected people under very specific conditions and during the transformation process. The requirements in all aspects are very high. Do you know how long it took me to build this laboratory? Do you think I can build a supercomputer with my bare hands to do a simulated system?" The man's scream suddenly became louder. His pupils suddenly dilated and then quickly closed again. Ningyu raised his eyes and looked at Sinan mockingly. After more than 10 seconds, Sinan softly squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "How many people have you killed?" Ningyu said, "Who remembers this? If you're really so scientific, why don't you experiment on yourself first? Why don't you inject yourself with the virus first?" "If it's necessary, I will." Ningyu repeated this sentence for the third time. Compared to the previous 2 times, his tone and tone were not the slightest bit different. It was a sharp contrast to Sinan's anger. "Now, please lie back down. The experiment has reached a critical stage." Sinan's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and leaned back in the recliner, almost forcibly suppressing his emotions. Huh. The man suddenly struggled with all his strength. His bones and tendons were almost broken by the straps. The explosive force at that moment was terrifying. Dr. Qin reflexively took 2 steps back, but Ningyu quickly stepped forward and turned on the flashlight. He carefully observed the face in front of him, whose facial features were distorted and whose mouth was wide open. He didn't care at all that the man's teeth almost touched his hand several times. Every minute and second felt like a century. After a few minutes, the man's pupils changed significantly. His eyeballs were rapidly filled with blood, and the veins on his neck were bulging. Dr. Qin stammered a few words. Heartbeat. Ningyu and Sinan turned their heads at the same time. The straight line on the instrument that had become horizontal suddenly twisted, then jumped up and down and began to pulsate. Ningyu's hand loosened, and the flashlight fell to the ground with a clang, rolling under the operating table. "Ah!" The man let out a heart-wrenching roar like a beast, but everyone present could tell that the roar was different. The roar was not the mournful wail of a zombie, but the unconscious venting of a human being in a state of delirium. Ningyu rushed to the operating table and grabbed a syringe. Before he could run back, he heard the man's intermittent voice. "Save! Save! Save!" he spoke. Dr. Qin coughed and gasped. It was unclear whether it was extreme excitement, agitation, or fear. He spoke. It happened in just a few seconds. The man clutched the bedsheet tightly. His whole body arched upwards like a balloon that had been blown to its limit. The next moment, it burst. He fell heavily on the operating table. His mouth, nose, and ears were quickly filled with blood. In an instant, he stopped breathing. The curve of the instrument calmed down again. It emitted a monotonous beeping sound that enveloped the dead silent hall. Ningyu gasped for breath. His whole body suddenly relaxed, and he took a few steps back in dejection. He's dead. Dr. Cheng's hands were trembling. He finished the examination with trembling hands and said, "The signs of zombification have disappeared." The serum vaccine actually worked, although it was only for a short moment. The serum did work. The combined effect of the virus and the serum strangled this life, but the serum successfully stopped the virus from turning this body into a zombie. Ningyu raised his hand and covered his face tightly. "Impossible," Sinan murmured in a daze. "Impossible, how could I?" Ningyu wiped his face hard and said, "It's just as I expected." Sinan and Dr. Cheng stared at him, but Ningyu did not say anything. He turned back to the test table and quickly turned on the centrifuge. Only then did Sinan realize that there was a row of blood collection tubes on the test tube rack. Ningyu was too ruthless. It seemed that he had at least taken all of Sinan's blood while he was unconscious. Sinan was light, and the total amount of blood in his body was not high. It was no wonder that Dr. Chung thought that Ningyu was going to kill him when he was watching from the side. "I need a person," Ningyu suddenly said in a low voice. At first, Sinan did not realize what he was talking about, but in an instant, he realized what he was talking about. "I want to remix the virus," Ningyu repeated in a low voice. He looked at Sinan, who was handcuffed to the recliner, and said, "I need a living person." The two of them looked at each other for a moment. The gold-rimmed glasses blocked Ningyu's gaze, and Sinan slowly felt a trace of coldness that he had never felt before. Suddenly, a trembling voice broke the silence. There's one here." The two of them looked at the same time. Dr. Chung staggered forward and blocked Sinan with his body. Then, he took out a handgun that he had hidden for a long time and pointed the muzzle at Ningyu. "There's a living person here," he choked. The muzzle of the gun trembled, but his other hand was firmly pointed at himself. "You can experiment on him." The door clanged loudly. Guo Weixiong looked up from the head of the bed and saw Yan Hao rushing in. His face could be described as blue and white. He asked directly, "Where is Spring Grass dating?" "She went on patrol with someone." Guo Weixiong was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Yan Hao stared straight at him. His gaze was a little frightening. He gasped for a long time before he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "I lost Sinan." "Oh, is that so?" Guo Weixiong turned a page of the comic book and said disinterestedly, "Didn't you give Sinan to Brother Rong long ago? Let this first love go with the wind, Deputy Captain. Brother Rong burned incense for 30 years in his life to catch Sinan, but from the perspective of your face, you still have many opportunities." Yan Hao took away the comic book. "Come with me." "Hey, what are you doing? Give it back to me. It's the latest story I borrowed from someone." Yan Hao ignored Guo Weixiong and rushed into the room like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed a mini submachine gun and 2 tactical backpacks. He threw one of them in front of Guo Weixiong. "Captain told me not to leave Sinan alone, but I didn't keep an eye on him. He's missing." The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Guo Weixiong opened his mouth in disbelief. Yan Hao said in a hoarse voice, "He was taken away by the people in this base." "Team Bell," Guo Weixiong said seriously, "Brother Rong will kill you." Ouch, the dizziness caused by the anesthetic still lingered in his mind. Zhou Rong opened his eyes and suddenly felt the world was spinning. "Give him water," a man said in a rough voice. Cold water was forced into his mouth, but the reaction of the trained special forces was different from that of ordinary people. Zhou Rong didn't swallow subconsciously but spat it out. He choked and coughed and woke up. The carriage kept swaying as it moved. The sky outside the window was already dark, and the mountain road was moving backward quickly. Wan Biao sat opposite him and pointed a gun at Zhou Rong's head. Beside him, a burly man was glaring at him. Zhou Rong closed his eyes hard, and his vision gradually adjusted to the dark sky. "What time is it?" 5 o'clock. Wan Biao said coldly, "You sent more than 20 of my men to the emergency room. Don't move, or I'll really kill you." Where are you taking me? Get on board. Where are my teammates? That girl and the country boy went out with my men to patrol the base. I'll have someone send the gigolo and the second-generation officials over later. Don't worry, none of you will be left out. All of you can board the ship. Zhou Rong rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He was indifferent to the muzzle of the gun that was inches away. He asked, "Where's my wife?" "Your wife?" Wan Biao grabbed Zhou Rong's collar and seemed to find it ridiculous. "Don't you know that all of your lives are in our hands? We've already done our best to send you out to sea with good food and drinks. Why are you still pushing your luck?" Zhou Rong said lazily, "Speak properly, don't touch me." Zhou Rong looked too slick to be a special forces soldier. Even the new recruits were more decent than him. Wan Biao's last trace of gratitude for Zhou Ronggong that night disappeared completely. He just wanted to punch him. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the urge. "That Sinan guy," Wan Biao pointed the muzzle of the gun at Zhou Rong's forehead and gritted his teeth. "I don't care if he's your wife, your parents, or your ancestor. Dr. Ning said that there might be antibodies in his serum. He belongs to the entire human race. He should be kept for experiments. Do you understand?" Zhou Rong thought for a moment and said seriously, "You're right. Wan Biao, I marked him. He's indeed my wife. I was raised by the government with taxes from the people. He's one of the people, so he can be my breadwinner. As for our ancestor, the whole team knows that he's our family's little ancestor. So you're right." Wan Biao couldn't hold it in anymore. He hit Zhou Rong with the butt of the gun. Blood slowly flowed down from Zhou Rong's forehead. His subordinate was stunned. Wan Biao couldn't help but gasp angrily. "Haha." Zhou Rong didn't seem to feel the pain at all. He rubbed the blood and licked it with his tongue. The corner of his mouth raised into an undisguised smirk. "Why can't you take a joke, buddy?" Wan Biao was about to say, "Who the F***ck wants to joke with you," but Zhou Rong's face suddenly changed. His casual smile disappeared without a trace. "Dr. Ningyu said that there might be antibodies in Sinan's serum. Did Romir say that when he came to your base?" "I don't know. It's most likely." Zhou Rong lay on the back seat. A trace of blood soaked his hair, making his handsome face look even more sinister. But he didn't seem to notice it. He murmured, "So Romir traveled thousands of miles to find him because he knew that Sinan was the key to survival in the apocalypse. But if Sinan really has antibodies, why did Romir torture him with electric shocks? Couldn't he just tie him up and draw his blood? It doesn't make sense." Wan Biao didn't understand what he was saying, but he subconsciously became nervous. "What do you mean?" Zhou Rong ignored him. "Unless Sinan knows a secret more precious and crucial than antibodies, and Romir is willing to torture him to find out the answer. But that's impossible. What's more important than antibodies? Unless Sinan doesn't have antibodies at all, or his antibodies are useless to ordinary people." Wan Biao's eyes widened. What did you say?" "Impossible." Dr. Ning asked Dr. Chung. "That Sinan was bitten by a zombie but didn't get infected. He must have antibodies." Zhou Rong rolled his eyes and seemed to be very impatient. "So what if he does?" "What do you mean what if?" "Then he should stay and do the experiment. People all over the world are waiting for a vaccine to be developed." "Should?" Zhou Rong asked coldly. Wan Biao choked. "No one owes anyone anything in this world. There's nothing that should be done. If you really want to talk about should, even if Sinan's serum can save the world, you should explain the situation to him and get his consent before doing the damn experiment. This is the real F***king should." Zhou Rong suddenly stood up and roared. Wan Biao subconsciously shrank back. When he reacted, he became angry. What are you doing? What do you know? What if he doesn't agree? What if he's afraid of death? People like you don't know anything." Zhou Rong was extremely arrogant. He pointed at the black muzzle in front of him with his index finger. "Let me tell you what kind of person Sinan is. He risked his life to save us when he was a total stranger to us. He saved the people with us, risked his life countless times to protect others. Even when he was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of zombies, he didn't back down. He is much braver than you cowards who are hiding in the base. If he thinks that his serum can make a vaccine, he will give you his last drop of blood. Zhou Rong's roar was deafening. The subordinate next to him didn't dare to move. Wan Biao's lips trembled and he couldn't speak. He could only stare at Zhou Rong. But you tied him up. Hypocrites. Despicable. Generous with other people's money, the mother of others. Why are you still here talking about should and shouldn't? CK off. Bang, the car shook violently as if it had hit something. The driver slammed on the brakes. Everyone tilted under the inertia and looked back at the front of the car at the same time. Wan Biao's curses were forced back. The driver's trembling voice came from the front. Brother Wan, something's wrong. In order to save electricity, unless the visibility was very poor, the base didn't use the lights on this familiar mountain road. Everyone was silent for a moment. They could only hear the cold wind in the wilderness outside the car window, like the mournful wails of ghosts sweeping quickly from afar. Bang, a rotten hand slammed heavily on the side window, the driver immediately turned on the high-beam headlights, and everyone was stunned. As far as the eye could see, dozens of zombies staggered over from the mountain road and surrounded the car. In the wilderness not far away, more zombies were swarming over. Soon, they gathered into a spectacular tide of zombies. Brother Wan, the driver immediately cried. It's over, it's over, it's over, Wan Biao blurted out, reverse the car. Quick. The driver hurriedly reversed the car. In his panic, he changed the gear wrong and almost hit the guardrail. At this critical moment, the car window cracked and a few withered hands reached into the car at the same time. Ah! The driver and his subordinate screamed at the same time. Wan Biao was caught by the back of his collar by a zombie. At this critical moment, Zhou Rong pounced on him and snatched his gun. He shot the zombie that grabbed him in the head and shouted, "Don't shout. Shut up." Wan Biao had a brush with death. His mind instantly went blank. Zhou Rong pulled out his dagger and cut off the zombie hands that reached into the car window. He grabbed the driver who was about to pee and pushed him to the passenger seat. Then, he forced himself into the driver's seat. The others were still in great fear and didn't react. Zhou Rong had already changed gears and reversed the car. The tire screeched as he knocked over 2 or 3 zombies. Then, he did a clean 3 o'clock turn. Clang, there were a few crisp sounds of bones cracking. Zhou Rong pushed a zombie that had jumped onto the car door onto the guardrail. The zombie was squeezed so hard that the zombie was deformed. Then, he stepped on the gas pedal, an endless stream of zombies rushed over, but the jeep was already at full speed and sped away. The jeep roared all the way, leaving the zombies that were coming from all directions far behind. However, under the high beam, in the wilderness further away, countless zombies were gathering into an army and trekking in the direction of the base. The driver stuttered and asked, How is this possible? Where did they come from? How can this be? Wan Biao was actually extremely frightened, but he still had some courage. He bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to calm down. Don't panic. What are you afraid of? As long as we go back to the base and report, the base will definitely be defended. But, this battle, it's bigger than 2 days ago. Shut up. Wan Biao said angrily, we defended the base 2 days ago. There's no need to be afraid now. If you keep talking, I'll beat your balls out. The driver was so scared that his face turned pale and his teeth were chattering. The man beside him was visibly trembling. At this time, he suddenly said, we shouldn't go back. Wan Biao scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? We shouldn't go back. The man collapsed. There are too many of them. Look, there are at least tens of thousands of them. We should continue to the port and get on the boat while we still have time. The driver and Wan Biao were stunned. Then, Wan Biao flew into a rage and punched the man on the seat. Shut up. Are you still talking like a human? Whose wife and child are not in the base? Are we just going to leave like this? Bang, the bullet brushed past the man's ear and he froze. Zhou Rongi drove with one hand and held a gun with the other. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the head of the bodyguard behind him. His sharp and gloomy eyes were reflected in the rearview mirror. My wife has been detained by you, he said lightly. If you don't want to go back, get out of the car now. The man trembled and slowly peed his pants. The night symbolized smoke and death. In the night, the base was like an impregnable fortress. High-beam lights flashed at the end of the mountain road. Jeep roared and sped away. Wan Biao's hoarse roar could be heard from afar. Open the door. At the sentry post, several guards poked their heads out. Brother Wan? Brother Wan, you're back? So soon? Open. Wan Biao's shrill voice broke. The zombies are here. Level 1 combat readiness. Open. The jeep rushed into the base, almost sticking close to the gate that was suddenly opened. Before the car stopped, Zhou Rong had already jumped out. Not far away, two people ran out of the guardroom. They were Chen Chao and Ding Shi. I knew something was wrong. Didn't you say that Brother Rong went to the boat with the Sinan? Chen Chao grabbed a guard and roared. What's going on? What are you doing? The man argued. Sister Chen said that Captain Zhou set off when you were patrolling and asked you to meet him at the port as soon as you came back. Zhou Rong didn't say anything. He stepped forward and took the man's gun and gave it to Chen Chao. Then, he kicked the man and sent him flying several meters away. Chen Chao and Ding Shi shouted at the same time, Brother Rong. The Sinan was kidnapped by Qin Yajing and Ningyu for sex experiments. Zhou Rong said briefly, I was caught by them and sent to the boat. On the way, I saw a large number of zombies heading to the base, so I ran back. The people in the base were coming over aggressively to settle the score. Hearing this, their expressions changed instantly. Wan Biao rolled and crawled over. Sound the alarm. Quick. Tens of thousands of zombies are gathering here. Tell everyone to come out. Zhou Rong stretched out his leg and tripped Wan Biao, causing him to fall on his face. The others didn't have time to stop him. Zhou Rong pushed Wan Biao to the ground with his knee and put his elbow around Wan Biao's neck. With some force, Wan Biao's eyeballs almost popped out. Where's the Sinan? Wan Biao's face turned red, but he didn't say a word. Chen Chao came back to her senses and immediately pointed her gun at Wan Biao's head. Are you going to talk or not? If you don't, I'll shoot your face until it blossoms. Don't come over. Ding Shi pointed her gun at the people around them and shouted in a majestic voice. You can choose not to talk, but we can also kill you now. Zhou Rong bent down and whispered in Wan Biao's ear. His tone was like a demon's cold whisper. Then we'll kill everyone here, open the gate, and let the zombies flood in. We'll drag the tens of thousands of lives in this base down to hell with them. Wan Biao's face twitched violently. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Aren't you an officer? Zhou Rong said coldly, Oh, you believe that there are good people in the government? How do I look like a good person? Wan Biao didn't know what to say. The alarm pierced through the night sky of the base. The guards on the high sentry post shouted in fear, They're here. I see them. Everyone was shocked. The guards were so scared that they couldn't speak. Tens of thousands of zombies are coming from the north. Get your weapons ready. Inform Sister Chen. The ruthless are afraid of the reckless, and the reckless are afraid of the reckless. Zhou Rong is the kind of reckless, the situation is extremely urgent, and Wan Biao finally breaks down. In the southernmost part of the abandoned dormitory area, under the research institute, there is a secret laboratory. Wan Biao swallowed and said in a hoarse voice, Ningyu usually stays there. The research materials are all there. Zhou Rong grabbed his throat and forced him to stand up. You're coming with me. No. I have to command and deploy weapons and personnel. Don't King talk nonsense. Zhou Rong rudely interrupted. Chen Chao, Ding, you two stay here to coordinate and command. Ask these idiots to open the armory. Go and inform Wu Weisheng to come here to help defend the base. Ask Yan how to find me in the laboratory. Hurry up, you know why. Chen Chao didn't hesitate. Yes. Listen, we don't want anyone to die. Zhou Rong pointed the gun at Wan Biao's head. His eyes were cruel and fierce, but every word he said was so calm that it made people's hair stand on end. I hope that everyone can live through tonight safely. But don't force me. Otherwise, I will find a way to make each of you pay the price. I have killed more people than you have killed zombies, do you understand? Wan Biao stopped in front of the car door and panted. After a while, he tried to speak calmly. Understood. Very good. Zhou Rong pushed him into the car and said, now take me to that damn laboratory and pray for your life. My Sinan is still alive. At the same time, in the laboratory hall, Ningyu narrowed his eyes and stared at the muzzle of the gun not far away. Then he looked up and smiled slightly mockingly. It's too late for you to think about the safety of your savior now. Dr. Qing shouted angrily, you promised me that you would only extract the serum and detain him for a while. You didn't say that you would use him for sex experiments. You want to develop a vaccine. Can't you use me as an experiment? Am I not a living person? Don't be naive. A voice came from behind him. Dr. Jing subconsciously turned around and saw that the one who spoke was Sinan, who had been unwilling to look at him, let alone talk to him. At this moment, there was a noise in front of him. Dr. Jing reacted and immediately turned around to point at Ningyu. Ningyu had already walked out from behind the laboratory table. He stood still and sneered. What do you mean? Dr. Qing stuttered. He was confused by the situation. Sinan Bing said calmly, he originally intended to use you as his next experimental subject. If you fail, he will catch a few more people and experiment with them until he makes a major breakthrough in the serum research. It may take a few weeks, months, or even years, but one day it will be my turn to be his experimental subject. There's no avoiding it. Dr. Qing asked, why? Sinan was silent and didn't answer him. He seemed to be deep in thought. The laboratory hall was silent. The atmosphere was so tense that it was almost stagnant. It was as if cold gel was stuffed into everyone's nostrils. After a long time, Sinan suddenly said softly, you improved the virus. Dr. Jing stood there in a daze while Ningyu raised her hand reservedly and applauded. Continue. The zombies we found outside the base and the zombies that bypassed the guards to besiege the city 2 nights ago all had the basic intelligence and instincts of a social animal because you improved the virus. Sinan paused for a moment and continued, the reason why the Pandora virus is so difficult to cure is not only because it has never been seen before in human history, but more importantly, it is extremely unstable. For example, the incurable HIV virus can complete its life cycle in 1.5 days after activating the cells, but the zombie virus can complete its life cycle in just a few minutes. When it spreads, its structure and function change at an unimaginable speed. Therefore, it is very difficult to develop an effective vaccine to deal with it. Oh, Dr. Furman named it Panduola? Ningyu raised his eyebrows. After billions of our compatriots were killed, we finally know its name. Congratulations. Sinan didn't respond. I don't know what method you used. Did you use the Panduola virus to coexist with other viruses, or did you use other methods to slow down the rate of its mutation? Anyway, you made the virus complete its evolution and become a new type of organism. And compared to the normal zombie virus, there are some changes in the infection symptoms. The infected people have extremely low intelligence and biological instincts, so the zombies are more cunning and difficult to deal with. But at the same time, the rate of mutation of the new virus is greatly reduced, so it is possible to cure it. Sinan said slowly, in other words, it can now be cured. Dr. Qing listened with his mouth agape. His expression was as if he had been struck by lightning. Ningyu clasped his hands together as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he admitted, it's not coexistence, it's decoding. I unraveled the last link in the Panduola virus's genes that humans didn't know about, so it completed its final evolution. The magic box of Panduola has been opened. There is no antidote in this world. I can't do anything, from now on, there will be no gods. Humans can achieve eternity by themselves. The punishment that Prometheus received for stealing the tinder will be completely annihilated by the flames. At that moment, the memory fragments scattered like snowflakes from his mind. Sinan frowned and looked up while panting. And I'm not the first person to do this, Ningyu said calmly. Although there is no evidence, I'm sure that the first person to do it was Dr. Elisa Fellman. She developed a kind of antibody based on the evolved virus. Her only son, Yu, has been receiving alternating injections of the virus and the antibody since you were a few years old. Your immune system has reached a state of perfect coexistence with the virus. Sinan closed his eyes hard, trying to capture more clues from his chaotic mind, but he failed. Every time he tried his best to recall something, intense dizziness and pain would sweep through his consciousness like needles stabbing into him. So you're right. I'll keep experimenting until I can analyze the perfect balance between the new Panduola virus and the antibody in your body. From there, I can develop a vaccine. Ningyu smiled as she spoke. With one hand in the pocket of her white lab coat, she stepped forward leisurely. And you are the key to verifying the above theory, so you must be the last battlefield in this battle of life and death for mankind. You can't avoid it. Stop, stop. Dr. Qing shouted reflexively. Stand there and don't move. Ningyu walked in front of Dr. Qing and pressed his chest against the muzzle of the gun. He said mockingly, shoot me. I'm a heinous murderer. At least 100 lives have been taken by my hands. Come on, shoot me. Why wouldn't you dare? Dr. Chang's hand holding the gun trembled violently. Ningyu grabbed his wrist and twisted it as fast as lightning. He removed the gun and threw it into the corner. Coward, he mocked. Clang clang clang, the laboratory's alloy door was suddenly slammed. Ningyu didn't turn his head. What's wrong? Dr. Ning, the base has issued a special alert. The subordinate outside the door couldn't hide his fear. Zombies. Zombies are here again. There are tens of thousands of them. They've already surrounded the door. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Wait, Ningyu said curtly. He quickly walked back to the test bench and swept the serum and a pile of test tubes and information into the medical box. He held it in his hand, opened the alloy door, and walked out in a flash. You guys stay here. He glanced at Sinan one last time and warned him. No matter what happens, don't come out. Then he pressed a button outside the door and slid it open silently. As soon as Ningyu left, the laboratory hall instantly darkened. Only a few emergency lights were still on. It seemed that Ningyu had taken the energy factor into consideration when designing this laboratory. Sinan looked around and thought about the possible electric circuit. Suddenly, he saw Dr. Qing walk to the corner and pick up the handgun that Ningyu had thrown away. He walked back and did not dare to look at Sinan. He lowered his head and tried to aim the handgun at the steel chain in Sinan's hands. Sinan asked, "What are you doing?" Ningyu did not take the handgun with him when he left. With his intelligence, he should not have forgotten about it. Instead, he was sure that Dr. Qing would not dare to break the handcuffs for Sinan. Otherwise, the first thing Sinan would do after he was freed would be to strangle Dr. Qing to death. Dr. Ningyu showed me the results of his preliminary research on the vaccine, Dr. Qing said in a low voice as he pulled the chain awkwardly. He told me that he needed your serum to realize this set of plans for the development of a vaccine for the evolution virus. I advised him to tell you directly to get your cooperation. Dr. Qing clumsily loaded the gun and said, but he refused. He said that you must have known that you had antibodies when you were bitten the first time, but you never told him. Therefore, he was very doubtful about your willingness to donate blood. Also, he said that compared to him, you must trust Captain Zhou more. Since Captain Zhou was stubborn and wanted to find the government, he would definitely take you and die in the vast sea before he found the non-existent government. In that case, the only hope of developing a vaccine would be cut off. Sinan repeated, what are you doing? Dr. Qing was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and said, don't move. Wait for me to break the handcuffs. Sinan said coldly, before you break the chain, you will break my hand first. As he said that, he gritted his teeth and struggled. The veins on the back of his left hand bulged, and the steel chain made a creaking sound. Dr. Qing was dumbfounded as if he had seen a monster. After a few long seconds, there was a cracking sound, the armrest of the recliner suddenly broke, and half of it flew out on the spot. Sinan's left wrist was hung with the chain and the other half of the armrest. His wrist was bleeding profusely. But he didn't care about it at all. He licked the blood clean and took the gun from Dr. Cheng's hands. Bang! 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 4 shots were fired, and his hands and feet regained their freedom. You, what? Sinan said coldly and threw the empty gun away. You don't have to explain. Dr. Ching stood there with his head lowered. After a while, he let out a long sigh. His voice was so soft that no one could hear it except for himself. Sorry. To his surprise, a voice came from not far away. It's okay. Dr. Ching raised his head abruptly, only to see Sinan walk to the side of the test bench and flip through Ningyu's notes. Without raising his head, Sinan said, You don't need to explain. I forgive you, but I will never trust you again. That's it. Sinan put away Ningyu's notebook and rummaged around the test bench. After a while, he finally found what he was looking for in the waste paper basket, a sparkling ruby earring. Sinan didn't know whether to praise Ningyu's intelligence or Ningyu's arrogance. He pressed the GPS device, put on the earring, and looked around to find something valuable to take away. However, Sinan's biochemical knowledge was limited. After a cursory look, he only found that everything was valuable. Reagents, powders, various utensils, and even a few pieces of paper with random drawings and words hidden fleeting inspirations and clues. It was difficult to distinguish which was more important. As Ningyu said, he was a murderer, but he was also a murderer with terrifying wisdom. Sinan frowned. Suddenly, he heard a vibration in his ears. The GPS device had received a signal. A sharp alarm came from the ground. It became dull and unclear, echoing in the underground base over and over again. The guards rushed to organize their equipment and rushed to the ground. Their footsteps rushed through the corridor, and no one noticed Yan Hao and Guo Weixiang in the shadow of the corner. Yan Hao made a gesture, pointing to his earring and then to somewhere in front of him. Guo Weixiang nodded silently. He understood what Yan Hao meant. The GPS device had received a signal, and Sinan was not far away. The footsteps of the guards gradually faded away. Yan Hao and Guo Weixiang looked at each other and tacitly moved out of the corner of the corridor at the same time, sticking close to the wall and moving forward quickly. Their equipment weighed more than 30 kilograms, but their footsteps were so light that they could barely make a sound. After passing through several corridors, the vibration of the GPS device became more and more obvious. Finally, at the end of the long underground corridor, there was a slight sound, beep, under the dim emergency light. A dark alloy door was hidden in the shadow. It was almost impossible to see it if one didn't pay attention. Yan Hao gently knocked on the door. There were 3 long and 2 short pauses between each knock. In an instant, Sinan's voice came from inside the door, Zhou Rong. Yan Hao covered his face under Guo Weixiang's sympathetic gaze. He wanted to cry but had no tears. It's me, Yan Hao. Sinan, who's there? Don't move. Raise your hands. Suddenly, the guards roared at the end of the corridor. Yan Hao was stunned. No way. Why am I so unlucky? He then told Guo Weixiang, open this door. Sinan, no, wait. Yan Hao raised his gun and fired. Several guards scattered at the same time to dodge. Instantly, they exchanged gunfire. Guo Weixiang looked around for the door lock, but the alloy door seemed to be inlaid in bricks. The edges were smooth and seamless. Only a fingerprint control key was installed on the wall next to the door frame. At this time, the situation was urgent. It was impossible to find someone who matched the fingerprint to unlock the door. Guo Weixiang quickly took out a grenade from his tactical backpack and shouted, Sinan. Back off. Sinan, no. Don't destroy this door. Listen to me. Boom, bricks and stones flew everywhere, and dust flew everywhere. The entire experiment hall shook violently, and a gap that was half a person wide was blasted open at the joint between the alloy door and the wall. Sinan rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. He had no choice but to push Dr. Ching through the gap and then crawl out of the door. He heard Guo Weixiang ask in a loud voice, Dr. Ching? Why are you here? Dr. Ching, it's my fault, Sinan said flatly, don't ask. He was kidnapped and brought here. Several bullets hit the wall and splashed bright sparks in the darkness. Yan Haofei quickly leaned forward and pulled out a magazine of bullets. He shouted, go. Special alert outside, the base is surrounded by zombies. Guo Weixiang pushed Sinan and Dr. Ching into the bunker and rushed forward against the rain of bullets. He picked up a mini submachine gun and joined the battle. With his support, Yan Hao's pressure was relieved. The guards at the other end of the corridor were immediately defeated and ran out. Guo Weixiang ran after them. Wait. Xianxia. Suddenly, Yan Hao saw the guards run into the next corridor. He turned around and pressed a button on the wall. Then he threw something in the direction of the corridor. It rolled on the ground. Yan Hao didn't even think about it. He jumped straight up and shouted, "Be careful." With a loud bang, Guo Weixiang was pushed to the ground by Yan Hao. At the same time, the thing stopped rolling and stopped a few meters in front of Guo Weixiang. Grenade? In an instant, Guo Weixiang's heartbeat almost stopped. There was only one feeling in his consciousness: Yan Hao protected him under his body. The next second, the grenade began to leak gas. Bzzt, shit. Yan Hao coughed violently and cursed, tear gas bomb. He didn't know if this homemade tear gas bomb was made by Ningyu. The yellow-green gas instantly spewed out and quickly filled the entire corridor in the darkness. Yan Hao and Guo Weixiang, who were closest to it, were the first to bear the brunt. The irritating gas sprayed all over their faces and they couldn't even stand up on the spot. Sinan covered his mouth and nose and rushed to the end of the corridor like a cheetah. However, it was too late. In front of him, clang, it was the heavy sound of metal colliding. The heavy fence fell from the sky and landed firmly on the ground, close to the tip of Sinan's nose. It closed the long corridor. The guards on the other side of the fence quickly retreated. Sinan subconsciously reached for his gun, but he touched nothing. He didn't have a weapon. "Give me a gun," he roared. However, when he turned around, he knew it was impossible. Yan Hao and Guo Weixiang were in the center of the leak of the irritant. The area was completely covered by the yellow-green gas, and the gas was still spreading toward them. It would only take a few seconds for it to reach them. When people were in a hurry, their minds would often go blank and they couldn't think. However, there were also people who could think faster in an emergency. Sinan belonged to the latter category. He stretched his hand out of the gap between the fence and touched the wall outside. He felt a box of switches and knew that this was the electronic terminal that controlled the metal fence. This design was very different from the security measures used in domestic research institutes. It must have been added by Ningyu when he modified the laboratory. Sinan Xian vaguely felt a sense of familiarity and realized that he had seen it before. White Eagle Base. After Ningyu escaped from the White Eagle Base, he brought some of the design ideas back to China and brought them to this secret underground experimental site. If it was controlled by an electric circuit, the metal fence would fall down after the power was turned on. As long as the power was turned off, the yellow-green gas slowly floated over like a demon. Sinanju coughed violently. He was dizzy and couldn't think anymore. He gritted his teeth and smashed the box of switches. He couldn't see the switch because of the angle of his vision. However, he was familiar with it since he was young, so he didn't need to use his eyes to see it. In the nick of time, Sinan's fingers accurately pulled out a wire inside the wall and tore it apart instantly. Zap, zap. 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 Sinan was sent flying. With a bang, Sinan fell to the ground. His pupils dilated rapidly, and his body twitched slightly. The metal fence hummed helplessly and slowly opened. The irritant gas floated out. Cough, 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 cough. In the dim light, a slightly plump figure stumbled over. He was coughing so hard that tears and snot flowed down his face. He fell to his knees beside Sinan and checked his breathing and heartbeat. Then, he immediately began CPR and chest compressions. After a while, Sinan coughed violently. He gasped for breath and twitched for a while before he finally regained consciousness. I'm fine. Sinan's hands trembled as he supported himself on the ground. He supported his upper body and blocked Dr. Ching, who was about to come up again. Don't. Speak properly. Don't touch me. Dr. Ching obviously didn't get the joke of the special forces. He asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Do you know how many volts it is? How dare you touch it?" Sinan said helplessly, "I'm used to it. Ningyu shouldn't have been able to make real tear gas. Otherwise, it would have been much more lethal than this." Even so, they were still in a lot of trouble. Dr. Ching helped Sinan, who had gone limp all over, out of the aisle. Then, he covered their mouths and noses and dragged out Yan Hao and Guo Weixiong respectively. He laid them flat on the ground and fanned them vigorously. A few minutes later, they both regained consciousness. They coughed so hard that tears and snot flowed out of their eyes. Guo Weixiong almost vomited bile. Sinan briefly explained what had happened. He skipped the part where Dr. Ching sprayed him with ether and focused on the progress of Ningyu's experiment and his speculation about his serum. Guo Weixiong finally finished vomiting. He wiped his mouth and sat on the ground, exhausted. After listening to the story, he cursed angrily, "This psycho, he's really. His laboratory is very important. It stores a lot of precious information. That's why I told you not to break down the door by force." Sinan stood up with the help of the wall and moved his ankles. "But it's too late now. You've broken several of his precision instruments. Go back and prepare to be beaten up by Zhou Rong." Guo Weixiong, Yan Haoping lay on the ground, unable to move. He looked at the dark ceiling above his head and weakly ordered, "Very good. When we retreat, we must take Ningyu with us. Also, from now on, protect Sinan. Don't play games like touching the electric door with your bare hands. What if you turn into Thunderbolt Bebe? We're counting on you to save the world." This was supposed to be exciting news. However, after being hit by Ningyu's tear gas bomb, no one was excited. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Sinan walked through the corridor with the help of the wall. He went to the laboratory to collect all the information and documents he could take with him. The others rested for a few minutes until Sinan Hui came. They stood up shakily, packed up their guns, and prepared to leave. "Ningyu must still be on this floor. Let's find him and take him away. We'll go up and meet up with the others." Yan Hao stamped his numb feet and said, "Captain and the others should be fighting against the zombies outside. We'll try to catch Xianxia and then go to support them. Do you have any objections?" No one had any objections. Guo Weixiong suddenly said thoughtfully, "Team Flower. Yan Hao, I didn't know you loved me so much. You thought it was a grenade and risked your life to protect me." Guo Weixiong was so moved that he wiped his snot and came up to hug Yan Hao. "Team Flower, you're so nice." Yan Hao's face turned pale. "Go away. You can talk, but don't touch me." A group of people walked into the complex underground space. At the same time, a jeep stopped behind the bushes at the entrance to the ground above them. Zhou Rong got out of the car with a gun pointed at the back of Wan Biao's head. Not far away, a nanny van sped over and stopped in front of the building. Then, two of his men lifted Xianxia's wheelchair out. One of them stood guard outside, while the other pushed her into the building. Zhou Rong said softly, "If you dare to make a sound, you're dead. Do you understand?" Wan Biao stared straight ahead and nodded. Then he suddenly raised his breath. Before he could make a sound, Zhou Rong had already noticed that his chest was expanding and he was about to scream. Zhou Rong held his mouth open and then knocked him out with the butt of his gun. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit," Zhou Rong said coldly. He dragged Wan Biao, whose face was covered with blood, and slowly put him down in the bushes. Xianxia had already been pushed into the building. Zhou Rong thought for a moment, bent down, and sneaked forward. Like a tiger on the hunt, he silently went behind the guard and gave him a chop. The guard didn't even know what was going on and fainted on the spot. As usual, Zhou Rong carefully put him down and then followed Xianxia into the building. This was the laboratory building of the research institute before it was abandoned. When Zhou Rong followed them in, Xianxia was entering the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, and then the number showed -2. It seemed that Wan Biao was right about the secret underground laboratory. But what was Xianxia doing? Looking for Ningyu, Zhou Rong raised his eyebrows and went straight into the safety corridor. He rushed down 2 flights of stairs like the wind. When the elevator door opened with a ding, he flashed into the 2nd floor of the basement. The corridor in front of him was very empty, and there was no one around. Only the emergency lights were flashing dimly. Xianxia's men pushed the wheelchair forward quickly. Zhou Rong followed them for a few minutes like a ghost. He saw them turn into a room at the bottom of the winding corridor. "Thank you," Xianxia said softly, "help me call Ningyu here." The man answered and went out. As soon as he walked out of the door, he felt a strong wind in the darkness. What? He only had time to make a short sound before he blacked out and lost consciousness. Xianxia suddenly turned around. Who is it? At the door of the underground office, her man slumped to the ground. Then Zhou Rong's slender and strong figure flashed in the darkness. He held a gun in his hand, and the muzzle was firmly nailed to Xianxia's forehead. Don't move. Don't scream, Zhou Rong said calmly. Where is Sinan? The moment Xianxia saw Zhou Rong, her whole body froze. But after a few seconds, she relaxed again and gently leaned back in the wheelchair. Unit 118 is indeed worthy of its name. Is Wan Biao still alive? He's alive. Zhou Rong said, I'm good at killing people, but I don't kill people randomly. Unless you do something irreversible. Xianxia shrugged. You think too much, Captain Zhou. Nothing irreversible has happened. Noah is safer here than you can imagine. Even if I'm bitten to death by zombies after the base falls, he and Ningyu won't be hurt. Zhou Rong scrutinized Xianxia from head to toe without hiding anything. The weak and disabled woman looked back calmly without avoiding his gaze. After a while, Zhou Rong narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he temporarily believed her words. He pointed the muzzle at her and quickly scanned the room under his feet. The room was not big, only about 20 or 30 square meters. White curtains hung from the ceiling, half blocking an emergency bed in the corner. Zhou Rong had all kinds of medical and biochemical equipment placed against the wall. In front of Xianxia was a test bench full of utensils. It was a bit like a mixture of an emergency room and a biochemical laboratory. Zhou Rong walked forward and confronted Xianxia across the test bench. His fingers, wearing sniper gloves, randomly groped around on the bench and found an open notebook. He thought it was the experimental record of Ningyu, the psychiatrist, but when he picked it up and glanced at it, it turned out to be neat lines of pen writing. Each line recorded a person's name and corresponding date. The notebook had 10 lines per page, and there were already 3,000 pages written. What's this? Zhou Rong asked in a low voice. Xianxia replied, *****, the list of experimental subjects and the date of death. Zhou Rong flipped through the pages one by one. When he reached the first page, he suddenly caught a glimpse of an empty line with the date of death. The corresponding name on that line was Xianxia. Zhou Rong's gaze changed slightly. He heard Xianxia's hoarse and gentle voice. It's dark here. You may not be able to see clearly. The names written in blue ink are volunteers, mainly the leaders of the original research institute and the backbone of scientific research. The black ink is a part of the opposition that split out at the beginning. They were captured in several armed fights, as well as some unfortunate people who were caught alone. The former has a total of 63 names, and the latter has a total of 32 names. Ningyu wrote down their names. There are a total of 95 people. Their corpses have become the cornerstone of today's vaccine research. Zhou Rong's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he held it back. Xianxia immediately asked sensitively, do you want to say you are a group of lunatics? Zhou Rong was indifferent, I'm sorry, but I'm a soldier. I'm not educated enough to evaluate your behavior. He pointed to the first line on the first page of the death list and asked, who is this person? My husband. Xianxia paused for a moment and sighed almost silently. When my husband was in university, Ningyu taught his class. That's how they got to know each other. Xianxia's husband was at least 40 years old, which meant that when Ningyu taught his undergraduate class, he was not even 15 years old. Zhou Rong didn't say anything, but asked, what did you say about the vaccine research? Xianxia asked, tens of thousands of zombies are outside. Are you sure you want to talk about the vaccine at this time? Zhou Rong said, if you really developed the antidote vaccine, at least at this moment, I will put the importance of the vaccine above all other tasks. Xianxia looked at Zhou Rong for a moment and seemed to see something. You are really a goal seeker, yes. Zhou Rong admitted, that's why I didn't immediately shoot you when I saw the death list. Don't talk about other things, just talk about the vaccine. Oh? It seems that I can live for a few more minutes. Xianxia slightly twitched the corner of her mouth and said dispiritedly. About the vaccine and Ningyu, Xianxia changed her sitting position under Zhou Rong's impatient gaze and said slowly, as I said before, When the zombie virus broke out, the Institute sacrificed unimaginable manpower and material resources to do two things. The first was to repair the local communication system, and the second was to search for Ningyu. Ningyu once participated in the research of the zombie virus in a country, and even met Romeur, who was the sponsor of the research. After he quit the research and returned to China, he lived in seclusion in a rural area. After we took him back to the research institute, he came up with a terrifying idea. He thinks that part of the reason why the zombie virus is so difficult to conquer is because it's too low level. It keeps changing forms during the process of transmission, so it's very difficult to develop a vaccine that can lock it down. For this reason, he decided to use genetic recombination technology to promote the evolution of the virus. When the virus reaches an advanced form, the speed of division and mutation will be relatively stable, and the development of a vaccine will go from almost impossible to possible. He soon began the genetic recombination experiment against the virus, but the new virus needs to be tested, and we can't provide him with the necessary test subjects, gorillas or chimpanzees. The only supercomputer in the research institute that can simulate the human immune system was smashed at the site of the disaster. Its system is too sophisticated, and we couldn't fix it even after a long time. In a helpless situation, the research institute conducted the first drawing of lots. Chen Yajing took a deep breath. I've taken out the first 5 names on your list. My husband is one of them. In the darkness, the airflow became very slow, and it was heavy in Zhou Rong's lungs and blood. If the research of the virus is exposed, this base will usher in an unprecedented large-scale panic and riots. The frightened people will be too scared. So in the beginning, Ningyu conducted experiments outside the base. After sacrificing dozens of volunteers, the evolution of the virus finally succeeded. The new virus has the characteristics of animal intelligence and hunting instincts. But in an accident, the experimental zombie escaped and brought the new virus out. This is the origin of the low-level intelligent zombies you see outside. Zhou Rong asked hoarsely, what about the vaccine? Ningyu has tried to synthesize dozens of antibodies against the new virus after the evolution, but they all failed. The closest example of success is right in front of you, and that's me. Chen Yajing pointed to her leg. But the antibodies didn't completely kill the virus. The other 4 volunteers who were injected with me all became zombies. Only I was half zombified. So Ningyu has been testing the improved antibodies on you? Zhou Rong asked suspiciously. There are very few people who know the inside story. For example, Wan Biao is the backbone in charge of the base's security. So in several armed conflicts between our base and the base next door, we captured a lot of prisoners of war. After that, we intercepted some innocent survivors. Chen Yajing raised her hand and rubbed her face hard. Zhou Rong finally understood. So when Sinan and I were hijacked, Wan Biao stopped Yan Hao from killing the robbers because he wanted to bring them back to Ningyu. Yes, Chen Yajing said helplessly. But Yan Hao's marksmanship is too fast. Zhou Rongyi didn't know what to say. You can ask Ningyu to explain the detailed theory. I will only briefly explain the vaccine plan to you. Chen Yajing raised a finger. In the first step, Ningyu will first inject the new virus into the experimental subjects to infect them. Then, he will synthesize the antibodies and try to cure them. If the first step shows signs of success, in the second step, he will inject the antibodies into me to verify. As long as the degree of zombification can be reversed, it proves that the antibodies have achieved the final success. So far, I have been tested 5 times, and the antibodies are only 1 step away from success. Ningyu believes that Noah's serum is the key to this 1 step away. If he can be used as a petri dish to cultivate the final vaccine to end this worldwide catastrophe, then there is no doubt that your Omega will be the savior of the entire human race. Zhou Rong's mind went blank. His finger on the trigger trembled slightly. In the near future, as long as we release the new virus to infect all the survivors and cure them with the vaccine, we can complete the complete purification of the virus on Earth. Chen Yajing stared into Zhou Rong's eyes. In the darkness, her eyes flashed with a faint light. It was hard to tell whether it was sarcasm or sadness. Whether you or Noah is willing or not, as long as there are antibodies in the serum, he will be the savior of the world. Zhou Rong's ears were buzzing. He closed his eyes hard, as if he wanted to force himself to calm down. But the moment he blinked, Xianxia suddenly lowered her head and hid behind the experiment table. Zhou Rong rushed forward, but it was too late. The cold and hard muzzle was pressed against the back of his head. Ningyu's cold voice sounded, "Put down the gun, Captain Zhou. Bullets don't have eyes." Zhou Rong looked forward. The dim light in the corridor shone on the hospital bed not far away, which was half covered by a white curtain. The iron bed frame faintly reflected a swaying figure. Zhou Rong noticed something. He gently loosened his grip and the gun fell on the experiment table. Now, Ningyu carried the medical kit and said impatiently, "Go out and deal with the zombies. Go out of the arsenal and turn left 300 meters away. Don't make trouble here." Oh. Ningyu's throat was strangled from behind. At the same time, another muzzle was pressed against his temple. "Put down the gun, Dr. Ning," Sinan said lightly, "bullets don't have eyes." Ningyu's expression looked like he wanted to curse, but he was strangled by Sinan. His blood vessels were bursting and he couldn't even make a sound. Zhou Rong turned around like a whirlwind, picked up Ningyu and threw him to Yan Hao. The whole movement was done in one breath. Yan Hao tacitly twisted Ningyu's elbow and pressed it against the wall. Then Wu Weixiang squeezed into the room and pointed his gun at Xianxia, who had no choice but to stand up from the experiment table. Then, Zhou Rongi picked up Sinan. Sinan was almost 1.8 meters tall, but Zhou Rong picked him up in the air as if he were a child. He turned around and put him on the test bench. Then, he pressed the back of Sinan's head and held him tightly in his arms. "Si Xiaonan, my Si Xiaonan." Zhou Rong repeatedly stroked his hair and rubbed his ears, as if to make sure that the treasure was not damaged at all. His voice was unsteady. "Good, good, I didn't expect you to come and save Brother Rong. You're really good." Sinan was very comfortable in his strong palm. He squinted his eyes and said, "Oh. I also saved Yan Hao and Big Rooster just now. It's all good." Yan Hao, Big Rooster, Guo Weixiang looked like he wanted to argue for himself, but Sinan looked up from Zhou Rong's arms and glared at him. Guo Weixiang suddenly remembered the grenade he threw at the entrance of the experiment site. He instantly covered half of his mouth and didn't say anything. Ningyu politely struggled, but he gave up under Yan Hao's iron grip. He pressed his face against the wall and gritted his teeth. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the laboratory?" Sinan tilted his head and glanced at him. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. "I'll stay wherever you want me to." "Idiot." Ningyu murmured and cursed. He was almost powerless. The alloy door of the laboratory is very strong. Even if it's full of zombies, it won't be broken. There's also a spare warehouse behind it. It's enough for you to eat and drink for 3 months. It's enough for you to survive until the zombie wave passes. Forgive me for being presumptuous." Zhou Rongi put his arm around Sinan and said politely, "Dr. Ning, you're now a captive. It's better if you don't talk too much." Ningyu turned his face and closed his mouth tightly. Zhou Rong carefully took out a fruit candy from his pocket and fed it to Sinan. He and Yan Hao quickly exchanged information about each other and the situation outside. Chen Chao and Ding are helping with the defense. But the civilian weapon inventory is limited. If the defense is broken, tens of thousands of zombies will all rush in. Zhou Rong pondered for a few seconds and asked Xianxia, "I don't believe that your base doesn't have emergency measures. At least, you have a transfer tool, right?" Xianxia looked at Ningyu hesitantly. Ningyu was expressionless. He looked completely resigned to his fate. The air fell into a deadlock of silence until a slightly hoarse voice sounded, "The secret of your base has been exposed. Miss Chen, there's no point in staying here." Xianxia looked at the voice. It was Sinan who spoke with candy in his mouth. "If my serum works, Ningyu's experiment can continue anywhere. If my serum doesn't work, Ningyu will only be killed by zombies if he stays here. The door of the laboratory has been blown up by us." Sinan's right cheek was a little swollen because of the fruit candy, but his expression was very calm. "This base has sheltered tens of thousands of people. Now it's time for it to complete its mission. Get ready to evacuate." This day was bound to come. In fact, Xianxia knew it even if he didn't say it. Although the ending came earlier than the introduction of the vaccine, it was fated, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Xianxia raised his head and made a decision for himself. Then he smiled tiredly. Yes, you're right. Go out of this building and head north. There's a signal tower at the corner of the base. There's a helicopter hidden on the roof of the gray cement building nearby. It's specially prepared to protect Ningyu on the day the base falls. You can let Ningyu and Noah board the plane and evacuate first. Xianxia tore a piece of paper and quickly drew a route map. There are 68 buses in the parking lot at the east end of the base. They can evacuate about 6,000 to 7,000 people at one time. I'll arrange for the elderly, women, and children to board the buses first. If the fortification can't hold, the combatants will evacuate in shifts. She handed the route map to Zhou Rong with both hands and raised her chin. I'll leave it to you, Captain Zhou. Zhou Rong gestured with his finger on the map. He took a submachine gun from Wu Weixiang's tactical backpack and pointed it to the sky. Yan Hao and I will escort Sinan and Ningyu to find the helicopter. Xianxia, you take Miss Chen and that unlucky brother one outside with the gun. Go to the front line to find Grassy Ding. Yan Hao and I will come to support later. Any objections? Sinan suddenly glanced back at him, but the indescribable expression in his eyes was hidden in the dark underground. Zhou Rong quickly took 2 steps forward and grabbed Sinan's hand. Their fingers intertwined and their palms pressed together. However, he didn't dare to look at Sinan. He looked up and coughed. Very good. No objections. Let's go. When they returned to the ground, Wan Biao had just woken up and was still dizzy. When he saw Zhou Rong, he immediately rushed over to fight him. However, before he could take 2 steps forward, he caught a glimpse of Xianxia, who was pointed at by Wu Weixiang, and Ningyu, who was pointed at by Yan Hao. He immediately stopped. Wu Weixiang asked them to get into the nanny van and turned around to go back to the front line to support Grassy. There was also a jeep. Ningyu consciously got into the driver's seat, and Yan Hao sat in the passenger's seat, pointing the gun at his head. What's the point of doing this? Ningyu frowned and asked, even if I run into a tree now, you won't shoot. You will even jump over to protect me with your body. So, what's the threat? Yan Hao replied, but if you run into a tree, Dr. Ning will be the first to die. Do I look like I'm afraid of death? Ningyu retorted. Yan Hao pondered for a moment and agreed, you're right. Then, he moved the gun down and pointed it at Ningyu's crotch. Ningyu's face kept twitching. He had no choice but to start the car. You win. Zhou Rong seemed to have a premonition. He held Sinan's hand tightly in his arms and sat in the back seat without saying a word. The jeep shuttled through the secluded abandoned area in the dark of the night. It drove past unoccupied research buildings. Their heartbeats were close to each other as the car shook slightly. After some time, Sinan called out softly, Zhou Rong. It's okay. Don't think too much, Zhou Rong also whispered, Brother Rong just checked. This base is very sturdy. It won't be broken. Even if it's broken, it doesn't matter. I'll retreat with the bus. Let's meet at the port. Brother Rong will get you a chocolate to eat. Zhou Rong buried his face in Sinan's neck and greedily sniffed the scent that was mixed with his own pheromone. Then, he lifted Sinan up and sat him down on his lap. Sinan rested his elbows on Zhou Rong's broad shoulders. The two of them faced each other in the narrow back seat, their foreheads pressed against each other. Remember to call Sinan when you're in danger. Sinan said softly, as long as you call for me, no matter how far I am, I'll come and save you. Zhou Rong's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Sinan's clear amber eyes. Ningyu asked casually, isn't your name Noah? Sinan didn't even turn his head. Who the hell is Noah? Forget about him. Zhou Rong couldn't help but smile. Sinan lowered his head and kissed his thin and warm lips in the shaking car. Bang! The jeep suddenly stopped. Everyone was caught off guard by the inertia. Yan Hao almost pulled the trigger. His face instantly turned pale. What are you doing? Ningyu didn't care about his crotch at all. He stared at the flickering shadows in the front lights and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. There's something. Yan Hao reached out his hand to turn on the high beam, and the bright beam of light immediately extended out. In the vast darkness ahead, more than a dozen figures were staggering towards the jeep. Zombies, but how could zombies sneak into the base? It's not me. It has nothing to do with the experiment. Ningyu said flatly, it should be because all the patrols were gathered at the front gate tonight. A small group of zombies hiding in the jungle in the north crushed the barbed wire fence and got in. What should we do now? Zhou Rong made a prompt decision, crush them at full speed. Zhou Rong and Yan Hao stuck their guns out of the car window at the same time and opened fire. 7 or 8 zombies fell instantly. However, under the high beam light, more zombies emerged from the darkness in 2s and 3s, revealing their hideous and twisted figures. The jeep went on a rampage. Zhou Rong wrapped the bullet belt around his arm and said angrily, Dr. Ning. You have a lot of zombies in this small group. Ningyu, you have to compare with the tens of thousands in front of you. Dr. Ning was obviously not good at high-risk driving. Sinan leaned her upper body from the back seat and grabbed the steering wheel with one hand. Without saying anything, she spun the car and avoided 5 or 6 zombies that were about to hit the front of the car. With a few muffled sounds, the side of the car hit the zombies and sent them flying. At the same time, a bloody black hand reached in through the broken window and scratched blindly. It almost grabbed Zhou Rong's neck. Sinan opened the car door and pushed it hard. Then he kicked it with his long legs. The zombie holding the car door rolled out and disappeared in the dark night behind the car. The signal tower is 500 meters ahead. I see the gray building. Yan Hao shouted in the midst of the continuous firing of the submachine gun, Captain, should we take 2 GPS? Yan Hao turned around and saw Zhou Rong turn around and kiss Sinan while he was reloading. Yan Hao said numbly, you guys are too much. Zhou Rong arrogantly pointed at him with the muzzle, it's the middle of the night. I'm an alpha. I have the obligation to keep my wife happy. What do you want to say? Ningyu's driving was so unstable that the car kept shaking. Yan Hao leaned on the back of the chair and pointed forward. Zhou Rong followed his finger and saw a few scattered buildings behind the trees. The signal tower was built on top of one of the buildings. Yan Hao asked, Qin Yajing said that she repaired the communication base station. The signal tower should be working. Do you want to take 2 GPS devices to try? That was doable. The specific frequency wave emitted by the locator allowed 118 headquarters to lock onto them one way. However, due to hardware limitations, the signal had always been relatively weak. If you used the transmission tower to enhance the frequency and increase the radiation range, the possibility of headquarters receiving the positioning signal would undoubtedly increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. It's useless. The 3 of them looked over at the same time, only to see Ningyu say indifferently, when the disaster broke out, we tried to call for help over 100 times, but no one responded. Although you insist on the so-called military, forgive me for being blunt, the military should no longer exist. Yan Hao shot down the zombies that were pouncing on the jeep from the side of the road, and looked at Zhou Rong inquiringly. The zombies that flashed in the night gradually gathered in groups. Once the base was breached, the number of zombies that sneaked in would only increase over time. Zhou Rong thought for a few seconds, then glanced at Sinan. Sinan Fu was by the window, one of his eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at the scope. He nodded almost imperceptibly. Let's try. Zhou Rong made a decision and said, we're using the military's top-secret communication channel. It's worth the risk. You 2 give me the earrings and drop me off at the signal tower. Yan Hao, escort Sinan and Dr. Ning to find the helicopter. I'll meet up with you after I send the signal. Yan Hao said, no, Captain, I'll go. You send Sinan and the others. Zhou Rong said coldly, what are you talking about? You can't shoot at all. You failed the electronic communication class in the military academy. Don't think that I didn't check your graduation transcripts. Yan Hao said, the one who failed was De Ding. I'm good at shooting. Do you want to try? Zhou Rong said, haha, who wants to try who? Come on. The bullet left the chamber. The loud sound of gunfire interrupted them. Sinan killed 2 zombies with one shot and said seriously, Dr. Ning, please drop me off at the signal tower. Let them get a room. Zhou Rong, Yan Hao, let me go, Captain. Yan Hao sighed, the number of zombies is within a controllable range, so it's not that dangerous. I'll come down after I send the signal. Sinan, give me some more bullets. You see, I'll be fine by myself. The jeep stopped in front of the signal tower. 200 meters away, the gray cement building stood quietly in the darkness. Zhou Rong was silent for a few seconds and said hoarsely, thank you. Yan Hao opened the car door and blew up several zombies 7 to 8 meters away. He turned around and smiled, we're brothers, what are you thanking me for? With that, he got out of the car and rushed towards the building where the signal tower was located. There weren't many zombies in the open space at this time. There were less than 100 of them. Ningyu stepped on the accelerator again. It only took a few seconds for the car to stop in front of the gray cement building. Zhou Rong rushed out of the car and shot the door lock. Sinan followed behind with a gun. The two of them protected Ningyu in the middle and rushed into the quiet hall. They pushed open the safety door and rushed in before the zombies came in. There was no electricity here. The stairs were so dark that they couldn't see their fingers. Ningyu fell every 3 steps. In the end, Sinan almost carried her on his shoulder and ran all the way. In the blink of an eye, they reached the top of the 7 or 8-story building. This way. Ningyu was out of breath. His gold-rimmed glasses were crooked. He used the last of his strength to open the door to the rooftop. Under the sky, there was a huge gray curtain covering the rooftop. Zhou Rong and Sinan pulled down the curtain together, revealing a small helicopter. Zhou Rong patted the dust on his hands, your base is really good. How did you hide it so well? Ningyu sat on the ground, exhausted, because it was prepared for me alone, only Xianxia and I know about this helicopter. Wan Biao is in charge of maintenance. Zhou Rong nodded and put on the monocle. He saw a light green figure nimbly climb to the signal tower on the top of the building in the distance. 2 red lights flashed on the top of the tower. It was Yan Hao. When Yan Hao's mission was completed, they still had about 5 minutes to be alone with each other. Zhou Rong took a thin copper chain from his neck and put it around Sinan's neck. This is the virus information chip we got from the B military region and the experimental antibody you found. There were originally 2 tubes of antibody. Before I went to see Xianxia, I gave one to Chen Chao and the other to Yan Hao for safekeeping. Zhou Rong took Sinan's hand and whispered, before we got on the car, Yan Hao returned his tube to me. You take it. Sinan grabbed the copper chain with one hand and didn't let him put it around his neck. Under the starry sky, the two were in a stalemate for a moment. Zhou Rong looked into Sinan's eyes. After a while, he almost begged, see Xiaonan, aren't you going to meet me at the port? Sinan asked. Zhou Rong immediately said, so you can give it back to me after we meet. Sinan raised his eyebrows. His facial features were deep and mixed. This action made his face look very handsome and ruthless. If you don't come, I'll throw it into the sea and shoot Ningyu. Then we'll die together, ? Ningyu asked in the distance, who did I offend? Zhou Rong laughed and opened his arms to hug Sinan tightly. He whispered in Sinan's ear, you won't. If I don't come, you'll work hard to find the military headquarters and tell them that you're my widow. You can get 18,000 yuan a month as a pension. Sinan Fu leaned on his shoulder. His throat was a little tight. After a while, he said expressionlessly, oh, you're worth 18,000 yuan? Of course. The country still owes me a lot of money. When the disaster is over, I'll buy you a pigeon egg. Do you want a platinum or gold ring? Gold, then. Look at me. Sinan closed his eyes. After a while, as if to vent his anger, he pinched Zhou Rong's firm butt. Ouch. Zhou Rong laughed and dodged. You're too much, Comrade Xiaoxi. You haven't even registered your marriage and you're already using domestic violence. My dog eyes are going to be blinded by you guys. Ningyu muttered. He held his forehead and turned his head. Zhou Rong kept kissing Sinan's hair and ears. He rubbed his neck with a little stubble. Like a male wolf trying to leave his scent to mark his territory. After a long time, he finally tried to control his instincts and said regretfully, actually, now that I think about it, I should have taken you to the pharmacy to find the inhibitor. If anything happened to me, you could have pretended to shed a few tears. In the future, there would be a lot of handsome guys chasing after you, Sinan asked. Didn't you say that the nearest city was 2,000 kilometers away? No, we didn't go to Lhasa, Zhou Rong admitted. In fact, we could have found the pharmacy by driving for half a day. Sinan was speechless. Zhou Rong didn't hear anything for a while. He looked up a little nervously. You're not angry, are you? Sinan's expression was quite strange. He seemed to be very embarrassed. After a while, he sighed. No, I'm just thinking. He said slowly. Fortunately, you lied. Otherwise, how could I implicitly and reservedly say, let's not look for the inhibitor? Zhou Rong was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he looked up to the sky and laughed proudly and happily. Ningyu covered his ears and said helplessly. Can you spare my dog ears? The red dot on the top of the launch tower in the distance went out. Xianxia quickly landed on the rooftop and began to move downstairs. Zhou Rong held Sinan in his arms rudely. His palm reached under his clothes and rubbed, pinching and scratching the protruding shoulder blades. He also reached out from the back of his collar and affectionately rubbed the small piece of soft flesh at the back of his neck. Sinan retaliated by putting his hand into the waist of Zhou Rong's pants. As he rubbed up and down, he raised the corner of his lips playfully. Your lumbosacral muscles are well trained, Captain Zhou. Is this the legendary Mikaeling? Your gluteus maximus is quite strong, hiss. Zhou Rong grabbed his wrist like lightning. Comrade Xiaoxi. Don't be arrogant. Where do you want to touch? Sinan said lazily, don't be so sensitive. Don't you have to be checked when you join the army? Your buttocks are no longer clean. I have to go pick up Xianxia. You wait here. Zhou Rong hurriedly covered his butt with one hand and held the submachine gun with the other. He took a few steps back and threatened, be good. Do you understand? Be careful or Brother Rong will come back and make you cry. Sinan arrogantly showed him his middle finger as a reply. Zhou Rong rushed downstairs and jumped into the jeep. At the same time, Xianxia appeared in front of the building opposite. Sinan was bored and leaned against the edge of the rooftop with his gun. Suddenly, he was startled. He didn't have night vision goggles, so he couldn't see clearly from such a high place. But the jeep's headlights reflected the dense group of zombies on the open ground. While they were talking just now, the number of zombies that sneaked into the base had increased to such a large number. Be careful. Sinan shouted and immediately opened fire from a high place. The zombies blocking the front of the jeep were shot and blood splattered everywhere. The jeep started slowly and cooperated with Sinan's suppressive fire from a high place. It crushed a path mixed with rotten blood and broken bones in the group of zombies. As soon as Xianxia came out of the building, he was surrounded by the zombies in front of him. He had to raise his gun and fire on the spot and retreat back into the building. At this time, the jeep had already driven over. Zhou Rong made a subtle turn and the rear wheels crushed the zombies into minced meat. Then he shouted, Xianxia. Come up. Xianxia shouted in the midst of the sound of bullets, we can't get through. We need backup. Zhou Rong quickly wrapped the bullet belt around his body and pulled the trigger of the submachine gun as he jumped out of the door. The tongue of fire rapidly spat out and fiercely tore a hole in the encirclement of zombies in front of him. He jumped up and grabbed the top frame of the door and flew over the heads of all the zombies. The moment he landed, he opened fire again and swept over 5 or 6 zombies in the hall. Xianxia was battered and exhausted. He had already been forced up the stairs by the zombies. Here. Zhou Rong originally wanted to meet up with him, and the two of them would use high-pressure firepower to force their way out of the door. However, he didn't expect that Xianxia would be forced back to the second floor. He had no choice but to grab the handrail and jump sideways. His body was extremely fast and he directly climbed up the stairs to the second floor. The zombies under his feet were screaming and chasing after him, and their brains splattered. Over here. Xianxia's voice came from behind, quick. I'm out of bullets. The zombies' joints were stiff and their speed of climbing the stairs was slow. Zhou Rong quickly retreated while shooting. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a zombie's withered hand reaching out from his side. However, before the stinky teeth fell on his neck, Xianxia rushed over and grabbed the zombie with his bare hands. He didn't have time to think and directly pushed the zombie out of the window at the end of the corridor. Crash! The glass window shattered. The zombie fell to the ground on the first floor and stopped moving on the spot. More and more zombies were climbing up the stairs. In the darkness, they were like countless twisted branches of various shapes, slanting and twisting as they rushed towards the corridor. Zhou Rongyi's submachine gun was gradually unable to suppress the tide of zombies. Xianxia took out his last grenade from the tactical bag and shouted in Zhou Rong's ear in the rain of bullets, "Jump on the count of 3. Zhou Rong, quick!" Xianxia threw the grenade out of the window on the second floor. For seconds later, there was an earth-shattering explosion among the zombies downstairs. 3. Xianxia climbed onto the windowsill and jumped forward. Jump! Zhou Rong, damn it, don't you have 1 or 2? Zhou Rongyi fell upside down like a professional diver. He landed beautifully, and thick smoke immediately scattered from his feet. Xianxia, don't worry about that. Run, run, run. People often burst out with unimaginable potential in critical moments. From the landing site to the jeep in front of the building, it only took them 5 seconds to cover a distance of 50 meters. Even world champions couldn't do that. The zombies blocking the road were either blown away by the grenade or shot in the head by the submachine gun. Zhou Rong and Xianxia drifted at the same time. They opened the jeep and rushed in, slamming the door twice. The zombies chased after them, roaring and slapping the window. When they ran over, they didn't notice that Xianxia happened to be in the driver's seat. He started the car and drove forward, crushing the zombies. Suddenly, he saw Zhou Rong put down the submachine gun and touch the back of his neck. "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked casually. Zhou Rong didn't answer. "What's wrong?" A cold and uneasy premonition suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Xianxia turned his head and saw Zhou Rong put down his hand from the back of his neck and slowly spread it towards him. On his fingertips, there was a trace of purple-black blood. Xianxia stopped breathing. Xinan stared at the rooftop door. Although there was no expression on his handsome face, anyone could see that his patience had reached its limit. He could suddenly rush out at any time. Just when Xinan's pupils were about to become vertical, suddenly, bang, the rooftop door opened. Zhou Rong and Xianxia walked in with the cold wind. "You two took 15 minutes to climb 8 floors, Xinan looked at his military watch and joked, "Tell me honestly, what were you doing in the corridor?" "Trying to find out who's better at shooting." He was hugged by Zhou Rong. The hug was so tight that Xinan was speechless for a moment. "Si Xiaonan," Zhou Rong's voice was hoarse and unsteady. He buried his face in Sinan's collar and took a deep breath. Then, he pulled Sinan's chin and kissed his face. He murmured, "Brother Rong loves you, do you know that? I love you the most in my life. It's so good to have met you. After meeting you, I don't regret anything. In the future, I'll listen to you and do whatever you want. I'll always see that you're fine." Sinan couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly saw Xianxia standing not far away. Xianxia suddenly covered his mouth and turned his head away. For some reason, Sinan felt that something was wrong with her action. "Zhou Rong?" Sinan asked softly, "Are you okay?" In the shadows where no one could see, Zhou Rong's Adam's apple moved violently, as if he was swallowing a lump in his throat. Then, he raised his eyes and smiled. "I'm okay. Brother Rong has to go. I have to go back and kill some more zombies. Come on, get on the helicopter and let me see you again." Ningyu started the helicopter. The propeller made a whistling sound. Zhou Rong held Sinan in his arms and half forced him to walk towards the cockpit. Sinan wanted to stop and say something several times, but Zhou Rong didn't seem to notice. He even avoided his eyes and pushed him to the cockpit door. "Go." Zhou Rong stepped back, trembling, and shouted, "Go. Time is tight." Sinan went up the stairs of the cockpit door. Suddenly, he turned back and frowned at Zhou Rong. "Go, Si Xiaonan. Good boy, Brother Rong really has to go, aren't you going to propose?" Sinan suddenly asked. Zhou Rongyi was startled. "You haven't proposed to me yet," Sinan turned around and said in a calm but confused tone, aren't you going to do it now? That's how it is in the movies. Zhou Rong gasped for breath. His hands were trembling violently. The frequency was hard to hide. I'll propose when we meet at the port. He finally forced himself to say word by word, I don't have a ring now. In the movies, there's a ring in the movies. Sinan closed his eyes and suddenly rushed forward. Before Zhou Rong could react, he was pushed to the ground. Xianxia, listen to me, what's wrong with you? Sinan's voice was extremely tense. He turned Zhou Rong's face to check his chin and neck. Then, he rolled up his sleeves to check his wrist. Were you bitten? Zhou Rong hurriedly dodged. No, I'm not. What are you thinking? Before his voice died away, Sinan felt the warmth gushing out from the back of his neck and raised his trembling hand. Xianxia froze in place. The light of the helicopter was cast from behind them, reflecting the black blood on Sinan's fingers. What's going on? Sinan's whole body was trembling. His eyes were almost blank. Why, how did I get bitten? How? It's not bitten, it's glass. Zhou Rong turned Sinan's face and looked at him in despair. I was scratched by glass stained with zombie blood. It may not be infected. Ah, be good, get on the helicopter. Sinan was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he raised his hand to pull the thin copper chain on his collar. The copper chain was tied with the antibody tube they brought from the B military region. What are you doing? Zhou Rong shouted angrily, Xianxia. Sinan sat on Zhou Rong's body. He was so strong that he was almost inhuman. He pulled the antibody tube from his neck, bit off the three-part cap, and was about to insert the needle into Zhou Rong's neck. But at this moment, his hand was empty. Xianxia staggered over and snatched the antibody away. Come back, Sinan said in a trembling voice, give it back to me. Xianxia's eyes were full of tears. He shook his head and stepped back. I'm sorry, Sinan, I'm sorry, shut up. Sinan let out a shrill roar. He disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of Xianxia at the same time. Boom. With a loud sound, he threw Xianxia to the ground. Let go. Sinan clutched Xianxia's throat tightly with one hand and snatched the antibody tube with the other, like a desperate gambler. I told you to let go. Xianxia held the test tube tightly. Zhou Rong rushed forward and forcibly pulled Sinan's hand away. He used his elbow to drag him back, but the two of them couldn't stop him. I found the antibody. I gave you and Xianxia 2 of the antibodies. Who saved your life? Who the F***ck saved your life? Sinan straddled Xianxia. Zhou Rong grabbed his wrist tightly. He shouted at Xianxia, why can you inject the antibody but others can't? Xianxia choked and coughed. He said intermittently, we shouldn't have used it. The last 2 antibodies might not be enough for research. What if Chen Chao? You used it even though you shouldn't have. Why don't you die if you shouldn't have used it? Sinan interrupted him angrily, go and pay for the antibody you used with your life. Go. Xianxia's tears finally flowed down his cheeks. Sinan, listen to me, Sinan. I really can't give you the antibody. He choked, I'll pay you with my life. I'll give you my life, okay? I'm sorry, the antibody really can't. The wind whimpered as it swept over the roof. The footsteps and roars of zombies sounded from the empty and dark interior of the building. Sinan's wrists were tightly twisted behind his back by Zhou Rong. He raised his chin and stared at Xianxia. After a long time, he asked word by word, how much is your life worth? The gloomy moonlight shone through the dark clouds, reflecting Xianxia's pale face. Sinan, calm down. Listen to me. Zhou Rong's voice was quite urgent. He pulled Sinan back and tried to comfort him in a low voice, it's my idea. It has nothing to do with Xianxia. Brother Rong must not have been infected. Ah, listen to me, Xianxia. Sinan. His tone suddenly changed. Zhou Rong only felt a strong force coming from the front. It was Sinan. He broke free from his wrists and twisted his body in an indescribable posture. Then he swept his leg and threw Zhou Rong out. His movements were too fast. Zhou Rong quickly got up, but under Sinan's aggressive close-range attack, he could only be defeated step by step. Xianxia took the opportunity to get up and step back. But before he could take 2 steps back, Sinan grabbed Zhou Rong's arm and threw him over his shoulder to the ground like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Yan Hao and stepped on his chest to fly up. Yan Hao could only feel the strong wind blowing on his face. The experienced Special Forces soldier didn't even have time to react. He was hit on the side of his head by a deep and fierce spinning kick in the air. He spat out blood and fell down on the spot. The accident happened too fast. Sinan had never really attacked these Special Forces soldiers. But at this moment, he was like a wild cheetah that finally couldn't restrain its ferocity. He killed 2 of them in less than 5 seconds. Ningyu only had time to open the door of the helicopter and shouted in the whistling wind, "Wait!" Yan Hao felt his spine sink. Amidst the intense dizziness, he realized that Sinan's knee was pressing him against the hard concrete floor, and then his fingers that were clenching the antibody were pried open one by one. Sinan, don't be like this." Yan Hao said painfully. Sinan turned a deaf ear to him. His breathing was hoarse and bloody. Just as he was about to pry open Yan Hao's last finger, he suddenly felt his throat tighten. Zhou Rong staggered over from behind, grabbed Sinan's neck tightly with his elbow, and dragged him away from Yan Hao with all his strength. He dragged him several meters away and held him tightly in his arms. "Look at me, Sinan, look at me." Zhou Rong squeezed him into the corner and pressed his whole body on top of him. With this desperate posture, he blocked all of Sinan's struggling exits. He forced Sinan to look into his eyes and said, "I am your brother Rong. Do you see me? How can you bear to do this to brother Rong? Huh?" Sinan's short hair was soaked with sweat, and his slender black eyebrows were twisted together. In contrast, his face was shockingly pale. Zhou Rong held Sinan's head with trembling hands, forcing him to look into his eyes. "It's okay, don't cry, it's okay. Listen to me, Si Xiaonan. What if the antibody is gone after you let brother Rong take the injection? How can brother Rong have the face to live?" Sinan said word by word, "You made an agreement, you." Zhou Rong said, "Yes, it was my idea. It had nothing to do with Yan Hao. Calm down and listen to me. Sinan." Zhou Rong pressed Sinan, who began to struggle again, back down. "Listen to me. Only 1 out of 10 antibodies can survive. Do you want to bet the hope of the whole human race on this 1 out of 10 chance? Huh? What if you lose the bet?" Sinan released Zhou Rong's collar little by little. His palms were soaked with black blood. The blood was cold, but it burned his fingers. What if I win the bet?" Zhou Rong asked with a trembling voice. "How do you want me to live? How do you want me to face myself? You might as well kill me, don't you think?" On the other side, Ningyu strode over. The collar and hem of his white coat swayed violently in the wind. He knelt on the ground and opened his medicine box. Sinan slumped against the corner of the wall, his hands deep in his hair. The infected black blood was smeared on the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Zhou Rong raised his hand and wiped it away. "I beg you, okay, Sinan? Listen to me." Zhou Rong pulled his hand away and lifted the hem of his t-shirt to wipe the blood on his palm. He said hoarsely, "You have to live. I beg you to live. You are still young. You haven't seen anyone better than brother Rong. In the future, you will meet someone who will really accompany you for the rest of your life. Let's be sad for a while, and then forget, okay? Brother Rong will always love you." "I will always love you," Zhou Rong murmured and repeated. His cheeks were warm and wet. He didn't know that he could cry. It was actually regret. Would Sinan forget after being sad for a while? He wouldn't. He knew that if he hadn't marked Sinan, if Sinan was still a free Omega, he might have been sad for a while. Maybe a few months, maybe a year or 2. One day, the sadness would fade from his heart with time, like a shadow fading away in the rising sun. However, everything would be different after the mark. The psychological and physical connection was difficult to break automatically with death. He could die, but Sinan would walk alone for a long, long time. Even if the influence of the pheromone was erased with surgery, the deeper imprint in the soul would never disappear. This cruel knowledge made Zhou Rong feel more fear and regret than death. His heart, liver, and lungs were pierced by a sharp blade, and the blade was still twisting in the weakest part of his heart, twisting his internal organs into a pool of blood. Sinan was innocent. He was completely seduced by himself and walked into a fatal trap. He gave his extremely precious love, which everyone wanted, to a person who didn't deserve it at all. Zhou Rong had never felt so clearly how selfish and despicable he was at this moment. If he could go back in time, he would definitely go back to the New Year's Eve when the mountain was blocked by the heavy snow. He would strangle himself, who had tried every means to induce Sinan's estrus, and push him out of the door to kill him in the snow. But it was too late now. Zhou Rong's every breath was rough and hot. He forced Sinan's head to his chest and turned his head to signal Yan Hao to leave first. Yan Hao's eyes were full of tears. He stared at Sinan for a moment, his eyes full of sadness and despair. Then he turned his eyes to Zhou Rong, as if to say goodbye for the last time, and slowly stepped back in the direction of the iron door on the rooftop. But just as he was about to retreat to the door, Ningyu suddenly stood up and staggered to Zhou Rong in the wind. Wait! Zhou Rong was distracted, and his grip on Sinan's neck loosened. Sinan looked up and caught a glimpse of Yan Hao, who was about to retreat, and immediately burst into a new round of struggle. Zhou Rong immediately held him tightly and shouted at Ningyu, "What do you want to do?" "This." Ningyu half knelt in front of Zhou Rong on one knee, pointing at the pale yellow glass bottle in his hand and then at Sinan. He tried his best to shout in the roar of the helicopter's engine, "Serum." Zhou Rong was stunned. "I took Sinan's blood. Before I left, I only had time to separate this serum and prepare to give it to Qin Yajing for an experiment. You took it away before I could inject it. The serum may temporarily resist the toxicity. Do you want to inject it?" Zhou Rong stared at the bottle of pale yellow liquid in front of him, and suddenly remembered the reason why Qin Yajing came to the underground laboratory alone when the zombies were besieging the city, to test the serum's anti-toxicity at the last moment. He was about to speak, but suddenly he heard Sinan angrily say, "No. Sinan? The serum is fatal." Sinan said hoarsely, "Ningyu only tested it once, and within a few minutes after the injection, that person suddenly died." The glimmer of hope that had just risen in Zhou Rong's eyes turned cold in an instant, and he couldn't say anything. Ningyu said coldly, "Yes, or you can try the antibody that has not expired yet. You should have found it in the military laboratory, right?" At the beginning of the virus outbreak, the medical community had carried out research. The cure rate of the primary antibody is not 10%, but between 1% and 3%. He turned to look at Yan Hao and asked, "Have you injected the antibody?" Yan Hao didn't know what to do, so he nodded. Ningyu said, "Very good, young man, you can definitely get rich by buying lottery tickets." Zhou Rong didn't know what kind of expression he should show, and suddenly a trace of twisted absurdity and humor rose in his despair. Sinan grabbed his shoulder and tried to stand up. With this movement, Yan Hao immediately took 2 big steps back and held the handle of the iron door of the rooftop tightly, but in the next second, Zhou Rong suddenly pulled Sinan into his arms and knocked his chin on the back of Sinan's neck. Like a male wolf smelling fresh meat, he greedily took a big breath of his own omega scent. As if he had gained infinite courage from this action, he kissed Sinan's hair and raised his eyes, saying, "I'll do it." "What are you doing?" Sinan scolded harshly, "You'll die." "I'll die now, too." Zhou Rong gently answered him and stroked his face. His eyes were red as he said, "Don't you want me to inject your serum? You don't believe that you can save Brother Rong, right? See Xiaonan?" Sinan couldn't answer him and could only lean against the corner dejectedly. One of his hands was deeply entwined in the hair on his forehead, covering half of his eyes. Zhou Rong stood up and bent down to kiss Sinan's thin wrist with blue veins popping out. At that moment, their faces were so close to each other, but their expressions were completely different. Sinan closed his eyes in pain, while Zhou Rong's deeply furrowed brows were full of devotion. Ningyu raised his flashlight and looked at the wound on the back of Zhou Rong's neck. Originally, the wound was only half the length of a pinky nail, but under the effect of the Panduola virus, it had rapidly festered and infected. Now, the wound had eroded. Ningyu slowly pushed the air out of the syringe and gestured at the wound. Without raising his head, he said, "Congratulations on becoming my 96th experimental subject, Captain Zhou." Zhou Rong said self-deprecatingly, "Is there any special meaning?" "No." Ningyu said, "But 96 is at Least an auspicious number. Sinan sat with his back against the wall and buried his face deep in his palms. Zhou Rong wanted to pull his fingers, but just as he raised his arm, a sharp pain suddenly came from the back of his neck, which had long been numb. He was caught off guard and let out an "ah." "The wound is too big, it'll hurt a lot." Ningyu mocked him from behind. "But you should thank me for separating a lot of serum, enough for an immersion injection." Zhou Rong had never experienced such a painful injection in his life. He only felt that the fire was burning up his nerves. Even his voice changed. "A lot of serum. Does it help, antivirus?" "It's possible," Ningyu said. "If it causes sudden death, it'll be faster and less painful." Zhou Rong smiled bitterly. After a few minutes, the injection was over and he let out a long sigh. "Don't cry, Si Xiaonan. Look, Brother Rong and you are really bonded this time." Zhou Rong tried to cheer up and joked. He leaned forward to hook Sinan's pinky finger, trying to please him. Unexpectedly, the world spun around him as soon as he moved. He couldn't even make a sound. The next second, he heard a heavy thud in his ear. After a few long seconds, his sluggish nerves finally registered, "Oh, I fell." Ningyu and Yan Hao both rushed over, but they were blocked by Sinan. In the haze, he saw that Yan Hao's collar was grabbed by Sinan and punched him. He wanted to stop them, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. Sanamban knelt beside him, put one of his arms around his shoulders, and then half supported and half carried him. Yan Hao's eyes were red. He touched the bleeding corner of his mouth and took half a step forward, but then he stopped. Zhou Rong's weight was still too much for Sinan. He staggered, but didn't look up at anyone. He just swayed and carried Zhou Rong to the shelter of the rooftop. They leaned against each other and sat down in a corner. "Don't move, you're cold," Zhou Rong said vaguely. But Sinan still took off his coat, insisted on wrapping it around Zhou Rong's shoulders, and tightly held Zhou Rong's hands, which used to be very warm and strong. "You can't go," Sinan raised his hand to his lips and said hoarsely, "I came back for you. You can't go." The powerful serum and the virus carried out a silent and fierce battle of life and death in his body. The rot in the depths of his muscles continued to develop and reverse. The battle situation changed rapidly. Every nerve seemed to be burning in a hell of pain. Zhou Rong moved his lips weakly. After a long while, he said with difficulty, "What?" "I haven't asked your name yet, Brother Rong," Sinan whispered. "As long as you call me Brother Rong, you will come and save me no matter where you are." "Isn't that what you said?" Zhou Rong was dizzy and his vision was unfocused. In the depths of his mind, the late night of the jungle many years ago overlapped with this moment. Sinan's figure strangely returned to the time when he was a teenager. He smiled at him in the bonfire, and the depths of his eyes were rippling with a strange and cunning light. "I haven't asked your name yet. Tell me so I can remember it." "My surname is Zhou, Rong is in the military." "What about you?" The sunlight from 11 years ago shone through the trees, casting thousands of colorful halos on the grass. Sweat steamed down, and the sound of cicadas was deafening. The young Special Forces soldier was tied to a tree trunk, shouting something in exasperation until the boy in front of him, whose face could not be seen clearly, stood on tiptoe and planted a soft kiss on his chin. "Zhong," the boy said with a smile. "I won't tell you my name. If we meet again, I'll definitely tell you." The face that once left a deep impression on Zhou Rong, but gradually blurred with the passing of 11 years of wind and sand, finally became clear again in front of him. The clear and beautiful pupils were like precious amber, and a smile emerged across time and space. "Noah," Sinan's thin and cold lips were pressed against Zhou Rong's fingers, and he said in a low voice, "I used to be called Noah. I didn't mean to lie to you, Zhou Rong. You were also very handsome at that time. Since that year, I've liked you a little." 10 minutes after the injection of the serum, Zhou Rong lost consciousness and immediately fell into a deep coma. Ningyu observed his condition closely with a flashlight. Zhou Rong was lying on the ground, his upper body leaning on Sinan's arms. His eyes were dark, and his breathing was weak and intermittent. Because of the constant sweating, he was almost dehydrated. His sexy and handsome face was gray and haggard, and black blood spots were constantly emerging from the festering wound on the back of his neck. Under the illumination of the flashlight, the virus made the blood spots emerge from under the skin, and the power of the serum made them disappear one after another. The surface of the wound appeared to be in a very unstable condition. Ningyu stood up, only to hear Yan Hao ask softly behind him, "How is it?" Ningyu didn't want to get on Sinan's bad side. He could see that this beautiful individual combat expert was more than capable of beating everyone with one hand when she was angry. Thus, he took 2 steps back and shook his head. Not very good. Yan Hao's face, which was already very pale, became even paler. It could even be said that he was turning green. Ningyu asked, "What did Zhou Rong say to you in the stairwell just now?" Yan Hao didn't answer. Ningyu's eyes flickered with a hint of mockery. "Don't tell me he wanted you to take care of his omega and use his pheromone to attract you to ensure that you can safely bring him back to the military base?" He didn't immediately wait for an answer. He looked back and saw that Yan Hao's brows were tightly knitted. His usually gentle appearance was uncharacteristically cold and stern. He said, "Dr. Ning, if you say that again, I won't be able to help but beat you up." Ningyu laughed and didn't care at all. "Then what did you say?" Yan Hao Dingding looked at the back of not far away. Sinan was hugging Zhou Rong, his chin resting on the top of Zhou Rong's head. His black hair covered his neck, and his back showed a smooth, beautiful, and powerful arc. After a while, Yan Hao looked away. "When we left the 118 Brigade for T-City, we accepted a secret mission. A military personnel who defected from a country was heading to our country with important resources. We had to successfully meet him and escort him back to the military district. The age, appearance, and occupation of the mission target were unknown. We were told that he was an Omega and had already learned all the information about us. He would take the initiative to contact us after arriving at the destination. Therefore, we could only wait passively in T-City. 2 weeks later, we only received news that the mission target's plane had crashed and that he might have died. Before we had time to start a search and rescue along the route, the zombie virus had completely broken out." Ningyu asked, "So you didn't complete this mission in the end?" "No." Yan Hao said, "But the captain just told me in the corridor that he began to suspect that we might have found this person." Ningyu raised his eyebrows. Yan Hao lowered his voice, "We met Sinan in T-City. He saved us and didn't mention anything about his previous experience. He took the survivors thousands of miles south and was chased by Romeur and others from a country on the way. The captain said that if his serum had antitoxicity, then he was very likely to be the mission target that the 118 Brigade was responsible for receiving and protecting. And the so-called carrying important resources also had an explanation. He didn't need to carry anything. He himself was the most important resource. But we don't know why he defected from a country and came back." The helicopter's headlights shone through the strong wind into the night. Ningyu slowly turned his head and said with subtle mockery, "So, what are you going to do if he wants to leave after Zhou Rong's death?" Yan Hao was silent for a moment, then sat on the ground shakily. The fist holding the test tube pressed hard against his mouth, and there was some sadness under his long eyelashes that was difficult to hide in the darkness. "I don't know." After a long time, he said, "But I will do everything I can to escort the captain's body back to the military base. I hope that the Sinan will come with us for the sake of this last point." Suddenly, Sinan's voice came from the front, "Zhou Rong." The two looked up at the same time. Ningyu rushed over and saw that Zhou Rong's breathing was short and rapid. His closed eyelids were trembling violently, and his body was convulsing and tensing. The wound on the back of his neck was torn open during his struggle. Ningyu shone a flashlight on it and found that there was a large amount of purple blood flowing out. Sinan pressed Zhou Rong's pulse with 2 fingers and said sternly, "Where's the serum? Give him another tube, quick." "There's no more." Ningyu shook his head and gasped, "There's no more. It's all gone. He will lose too much blood. In this situation, we can only resign ourselves to fate." Sinan cursed and half-knelt beside Zhou Rong. He hammered his chest several times and then leaned over to listen to his heartbeat. With trembling hands, he gave Zhou Rong an external cardiac massage. "Zhou Rong! Wake up!" He roared in a hoarse voice, "Zhou Rong!" With a muffled bang, Zhou Rong's body jerked up violently. Several arrows of blood spurted out from the back of his neck as if his arteries had ruptured. "Ningyu, Captain Zhou?" Yan Hao, Captain. Sinan's pupils suddenly shrank. Amidst the other two people's uncontrollable screams, he saw the arrows of blood splattering on the ground. Bright red traces slowly emerged from the purplish black. Captain! Captain! A voice came through the afternoon breeze and shouted in the distance, Captain, come here quickly. Zhou Rong's head was dizzy. The scenery in front of him was suddenly close and suddenly far, like a whirlpool of colors. He didn't know how long it took before he slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a field full of sunshine and dust. Rows of army green soldiers were like white poplars that rose up from the ground. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the soldiers erupted in an uproar. Damn it! Stop! He subconsciously ran in his dream, squeezed through the angry crowd, and stopped at the side of the training field. A man was lying in the middle of the field. Zhou Rong recognized him as the general manager Liu of the 118 Brigade. His face was covered in blood, he was unconscious, and his sternum was obviously caved in. Despicable. You hit him so hard. What's the use of being good at fighting? The drill is still a 19 versus 8 battle loss ratio. A young man's fingertips hovered in the air and stopped in front of General Manager Liu's throat. With his back facing them, he slowly stood up. He had a head of short black hair and was wearing a grayish-white snow combat uniform. On his left arm was a metal white eagle military emblem. The combat didn't affect his neat appearance at all, and the uproar around him didn't seem to reach his ears at all. Zhou Rong felt that the back of the young man was strangely familiar, but the dream was too chaotic, so he stopped in his tracks. It's him, someone said angrily. Instructor White Eagle. Damn it, this pervert. The young man seemed to have sensed something and turned his head slightly. He was wearing aviator sunglasses, and the black hair in front of his forehead stood up energetically. The edges of his glasses revealed a straight and slanted eyebrow. Although he represented the Asian side, his height and hair color were very obvious, and the handsome outline of the lower half of his face was deeper than that of an Asian. Across the crowd, his eyes happened to meet Zhou Rong's. The young instructor White Eagle didn't seem to recognize him, but a few seconds later, his eyebrows subtly raised, as if he was a little surprised. In the dream, Zhou Rong stood in the same place blankly, only to see the young man curl his lips at him. It was a pair of light, thinly pursed lips that looked very cold and ruthless at first glance. There was a fire burning in the depths of his mind, and the pain in his limbs and bones made his thoughts chaotic like boiling mud soup. In the chaotic pain, Zhou Rong vaguely recalled what happened next. The instructor White Eagle stepped over General Manager Liu, who had 4 broken ribs, walked through the crowd, and walked away as if nothing had happened. However, what happened in the dream was completely opposite of what happened in reality. He watched the young man turn around and walk over step by step. His consciousness sank into the deep sea, and the noise and curses quickly disappeared above the water's surface. The surroundings became very quiet. The instructor White Eagle walked to Zhou Rong, took off his sunglasses, and stretched out his hand to him. All the actions were exactly like 1 year later. In the pharmacy of T-City on a similar afternoon. The young man who had just saved them on the street took off his motorcycle helmet, frowned his black and slender eyebrows, and looked at Zhou Rong with distrust for a moment, and finally stretched out his hand. My name is Sinan. In the dream, the instructor White Eagle on the playground opened his mouth, and the two voices overlapped in the void, with familiar hoarseness and laziness. Sinan, the south of north and south. I came back for you. You can't go. On the rooftop of the building in the night, Zhou Rong suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yan Hao was shouting something, and Mingyu rushed forward. The wind raised by the helicopter disrupted all the shouts. Zhou Rong turned over in strong spasms and gasps. He supported himself with one elbow on the ground and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Cough cough, Sinan stretched out his hand and touched it. He looked up and said, It's red. Mingyu turned on the flashlight. The light shone on the tip of Zhong Sinan's finger, and the blood Zhou Rong coughed out was completely red. Sinan. Zhou Rong said tiredly. Sinan supported him with one hand and observed carefully. Under the light of the flashlight, the festering wound on the back of Zhou Rong's neck was completely covered by fresh red flesh, and gradually healed into a thin layer of scab. Zhou Rong broke away from Sinan's hand, opened his arms, and hugged him tightly. Brother Rong won't go. Don't leave me, he couldn't focus his eyes, and murmured, don't leave me, Brother Rong won't go. He has a slight fever, but his breathing and heartbeat are normal. Ningyu opened Zhou Rong's eyelids and looked at him. His voice was trembling, and it was hard to tell whether he was shocked or excited. This is the first successful case of cure after being infected by the new virus. It's really lucky. Except for lucky, there was no other word that could describe the current situation. Ningyu looked at the unconscious Zhou Rong, and then looked at Yan Hao. He suddenly felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. These special forces soldiers were too lucky. The probability was 1 in 100, or even 1 in 1,000, and they were able to encounter it twice in a row. Or did the antibody have very strict requirements for the recipient's genetic quality? Sinan arched his body and hugged Zhou Rong's head without saying a word. He rarely showed intense emotions in front of others. This short hug was already the limit. Then he took a deep breath and raised his head, saying, I have to take Zhou Rong to the helicopter. Ningyu nodded. Before he said anything, Yan Hao suddenly stepped forward, half kneeling on the ground, and spread out his hands. In his hands was the test tube containing the primary antibody. I'm leaving. Yan Hao looked down at the ground, but his words were directed at Sinan, take Brother Rong back to the base. This is for you to keep. Where are you going? The front line. Spring Grass and the others are still there. I have to help them retreat. Sinan said faintly, you can't leave. Yan Hao was stunned. He saw Sinan's thumb pointing below the rooftop. In the darkness of the night, the open space was constantly rolling and surging, and the sound of shouting was earth-shattering. Looking through the night vision goggles, they didn't know when the zombies had gathered into a black wave, and the jeep they drove had become a small boat floating in the angry sea. Unless they were equipped with a vehicle rocket launcher, even if Daluo Jingxian came down to Earth, they couldn't kill their way out of this sea of blood. Yan Hao's face changed slightly. After a while, he said, I thought you wanted me to die down there. That's not true. Yan Hao looked back. Sinan's madness and fierceness had disappeared. He looked unnaturally cold. You can't go out alone. Dr. Ning, take Zhou Rong to the helicopter. I'll cooperate with you to kill our way downstairs. Drive to the front to find Spring Grass and Guo Weixiong. Chen Yajing should have arranged the evacuation. We'll meet in the car. Yan Hao grabbed Sinan's hand without hesitation. No. Ningyu scolded, just because the serum is antitoxic doesn't mean you won't die. What if the zombies tear you apart? Everyone was at a loss for words. It was very dangerous to squeeze 3 people into a small 2-seater cabin. Plus, Yan Hao and Zhou Rong, the weight of 2 alpha males, could definitely make the helicopter crash in less than 200 meters. If you hesitate, the roof won't be safe for long. The zombies will soon come up along the corridor. Yan Hao, how many bullets do you have? Yan Hao said awkwardly, Brother Rong is also gone. Sinan opened his palm. In his hand was his last magazine. They looked at each other. Suddenly, Ningyu asked, which one of you is knocking on the ground? Sinan and Yan Hao were silent at the same time. They heard the cold wind whistling and the ground shaking in the distance. After a few seconds, the shaking became louder and clearer. Yan Hao Huaran got up, iron door. Bang, the iron door from the corridor to the rooftop made a sound. Then the shaking came from behind the door. It was the zombies climbing to the top floor. Ningyu, how can they find us here? Yan Hao woke up from a dream, Brother Rong. Brother Rong is bleeding. Zhou Rong began to bleed after the venom was exhausted. His masculine scent, which was stronger than the average alpha, spread in all directions with the wind of the propeller and was caught by the zombies. The zombies infected by the new virus had a collective hunting instinct. As long as one of them found fresh meat, a group of zombies would swarm them. In a flash, they were blocked on the rooftop. Take Zhou Rong to the helicopter. Sinan snapped in Ningyu's ear, quick. Zhou Rong, who was in a coma, seemed to feel something. He frowned and struggled. It seemed that he was about to wake up. Ningyu couldn't care less. She took off her jacket and used it to block his bleeding wound. She then grabbed his collar and dragged him in the direction of the helicopter. Ningyu wasn't a fighter, so she almost sent Zhou Rong, who was about to wake up, straight to heaven. Sinan raised his hand and threw the last magazine to Yan Hao. Catch. Yan Hao raised his hand and caught the magazine. No. You. The iron door was hammered loudly. The dust and gravel of the wall continued to fall. Sinan arrogantly pointed his index finger at Yan Hao. Take care of yourself. A metal scraping sound came from the ground. The door latch was bent under the continuous impact. It gradually formed a terrible arc at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yan Hao hit the magazine and pushed the bullet into the gun. As soon as he finished, the sound of the door latch breaking was heard. The iron door finally couldn't bear the heavy load and was completely knocked open. In the dark night, the muzzles of the charging guns burst out. The zombies who rushed to the roof were shot in the head and fell down to block the zombies behind them. But after a short moment, more zombies stepped on the corpses of their own kind and climbed up. They were like ants whose nest had been blown up. They rushed forward in a rush. Ningyu used all his strength to push Zhou Rong to the back seat. He pressed his ear against Zhou Rong's ear and shouted twice. Seeing that it didn't work, he rolled up his sleeves and fiercely slapped Zhou Rong several times. There was still no sign of him waking up. Ningyu really didn't know what to do now. He was afraid that if he disfigured Zhou Rong's handsome face, Sinan would kill him. He looked back at the zombies and was immediately terrified. Sinan. Come back. As soon as his voice came out, it was drowned in the gunfire. Yan Hao frantically fired while retreating. However, the bullets couldn't frighten the zombies who didn't know anything. After a short while, the gunfire stopped. Yan Hao shouted, "There are no more bullets." Sinan pulled out the tri-edged katana with both hands at the same time. Protect Dr. Ning. Step back. When the last word came out, he had already stepped forward. The tri-edged katana designed by the special forces silently pierced the skulls of two zombies. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He pulled it out effortlessly in the splashing black blood. The zombies rushed forward and bit his right wrist. The next second, the tip of the katana in his left hand pierced through their throats. From bottom to top, it instantly pierced through their brains. Although it was more likely that he would be fine, Yan Hao's pupils couldn't help but suddenly dilate when he saw blood. Motherf *Ker, come back quickly. Ningyu roared. But Yan Hao turned a deaf ear to him. 7 or 8 zombies staggered from all directions. Yan Hao stopped gasping for breath and smashed them with the empty submachine gun. The brains of the zombies in the front splattered. Before the zombies behind could open their mouths, Yan Hao grabbed their necks and broke their necks. Ningyu's ears were buzzing. All the fighting and roaring turned into a scene from a horror movie. The zombies' ferocious bloody mouths were sometimes far away in the sky, sometimes close in front of his eyes. His mind was torn into countless fragments. His whole body was trembling, and he couldn't hold on to anything. He wanted to rush down and grab Sinan and drag him back to the helicopter, but the figure was quickly sucked into the vortex of corpses. He couldn't even see where he was. It's over. In the chaos, Ningyu's heart rose a clear thought. It's really over this time. In Ningyu's vision, the best situation was for him to take Sinan and take off immediately. As long as he found a suitable experimental environment, he would be able to use the serum to cultivate the vaccine. But Sinan was an independent person. A large part of his connection with normal society was Zhou Rong. If Sinan didn't cooperate, he could accept that he would stay and let Sinan take Zhou Rong and take off immediately. As long as the life of the antigen was saved, it didn't matter who made the vaccine in the future. But if Sinan died, all hope would be lost. Ningyu opened the cabin door and staggered out of the cabin. His legs were already weak, and he almost fell when he landed. He just happened to miss a zombie with a rotten face that was charging at him. Sinan, Ningyu struggled to get up and screamed at the top of his lungs, Sinan. Come back. I told you to take Zhou Rong away. Come back. Suddenly there was a scream behind him. Ningyu turned around and saw Zhou Rong throwing the zombie on the ground and smashing its skull. Are you trying to kill yourself, doctor? Zhou Rong cursed in a hoarse voice as the helicopter roared. He pushed Ningyu back into the cabin. Ningyu screamed crazily, bring your wife back. Bring her back. Zhou Rong simply said, I know. you probably didn't produce the antigen. Don't get bitten again. Zhou Rong slammed the cabin door with a loud bang, and cut the zombie that was crawling from the side into two. He turned around and walked back to the zombie crowd without looking back. There were more and more zombies on the rooftop. Sinan could no longer distinguish between the sticky blood on his body and the ones that were splashed by the zombies. Blood and rotten flesh mixed together, making the bottom of his military boots sticky. Every step he took felt like he was stepping in mud. The only clean thing on his body was a pair of triangular blades. They came out bathed in blood, still cold and dazzling. They stabbed into the skull and pulled out easily. Countless zombies fell at his feet. A familiar pain came from his upper arm. It took a few seconds for the feeling of blood flowing out of his body to be transmitted to his brain through his nerve endings. Sinan killed the zombie that bit his arm, but before he could pull out the blade, his shoulder was bitten again. There were too many of them. Sinan gritted his teeth and struggled, but he couldn't break free. His arm, waist, thigh, several places at the same time. He couldn't tell how many zombies were grabbing him at the same time. Sinan breathed out hot blood from his nose. He inserted the triangular blade into the temple of the zombie behind him, then grabbed its dirty hair and turned it over. He twisted his body and used it to sweep away the zombies that bit him. Bang, the zombie's bones were broken. Sinan pulled out the triangular blade from its temple, staggered, and knelt down on one knee. He used the tip of the blade to stabilize his falling body. Zombies were still coming in from all directions. He closed his eyes, then opened them. He raised his face that was particularly cold because of the blood. Just then, someone grabbed him from behind. Sinan was about to stab with his broadsword, but he stopped at the critical moment and narrowed his eyes. It was Zhou Rong. They couldn't see each other's faces in the dark. They could only recognize each other by instinct. Zhou Rong tore open the throat of the zombie behind Sinan with his bare hands. He threw the body away, bent down to pick up Sinan, and ran back while gasping for breath. Sinan choked on blood as soon as he opened his mouth. Every word was hoarse with blood. Let me go. Zhou Rong shook his head and said nothing. Let me go. Brother Rong will take you away, Zhou Rong gasped in the bumpy ride. We don't care about others. Come on, Brother Rong will take you away. Be a good boy. Sinan couldn't bear it anymore. Who are you kidding? Zhou Rong smiled. This smile appeared on his handsome face and his resolute lips. There was a trace of desolation that made people fall in love with him. Yan Hao's roar exploded from not far away. Brother Rong, be careful. Zhou Rong suddenly stopped. In the darkness of the night, there was a swarm of heads in front of them. Ghostly figures blocked their path to the helicopter and staggered towards them from every direction as far as their eyes could see. We're outflanked, Zhou Rong looked around. It's over. We're going to die here today. Sinan wanted to get down, but Zhou Rong crazily hugged him. This posture of holding him horizontally made them lose the last possibility of fighting like trapped beasts. Sinan whispered in his ear, "What are you doing?" Zhou Rong smiled and replied, "When we're about to be eaten, I'll hold you like this. I'll eat you first, then I'll eat you." Sinan wanted to yell at him, but before he could say anything, he saw Zhou Rong's eyes on him through the light of the helicopter in the distance. He stopped. "Okay," he said helplessly. "Then hold on tight. Don't drop me." Zhou Rong raised his eyebrows playfully at him. The zombies approached step by step. Their stinky breath could be clearly heard. Finally, a few zombies at the front lowered their heads and bit at them at the same time. Just as their teeth were about to fall, Zhou Rong suddenly put Sinan down and pushed him behind. Unexpectedly, Sinan landed on the ground. As if he had practiced this thousands of times in his heart, he hugged Zhou Rong and pushed him down. The broken teeth of the dead man fell on the back of Sinan's neck, back, and shoulder blades as expected. Blood gushed out and was sucked by countless rotten mouths in a hurry. Zhou Rong was surprised and furious. He pushed Sinan down, but then he felt something hot on his shoulder. Blood. Sinan choked on blood and saliva, which splashed onto Zhou Rong's body. Damn it. Zhou Rong cursed and kicked two zombies in a half-lying position. His heavy military boots broke their bones, but the gluttonous zombies were not deterred. They still dragged their bodies and climbed up greedily to continue their feast of flesh and blood. As far as the eye could see, there were zombies everywhere. Countless ghostly figures flashed. There were too many of them. Zhou Rong didn't know how many mouthfuls of blood he coughed out. He almost dragged Sinan forward, but the zombies were like the rising tide of the sea, never ending. An endless sea of flesh and blood. Zhou Rong finally staggered and knelt on the ground again. The zombies immediately swarmed up. At that moment, he felt many sharp teeth close to his exposed muscles. He had never felt like this before. He clearly realized that both he and Sinan would be torn into pieces of flesh and broken bones. It's over. This thought emerged from the depths of his heart. Whoosh, faster than the sharp teeth of the zombies were several scorching waves of air. Boom, Zhou Rong's pupils shrank at the moment of the explosion. Immediately, he heard a loud noise in the night sky, a helicopter. The giant helicopter approached quickly. The strong light and the whirlwind came at the same time. Zhou Rong almost subconsciously roared, "Get down!" Yan Hao and Ningyu squatted down at the same time. Zhou Rong desperately protected Sinan. Then, the machine guns in the air roared. Bullets swept across the rooftop like a rainstorm, turning hundreds and thousands of zombies into meat paste. Da-da-da-da-da. The rain of bullets made people unable to raise their heads. In the chaos, everyone thought they were going to be shot into a hornet's nest. After more than 10 seconds of crazy ammunition pouring down, the heavy machine guns suddenly stopped. Then the hatch opened and a rope ladder was thrown down. More than 10 armed soldiers quickly jumped down. The leading officer strode over. Team 2 and 3, get ready with heavy firepower. Support at the front gate. Team 1, land and stand by. Check the scene. The soldiers responded. The other 2 military helicopters turned around and flew to the front gate of the base. On the rooftop, the officer's footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked around and shouted, "Who sent the positioning signal? Are there members of the 118 Special Forces here?" The military flashlights swept around. People's voices came closer. Zhou Rong panted. He hugged Sinan, who was covered in blood, and checked his breathing with trembling fingers. "Lieutenant Colonel!" A soldier shouted, "Here!" Not far away, someone helped Yan Hao up. Several people pulled Ningyu out from behind the collapsed wall. The officer squatted down and looked at him for a moment as if he had seen something rare. "Major Zhou Rong, 118. 6th Squadron?" Zhou Rong was actually in a daze. He had lost too much blood. He could only see double. He couldn't clearly see what the officer in front of him looked like. This person, he pointed at Sinan in his arms. Every word was extremely vague and forced. "This person has serum antibodies. You must save him. Quick, save him." The officer was angry and helpless. He pointed at himself and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Tang Hao of the South Sea Headquarters Search and Rescue Team." Then he folded his arms and asked coldly, "Your F** King infected. Why the F** did you send a distress signal?" Zhou Rong exhaled a long breath of hot air. Like a desperate wolf king, he grabbed Tang Hao's collar with his bloody fist and said, "Didn't you F** King hear what I said? This person has serum antibodies." Under the illumination of several flashlights, Sinan's eyes were tightly closed. His naked skin was bitten until it was dripping with blood. "Antibodies. Mother Cur." Zhou Rong screamed at Tang Hao's nose. "Save him, quick. Are you crazy?" F***CKU, Tang Hao glanced at Zhou Rong's finger. His eyes fell on Sinan's unconscious face. He suddenly froze as if he was struck by a high-voltage electric current. He recognized the Omega's face. "How?" Tang Hao couldn't believe it. "What's going on?" Half an hour later, inside the military helicopter. "The people have been evacuated to the dock. Headquarters has been notified to send boats to pick them up. 3 special forces from Secret Unit 118 were also rescued. They belong to the 6th Squadron. Their names are, I know." Tang Hao interrupted his subordinate's report through the headset and glanced behind him. In the dim cabin, a strong silhouette sat on the ground, holding the head of the person in his arms. He snorted and said, "I have 2 members of 118 here too." There's also a major. Tang Hao took off his headset and motioned for his subordinate to continue flying. He turned around and walked towards the cabin amidst the slight bumps in the flight. Zhou Rong leaned against the cabin wall and closed his eyes slightly to rest. His thick eyebrows and straight nose were illuminated by the light, and the outline of his muscles could be seen under his blood-stained military uniform shirt. Sinan, who was in his arms, had been treated in an emergency manner. Sinan was inhaling oxygen in a daze. The military doctor was pushing out the last drop of medicine in the needle. Seeing Tang Hao coming over, he stood up and saluted. "What is it?" "It's a sedative with an inhibitory effect. Otherwise, if there's too much bleeding, the omega pheromones will cause a riot among the soldiers." Tang Hao nodded and motioned for the military doctor to leave. "How's the situation?" Zhou Rong opened his eyes and asked in a hoarse voice. Tang Hao retracted his foot that was about to kick Zhou Rong and said condescendingly, "This is beyond your authority, Major." Zhou Rong did not take it seriously. "Then how are my people?" Tang Hao clicked his tongue and lifted his trousers. He squatted on the ground and looked straight into Zhou Rong's bloodshot eyes. "You said that your people from 118, he asked, seemingly very interested. "Why are all of you as tough as cockroaches?" Zhou Rong said lightly, "Because those who aren't tough enough are already dead. I have the ashes of a member in my bag. He died when he went deep into the B military region's underground laboratory." "Should I show them to you?" Tang Hao was suddenly moved. "You went to the B military region's underground laboratory?" Zhou Rong lazily raised one of his eyebrows. "What did you find? Why did the B military region fall? Did you find any information?" "That's beyond your authority," Zhou Rong said. "Middle school." Tang Hao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes and said, "Let's make a deal, Captain Zhou. You answer one of my questions, and I'll answer one of yours. It's a fair trade. Do you accept?" Zhou Rong looked at him with interest. The defense of the survivor base was breached by the zombies. Fortunately, our armed helicopters arrived in time and provided cover fire. Most of the people were evacuated. The warships will soon sail to the port to pick them up. For the time being, we can't count the survivors, but your 3 team members, Cymbidium annuum, Guoweixiang, and Dingshi, have all been rescued and placed on another plane. Suddenly, a tired voice came from the side. "Where's Qinyajing?" Tang Hao turned his head and saw Ningyu sitting up despite the military doctor's attempts to stop him. "You're talking about the disabled female Omega?" Tang Hao thought for a moment and shrugged. "Unfortunately, she's not Omega. When the zombies attacked the base gate, our people arrived just in time. They threw a rope from the helicopter to save her, but she didn't grab it. It happened too fast. We didn't have time to send people to pull her up." Ningyu didn't seem to understand and asked again, "She's dead?" "She's dead." There were still many soldiers in the cabin, but no one moved or spoke except for the loud sound of the propellers. Ningyu seemed to be frozen, but it was hard to see his expression in such a dim light. After a while, he seemed to smile briefly. "I guess so." Ningyu lay back down and turned over on the stretcher with his back facing them. Tang Hao looked at him for a moment and only felt that he was slightly familiar. He seemed to have seen him on the military's list of important search and rescue targets. But after the fierce battle, everyone's appearance was not much different from a ghost. The cabin was dark, so he couldn't see anything for a while. Tang Hao retracted his gaze and raised his chin. "It's your turn, Captain Zhou." Zhou Rong was puzzled. "What's my turn?" "Answer the question." "What question?" Tang Hao took a deep breath again. "What did you see in the fallen underground military region? What did you find? Did you find any information or research results?" Zhou Rong leaned back. This action hid half of his face in the shadow, but there was a glimmer of evil in the corner of his eyes. "We went deep into the military region last October. Hasn't the headquarters sent anyone to investigate since winter?" Tang Haoxing said firmly, "No." "No? They're all dead." The two looked at each other for a moment, and Zhou Rong slowly raised the corner of his mouth. "Then, you can also treat me as dead. A dead man won't tell you any secrets beyond your authority, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel." Tang Hao was furious. You. Zhou Rong gave him a sharp and provocative look. The atmosphere in the narrow space became tense. The soldiers looked at each other secretly. Yan Hao quietly moved to Zhou Rong. In the focus of all eyes, Zhou Rong put one hand on his knee and the other arm around Sinan. He and Tang Hao looked at each other casually. After more than 10 long seconds, Tang Hao finally forced himself to relax his fists and whispered, I organized a suicide squad to enter B City. But B City has become a complete hell. The zombie tide south swept every corner. Tens of millions of zombies filled every tall building, every sewer, and every underground bunker you can think of. The virus continued to mutate and began to infect animals. Zombie cats, dogs, and birds occupied the entire city. All the teams that ventured into B City never returned, not to mention the tomb-like underground military region. It has completely become a black hole in human cognition. If you really entered the B military region, anything you saw or took out would be very precious information, and you would immediately be fully protected. But if you're just using this method to deceive people after being infected, then Captain Zhou, I promise you won't live until the plane lands. Tang Hao stared at Zhou Rong's pupils, and said slowly and sternly, I won't bring any infected people back to the headquarters, not even suspected of being infected. Do you understand? The plane swayed from side to side. After a long time, Zhou Rong said without any emotion, I said we're not infected. Tang Hao sneered and looked up and down at the wounds all over his body with a mocking gaze. He meant, who are you kidding? Zhou Rong said, if you don't believe me, then forget it. Tang Hao tried to inhale for the third time, but failed. Tang Hao got up with a whoosh and strode to the pilot's seat. Without looking back, he ordered the soldiers, keep an eye on those two 118. Once there are any signs of illness, kill them without mercy. Yes. Zhou Rong said just in time, ha. That laughter stimulated Lieutenant Colonel Tang Hao's sensitive nerves even more. He scolded without thinking, pulled out Omega from his hands. Isolate it immediately. Don't let it get infected and harm people. The soldiers responded and stepped forward to pull the Sinan from Zhou Rong's arms. But before they could do anything, their arms suddenly tightened, and the bones in their wrists made a terrible creaking sound. The soldiers didn't have time to cry out in pain. They were in so much pain that they couldn't speak. They looked up and saw that the veins on the back of Zhou Rong's hand were bulging, like a beast trap made of steel. But in sharp contrast, his expression was smiling, and that smile even had a somewhat frivolous attitude. That's not very good, is it, Lieutenant Colonel? He laughed loudly. Everyone in the cabin could clearly hear his slightly mocking voice, this is my wife. Why do you want to steal my wife for no reason? Tang Hao stood still and trembled slightly. His face alternated between green and red as if he had opened a dye house. After a long while, he suddenly burst out with a roar, Zhou Rong. I think you're F***king infected with rabies. The helicopter flew through the sea of clouds, across the dark sea, and swooped down to a brightly lit aircraft carrier behind layers of thick fog. Before the helicopter came to a stop, the cabin door was suddenly pulled open. Chen Chao's army green short skirt fluttered in the wind as she rushed over. Brother Rong. Zhou Rong got out of the helicopter under close surveillance, leaned over, and kissed Sinan's cold, snow-white forehead. He personally carried him onto the medical stretcher that had been waiting for him. Then he turned around and hugged Chen Chao. Yan Hao also jumped out of the cabin door and hugged Ding Shi and Wu Weixiong, who had survived the disaster. Their eyes were red. The deck was full of people. The paramedics and security personnel hurried to and fro. The distant searchlights on the sea emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. Dr. Ning. Several researchers in white coats rushed over and scrambled to hold Ning Yu's hand. They were all overjoyed. Ning Yu was already very weak and could only barely stand up with the help of others. The researchers hurriedly lifted her onto a stretcher and sent her away. They were like stars surrounding the moon, as if they were escorting a national treasure panda that had descended from the sky. The research institute has been looking for Dr. Ning for a long time. We've searched for him several times, but we couldn't find him. We thought he was dead. A middle-aged scholar wearing glasses held Tang Hao's hand and said excitedly, You found Dr. Ning? You've really made a great contribution. We have to report your contribution to our superiors immediately. Tang Hao was helpless and impatient. It has nothing to do with me. I don't even know who he is. Go and ask that guy surnamed Zhou over there. Several Special Forces soldiers from 118th 6th Squadron took me out of the laboratory and sent me to the helicopter platform on the roof. Ning Yu's extremely weak voice came from the crowd with the wind. He seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. The Omega and 118 Captain Zhou that you sent away just now are both important test subjects for me. Yes, help me write a report and apply for it. You must wait for me to arrange it personally. Don't let anyone do it without permission. Tang Hao almost choked. Zhou Rong couldn't help but smile. Captain Zhou. An old voice suddenly sounded. Zhou Ronghui turned his head. Behind him stood an old man with gray hair, a straight posture, and 2 stars on his shoulders. Zhou Rong's expression was slightly serious. He turned around and stood at attention. Yan Hao, Chen Chao, and the others who were gathered in a circle to ask each other about the situation after they separated were also stunned. They turned around and saluted. Lieutenant General Zheng. No one expected the Lieutenant General to come to the deck in person. Even Tang Hao, who was not far away, couldn't help but change his expression and salute. Lieutenant General Zheng's sharp eyes looked up and down at Zhou Rong. His gaze paused for 2 seconds at the purple-black bite wound on the side of his neck that had not completely faded. Zhou Ronggong wanted to explain, but he raised his hand to stop him. On October 26, 2019, at 0:08 Beijing time, you are Major Zhou Rong who brought the last 5 Special Forces members and a civilian volunteer into the B Military Region Research Institute? Zhou Rong said, yes. God does not care for mankind. We will finish our journey ourselves. Before the military region completely fell, you were also the one who sent the last satellite communication to the South Sea headquarters? Yes. Lieutenant General Zheng nodded and didn't say anything. He glanced at the dust-covered faces of Chen Chao, Yan Hao, Ding Shi, and Wu Weixiang one by one. After a while, he said in a low voice, you are missing a member, Captain Zhou. Zhou Rong patted the tactical bag on his right shoulder and answered calmly, Lieutenant Xianxia is here. He is not missing. Lieutenant General Zheng slowly raised his hand and saluted Zhou Rong. Major General Qian, the person in charge of Secret Unit 118, and Commander Liu have both died. 8 squadrons have been destroyed one after another. You are the last survivors. Captain Zhou, Unit 118 has been disbanded. Zhou Rong suddenly closed his eyes. There was silence behind him for a long time. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Lieutenant General Zheng seemed to want to find something to comfort them, but he couldn't say anything. After a while, he nodded and said, I hope you can pull yourself together. Then he took the initiative to shake everyone's hand. He turned around and said briefly, tell the medical team to wait in my office. Captain Zhou, bring your people and come with me. We urgently need to know everything you have experienced during this time. Zhou Rong looked back in the direction where the Sinan stretcher had been carried away. However, the rescue team left very quickly. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, there were only people and vehicles shuttling back and forth nervously. The high-beam lights shone through the gaps in the crowd. He narrowed his eyes and didn't want to leave for a long time. Finally, under Chen Chao's uneasy urging, he followed. Dr. Ning has already reported to the higher-ups, his serum, an important experimental subject. The deliberately suppressed sound of walking and talking was like a shadow slowly floating in the deep water, slowly seeping into the drowsy dream. Why did that pretty boy surnamed Yan also come here? Weren't they called by Lieutenant General Zheng for questioning? A familiar male voice asked, seemingly suppressing his dissatisfaction. Zhou couldn't leave himself, so he sent him to watch over. In the intensive care unit, Sinan frowned in pain. After a while, he finally let out a vague groan. He tried his best to raise his chin back, deeply pressing it into the white soft pillow. The voices around him stopped abruptly. Everyone stared at the man on the hospital bed with bright eyes. The snow-white gauze covered his eyes, but it couldn't hide the handsome lines of the lower half of his face. The quilt on the hospital bed covered his waist. His naked upper body was scarred. Countless bite marks were black, purple, blue, and red, and horrifying blood seeped out from the bandages. However, the broken body, from the shoulders, collarbones, chest, and slightly concave abdomen, every delicate texture and smooth detail of the skin showed the beauty of having experienced life and death. After a while, the blue veins on Sinan's arms bulged, and he struggled to raise his left hand. "Why can't I see? Where am I?" Before anyone could stop him, Sinan's next action was to grab the infusion tube on his right arm and pull it out with gritted teeth. "Stop. Doctor, doctor." The ward was filled with people. Sinan pulled out the needle on the side of his neck with force. He didn't care about the blood spurting out, and then tore off the gauze covering his eyes. Tang Hao stood up and shouted, "Stop him." The doctor rushed over, but before he could steady himself, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Under everyone's gaze, Sinan, who couldn't see at all, strangled his neck with lightning precision. "Let go." Tang Hao stepped forward quickly. "That's a doctor. This is the military base. You're safe." Sinan easily dragged the speechless doctor in front of him. He slightly adjusted the angle of his pale face, as if he was looking at everyone around him through the gauze. His movements were very subtle, but his calm face seemed to exude wisps of cold air, making everyone feel as if ice and snow were blowing on their faces. "Calm down." Tang Hao forced himself to stop and said calmly, "This is the South Sea military base. We saved you." The doctor said that there's a blood clot in your skull that's pressing on your optic nerve. You can't use your eyes for a while. After a few days, the blood clot will dissipate, and you'll be able to. Sinan's fingers tightened slightly. Tang Hao's voice stopped abruptly. The doctor's face turned from red to purple in an instant, and his feet kicked the side of the bed desperately. Everyone in the ward was frozen and silent. Someone silently pulled out his gun, but was immediately stopped by a stern look from Tang Hao. "I've heard your voice before," Sinan suddenly said slowly in the unbearable silence. Tang Hao was stunned, then replied. "Yes, we've met before." Sinan said, "Who are you?" It was obviously a question, but his tone was calm, without any fluctuations. "I'm the Lieutenant Colonel of the South Sea Military Base Search and Rescue Battalion, Tang Hao." When Tang Hao spoke again, his voice had been adjusted. He had received negotiation training in the International Peacekeeping Force, so his voice was calm and restrained, and did not give the other party too much pressure. "We've met in T-City. My people were ordered to search for Omega and escort them to the refuge. At that time, there was a misunderstanding with you. But that's in the past. You're safe now. Please let go of the doctor." The doctor's struggle gradually weakened. His eyes rolled up, and Sinan's strong fingers suddenly loosened. Fresh oxygen poured into the doctor's lungs, and he coughed silently. "Where's Zhou Rong?" Sinan stared at Tang Hao and asked. "Where's Yan Hao? Where are Chen Chao, Ding Shi, and Wu Weixiang?" "The 6th Squadron has its own mission," Sinan interrupted him. "Zhou Rong is not here. I'm not safe." Just like in T-City, Tang Hao knew that he was once again confronted with this extremely difficult Omega. Although he knew that the other party could not see, Tang Hao still stared at the eyes covered by the white gauze, as if he could directly look into the other party's elusive brain. "Major Zhou Rong has a lot of important information that must be reported to his superiors immediately. He can't come here to see you. The Institute of the General Directorate for Strategic Studies has issued a special document. Your serum is of vital importance to the development of an antidote vaccine. Please calm down and cooperate with our work." Sinan pondered for a moment, and the corners of his lips, which were almost bloodless, curved slightly and said, "I'm not cooperating. Tang Hao, bring Zhou Rong to me." Sinan's tone carried a sense of command that he was accustomed to. "Immediately. Lieutenant Colonel." Someone in the ward whispered, "This Omega has been Major Zhou." Tang Hao knew what he was hinting at. Once the mark was formed, the Alpha's mental control over the Omega may be very strong. Some of the Omega's overly dependent words and actions were sometimes not completely autonomous. Tang Hao rubbed his manhood hard. After a moment, he let out a long sigh and frowned. "Major Zhou Rong is not here. I'm sorry, I can't meet your request. Moreover, with all due respect, I don't know under what circumstances your mark was formed, but even if there is a trace of reluctance in it, you can remove the mark with the assistance of the military through surgery. Sinan sneered, shut up. Tang Hao felt like he was being f***ed. He could only pinch the bridge of his nose hard. No one could guess what the precious Omega in front of them was thinking, but everyone knew that Zhou Rong was in a very delicate situation. Zhou Rong must clearly explain how he met Sinan and was marked. If the central government suspected that he used inducement or even coercion to mark Sinan while knowing that he had antibodies, that would be a very, very serious problem. If this Omega had come to the military base at the beginning of the virus outbreak, he would be the only one with antibodies. With Zhou Rong's level, he might not even be qualified to talk to him directly. Bring Zhou Rong here. Sinan Ping said calmly, I'll give you 5 minutes. Tang Hao's heart was full of grievances and he had nowhere to go. Unit 118 used to be the Blue Army in every exercise and beat the whole army up. Who knew how much hatred had accumulated in the field forces of several major military regions? Now that Unit 118 was gone, that Zhou Rong could still find another way to continue to draw hatred. Did he kill someone's entire family in his previous life? Lieutenant Colonel. The deputy battalion commander couldn't help but give him a look. Tang Hao's index finger tapped twice in the air. He could only use this action to vent his irritation. He casually scolded, wipe your head. What are you waiting for? Can't you see that you can't do it? Go, 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 invite in that pretty boy named Yan sent by Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong spent a long time talking to the military political commissar before he finally got permission to send Yan Hao out. However, before Yan Hao could enter the intensive care unit, he was blocked by several soldiers under Tang Hao. That pretty boy named Yan leaned against the wall of the hospital corridor. He lowered his head and concentrated on playing with the PSP lent to him by the nurse. Hearing someone call him, he looked up and was surprised. Hey, didn't you say you could handle it? Yan Hao smiled mockingly. His expression was 70 to 80% similar to Zhou Rong's. It was really a case of a soldier being a brute and a general being a brute. Then he straightened his clothes and stuffed the PSP into the back pocket of his trousers. Under the indescribable gaze of the deputy battalion commander and several soldiers, he walked steadily into the ward. Sinan sat quietly on the bed. When he heard the footsteps, he tilted his head slightly. Yan Hao? Yes. Yan Hao greeted him casually. He ignored Tang Hao and more than a dozen soldiers around him. Si Xiaonan, put the doctor down. What if you choke him to death? Sinan slightly loosened his fingers. This strength did not really suffocate the doctor, nor did it give him any chance to break free. He asked, where is Zhou Rong? The captain was invited to have tea with the big boss of the military commission. Are you looking for him? Sinan did not answer. Are you injured? Yan Hao said, no. Where are Chen Chao, Dingshi, and Big Rooster? They are all in the military commission. Sinan nodded almost imperceptibly. He was silent for a while. Everyone in the ward held their breath. The dead silence was like countless small bombs, constantly vibrating everyone's eardrums. After a long while, Sinan finally opened his mouth. Where is the military commission? Tang Hao immediately pointed at Yan Hao and ordered in a low voice, take him out. However, before the deputy battalion commander responded, Yan Hao suddenly asked, Battalion Commander Tang, do you want to fight? Tang Hao immediately realized that something was wrong. However, no matter how fast his body reacted, it was still half a step slower than his mind. Before Tang Hao could make a move, he heard a loud thud behind him. Sinan pinched the doctor's neck and slammed him against the headboard of the bed. He pulled out all the syringes on his body and rolled off the bed. His landing was as light as a feather, and he instantly repelled the 2 soldiers who pounced on him. Tang Hao, Yan, what are you trying to do? Yan Hao took out a PSP from his pocket and started playing. Tang Hao, Sinan was as fast as a ghost when it came to attacking. It did not even need to look, and anyone who got close to it would be knocked down. The sound of the wind, footsteps, and intuition were all his weapons to distinguish the situation around him. The deputy battalion commander cursed loudly and threw away his gun. He jumped onto the bed with his bare hands, but before he could grab Sinan's throat from behind, he saw Sinan lift a tall and strong alpha soldier up. With a loud bang, Sinan crushed the deputy battalion commander and the bed that he was using as leverage. The doctor screamed and ran out. Sinan did not care about him. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, he turned sideways to avoid Tang Hao's karate chop and grabbed his arm to pull him forward. In an instant, the two passed by each other. Tang Hao bent his knee and swept his leg fiercely and heavily, kicking away the messy medicine bottles and 4 bags on the ground. Sinan dodged like lightning. Yan Hao did not even raise his head. He stepped back and left the battlefield, laughing loudly. Battalion Commander Tang. What's the point of bullying the invisible Omega? Tang Hao thought to himself, Rogue Unit 118, can't you F***King shut up? Sinan stepped on the 4 stand, his foot slipped and hooked. He grabbed the iron stand in his hand and without saying a word, he swung his hand down. The loud crash was deafening. The iron stand was close to the side of Tang Hao's face and smashed into the wall. In an instant, the wall ash was all over Tang Hao's face. Do you still want to fight? Tang Hao choked and coughed a few times. He held down his red-eyed subordinate who was about to rush forward. The intensive care unit had turned into ruins. Cries of pain could be heard everywhere. Sinan turned his head, like a wounded and cautious cheetah. After a while, he threw the 4 stand with a clang and retreated in the direction of the door of the ward. Yan Hao was behind him. Sinan suddenly turned around and held his neck, but after only half a second, he let go. You can recognize me? Yan Hao put away his PSP. Your skin is smooth. Yan Hao, Sinan asked him seriously, which way to the military commission? You searched alone in the center of the city where zombies gathered for 48 hours? Yes. You weren't infected? Fortunately, Zhou Rong said. No. In the aircraft carrier's conference room, a long table was placed at the east end. Lieutenant General Zheng, the army's political commissar, and the chief of staff sat in a row behind the table. Each of them had a glass of water in front of them. In the middle of the conference room, there was a folding chair with an empty back. Zhou Rong was sitting on it. He had already washed up and was wearing a new gray city camouflage uniform. His gun was placed neatly on the ground by his feet. Lieutenant General Zheng's voice echoed in the empty room. At that time, did you already guess that he was an antibody carrier? I didn't know. But you risked your life with this move, Colonel, another political commissar said meaningfully. Zhou Rong stared straight at the long table. He seemed to be lost in some thoughts. The 4 leaders' eyes fell on him. After a while, Zhou Rong said lightly, at that time, I just wanted to bring him back. I didn't think too much about it. Then at that time, did you know that antibody carriers were about to go into heat? I didn't know. The commanders exchanged secret glances. Zhou Rong didn't need to look to know what those glances meant. They didn't believe a single word. But they didn't plan to continue investigating for the time being. Let's call it a day. Lieutenant General Zheng coughed, stood up and said, Thank you for your cooperation, Colonel. Lieutenant General Zheng picked up a metal suitcase from the table and strode forward to hand it to Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong was a little surprised. Lieutenant General Zheng didn't explain. He just shook hands with him. We all think that it's better for you to hand it in personally. Zhou Rong immediately said, I don't need this kind of praise. My captain and I just want to complete the mission. What are you thinking about? Lieutenant General Zheng was a little displeased. Zhou Rong looked at him suspiciously. Lieutenant General Zheng saw that he really didn't know. His tone softened and he explained, This is the order of the higher-ups. He didn't say exactly where the higher-ups were referring to, as if tacitly agreeing that Zhou Rong should know. Then he patted Zhou Rong's shoulder hard. Ignoring his resistance, he personally bent down to pick up Zhou Rong's gun and inserted it into the holster on the outside of Zhou Rong's thigh. In this battle for survival, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, armed police, firefighters, and researchers sacrificed their lives. The special forces represented by 118 even saved countless people at the cost of their own flesh and blood. Your military establishment has been abolished, but your heroic names will forever remain in military history. Lieutenant General Zheng paused and coughed hard twice to calm his hoarse voice down. He looked straight into Zhou Rong's eyes. You and your team members rescued the virus research materials and primary antibodies, found the carrier of the serum antibody, and won precious time and resources for the Institute of the General Directorate for Strategic Studies to develop an antidote vaccine. Major General Qian, Chief Staff Officer Liu, and the heroic souls of 118 will be proud of you in heaven. Zhou Rong smiled sadly and didn't answer. Lieutenant General Jing said gently, let your team members rest. Someone from the higher-ups will come later and take you. A knock on the door interrupted him. The political commissar asked casually, who is it? Sir. The guard's stammering voice came from outside the door, 118 Brigade's Captain Yan Hao is back. Lieutenant General Zheng was baffled and personally pushed the door open. In the corridor, the guards had strange expressions and were at a loss of what to do. Comrade Yan Hao, the legendary green flower in the military, stood at attention against the wall expressionlessly. There was a young man on the bench beside him. Half of his face was covered with gauze, and his upper body was naked with bandages wrapped around it. When he sat cross-legged, his thin and fair ankles were exposed. His elbows rested on his knees, and his body was slightly bent like a contemplating beast. The seriously ill patient who should have been unconscious in the intensive care unit was actually here. There were obvious signs of struggle on his body. Lieutenant General Zheng's body couldn't help but shake a few times on the spot. Zhou Rong said involuntarily, Sinan? Sinan raised his head and accurately captured the source of the voice. He reached out a hand. Zhou Rong quickly stepped forward and tightly grasped the hand that was still bruised because of the drip. Then Sinan hugged his waist while sitting cross-legged. He buried his face in Zhou Rong's warm chest and took a deep breath. Why are you here? Zhou Rong's voice was unsteady, and he rubbed the back of Sinan's head hard. Sinan said simply, I can't see. I want to know where you are. He entered the battalion commander, deputy battalion commander, and several soldiers of the 9th Battalion. No one dared to stop him. Captain Yan pointed the way for him and he came here. The guard reported to Lieutenant General Jing hesitantly. Several senior commanders came out of the meeting room and saw Zhou Rong carrying the barefoot Sinan. They were all very surprised, as if they had seen something completely unexpected. Zhou Rong also didn't expect Sinan to kill all the way to find him. He lowered his head and kissed the top of Sinan's soft black hair. His handsome face was a little red. Then I'll go back first. I think he doesn't need to go back to the ward. The small half of Sinan's face exposed under the gauze was expressionless. However, everyone knew that his eyes were looking through the white veil, vigilantly observing any movement here. Lieutenant General Jing deliberated for a few seconds and nodded unexpectedly. Okay. But the research institute above may want to draw some blood later. Please cooperate. The chief of staff frowned as if he felt something was wrong, but Lieutenant General Jing stopped him and shook his head slightly. Zhou Rong said, yes, I'll cooperate. Then he motioned for Yan Hao to follow him. He turned around and walked out of the office with Sinan in his arms. The aircraft carrier sailed on the sea. It didn't feel like it was moving at all, as if it was walking on a huge island. Zhou Rong put Sinan in the refreshment area of the officer's activity area. He went to report and received a new pair of shoes. When he came back, he half knelt on the ground and personally put them on Sinan. Yan Hao played with the PSP until it ran out of battery. He squatted on the side and played with the frozen suitcase. He asked casually, how's the tea? Have you been F***ked? Zhou Rong said, I find that you're a little rude now, Major Yan. You've become bolder after being promoted, haven't you? Yan Hao didn't hear clearly. What did you call me? Tomorrow when we arrive at the headquarters, we'll send down the red document. Everyone will be promoted by 1 rank, and I'll be promoted by 2. Congratulations on becoming a field officer. Yan Hao was very surprised. Oh. Zhou Rong lowered his head and tied Sinan's shoelaces. He said lightly, anyway, we won't get paid. It's just a nice name. Don't take it too seriously. Having said that, it was always a good thing to be promoted. At least it would look good on the memorial if they were sacrificed in the future. Yan Hao smiled and said, then won't you be restored to the rank you were before you were demoted, Captain? I think this is a good sign. Let's call Xianxia and the others to have a celebration party tonight. It'll be lively. Unexpectedly, Zhou Rong said, I refuse. Yan Hao was stunned. Zhou Rong got up and patted Sinan's face. His fingertips gently scratched the gauze covering his eyes. Yan Hao wanted to ask why, but he saw that Zhou Rong's expression didn't have a trace of joy at all. On the contrary, there was a cold gloom between his deep eyebrows. This wasn't the seemingly cheerful and unscrupulous Zhou Rong that usually seemed to be laughing and joking. This was the real, thoughtful, and vigilant Zhou Rong deep in his heart. But in the blink of an eye, Zhou Rong laughed again. He leaned close to Sinan's ear and asked, Brother Rong will be a small officer for the rest of his life. Don't you mind? Sinan had been listening to their conversation with his head tilted. Hearing this, a smile flashed across his lips. He put his hand into the pocket of Zhou Rong's brand new camouflage pants, playfully pinched his crotch, and then took out a fruit candy. Hey! Little hooligan! Zhou Rong pinched Sinan's ear and laughed as he scolded him. Yan Hao glanced at Zhou Rong doubtfully. Although his face was smiling, there was no warmth in his eyes at all. If Sinan wasn't sitting in front of him, Yan Hao had no doubt that Zhou Rong's low air pressure could make light snow float out of the sea. Captain Zhou. An officer came through the door of the activity center and saluted. He then took out his ID and showed it to Yan Hao. The military has sent me to invite you over. The car is already waiting outside. Zhou Rong grunted and then picked up the frozen suitcase. Yan Hao, send Sinan Hui to the intensive care unit. Yan Hao vaguely guessed something. Zhou Rong motioned for the officer to wait for a moment. He squatted down and pulled Sinan's slender fingers that were covered with bandages. Brother Rong has to go do something. I'll come back tonight to see you in the ward, okay? Sinan lowered his head slightly. His eyes behind the white gauze quietly looked at Zhou Rong. If you don't come, Sinan said softly, I won't cooperate. This was almost a blatant threat. The officer's face suddenly changed. Zhou Rong pressed hard on the back of Sinan's head and planted a kiss on his hair. He smiled and said, I know. When has Brother Rong ever stood me up? The car drove past the Long Island. The huge apron in the distance was densely packed with fighter jets and military helicopters. The group of aircraft took off and hovered under the blue sky like a group of orderly seabirds, transporting survivors and weapons supplies back and forth. The Central Military Commission and the Central Military Commission were forced to move out of the B military region. Many people died in the process. Some of the soldiers went to the northeast to establish a survivor refuge base. Others came to the South China Sea and established a new military headquarters on the large artificial islands and military bases built by the country in the early years. The officer explained dutifully as he drove. Zhou Rong sat in the front passenger seat. He held his forehead with one hand and let the sea breeze blow his hair. He nodded thoughtfully. After the bases and headquarters were established, the military was restructured and reorganized. The search and rescue teams began to repair the communication towers from the north and south of the motherland, rescue the survivors, and choose suitable places to build shelters. The military sacrificed countless soldiers and built 6 large refuge centers on the motherland at a heavy price. Zhou Rong suddenly glanced at him. We came thousands of miles south from North China. How come we didn't see anyone? Guangxi, Yunnan, Qinghai, Inner Mongolia, Jilin, and Heilongjiang. The officer smiled bitterly. Captain Zhou, you went south through the Two Lakes area. The zombies in the Central Plains are dense. The army can't advance at all. It's estimated that only your special forces can survive. Zhou Rong didn't answer. He lowered his eyelids heavily. If the search and rescue can't be carried out by this autumn, the Central Plains will probably become a no-man's land. Only the sound of the sea breeze blowing in could be heard in the car. It drowned out the officer's solemn sigh. The car stopped in front of the passage in the center of the island. Zhou Rong got out of the car with his suitcase. The officer shouted behind him, Colonel Zhou. Zhou Rong turned around and saw him trotting over. His expression was solemn as he stood in front of him. At the beginning of the year, the headquarters sent a lot of troops to the B military region in an attempt to rescue the research data, but they all failed. Fortunately, Colonel Zhou risked his life the moment the virus broke out and brought back results. I admire all of you very much. The officer was about to raise his hand to salute, but before he could do so, Zhou Rong impatiently stopped him and pressed his hand down. "Thank you, Major. Don't call me that." Zhou Rong braved the strong wind and walked into the covered bridge without looking back, leaving the officer standing outside in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. 5 or 6 minutes after entering the covered bridge, after a series of familiar interrogations, 2 armed reconnaissance battalion guards personally brought Zhou Rong into the explosion-proof elevator. Ding! The elevator door opened. The 2 guards opposite him nodded in greeting. One of them turned around and knocked on the solid wood door of the conference room. "Sir, Colonel Zhou is here." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, an aged voice came from inside. "Come in." Even though Zhou Rong was already very familiar with this place in his early career, so much so that he was a little casual about it, he still took a deep breath and raised his eyes at this moment. If Yan Hao and the others were here, they would notice that Zhou Rong's entire temperament had changed. He was no longer the lazy, careless Special Forces squadron leader who even looked a little sinister when he smiled. His trademark cunning and sharp demeanor completely retreated from the tips of his eyebrows and the corners of his eyes. In an instant, it transformed into a well-trained solemnity and calmness. His aura was even oppressive, but it blended in with the solemn atmosphere around him. It was as if he had always belonged here and was a key part of this place. The guard opened the door, nodded at Zhou Rong, and reached out his hand. Zhou Rong drew his gun and walked in with the freezer. The door closed behind him with a click. At the end of the conference room was a glass curtain wall. A gray-haired old man sat in an armchair behind a long table with his side facing the door. His body was slightly bent due to the irresistible passage of time, casting a weathered silhouette on the single-sided glass curtain wall. Even though his appearance had changed a lot in the past few years, no matter who was present, they could immediately recognize the solemn and unsmiling face that used to appear on the news every day. Zhou Rong stood at attention, saluted, and said nothing. The old man sat up straight in front of him. His speckled hands were folded on the table, and he raised his chin slightly. Even though his voice was not as deep and loud as it used to be because of his age, the calmness when he spoke still made people's hearts and minds involuntarily focus. "I've been demoted for 3 years, Colonel Zhou," the old man said slowly. "You didn't disappoint me." Zhou Rong's soul seemed to be floating in the void as he coldly sized up his body standing on the ground. Were the cuffs clean, the seams of his pants straight, the angle of his line of sight, the way his cheek muscles were taut, and whether it was completely in line with the etiquette training he received in the past? Were they so precise that there was not the slightest error, to reach the point where he could directly perform a flag-raising performance at Tiananmen Gate at any time? He suddenly remembered such a funny standard in his memory. "Open it and let me see," the old man said again. Zhou Rong saluted and stepped forward to open the freezer. The chill flourished and gradually revealed the 2 dark red antibody test tubes fixed on the bracket. The old man nodded without any emotion. "Just for this, who knows how many people the military has sacrificed this year?" Zhou Rong said, "When we entered the Military Region's Underground Research Institute, we sent a satellite communication saying that we would try our best to find the information and go to the South Sea. Why is the military still, after receiving the communication, the military has been looking for you?" The old man sighed with emotion. "But shortwave communication from Hubei, Hunan, and the coastal areas of Guangdong are completely cut off. How can they find your traces in the vast expanse of scorched earth?" The 2 shelters in Guangxi and Yunnan were filled with the lives of soldiers. Zhou Rong silently closed his eyes. "If they can't find you, the military won't know if the information in the B military region has been brought out, and they won't dare to carry out missile bombardment." After a pause, the old man said, "According to the calculations of the General Staff, the probability of you successfully penetrating the B military region and rushing back to the South Sea with the information is less than 1%. Indeed. If they had not encountered the Sinan, with only 5 Special Forces soldiers left, the journey south from B City would have been enough for them to die 8 to 10 times. But on the other hand, if they had not met them, even if the Sinan had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would have been difficult for them to live to this day. The 1 in 10 million chance encounter on that autumn afternoon in T City was enough to change the established trajectory of many things and the fate of many people. But you did create a miracle. When you were transferred to the Special Forces, I never thought that this day would come. Zhou Rong wanted to speak modestly, but that was a reaction within the regulations. The old man interrupted him. Old Jing told you about the reinstatement of your original position? Here it comes. Zhou Rong thought for a moment and said, yes, General Jing told me that 118 has been disbanded. The old man nodded silently. Zhou Rong looked at him and said sincerely, Chief, I hope that the military commission can consider rebuilding 118. If we don't have any more soldiers, we can always recruit more. As long as I'm here, the 6th Squadron will still exist, and the 118th Squadron will still exist. Although 118 hasn't been established for a long time, it has made countless amazing military achievements. The old man didn't interrupt Zhou Rong. It was hard to tell whether he agreed or disagreed from his expression. 2 years ago, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs went to 118 to pick people. Do you know about that? Zhou Rong was stunned. I know. Why didn't you sign up? Zhou Rong was silent for a long time before he said, I think that in this situation, I can do more for the country by being an ordinary major in the Special Forces. Sinan was right about one thing. Zhou Rong was the kind of person who could always find the most appropriate words to express an unpleasant meaning. A hint of a smile flashed across the old man's cloudy eyes. He obviously felt the same way as Sinan. He said, No, Colonel. I heard that you were cured by the serum antibody. I think that before the vaccine is developed, you will be more useful in the military headquarters. Zhou Rong said, yes, but the 118 Brigade made indelible contributions at the beginning of the virus outbreak. However, there are many other brigades that have been disbanded because of the total destruction of the army. 118 is just one of them. It will forever be recorded in the military history of the Republic, along with its brothers. Zhou Rong wanted to say something, but the old man keenly saw through his thoughts. The probability of sacrifice at the front line is too high, Colonel. Family, country, country. How can a man who doesn't even care about his family talk about the country? This time, Zhou Rong was instantly speechless and stood there stiffly. At this time, a cadre hurried in and whispered a few words in the old man's ear. The old man raised his hand to indicate that he understood. Then he patted the edge of the table. To Zhou Rong. Okay, you have to go back. Zhou Rong was puzzled. The old man sighed softly. You don't know yet, do you? Old Gua is gone. When he was transferred out of the B military district. You should go see his grandson. His belongings have just been delivered to him. When the B military district was destroyed, the military commission organized a large-scale retreat. Deputy Minister Gua volunteered to stay in command, but he didn't make it in time for the last helicopter. Zhou Rong nodded and thanked the guard who led the way. At the end of the corridor was a small cafeteria. It wasn't dinner time yet, so it was empty at the moment. Only Chen Chao and Dingshi stood nervously at the door and looked in. Brother Rong, Zhou Rong put his index finger to his lips to signal them to be quiet. Then he walked in. Guo Weixiang was lying at the table, facing the corner. He was the only one sitting in the cafeteria. From the back, he was burying his face in his palms. Zhou Rong walked past him and went to the vending machine on the other side of the wall to buy a lot of beer and cigarettes. He turned around and piled them on the table. Then he pulled out the folding chair in front of Guo Weixiang. Come on. He opened the tab of a bottle of beer, pulled down Guo Weixiang's left hand and stuffed the beer can into his hand. This is all the cash I have on me. Today, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. Guo Weixiang's eyes were red. He tried to cover his eyes with his right hand, but Zhou Rong stuffed him with a soft Chunghua cigarette. Brother Rong, how did the old man leave? Guo Weixiang's tears gushed out again. After a while, he shook his head and choked with sobs. The virus suddenly broke out in the research institute. When we retreated, it was chaotic. He insisted that others leave first, and he took the password and key to close the security gate on the 3rd floor underground. He's almost 80 years old. Originally, there was nothing for him to do, but he applied for emergency authority at the last minute. Deputy Minister Gua was indeed going to retire. In recent years, he was no longer personally involved in many affairs. If he hadn't stood up and insisted, this kind of task, which was destined to be sacrificed, would never have been handed over to an old man who was almost 80 years old. I didn't even have time to say goodbye to him. Guo Weixiang's nose was red. He said, on the day I left, the military vehicle drove past the gate of the compound. You asked me if I wanted to stop for 5 minutes to go in and say goodbye to the old man. But I was always afraid that people would think I was being special, so I insisted that I didn't want to. Why didn't I go in? Why didn't I go in? I didn't even see him for the last time. Zhou Rong lit a cigarette for himself and lowered his eyes in the white smoke. There was a gray iron box beside Guo Weixiang. It was the size of an ordinary shoebox and was sealed with a golden red ribbon. Zhou Rong knew what it was. It was a relic box, which contained the miscellaneous items used by Deputy Minister Guo when he was alive. A fountain pen, handwritten manuscripts, reading glasses, and at least half a box of heavy meritorious service certificates and military medals. You're 118, Zhou Rong said in a low voice. The old man has been showing off this to others. He'll die in peace. Guo Weixiang cried and shook his head, saying, Brother Rong, you don't understand, you don't understand. He originally wanted me to do something else, but I insisted on joining the special forces. I wanted to prove myself, I wanted to fight for my dignity. I yelled at him that I wanted to realize my dreams. But he actually just wanted his only grandson to stay by his side peacefully. He didn't expect me to be successful at all. Guo Weixiang's voice was not loud. It was even a little hoarse because of his crying, but Zhou Rong seemed to have been stabbed by something sharp and couldn't speak for a while. If I had been with him all the time, he wouldn't have died. Guo Weixiang held the cigarette between his fingers and pressed the base of his palm against his red forehead. He murmured, if I had been there, I wouldn't have let an 80-year-old man like him close the gate. I would have. Zhou Rong patted Guo Weixiang's arm as if to transmit some kind of power. He pressed it heavily and said, don't think like that. If you've lived for so long and have nothing to do except to accompany the old man, how can Deputy Minister Guo rest in peace? Your grandfather was actually very happy when you yelled at him to pursue your dreams. Zhou Rong said again, you don't understand, Xianxia. The old man must have been very relieved when he left. He knew that you had a bright future and didn't need to rely on anyone. Xianxia gasped for air, his nostrils emitting a sharp, cracking sound. Finally, it turned into a wail of anguish. Dingshi walked over cautiously, and Chen Chao followed him quietly. The four of them sat around the small dining table. Dingshi patted Guo Weixiang's back and comforted him in a low voice. The latter's wailing gradually turned into a hoarse sob. Brother Rong, Chen Chao asked softly, about the disbandment, has it been confirmed? Zhou Rong exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. He seemed to be smiling bitterly, but it was hard to see clearly. Chen Chao and Dingshi looked at each other, as if they didn't want to believe it. But, our 6th squadron is still here. Didn't they say that as long as there was a captain, there would be a division? How could they disband just like that? Zhou Rong didn't answer. Chen Chao wanted to ask more, but Dingshi touched her hand and signaled her to look down with his eyes. Zhou Rong was smoking cigarettes with his left hand, but his right hand was holding an unopened can of beer. He probably didn't realize how strong his hand was, but the aluminum can was already deformed. His fingernails had left deep marks on the smooth can. Chen Chao's heart suddenly jumped, and she didn't say anything. What are your dreams? After a while, Zhou Rong suddenly said in the white smoke of tobacco. Chen Chao and Dingshi looked at each other. My dream is to do something real. Zhou Rong seemed to be talking to himself. Not to pay attention to whether the seams of my pants are straight, whether my collar is straight, whether I look good in front of the camera, and whether my subordinates are embarrassing themselves in front of the foreign media. Not to think about what other people's eyes mean, which words have hidden meanings, which people and factions are inextricably linked. I just want to do something real. Even if it's just like the People's Liberation Army, I just want to help the orphanage shovel some snow when I get up early in the morning. He wiped his face, put out the cigarette, and smiled sadly. Guo Weixiang unconsciously forgot to cry. She whispered, Brother Rong. Zhou Rong responded, but didn't answer the question. That's it. It's good. Everyone is walking on the road to realize their dreams. He stood up under everyone's puzzled gaze and exhaled with all his strength, as if he had finally finished a difficult battle. He patted the shoulders of his 3 comrades one by one during the gunfire. "I'm proud of you." He smiled briefly, turned around and walked out of the small cafeteria. As expected, Sinan didn't cooperate. He just leaned against the bed in the intensive care unit, and no one dared to disturb him. It wasn't until he heard Zhou Rong's footsteps that he sat up straight. In an extremely subtle way, he seemed to be slightly relaxed. The supplies on the aircraft carrier were okay. Zhou Rong brought back food and sweet soup. The sky over the sea quickly darkened. When night fell, they ate at a small table in the ward. The steam of the sweet pineapple soup filled the air under the light. "Is Rooster okay?" Sinan asked without raising his head. "He's fine," Zhou Rong said. "Don't go to him. Give him some time alone." Sinan nodded thoughtfully. After a while, Zhou Rong saw him open a lunchbox that he had just sealed himself. He began to eat 2 pieces of braised chicken legs and half a bowl of sweet soup. He suddenly understood why Sinan left this lunchbox alone before dinner. It wasn't to save it for tomorrow's breakfast. He wanted to take it as a gift to visit Guoweixiong. Zhou Rong burst out laughing. Sinan spat out the chicken bone expressionlessly. "What are you laughing at?" "No, nothing." Zhou Rong waved his hand repeatedly. The dark clouds in his heart suddenly dispersed. After dinner, the nurse finally dared to draw blood. Zhou Rong watched carefully. Unexpectedly, she didn't draw too much blood and stopped. He asked why, and the nurse's attitude was very good. Dr. Ning from the Strategic Research Institute said that he just drew blood a few days ago. He was afraid that drawing too much blood would affect his health, so he wanted to continue for a long time. The nurse blurted it out and her face immediately turned red. Sinan didn't know much about the basic national policy. He rarely took the initiative to ask, "Continue for what?" The nurse ran away in a flurry. The door closed with a click. The ward with orange light turned into a small bedroom. Zhou Rong took a hot shower and came out. His black hair stood up in a mess after being dried with a towel. The water droplets flowed down his strong back muscles. He leaned over and put his hands on the pillow, staring at Sinan lying on the bed. Sinan had a very full dinner, although it was only a few pieces of chicken legs and sweet soup. It was obvious that Sinan enjoyed it very much. This was the best meal he had ever had since he met me, Zhou Rong thought. He didn't have to eat hardtack, drink cold water in the winter, and worry about suddenly having to pick up a weapon to fight zombies when he was extremely hungry. "But I can't give him any of these. I don't have anything." Zhou Rong swallowed. There was an indescribable sourness in his tongue. Sinan moved. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Zhou Rong whispered and kissed the soft white gauze in front of him. The next moment, Sinan's hand pressed down on the back of his neck. With a bang, Zhou Rong's back hit the bed. He didn't even have time to react before the two of them switched positions. Sinan's legs straddled Zhou Rong's strong waist. He looked down at his face, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong with you? Do you want to be F***ked?" Zhou Rong raised his hips threateningly. "Who's F***king who?" "Sinan," Zhou Rong said viciously. "Comrade C. Xiaonan, the organization wants you to face the hardware gap. When have you ever seen someone use a Type 92 handgun and an anti-tank rocket launcher to shoot at each other? It's an anti-tank piledriver." Sinan smiled and reached over to grab the thing. "The user experience isn't good anyway. Let's just break it." Zhou Rong hurriedly pulled his hand over and forced Sinan into the quilt and rolled him into a pancake in his arms. The two of them poked and scratched each other for a long time. Zhou Rong was so hard that his thighs clamped Sinan tightly to prevent him from struggling. He turned off the light and ordered, "No more playing. Sleep." "Sinan, ear." Zhou Rong used his fingers to constantly rub Sinan's ear. He rubbed it until it was very comfortable and his breathing gradually became deep and stable. It was so dark in the ward that one couldn't see his own fingers. The surroundings were quiet, and there seemed to be the sound of waves hitting the beach from afar. Zhou Rong opened his eyes in the dark. He didn't know how long it took before he stopped. "The ship will dock tomorrow," he said almost silently. He didn't know if he was asking Sinan or himself, "What should I do in the future?" The surroundings were silent for a long time. Cooperate with the research, make the vaccine, go out and continue to kill zombies. Suddenly, Sinan's clear voice sounded in his arms. He didn't hide his mockery. Can you sleep, Miss Zhou? Zhou Rong's mouth twitched. Sinan snuggled into his chest comfortably. After a while, he ordered, Ear. Try to recuperate for a week and wait for your body to absorb the extravasated blood. The doctor closed the report and said, Don't use your eyes during this period. The patient's immune system is very strong, so there won't be any problems. Zhou Rong thanked the doctor, held Sinan's hand, and led him out of the infirmary. The next afternoon, the aircraft carrier finally docked. What appeared in front of everyone was a group of giant artificial islands in the vast South China Sea. Dozens of islands of various sizes surrounded the main island, which covered an area of 8,000 square kilometers. Originally, it was the result of land reclamation projects over the past 20 years. Now, it was the National Strategic Command Center, and also the largest shelter in the apocalypse. Following the design concept of the B military region's underground shelter, the main island was also divided into 4 areas: management, communication, energy production, defense equipment, and residential and commercial areas. Every day, the warships shuttled between the mainland and the islands, bringing back survivors from the smoke-filled land. The 118 units lost their garrison after the disbandment, but Lieutenant General Xianxia took over the follow-up of the special forces and took special care of Zhou Rong and the others. He arranged for them to live in the 2-person dormitory building in the military region of the main island. The warm wind swept across the sea, bringing with it the pleasant smell of early spring. The green treetops beside the dormitory swayed slightly, making a rustling sound under the sunlight. Zhou Rong stood in front of the dormitory corridor, looking at the clean streets and green belts. Dark green military vehicles shuttled back and forth, and the blue sea in the distance made waves. The wind blew his short hair and collar. Everything was so peaceful and orderly. It was as if the bloody escape that lasted for half a year was not real, and the near-death battle a few days ago suddenly became a distant memory. Lieutenant General Xianxia completed the task given by the boss very quickly. On the same day, the promotion documents for Zhou Rong and the others came out. Zhou Rong was promoted 2 ranks, Yan Hao, Chen Chao, Ding Shi, and Wu Weixiang were promoted 1 rank each, and the 17 comrades of the 6th Squadron were promoted 2 ranks as compensation. Lieutenant General Xianxia personally came to ask for Zhang Yingjia's ashes to be buried in the military's temporary cemetery. In fact, the environment of the cemetery was good and there were very few ashes. After all, most of the dead soldiers did not even leave their bodies behind. Most of them were glorious tombstones with the names of the martyrs engraved on them. However, Zhou Rong declined without even thinking about it. I promised Yingjia that I would go to the northeast to find his wife and child. When the time comes, I'll give the ashes to his family. Lieutenant General Xianxia did not insist. Although it's against the rules, you can make the decision. There was an obvious bruise at the corner of the old Lieutenant General's wrinkled eye. Zhou Rong couldn't help but look at it several times. Xianxia raised his hand to touch it and asked, Is it obvious? You are, I fell, the Lieutenant General said gently. I'm old now. I have to admit that I'm old. Zhou Rong's mouth was half open, and he nodded his head in admiration. He thought to himself, Old man, you had to look at the mirror for a long time to find the right angle to make your eye look like this. Your wrestling skills are superb. During lunch break, Yan Hao finally explained to Zhou Rong, he was beaten by Ningyu this morning. Zhou Rong said, Ah? The 6 of them were divided into 3 dormitories. Zhou Rong and Sinan stayed in one room, Yan Hao and Chen Chao stayed in another room, and Ding Shi and Wu Weixiang stayed in another room. Wu Weixiang had not recovered from his sadness, so Zhou Rong asked Ding Shi to come to his dormitory after lunch to give Wu Weixiang some space alone. However, Ding Shi found that he was going to go blind after staying in the captain's room for less than 10 minutes. He cried and went to the next room to drag Yan Hao and Chen Chao over, saying that even if he wanted to go blind, he couldn't be the only one who was blind. The new organization hadn't been announced yet, so no one knew which army they would be training with. They could only sit in a circle in the dormitory and play cards. Yan Hao played a pair of 3 and said, yes, I went to the General Staff Department this morning and they were all talking about it next door. Chen Chao asked, is Ning crazy? Old General Jing went to the Biochemistry Research Institute early in the morning and told the person in charge that when the military built the base in the South China Sea, they realized the importance of Dr. Ning and organized several groups of people to search for him. They always thought that he was dead. Dr. Ning listened quietly and suddenly said, General, I have a question. Why was it that when we sent several distress signals to the coastal area last year, the military ignored them, but when the special forces of 118 sent out their location coordinates, the military helicopters immediately came over? Is it because in the eyes of the military, the lives of the special forces are more precious than ours? Unit 118 was the blue team in every military exercise, so they had a blood feud with the elite ground forces of several major military regions. It could be said that they were absolutely irreconcilable. However, Yan Hao was an exception. After all, he had a good face, and people with good faces were more approachable. Therefore, Yan Hao could go out and visit people as he pleased, and he usually had more sources of gossip than others. The person in charge of the Biochemistry Research Institute was next to them, and his face turned green immediately. Yan Hao described it very vividly. General Zhang's entourage also turned green. The atmosphere was abnormally quiet, and the scene was extremely awkward. Zhou Rong raised a pair of 6s, and didn't comment on Ningyu's question. What did the general say? General Jing said, do you know how many people are sending distress signals all over the country? Do you know how many soldiers the rescue team has sacrificed? As far as the military knows, your survivor base has supplies and weapons that can support the survival of tens of thousands of people. How can the military rescue you? Xianxia was telling the truth. Without knowing Ningyu's identity, the military's search and rescue force obviously had to be used on the edge of the blade. There were more survivors struggling on the line of life and death that needed to be rescued. In contrast, Qingyajing's base was already considered a paradise in the apocalypse. Later, as we were talking, Ningyu suddenly broke down for some reason. She went up and punched General Zheng so hard that he almost bled. Yan Hao suppressed everyone with a pair of Qs. Dingshi unexpectedly threw out a pair of As, and he was a little stunned. Huh? Dingshi stunned everyone with a pair of aces. After careful consideration for a long time, he shyly threw out a spades 3. Everyone was speechless. Dingshi didn't know how to play cards. He often came up with a king bomb, and then his hand was full of scattered cards that couldn't be played. Later on, before playing cards, people had to fight to be Dingshi's next player. Chen Chao looked numbly at Zhou Rong, who followed Dingshi and threw out scattered cards one by one, and asked, what happened later? Was Ningyu taught a lesson? Yan Hao also looked numbly at Zhou Rong's cards getting fewer and fewer, and said, of course not. Maybe he had to write a self-criticism letter, or maybe the Biochemistry Research Institute wrote it for him. Is he so powerful now? Zhou Rong put down his last paijiao, smiled and said, the higher-ups have gathered all the manpower to study his new zombie virus. Combining it with our comrade Xiaoxi's serum, it may be the fastest way to make a vaccine. So Dr. Ning is very arrogant now. If he goes to complain that Yan Hao once pointed a gun at his crotch, our team's bell may have to. Yan Hao said coldly, punish me as you wish. It doesn't matter. She'll be sent to marry Dr. Ning by the organization. May you be together for 100 years. Yan Hao threw down his cards and rolled up his sleeves. Zhou Rong hurriedly hid behind Sinan, and Yan Hao could only turn back, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Old Jing is right, Chen Chao said curiously, when did Dr. Ning become so crazy that he even beat up a general? Who knows? Zhou Rong smiled and threw down his last card, King Bomb. Pay up, pay up. What made Ningyu collapse wasn't that the military didn't rescue him in time, but that some things were completely irreparable before the military arrived. However, Zhou Rong didn't say anything. He stared at the 3 defeated opponents with a mocking expression. The other 3 had no choice but to beat up Dingshi with tears streaming down their faces, and at the same time, they each took out 10 yuan. Zhou Rong put it away and stuffed it into Sinan's hand. Hide the money for your snacks. I'll buy you a cream cake later. Sinan sat quietly on the floor and watched them play cards. He crossed his legs and rested his chin on one hand. It seemed that he was about to fall asleep. Zhou Rong observed him for a while and seemed to think that he was really asleep. He carefully took out 3 10-yuan notes, rolled them up, and unbuttoned Sinan's white shirt collar. Unexpectedly, before he could shove the money into Sinan's chest, his hand was suddenly grabbed by Sinan, who then leaned close and kissed his wrist. The room was quiet. After a while, Dingshi said sadly, "I told you that my eyes were going blind, but you didn't believe me." Yan Hao hugged his knees and squatted on the ground, with his back to everyone. Grassy squatted beside him and said earnestly, "Look, now you suddenly think that marrying Ningyu is a good choice, right?" Sinan stood up, took 2 apples from the fruit plate on the table, and said briefly, "I'll go next door and check." Guo Weixiang's house was next door. It was only 2 steps away from the door and left. Zhou Rong stood up to send him off, but Sinan waved his hand to stop him. He took a bite of the apple, turned around, and went out. "Who is it?" Guo Weixiang's voice came from the door, forcing himself to be calm. Sinan didn't say anything. He bent down and put the other apple in front of Guo Weixiang's door. "Who is it?" Sinan held the wall and walked to the stairs at the end of the long corridor. After a while, Guo Weixiang finally pulled himself together and opened the door, but there was no one outside, not even a shadow. He glanced down and saw an apple by his feet. Baffled, he picked it up. Sinan went downstairs and took the first step out of the corridor. He felt the warm and comfortable sunshine on his body. He opened his hands, and the wind passed through his neck, arms, and waist, bringing with it the unique smell of the ocean. He faced the sunshine, exhaled a long breath, and pulled off the gauze that had covered his eyes for several days. The sunlight was so bright that he closed his eyes subconsciously, and then he suddenly opened them. In front of him was an empty playground. There was no one around during the afternoon. Training. Under the shade of a tree not far away, several men in plain clothes were watching him closely. They probably didn't expect that he would suddenly pull off the blindfold, so they couldn't dodge in time and were hit by him. Sinan raised the corner of his mouth at them. His smile was somewhat provocative, and then he walked out with the apple in his mouth. The men in plain clothes looked at each other. One of them ran upstairs to inform Zhou Rong and the others, while the others followed him from a distance. In fact, Sinan just wanted to walk around. He and Zhou Rong both knew that they didn't have intracranial blood clots to the point where they needed to be bedridden. There might be some pressure on the optic nerve, but there was no need to be blindfolded 24/7. Sensory deprivation was just a gentle and euphemistic method to make him more dependent on the base when he couldn't see anything. It wasn't a big deal, but everyone said to cooperate. Sinan had cooperated for nearly a week, and finally, he wasn't so cooperative anymore. The base was a temporary artificial island, but it was well planned. The white dormitory buildings were located in the military living area, and soldiers were running and training on the playground in the distance. The men in plain clothes saw Sinan walking leisurely in front of them. He was wearing a white shirt and casual trousers, and he had one hand in his pocket. He walked at a moderate pace. When he passed by the cafeteria, he seemed a little thirsty, so he turned around and walked in. The Secret Service's mission was to not let this person wander around, but they couldn't make him feel disgusted or even vigilant. They couldn't just stand by and watch him get into trouble. Therefore, after a few quick glances, one of the men in plain clothes brought some money and followed him into the cafeteria. However, as soon as he entered, the man in plain clothes was stunned. The window selling food had long been closed, and the cafeteria was empty. There was only a piece of blindfold hanging from a vending machine in the corner. Sinan was gone. Inform the Research Institute. Search there. Find him, quick. A moment later, Sinan came out from behind the vending machine, patted the dust off his body, and walked out of the cafeteria with a smirk on his face like a high school student who had succeeded in his prank. When there was a knock on the window, Ningyu was staring intently at the microscope. After a while, he suddenly looked up and saw Sinan standing outside. Ningyu was shocked. He pushed away the documents on his desk and quickly opened the door. "I've been looking for you like crazy. Why are you here?" The Military Research Institute's laboratory was heavily guarded, and the guards at the door were all armed with assault rifles. God knew how Sinan had managed to sneak in without anyone noticing. The shoulders and back of his white shirt were smeared with dust. He asked casually, "Is there a trash can?" Ningyu was furious. "Get out. This is the laboratory. Come in." After patting the dust off, Sinan stuffed the apple core into Ningyu's hand and stood in the corridor patting the dust off. #Yano, asterisk, Ningyu felt goosebumps all over his body. "You're disgusting. Give it to me with your saliva." #Yen. "You can take it for DNA analysis," Sinan said with a smile. "Anyway, you ask someone to draw my blood every 2 or 3 days." Ningyu had no choice but to throw the apple core away and wash his hands with soap angrily. "Did anyone come to tell you that I was missing?" Sinan asked as he sat on the only high stool in front of the laboratory table. Ningyu said angrily over the sound of running water, "The Secret Service sent people to look for you twice. It was as if the house was on fire. Zhou Rong said you were probably bored and wanted to take a walk, but those plainclothes officers didn't listen. Lieutenant Colonel Tang will hang himself soon." Sinan said, "Go ahead." He scolded Zhou Rong for being a hooligan. Ningyu was speechless. The two men looked at each other for a moment, then Ningyu asked seriously, "Isn't Captain Zhou the same?" Anxious shouts came from downstairs in the laboratory again. It seemed that the Secret Service had begun the third round of search. But Sinan turned a deaf ear, and Ningyu didn't say anything either. He casually took the documents from the table and began to flip through them. The South Sea Military Research Institute was responsible for researching viruses and developing vaccines. All of Ningyu's work was of the utmost importance, and his efficiency was on the same level as that of a national leader. However, Ningyu didn't stop Sinan from reading his work notes. He just leaned against the laboratory table and slowly wiped his hands with a disinfectant towel. After a while, Sinan asked in surprise, "All the simulation experiments failed?" "Yes," Ningyu said. "After using the serum, the antigen was quickly swallowed up, but the immune system collapsed. In the real world, even the infected would die. I tried to start by changing the genetic chain of the virus, but it didn't work." Ningyu carefully put on his gloves and said, "Other experts in the base think that Zhou Rong's cure was probably a coincidence, but I think it was because the serum antibody has a requirement on the genetic level of the infected." Sinan, ? Genetic level? Ningyu leaned back against the laboratory table, raised his eyebrows and asked, "If I say that people are born with different social classes, do you agree?" Sinan, yes. Ningyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Cooperate." "I already agree," Sinan said lightly. "I've always felt that my genes are nobler than alpha." "What are you trying to say?" Ningyu's argument, which was full of quotations from the classics, was forced back. He had no place to use his peerless eloquence. After a long while, he helplessly shook his index finger. "Universal values don't agree with this point of view. Whether it's from the perspective of law, religion, or the broad moral system, people are born equal. No one in the biomedical field will admit that this is not the case, and that there are differences in genetic level. Genetics determines a person's nature, and environment determines a person's nurture. Some people are born smarter, stronger, and have more artistic or sports talent. Genetic level can't predict the lower limit of a person's development, but it limits the upper limit of a person's survival in a life-and-death battle with the zombie virus." In other words, Ningyu said, only people with excellent genes are more likely to defeat the virus and survive after being injected with the serum antibody. Sinan closed the notebook and said, "This is just your inference." Sinan didn't show any obvious emotions when facing anyone other than Zhou Rong, but Ningyu still felt a trace of dissatisfaction from his flat tone. "I thought you weren't a supporter of equality," Ningyu teased. Sinan didn't refute. He just said flatly, "But everyone has the right to live, Dr. Ning." Ningyu suddenly fell silent, and his eyes flickered slightly behind his glasses. "Yes." After a long time, Ningyu finally spoke again. She paused for a moment before continuing, "But if this hypothesis is proven to be true, then an antivirus vaccine will become impossible. We can't just develop a virus to increase everyone's genetic level before we talk about it again. Also, the soldiers on the front line will all be injected with the serum, and those who are still alive will be sent to save people, and those who are dead will be buried. Sinan gently threw the notebook back on the table and landed on the ground from the high stool. He said, there will always be a way. There is no way. Mingyu said coldly, I'm not God. Human intelligence is limited. I think everyone should just eat and drink on the island and wait for death. Sinan turned the doorknob. And paused. Don't say that, Dr. Ning. He said calmly, otherwise, I'll have to shoot you down to pay for the 95 experimental subjects. Do you think you'll still have a chance to eat and drink? Mingyu was speechless. Sinan walked out slowly. Mingyu's forehead suddenly twitched. He suddenly thought of something and chased after him. Hey! Sinan waved his hand without looking back, meaning that he didn't need to see him out. Yesterday, the military sent news that the rescue team rescued 3 people from a country in Xianxia and sent them back to the base. As soon as he finished speaking, Sinan finally stopped. Xianxia is going to meet them today, Mingyu said softly, these people may be your old acquaintances, so I'm just reminding you. He closed the door of the laboratory with a click. Sinan froze for a moment. The sound of people in the distance was getting closer and closer. The Secret Service personnel were so anxious that they wanted to release the police dogs. The subtle hints in Mingyu's words were like countless thin needles. He frowned slightly and the fine lines between his eyebrows deepened. Suddenly, he grabbed the railing and jumped down, landing lightly and silently like a cheetah. He reached the end of the 3 flights of stairs in an instant. The armed police with assault rifles were standing guard at the gate. In just half a second, Sinan had already left the Military Research Institute. In the general's office, Xianxia put down the photo. Although he had aged, his face was still very stiff and expressionless. I've never seen him before. As he moved, the photo was placed flat on the desk. An Asian young man of medium height, thin body, wearing a gray urban camouflage uniform and aviator sunglasses was quietly staring at the ceiling with his hands behind his back. Only a small part of his face was covered by glasses. His lips were a little peeled from the scorching sun, but the shape was very beautiful. The corners of his mouth fell naturally, without a trace of a smile, as if they had never been curled up in his life. Therefore, Xianxia was not lying. He really had never seen Colonel Zhou's Omega look like this. A white man with dark blonde hair and blue eyes sat opposite him. His fingers were crossed on the desk, and he showed a trace of mockery. Oh, is that so? Then it seems that my brother is probably dead. Xianxia said, yes. I personally feel very sorry, and I hope the family can restrain their grief. It's okay. I've already admitted to you that he's dangerous. People like him probably won't die so easily in the apocalypse. It's more likely that he will bring disaster to the people around him. Xianxia couldn't think of anything to say for a moment. The white man had already taken back the photo, packed up, and walked out. Wait. Xianxia Huaran stood up. Colonel Romeur. Romeur stopped and heard the voice of old General Jing coming from behind. Where are you going? Back home. Xianxia asked subconsciously, what's going on? Romeur turned his head. That's my ability. Lieutenant General Zhang's eyes reflected the angular face of the country man. He saw a subtle sneer. Some of our military personnel have entered the Florida laboratory and restarted the vaccine test. Since your government can't spare anyone to help search for my brother, I can only go back home to ask for help. As for how we will conduct the search, I'm afraid it's beyond your country's reach. It was obviously his territory, but Xianxia faintly felt that he was overshadowed by the tall white soldier's aura. The other party was too confident. He must have an unknown trump card. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and thought quickly in his mind. He saw Romeur walk to the office door again. Wait. Xianxia blurted out and paused for a moment before saying, I can agree to your conditions, Colonel. But you have to tell me, why are you searching for this person? Is it related to the vaccine? Unexpectedly, Romeur didn't beat around the bush at all. He turned around and said straightforwardly, yes. His straight shot stunned Xianxia. Romeur unbuttoned the 3rd button of his shirt, revealing his firm chest muscles. 3 long purplish-brown scars ran across them. 2 days ago. He said coldly, my subordinates gave me the last dose of level 2 serum antibody. After the wound healed, we were discovered by your country's search and rescue team. This serum antibody was left behind by my brother in the Florida laboratory before he defected. Xianxia was extremely surprised. Level 2, antibody? Downstairs in the courtyard. Abbas lit a cigarette, sat on the steps, and looked at his watch. It was 3:15. Romeur had been up there for 40 minutes, and Jane, the female alpha waiting with him, had walked away impatiently for a while. Abbas' sleeves were rolled up, revealing his thick arms. His muscles were already different from ordinary people's, showing purplish-black teeth marks that crisscrossed and looked particularly terrifying. He exhaled deeply and suddenly heard a very slight movement behind him, similar to a fallen leaf brushing against the ground. Abbas suddenly turned around. Behind him was an empty corridor. Did he hear it wrong? Abbas had sharp senses. The White Eagle unit was the king of soldiers among the special forces. Its status was similar to Sea Country's Secret Unit 118. Every member had gone through countless life and death situations, so it was normal for them to have sharper senses than ordinary people. However, he wasn't a particularly meticulous and cunning person. Due to his excessive silence, he often gave people the impression that he was slow. This impression saved Abbas a lot of suffering during Noah Chong's time as the base's instructor. Noah Chong had a cruel personality that didn't match his elegant appearance. He seemed to particularly like to make a move on the outstanding, flamboyant, and eye-catching alpha students. Abbas, who didn't have much of a presence, was often fortunately ignored. His colleague Jane wasn't so lucky. This female alpha was known for her arrogant and domineering personality. During the years of training at the White Eagle base, Noah Chong killed her several times. Her deep-rooted hatred continued to this day. Abbas held the cigarette and looked up at the second floor. There was no one around. The patrolling soldiers passed by in the distance, and there was a uniform sound of footsteps. Did he hear it wrong? He thought. At the corner of the corridor on the second floor, Sinan turned sideways and hid in the darkness. His slanted eyes flashed with a faint cold light. The patrolling soldiers gradually went away. Abbas sat back on the steps and looked down from the guardrail. He saw the white smoke of the cigarette slowly rising in front of him. At the same time, Sinan jumped down. Whoosh, the moment the wind blew, Abbas subconsciously turned his head, but it was too late. A cold hand pressed down on the back of his neck. Abbas only had time to roar and struggle. The male alpha, who was nearly 2 meters tall, twisted and exerted a huge force, causing both of them to fall at the same time. Who is it? The potted plants at the entrance of the corridor were overturned and rolled down the steps. Sinan rolled and got up amidst the earth-shattering noise. With a kick like a hurricane, the dagger in Abbas' hand was sent flying and fell to the ground with a clang. Abbas blurted out, "It's you." Before his voice trailed off, he felt a heavy blow to his chest, and blood rushed to his throat. Sinan used the force to twist his body. At that moment, Abbas grabbed his ankle, and a lightning-fast exchange of blows broke apart. Bang! Abbas's shocking strength crushed the bricks with his bare hands. In an instant, Sinan's ankle made a dangerous creaking sound. But then Sinan's ghostly second kick broke through the air and landed solidly on Abbas' cheek. The alpha, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Intense dizziness almost engulfed his consciousness. Where is Romeur? Abbas' throat tightened. His upper body was almost lifted up by Sinan's grip. Tell me. Sinan shouted, where is Romeur? The direct healing rate of the serum is between 3% and 6%. The secondary antibody completed with the serum is recognized by the T-cells several times faster. Not only is the effect powerful, but it also allows the recipient to have rapid healing for a short period of time. The effect lasts about 3 to 4 days. Romeur took out a Swiss Army knife from his pocket and slashed his palm. Blood almost gushed out, and a strong alpha male aura instantly filled the entire office. Lieutenant General Zhang's eyebrows twitched. Although he was also an alpha, he was old. Romeur's mature, strong, and aggressive alpha pheromone made him feel threatened on a physiological level. But Romeur did it on purpose. He opened his palm and smiled at Lieutenant General Zhang. The flesh and blood slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood dried up and the skin stuck together. Soon, only shallow flesh scars were left. Xianxia was speechless for a long time. "See," he said, "this is why I must find my dangerous brother." "Got it." After a long while, Xianxia seemed to have finished deliberating and said slowly, "Since the missing member of your country is so important, I can also." Unexpectedly, Romir seemed to know what kind of perfunctory words he would say. He cleanly interrupted him. "No need, Lieutenant General Zheng. Let's make a deal." Xianxia frowned. "What?" Romir had just opened his mouth when suddenly a loud noise came from the window into the office. Both of them changed color at the same time. Xianxia Huaran got up and hurriedly pushed the door open. He stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor and looked down. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. "Stop." Sinan suddenly looked up and met Romir's gaze. At that moment, Romir's pupils couldn't help but shrink. His eyes turned from blue to gray, as if a heavy haze was rising from the depths of his soul. He said slowly and hoarsely, "Noah." In a split second, Abbas held his last breath and punched Sinan from the bottom to the top, sending him flying out. Sinan staggered back a few steps. Abbas was like a completely enraged bull and pounced on him. Xianxia roared, "Colonel Romir, tell your men to stop." Facing Abbas, who was as aggressive as a tank, Sinan was like an underdeveloped teenager, the kind that was not very well nourished. But this quiet and elegant young man had a cold-bloodedness and cruelty that were completely different from his appearance. Lieutenant General Zheng didn't see what had happened at all. The moment Abbas brazenly bumped into him, Sinan dodged half a step and reached out his hand to Abbas's chest. Roar! Abbas let out an inhuman roar, as if he was struggling to break free after being electrocuted. His heart was torn open with flesh and blood. If he had been a moment later, his heart would have been smashed. That was only 1,000th of a second. Sinan suddenly pulled back his hand, his 5 fingers stained with blood, and immediately chased after him. Xianxia didn't even have time to stop him. Sinan was already on the shoulders of the frantically struggling Abbas. His hands pressed on the left and right sides of Abbas' head and was about to twist it. "Xianxia, come!" A black shadow hit the back of Zhong Sinan's head like a flash of lightning and immediately knocked him down. This unforeseen event caught him off guard. The black shadow clanked and landed on the ground. It turned out to be a metal hilt. Looking in the direction it came from, a blonde alpha woman threw the patrolling soldier over her shoulder and knocked him out. Then, she quickly walked up and picked up Sinan from the ground. "Jane!" Romir shouted in an attempt to stop her. The heavy blow to the back of the head was enough to kill an ordinary person. Sinan coughed up blood on the spot and grabbed the hand that was holding his collar. Although she knew that the former instructor didn't even need half a second to break a person's bones, at this moment, Jane's movements were faster than him. Her steel-like fist slammed into Sinan's abdomen. At that moment, there was a slight sound of internal organs being squeezed. Then, Jane raised her fist again. There was a lot of noise around them as the patrolling soldiers rushed in. Xianxia gritted his teeth and pulled out his gun. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind beside him. He saw Romir grabbing the guardrail and jumping into the open space. "Jane! Be careful!" Before the female alpha could react, a strong force came from her throat and forcefully flipped her over. Jane didn't expect to be ambushed at all. She hurriedly grabbed the arm that was strangling her throat and broke free the moment before she suffocated. Her body bent into a U shape and was about to kick the attacker's face. If this kick landed, the strength of the waist and leg would be enough to shatter the opponent's skull on the spot. But at the critical moment, she kicked empty air. Jane retracted her leg and stood up like a carp. She shouted, "Who is it?" The next moment, her charming eyes narrowed as if she was a little surprised. The person in front of her took half a step back and stood firm. Was a little girl in a camouflage skirt. She was half a head shorter than her, and her palm-sized sharp face was fierce and provocative. Jane smelled the same aura from this little girl. She was also an alpha. Romir stopped abruptly and said word by word, "Zhou Rong." Zhou Rong's height was about the same as Romir's, but his aura was tougher. The scene suddenly became tense. But in sharp contrast to Romir, Zhou Rong's expression was quite relaxed. He flicked the handle of his knife with his thumb, and the tri-edged bayonet jumped out. He held it in his palm and greeted lazily. "Yo! Brother-in-law! Colonel Zhou!" Lieutenant General Xing came downstairs with his gun. He was furious. Stop. The tense situation was on the verge of breaking out. Everyone was deadlocked with each other and didn't dare to make the first move. In those few seconds of unbearable silence, Sinan slowly got up with her back against the wall. She covered her mouth with her fist and coughed twice. Zhou Rong said, "Spring grass." Spring grass stared at the Caucasian female alpha. Yes. Zhou Rong didn't turn his head and simply ordered, "Kill her." Lieutenant General Zheng's anger was stuck in his throat. Without a word, Chen Chao lifted her skirt and pulled out a machete from the sheath tied to her thigh. No, before Lieutenant General Zheng could say no, he was forced back. Jian's blade was blocked by the machete from top to bottom, and the sound of metal hitting metal was ear-piercing. "Little girl," Jane said coldly. Chen Chao didn't even pause. "Old woman." "Jane." The two blades separated as soon as they touched, and then clashed again. In an instant, it was like a rainstorm hitting pear blossoms. The cold light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. Even the patrolling soldiers who rushed forward couldn't help but feel scared and retreat in panic. "What do you want to do?" The situation was obviously out of control. Lieutenant General Zheng fired an empty shot at the sky and shouted, "Stop. Colonel Zhou." The dagger slashed like a snake's tongue, and blood spurted out from under Chen Chao's collarbone. In an instant, Chen Chao grabbed the hand holding the dagger. With a loud bang, Jane was kicked several steps by Chen Chao, and blood gushed out from her throat. "Lieutenant General Zheng, Zhou, Major." Zhou Rong interrupted and stood in front of Romeur. The atmosphere was so tense that it was about to explode, but his voice was so gentle that it made people tremble. In fear. He said, "Don't call the wrong name, General. Stupid girl with stunted growth." Jane wiped the blood from her mouth and gritted her teeth. "Who are you calling old woman?" Chen Chao didn't answer. She grinned, and her knuckles made a crisp cracking sound in her palms. She exerted her strength and rushed forward. The flying kick just now had made Jane realize that the girl's muscles and bones were more like a steel tank than a human's. Then, she caught Springgrass's fist head-on. At that moment, she felt like she had caught a heavy and fierce iron ball. The force of the fist made her arm bow sharply, and her shoulder blades made a crisp cracking sound. "Damn it!" Jane cursed and threw Springgrass over her shoulder, stabbing her in the face with the dagger. Clang! With a deafening sound, Springgrass's scimitar blocked the tip of the dagger. Then, in a posture of falling face up, Springgrass smoothly jumped out from under Jane's feet and kicked the dagger away with lightning speed with the tip of her foot with great precision. This series of actions took less than half a second. Before the nearest patrolling soldier could react, the dagger had already flown out of his ear and nailed deeply into the tree trunk. Jane couldn't dodge in time and was hooked by Springgrass's scissor leg as she was lying flat on her back. Suddenly, her neck was strangled. This move was simply too beautiful. The soldiers even forgot their lingering fear and subconsciously blurted out, "Good." Jane's cheeks quickly turned red, and her knees hit the concrete floor with a bang. Her upper body was pulled into a U-shape by the Springgrass with her head down, and her neck was locked by the girl's thin and white calves. The two of them faced each other at a close distance. Springgrass raised her head slightly from the ground and mocked, "Who's stunted?" Jane's blue eyes quickly bulged and became bloodshot. Her red lips curved into a convulsive sneer. The next second, she grabbed Springgrass's ankle that was across her neck. The tendons and bones on the back of her hand bulged, and her 10 nails with bright red nail polish all sank into the flesh. Blood snaked down her calves. Then, she actually pulled open Springgrass's scissor leg inch by inch while trembling. "You think," Jane said hoarsely, "you won't grow old for the rest of your life, stinky girl?" Springgrass suddenly rolled on the ground. The wind from Jane's fist brushed past her back and slammed into the ground. Romeur said coldly, "Your people will be punished, Captain Zhou." The two of them were almost equal, and neither of them could act rashly. Zhou Rong smiled slightly, and there was evil in his eyes. "Is that so? Your people will be beaten to death." Lieutenant General Xing stood aside with a pale face. Bang! 10 steps away, Springgrass didn't get up to dodge in time. Her cheek was hit hard by a punch, and she immediately spat out blood. The flower pots and rubble on the ground were shattered under their feet. Spring grass slashed with her scimitar, forcing Jane to step back and drawing a deep blood mark on her voluptuous chest. The blood mark was so deep that the bone could be seen. Jane spat, took off her short jacket, and stepped forward to punch her head. That was a feint. Spring grass was hit by her backhand when she tried to dodge. It was a very fierce punch. She then grabbed Spring grass's short hair and stabbed her eyes with 2 fingers. You little girl, Spring grass didn't even stop. She cut off her hair and stabbed her throat with her scimitar. Jane was forced to step back in the splashing blood. Spring grass was like a ferocious wild beast. She stepped forward and slashed, and her scimitar brushed past Jane's face. In a flash, she forced Jane to step back 7 or 8 steps and was about to reach the corner of the wall. Crack! In a desperate situation, Jane covered her face with her arms and knocked away the scimitar in Spring grass's hand. The scimitar fell to the ground with a clang, but the next kick was blocked by Spring grass's hand. Jane was kicked in the chest and flew out a few meters, slamming into the wall. The impact of Spring grass's iron-headed boots was comparable to the impact of a Dongfeng liberation truck. For a few seconds, Jane felt that her heart stopped beating. Then she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The accumulation of fat in the chest is useless. Spring grass wiped her cheek with the inside of her wrist, wiping away the blood and dust. She hooked her index finger. Of course, I will also grow old, but, Romier's eyes twitched. But before he could move, Zhou Rong moved with him, sealing him in place in an instant. Romier squeezed out a word from between his teeth. You. Spring grass said, but you will only become an old woman. Jane's pupils dilated and then contracted. And I will become an elegant old lady. Before the last word fell, the girl's iron fist wrapped in the wind had arrived. Bang! At that moment, the people nearby could almost hear the sound of the skull breaking. At this point, the situation had turned into a beating. Jane couldn't make any sound in the storm of blows. At first, she could still protect her head and face and resist a little. After Spring grass bent her knee and hit her abdomen, she could only spit out blood mixed with bile. Romier finally couldn't hold back, but Zhou Rong suddenly attacked at the same time. Several clanging sounds were heard. Because it was too fast, it seemed to be connected into one sound. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in a deadlock. Romier held a dagger with both hands, and Zhou Rong's tri-edged military knife was pressed against the blade. Stop. Enough. Lieutenant General Zheng heard the clear sound of internal organs being squeezed from the punches. He knew that someone would die next. He finally strode forward. Captain Cymbidium Annuum. That's enough. The guard swarmed forward and forcibly pulled away Spring grass, who was one-sidedly beating the other party. Jane had already been beaten unconscious by more than a dozen quick and urgent iron fists. Seeing that her whole body was covered in blood, they had to put her on a stretcher and rush to emergency treatment. Captain Cymbidium Annuum, the girl's fierceness hadn't disappeared. Her big black and white eyes glanced from bottom to top at Lieutenant General Zheng. The corner of her mouth that was bleeding casually curled up. Her expression was so similar to Zhou Rong's that Xianxia forgot what to say for a moment. There was only one feeling in his heart. She really deserved to be 118. The old lieutenant general abruptly hit her and then roared, "Is this the discipline of 118? Who let you come here? Colonel Zhou, immediately take your men to imprison, General." Come. Xianxia looked up. Not far away, outside the crowd, Sinan's face was as pale as paper. She fell down silently. Zhou Rong stepped forward and saw that the people around him were scared out of their wits. The guard rushed forward and touched the back of Sinan's head. His whole body trembled and his hand was full of blood. She was hit, the guard said in a trembling voice. She was hit by that woman. Quickly inform the institute. Lieutenant General Zheng's boiling anger was doused with a bucket of ice. It was immediately extinguished, leaving only a chill in his internal organs. Romier pushed through the crowd and walked forward. Before he could stand firm, he was knocked to the ground by Zhou Rong's lightning-fast punch. Then, Zhou Rong carried the unconscious Sinan horizontally and shouted, "Call the medical team." On the top floor of the institute building, in the observation room. Concussion. Ningyu swiveled her chair, the hem of her white coat swaying in an arc. she said coldly. In addition to the previous intracranial congestion, the antibody carrier fell into a coma. Temporary brain dysfunction. Lieutenant General Zhang's face was serious. Is his life in danger? Ningyu said, I don't know. Ningyu's attitude towards the military was extremely uncooperative. Lieutenant General Zhang took a deep breath. He was so annoyed that he didn't know who to blame. Before he could say anything, Zhou Rongyi's clear voice sounded. This matter can't be settled like this. Zhou Rong sat by the examination table, holding Sinan's hand tightly. Anger was hidden in his calmness. Why did those people appear in the military region? They are spies from a country, the secret base of the White Eagle. Every one of them has been registered in the 118 Brigade. Lieutenant General Zhang choked and could only say, Colonel Zhou, calm down, Sinan never takes the initiative to attack people. He is very likely to have defected from the White Eagle. Romeur once received a mission to hunt him down and even assassinate him. Zhou Rong looked directly at Lieutenant General Zhang. His tone was pressing, and he didn't give in at all. I demand a thorough investigation of this matter. Romeur and the others from a country's enemy force. Lieutenant General Zhang's head was in a mess. He turned around and wiped his face. However, as soon as he turned his back, Ningyu changed her posture. She rested her chin on one hand and raised her eyebrows at Sinan, who was unconscious on the bed. In the next second, Sinan opened her eyes and quickly stuck out the tip of her tongue at Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong, the aggressive Zhou Rong instantly forgot what to say. The observation room was filled with awkwardness. When Lieutenant General Zhang turned around, Sinan had already closed her eyes and fainted. Only Zhou Rong was left dumbfounded and staring at the innocent-looking Ningyu. Xianxia didn't understand. He said in a low voice, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Dr. Ning, inform the Research Institute to immediately gather all manpower and material resources to ensure the safety of the antibody carrier. Colonel Zhou, don't leave. Stay here until the carrier wakes up. After a pause, he continued, as for Captain Cymbidium, Zhou Rong immediately said, Chen Chao and Sinan have a very good relationship. I request for Captain Cymbidium to accompany Sinan in bed. I believe it will greatly promote Sinan's recovery. I know. Lieutenant General Zhang felt a headache coming. He felt like he had lost to the 118 Special Forces. Captain Cymbidium will be given a major demerit. Punishment, we'll talk about the punishment later. Remember it first. If there's a mistake in the future, you'll be punished for multiple crimes. This matter was a hot potato, and it was impossible to say who was responsible. After all, it was indeed Sinan who made the first move. However, if they wanted to pursue responsibility, Lieutenant General Zhang himself, who watched the antibody carrier die in front of his eyes, and the Secret Service tracking personnel who didn't keep an eye on Sinan, would all be in trouble. Even Lieutenant Colonel Tang Hao, who was in charge of Sinan's safety, would be in trouble at home. The implications were too broad. Lieutenant General Zhang could only sternly remind them not to leak the secret and carefully ask about the Research Institute's affairs. Ningyu neither softly nor forcefully refuted him, so he had no choice but to leave first. The metal door closed silently behind Xianxia. 3 seconds later, Zhou Rong's gaze slowly moved to Sinan's sleeping face. He raised 2 fingers and pinched his nose hard. Sinan, my nose is going to bleed. Zhou Rong took a commanding stance and was about to criticize Comrade Xiao Xi's reckless behavior when 2 tubes of blood flew down from his nose. Did you even bring a warning? Zhou Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly grabbed a cold towel to block the blood. Okay. Don't move. Be careful not to vomit. After a flurry, Ningyu sent away the researchers who had rushed over after hearing the news. He personally injected Sinan within 4 and then closed the door from the outside, leaving only the dying Sinan and Zhou Rong in the observation room. At that time, a lot of zombies were rushing this way. I shot him in the abdomen and drove away with his car. I thought all 3 of them were dead for sure. Zhou Rong sat on the edge of the bed, holding Sinan's upper body in his arms. He murmured, how did they survive? Even if they didn't bleed too much, they should have been dismembered by the zombies. Did Romeur have the serum in his hands? Sinan's head was wrapped in gauze. Her black hair was messy and her face was even paler. She half closed her eyes and said calmly, "The White Eagle base has been conducting vaccine research for a long time." Zhou Rong asked, "Was it also using your serum?" "I forgot," Sinan said, "but the research hasn't yielded any results. Otherwise, the zombie virus wouldn't have first broken out in Florida. Romir's position in the White Eagle is very high. Maybe it has something to do with his healing ability." Zhou Rong frowned and didn't say anything. Suddenly, his heart moved slightly as he remembered something. Sinan asked, "What's wrong?" At the international competition that year, it was rare for Zhou Rong to be a little flustered. If Sinan opened her eyes, she would find that Zhou Rong, who was thick-skinned and talkative, was very unnatural. If she had to use a word to describe it, it would be pure. "After it was over, I went to find you." "Ahem, it wasn't to settle accounts. I heard that you had surgery, so I wanted to visit you. Then I walked outside the ward and saw an alpha inside. He bit the back of my neck." Sinan teased, "You've already told me about it, Brother Rong." Zhou Rong made a sound, his handsome face was a little hot. Sinan said, "It was Romur." Zhou Rong's alpha nature was immediately activated. He asked jealously, "Why did he bite you? Do you have a brother at home who bites you to vent his anger? Try it and see if it's soft enough." "How many times did he bite you?" "Just that one time." "Right? I'm a patient with amnesia, Brother Rong." Sinan smiled and said, "The beginning of my memory was in the underground warehouse in T-City. There was an Alpha Special Forces soldier who asked me if I wanted to go on a date. I couldn't work, but I could consider it after returning to the base." Zhou Rong, instead of reminiscing about Romur, "I'm more interested in the love history of this Alpha Special Forces soldier. Why don't we talk about his youthful and passionate military school life? By the way, asking Yan Hao and the others would be very fruitful. After all, this Special Forces soldier is very skilled at dating. Maybe he has a rich love history in the military school." Zhou Rong jumped out 2 words, "No." Sinan was lying down while Zhou Rong was sitting. The two of them, one tall and one short, looked at each other for a moment. Sinan was very gentlemanly, "It's okay, it's in the army. I understand." Zhou Rong's face was red, and he got up and left. "Brother Rong?" Sinan's voice came from behind and asked, "What do you mean no? Do you want to declare that you're actually a virgin?" "Hey! Brother Rong." Zhou Rong opened the door and fled. Ningyu, who was leaning against the door and eavesdropping, was caught off guard and almost fell flat on his face. I'll go to the military commission to take care of my cheap brother-in-law. I'll be back later." Zhou Rong hurriedly stepped aside and slipped away. The General Staff of the Military Commission. In the large and spacious conference room, Romur slowly leaned back in his armchair and glanced at the armed guards guarding the 4 corners of the room. "Is this how you treat your partners?" The generals did not answer. Lieutenant General Jing said coldly, "I don't remember us talking about cooperation, Colonel Romur. I'd rather talk about your subordinates deliberately murdering the precious antibody carrier. When I came in just now, the Research Institute was not sure if the carrier's life was in danger." "No," Romur said. The generals looked up at the same time. Romur smiled and said, "Cigarettes." After a moment of silence, Lieutenant General Jing was about to explode, but a female lieutenant colonel stopped him with a look. She got up and personally handed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter to Romur. She looked to be in her early 30s. Her expression was serious and her eyes were sharp. Romur glanced at her curvaceous figure. "Thank you, madam. You're very beautiful. What's your name?" "Jean Hua, Hua is in China," the female lieutenant colonel said coldly. "You're also a very attractive man, Colonel Romur. But since it's the end of the world, please be honest and put away those worthless tricks." Romur was speechless. Lieutenant Colonel Jean Hua did not answer. He turned around and walked back to the long table. Romur seemed to find it very interesting and laughed. "Don't be nervous, Noah Chong, the person you call Sinan. Unless his limbs are mutilated or he's beheaded, his life will not be in danger so easily." He lit a cigarette and smiled. "But if he wakes up, please inform me immediately. After all, he's my brother, he's one of our Colonel Zhou's men, Lieutenant General Xing interrupted. Romeo blew out a puff of smoke. From the perspective of the generals at the head of the long table, his profile was hidden in the white smoke of nicotine. His outline was hazy and unclear. After a while, the smoke dissipated and he said calmly, I want him back. Noah Chong is my stepmother's son. He's the White Eagle's instructor and is under the supervision of our intelligence department. After a pause, Romeo repeated, I can give you the secondary antibody, but I want to take Noah Chong with me. With a click, the door was pushed open. Zhou Rong's lazy voice sounded from behind. Yo, brother-in-law. Romeo immediately gripped the armrest, his muscles and bones protruding under his sleeves. Lieutenant General Xing said helplessly, What are you doing here, Colonel Zhou? Zhou Rong walked behind the long table and pulled out a chair, completely ignoring Romeo's suddenly ugly expression. He casually crossed his long legs and took out a steel lighter from his trouser pocket. 118 once received a classified mission. There was no sound in the meeting room. Everyone was cautiously silent. A military VIP who has defected from Country A is trying to contact our country with important supplies. His code name is Z-118 was sent to protect his safety, but because of the plane crash after the outbreak of the virus, this person's whereabouts are unknown. The important supplies that were marked as top secret were also lost. As the 6th Squadron that carried out the mission, after we met the Sinan in T-City, we found that he had lost his memory for unknown reasons. His behavior and the fact that he carried antibodies are highly consistent with our mission target Z. Zhou Rong looked around and said slowly, therefore, we have sufficient reason to suspect that the Sinan was the person who carried the crucial information and took the initiative to meet up with us. Lieutenant General Xing was just about to speak when Romeo interrupted, so what? Nothing. Zhou Rongyi said seriously, I just want to tell you that we have a rule. We will not use any asylum seeker who takes the initiative to come to us for political exchange. Thank you. Lieutenant General Xing finally understood Zhou Rong's meaning. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and covered his eyes. It's impossible for you to use Noah Chong to cultivate a vaccine. Romeo's calm negotiating posture finally couldn't be maintained. He said impatiently, the antibodies he carries are not suitable for most people. How can your military research institute not understand such an obvious fact? Jinhua coughed. He waited for the attention of the leaders to focus on him before he said implicitly, according to the scientist's report, our research institute believes that the Sinan serum is still effective. Zhou Rong narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed a little confused. Lieutenant General Xing whispered, Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua is responsible for the communication between the military and the research institute. He is now in charge of the daily affairs of the research institute. Zhou Rong nodded silently. Romeo asked, if he is really effective, why did the Panduola virus outbreak in Florida? Jinhua immediately retorted, you finally admit that the zombie virus came from your country's laboratory, Mr. Romeo? The female lieutenant colonel's question was quite sharp, but Romeo didn't even bother to respond. The deadly infectious virus is controlled within the coastline. Only when it breaks out in all the continents at the same time can it spread globally. In fact, in the past 20 years, all the countries have been doing similar research. Our country is just a little faster thanks to Dr. Elisa Furman. Jinhua said, if you guys weren't a little faster than that fatal step, the greed for life is the real reason why mankind is heading towards the end of the world. Romeo said politely, but right now, I don't want to have any ethical arguments with you, madam. Our country is willing to use the developed secondary antibodies in exchange for Noah Chong. Do you accept the deal? Please give me an answer now. Everyone looked at each other. Jinhua was suddenly at a loss for words. Zhou Rong played with the metal lighter. The lid made a crisp sound as it opened and closed. After a while, he said faintly, I don't accept. Romeo completely ignored him. Secondary antibodies can not only quickly cure the virus infection, but also have the most important effect of Noah Chong's rapid recovery. There is no point in you holding people captive. The several leaders looked at each other. Only Jinhua thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, but according to the Research Institute's report, we think it is possible to develop an ultimate vaccine that can be popularized to all the people. Romeo held the cigarette and smiled slightly. If one only looked at his appearance, his high birth, good upbringing, and more than 10 years of military career made him very attractive. But that was only if one ignored the undisguised mockery in his eyes. May I ask who submitted this report? Jinhua was silent. 10 years ago, a scientist named Mingyu from the White Eagle Base laboratory disappeared. All signs indicate that he may have escaped back to his home country. After the incident, the White Eagle Base updated all the surveillance measures, but the pursuit of Dr. Mingyu has never been successful. We once believed that he was dead. Romeo leaned forward slightly and pointed to the report under Jinhua's hand. He smiled and said, if this was submitted to you by Dr. Mingyu, please don't believe a word of it. The White Eagle Base has hundreds of top scientists like Mingyu. If the so-called ultimate vaccine really exists, then they would have mass-produced it 10 years ago and sold it together with Coca-Cola and condoms. Jinhua, there was silence all around. The air in the conference room seemed to have suddenly turned into a suffocating gel. Lieutenant General Xing picked up the teacup and drank some water. He slowly asked, then why does your country still want antibody carriers? A strange smile suddenly appeared in Romir's blue eyes. Why? He seemed to be recalling some delicious food with the tip of his tongue. When he spoke again, he had a look of dissatisfaction. 20 years ago, Noah Chong was 6 years old. He came to me as my younger brother in the legal sense. 10 years later, his mother hanged herself and our relationship was dissolved. He became my future spouse and obtained the right to move freely in the White Eagle Base as an Omega. Now you're asking me why I still want antibody carriers. Do you really want to hear me tell you in detail why? It's not appropriate to say it out loud. Zhou Rong suddenly stood up and stepped forward. Before anyone could stop him, he had already grabbed Romeo by the collar and punched him in the face. Romeo spat out a mouthful of bloody spittle and fought back fiercely. The two instantly wrestled into a ball and crashed into the solid wood armchair. The loud noise echoed in the empty conference room. Lieutenant General Xing and the others' expressions changed. They all stood up and shouted to stop the fight. The guards ran over and forcibly pulled the two apart. If there's a day when vaccines and condoms are really sold together, Romeo grabbed Zhou Rong's collar in the midst of the chaos and said maliciously in his ear, I'll buy the vaccines and throw away the condoms. I'll never use those things again. Zhou Rong suddenly broke free from the guard's clamps. Like a tiger out of its cage, he threw a punch at Romeo and knocked him to the ground. Pull them apart. Isolate them separately. An old general decisively ordered, that's all for today. Dismissed. The Pandula virus is invincible. The level 2 antibody is already the limit of what humans can do. Romeo staggered to his feet and wiped the blood from his cheeks and mouth. He said hoarsely, the final result of the disaster must be the evolution of the human race. Only the best genes can be passed down. The White Eagle Army has regained control of the laboratory in Florida. You will soon hear news from Country A. Zhou Rong stared at him with eyes full of hostility. The muscles on his cheeks were tense. Romeo sneered and left in a huff. Colonel Zhou. Outside the office building, the crowd dispersed. Everyone tacitly agreed not to mention the sudden incident just now. It was as if Romeo's broken molar was his own doing. Zhou Rong was walking down the stairs when he suddenly heard a shout behind him. He looked back and saw Jinhua striding towards him with a report. I heard that the antibody carrier had a conflict with the people brought by Romeo. He fainted and was sent to the institute. Zhou Rong replied in a distant and polite manner, he has a name, Lieutenant Colonel. His surname is not antibody, but carrier. Sorry, Jinhua said immediately, Dr. Ningyu told me that his name is Sinan. Zhou Rong nodded and said nothing. Jinhua adjusted his tone, then how is his condition now? Zhou Rong said, very good. Is that so? I guessed so. Although the immediate report submitted by Dr. Ning said that his life might be in danger. The female lieutenant colonel breathed a sigh of relief, but I thought that if the situation was really like this, you wouldn't appear at the meeting of the military commission. So when I saw you appear just now, I knew that there was probably no problem. Zhou Rong's cold and tense face finally eased a little, and he said, oh. Are you going to the institute? Jinhua took the initiative to invite him, I'm going to find Dr. Ning. Let's go together? Zhou Rong looked at her for a moment, and finally made a pleased gesture in a gentlemanly manner. Then, I rushed up and gave her a fierce shoulder throw. She was so dizzy that she could only hug my leg and beg for mercy. If I did it again, caca. Bang. Bang. Da. The intensive care observation room had become a sea of joy. Xianxia, whose shoulder was wrapped in bandages, stood on the hospital bed with bare feet, valiantly. She repeated her heroic deed of beating up the B***tch of a country for the 18th time. Sinan, who was supposed to be resting in bed, sat cross-legged by the window, wearing a loose hospital gown. His thin wrists and ankles were exposed from the cuffs and trousers, and he was leisurely rocking the recliner. Yanhao laughed. An hour ago, there was no machine gun in her version. You're so naive. Guoweixiang took a bite of an apple and said, give her another half an hour and she will evolve into a single-person rocket launcher. Xianxia, Sinan was inexplicably sleepy, and his eyelids were particularly heavy. But it was only evening, and he hadn't even eaten dinner, so it wasn't time for him to sleep. Are you still there? Dingshi pushed the door open and said with a sad face, it's no use. The doctor said that it's a psychological factor and prescribed 2 sedatives for me. Can you see that my eyelids are still twitching? Guoweixiang pulled his ears and carefully observed for a while. I can't tell. Dude, you haven't cleaned your eyes and washed your face this morning, right? Maybe you're going to make a fortune. Yanhao comforted him. Captain picked up money every time his eyelids twitched. The most he picked up was 200 yuan, and he took us to play skewers. Which one did you pick up? Left eye or right eye? Both sides. Dingshi said sadly. Yanhao, Dingshi sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed his eyes. He was unexpectedly kicked by Xianxia, and he almost staggered and flew out. Then I said, next time you come, I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. That old B***tch rolled and crawled away. Boom. 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 Yanhao lifted Xianxia off the bed and knocked on her head, which was particularly messy because of the shaved hair. Okay, let's go. See, Xiaonan is going to sleep. Sinan suddenly opened his eyes. In the next second, he felt as if his head was hit by an invisible hammer. His mind was spinning and his vision was turning black. He heard himself subconsciously saying, don't go, I'm not going to sleep. Several people were pushing and shoving each other toward the door. Yanhao inadvertently glanced at them and suddenly seemed to find something wrong. Sinan? Sinan? Yanhao stepped forward. Sinan raised one hand to support his forehead. He seemed to be a little irritated and rubbed it hard a few times. Give me some water. His voice was very weak, and if one listened carefully, it seemed to be trembling a little. The cold water was placed on the bedside. Yanhao turned around to get it, but he saw Sinan reach out to take the cup. It was as if he couldn't focus, and his hand brushed past the side of the cup. Yanhao's heart sank. He half knelt down and grabbed Sinan's hand to stop him from covering his face. Wait, what's wrong with you? Sinan struggled to free his hand, but Yanhao suddenly shouted, Xianxia. Go next door and find Ning. Thank you, I'll consider your suggestion. Zhou Rong pushed the door open and walked in. He turned around and said, about the hearing of the General Staff Department next Monday. Dingshi stood in front of the door. He looked past Zhou Rong and suddenly froze. Jinhua, 3 seconds of eerie silence. Guoweixiang's eyes fell on the female lieutenant colonel's epaulette. He covered his mouth with his hand and asked, did the village belle get promoted again? Xianxia complained in a low voice, I told you not to encourage Ding's hopeless one-sided love, gold. Dingshi's heart raced. His face immediately turned red. Little gold flower. Zhou Rong stood at attention and turned around. In the next second, Dingshi had already brushed past him and rushed out the door. In a daze, everyone felt as if they were looking at a 1.85-meter-tall golden retriever who was constantly panting. Jinhua, I'm glad to see you too. No. Lieutenant. Keep your distance. The female lieutenant colonel's face turned red. She grabbed Dingshi's collar with one hand and dragged him all the way to the office at the end of the corridor. The golden retriever's tail was still happily sweeping back and forth on the floor. Zhou Rong waved goodbye as if he was sending off a bride. He sighed with mixed feelings. He turned around and knocked hard on Chen Chao's head. What are you doing here instead of staying in the ward? Before Chen Chao could talk back to her father, Yan Hao suddenly shouted from the ward, Brother Rong. For some reason, he sounded quite uneasy. He said, Brother Rong, Sinan, You'd better come over and take a look. Zhou Rong didn't know what was going on. He walked over and saw Sinan leaning against the recliner. He had fallen asleep with his head tilted. The afterglow of the sea passed through the window and sprinkled on his peaceful sleeping face. His bloodless cheeks seemed to be dyed with golden red. At first glance, the scene looked normal, but Zhou Rong's expression changed slightly. Yan Hao put his index finger on Sinan's nose. After a few seconds, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Call Dr. Ning. Call the doctor here. Sinan, he fainted. Give him oxygen immediately. Get the ICU ready. Call Lieutenant Colonel Jean over. His blood pressure is too low. Prepare for N4 to expand his blood pressure. Zhou Rong lost control and rushed forward. He saw the metal bed whizzing past as several specialists personally pushed Sinan to the emergency room. He forced himself to stop. His face was pale. What happened just now? Why did he suddenly faint again? Wasn't he fine this afternoon? Ningyu said, it might be the sequelae of the blow to the back of his head. His intracranial blood clot. When I left this afternoon, there was clearly no problem at all. Zhou Rong shouted. Did you draw his blood again? The structure of the brain is very complicated, especially for someone like Sinan who has lost his memory. The part of his brain that specializes in memory is like a virus. You don't know when it will explode. Ningyu said coldly, calm down, Colonel Zhou. Otherwise, I'll have to give you a sedative. Zhou Rong pressed his tightly knitted eyebrows, as if he was barely suppressing his emotions with this action. After a while, he retreated to the corridor and sat down against the wall. The corners of his mouth drew a deep shadow on the side of his face. Ningyu still wanted to scold him, but the door to the emergency room opened. A white-haired director of the research institute glanced at the crowded corridor. He seemed to have some scruples. He only waved at Ningyu and motioned for him to go over. I'll do my best, Ningyu said. He put his hands in the pockets of his white lab coat and walked away without looking back. Lieutenant Colonel Jean Hua had already rushed to the emergency room. He nodded at Ningyu when he passed by, but the latter did not respond. Ever since Ningyu came to the base, he had become very quiet. He had almost no communication with the outside world except for official business. There were rumors in the research institute that he only ate once a day at night. Jean Hua noticed that he was indeed getting thinner and thinner. He personally asked about it in the name of the military. Dr. Ning's answer was that this was his habit. When he was hungry, his blood would concentrate in his brain, and his thoughts would be clearer and more agile. He hoped that the organization would not interfere with his personal life. Whenever Jean Hua passed by the research institute, the lights in Ningyu's laboratory were always on. Sometimes, when Jean Hua saw his back through the glass wall, she vaguely felt that he was like a hanger with arms and legs, with an empty white coat hanging. He always lowered his head and focused on the computer and equipment in front of him. People could only see the back of his black head and white neck. This gave Jean Hua a vague feeling of uneasiness, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was. Romeur is hiding something. Zhou Rong crossed his fingers and pressed them against his forehead. He said hoarsely, it's not that simple that he wants the Sinan. It can't be just for that, I understand, Jean Hua interrupted him awkwardly and understandingly. After a pause, she said, after the Research Institute's report came out, I discussed the secondary antibody with Dr. Ning. I don't know why, but Dr. Ning insists that the ultimate antibody that can be popularized exists. He even suspects that the laboratory in Florida has developed the prototype of the ultimate antibody. Then why can the virus still break out? This is unknown. Maybe the vaccine is difficult to cultivate, or maybe the current technology is not up to par, maybe, Zhou Rong said in a low voice, they don't want it to spread. Zhou Rong's voice was mellow, slightly hoarse, and full of magnetism, but those few words made Jean Hua's heart turn cold. Ningyu narrowed his eyes. What? It has been like this since just now. We can't rule out the risk of brain death. How did the people in your research institute investigate? The person in charge of the medical department slammed the table. Why did you detain the carrier in the laboratory and not send him to us immediately? The emergency room was noisy, and the laboratory director kept explaining, everything was normal in the afternoon. We did a brain CT scan, and the results will be out immediately. Hit the back of the head. Brain injury. This is going to kill him. You're simply disregarding human life. Ningyu's eyes moved to the hospital bed. Surrounded by infusion tubes and various instruments, Sinan's eyes were tightly closed, but if one looked carefully, one would find that his eyelashes were trembling imperceptibly, and his throat was moving up and down. He seemed to be in some kind of nightmare, and he was struggling to make a sound, trying to say something. Ningyu passed through several doctors who were quarreling, pushed aside the doctors who were performing first aid, and reached out to pull out Sinan's oxygen tube. The doctor was stunned. Dr. Ning. Ningyu turned a deaf ear to the surroundings and leaned over Sinan's pale lips, only to hear a slight and broken sound coming from his throat. After a while, he heard a series of repeated words. Cliff, below, tooth? Ningyu asked suspiciously. Dr. Ning, what are you doing? The head of the medical department was almost mad. Get out of the way. Ningyu impatiently pushed the doctor away, put his elbows on Sinan's pillow, and asked, what tooth? Whose tooth is missing? How much can you remember? Sinan's dark eyebrows were twisted together, and he seemed to be in pain. His eyeballs were shaking from side to side under his eyelids, which was a sign that the cerebral cortex was having a violent reaction. The head came up to pull Ningyu, but Ningyu unexpectedly broke free. Shut up. Be quiet. The head was stunned. I can't go down, Sinan said intermittently. Go down and get it, quickly. In a split second, Ningyu had an incredible idea. Before he could react, he blurted out, go down and get what? Is it the antibody? Is it the thing you brought? What did you bring from a country? Sinan. Ningyu rolled up his sleeves and slapped Sinan's face. He shouted, say it clearly, Sinan. No, Noah. Noah Chong. With a few slaps, Sinan, who was in a coma, raised his trembling hand and grabbed Ningyu. It's too high, he gasped, go down and get it, help me down. What antibody? Is it the antibody sample? Had the Florida lab already cultivated a sample of the ultimate antibody? Hey! Noah. Tell me. Ningyu's roar slowly faded into the distance, drowned out by the clamor of the crowd that surrounded them like a tide. Ultimate antibody. Sinan's soul slowly fell from the sky. The damp wind was overwhelming, passing through the mountains, rivers, and woods. In the wind, there were countless unwilling questions, coming against the flow of time. They gradually became louder and sharper. Why won't you be infected? Why do you have antibodies? Why can you be spared? Sinan clenched his teeth and raised his hands to cover his ears. The deafening sound gradually turned into screams and wails. He tried to raise his head. The huge passenger plane disintegrated in the sky, black and red flames intertwined, and the plane's wings dragged a long tail of smoke as it spun towards the valley. A very familiar and violent voice sounded in his ears, where is the ultimate antibody? Sinan clenched his teeth and struggled, but there seemed to be an invisible person who forcibly pulled his hands away and roared, where is the earthquake-resistant freezer you carried with you after the crash? If you don't tell me, I'll turn on the taser. The earthquake-resistant freezer. As if an electric current passed through the nerves, a gate was suddenly opened. The world built by the deep consciousness of the brain split and reconstructed, and all the scenes changed in an instant. Sinan's body paused, and the soles of his feet suddenly touched the ground. In the dream, he looked up in surprise. The next moment, he saw the armchair behind the desk turn back, and the old but hale general slowly said, the maneuver is over. It's really a surprise that you came to see me. What can I do for you, Instructor Noah Chong? It was an empty office. The afternoon sun in the military camp danced quietly in the air, and the dust floating in front of him could be seen. Sinan closed his eyes, and then opened them again in a daze. He was speechless under the sharp gaze of the old man. But then he heard his own voice in the dream, a little shaky because he had not spoken Chinese for a long time. The Panduola virus is out of control. With just one sentence, the old general's face changed dramatically. What did you say? 2 weeks ago, all the experimental subjects in the White Eagle base turned into zombies, and the laboratory blocked the news from the outside world. As a countermeasure, the Romure family has preliminarily cultivated an antibody sample that theoretically can be transmitted to all humans, but they refuse to make an antidote vaccine. The young White Eagle instructor looked down at the old general's shocked gaze from above. I know that your country is also conducting related research. Without a vaccine, the end result of all the experiments will inevitably be a virus leak, dragging the entire Earth into the apocalypse of the living dead. The old general stood up, took a few deep breaths, and lowered his voice out of caution. What are you trying to say? At that moment, Sinan finally realized who the old man in the dream was, and why he looked strangely familiar. Guo Jingsong, the deputy minister of national security in Xi country, Guo Weixiang's deceased grandfather. I'm here to cooperate, Sinan Ping said quietly. In 3 months, new recruits will be selected for the special forces. I can bring your agents into the base's laboratory. In exchange, I'd like to ask your country to concentrate on the research and cultivation of the ultimate antibody, as well as to spread it around the world. Sinan paused for a long time, and the office fell into silence. In order to get the antibody, we're willing to do anything, Deputy Minister Guo said in a low voice. What other requests do you have? Outside the window was the 118 military camps field. Under the sun, dust filled the air, and the distant shouts of soldiers drilling could be heard indistinctly. Sinan's eyes were slightly unfocused, as if he could see through the heavy clouds of Xi country's sky and catch a glimpse of a secret memory from many years ago. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth under Sinan's anxious gaze and said calmly, that day, I saw someone I knew many years ago here. The sky was hazy, and the wind was howling. The cabin was shaking up and down amidst screams. The bloodied stewardesses roared and grabbed the frightened passengers in the aisle. In the blink of an eye, their prey had been disemboweled, and their internal organs spilled all over the floor. Sinan grabbed his suitcase and smashed the brains of the zombies who pounced on him from the front seat. He strode out of the business class and kicked open the cockpit door. The pilot and co-pilot staggered out of their seats and roared with thirst. Sinan broke their throats, one in each hand, and slammed the suitcase at his feet. He clicked on 7 or 8 buttons on the control panel, gritted his teeth, and pulled the lever. Boom, the plane shook violently. The red light on the dashboard flashed wildly, and the luggage in the cabin fell wildly. Sinan pulled the lever so hard that the veins on the back of his hand bulged, but it was to no avail. The engine burst into flames in the vast sky, and then black smoke billowed. The sky in front of the cockpit was spinning and falling. Shit. Sinan cursed and bent down to pick up the freezer. Unexpectedly, his wrist was bitten by the pilot zombie who was not completely dead. Blood immediately flowed out, bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Hammering sounds came from outside the door. The zombies were hammering on the cockpit door. Sinan broke free from the pilot and looked around, trying to force himself to calm down. The rapid fall was still shaking. He steadied himself and rummaged around, then leaned over the roof of the cockpit and pulled out a backup parachute bag in a flash. The cockpit door was shaking under the impact of the zombies. Sinan carried the parachute bag, grabbed the freezer, and smashed it against the glass. Bang, bang. The double-layered glass cracked. At the same time, the door rumbled and was finally pushed open by the zombies. The zombies rushed in. At the same time, Sinan punched the windshield and shattered it in blood. Roar, roar. The zombies covered in blood scrambled to grab Sinan, but they only managed to grab his trousers in the nick of time. Sinan kicked the zombies in front of him away. Without wasting half a second, he leaped into the air. The air pressure difference between the inside and outside of the cockpit instantly swept him away and threw him 30,000 feet high. The hurricane wrung out the last bit of air in his lungs. Sinan clenched his teeth and couldn't make any sound. His sleeves were flapping in the wind. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion came from above his head. The airliner disintegrated. Countless burning parts poured down like a torrential rain. The horrifying hot air pressed down on Sinan and accelerated him to the ground. He finally let out an inaudible roar in the chaos and used the last of his strength to open the parachute bag. Crash! A few minutes later, Sinan crashed into the top of the forest, through countless sharp branches of various sizes, and fell to the ground. Under the huge impact, he rolled for more than 10 meters and lost consciousness. He did not know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up again, it was because of severe pain. Huff, huff, huff. In a daze, Xianxia thought it was a dog. But when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a half-rotten human face. A zombie was wolfing down his flesh. There was another zombie kneeling beside him, ready to cut his stomach open with its sharp claws. Shit. Sinan trembled and cursed. He lifted his foot and kicked the zombie beside him. While it was rolling and crawling for more than 10 meters, Sinan broke its companion's neck. Sinan gasped for breath for a moment and struggled to stand up. The dizziness caused by the loss of blood made it difficult for him to stand still. This was a cliff at the end of a forest. The open space was overgrown with weeds and was full of blood stains. The zombie had torn the muscles on Sinan's shoulder and back. Blood soaked his shirt. From the torn lapel, one could vaguely see the horrible lacerations and white bones. It was quiet nearby. The birds were silent and there was no one around. Sinan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he remembered something and his whole body froze as if he had been electrocuted. Where was the suitcase? Where was the antibody sample? Sinan ignored the wounds on his body and immediately staggered to look for it. However, the cold box with the silver light was really gone. There was no trace of it in the nearby grass. Behind the rocks and under the trees, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Sinan's blood was cold. He stood up and leaned against the trunk, looking around. Was it taken by the zombie? Impossible, the zombie's IQ was not that high. Then, did he let go in the air and cause the cold box to fly out? But the cold box's circular handle was not that easy to loosen, and he clearly remembered that when he fell from the tree, he was still holding the box in his hand. Then where was it? Sinan coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked forward. At the end of the cliff was a deep valley with steep cliffs and sparse weeds. The steep slope was only more than 10 meters away from the place where he had fainted. Sinan almost forced himself to drag his wounded body over there. He crawled on the ground and searched inch by inch, not letting go of any withered grass or gravel. Finally, he found the marks he did not want to see on the rocks at the edge of the cliff. After being hit by a sharp object, the surface was white but still fresh, and the end pointed straight to the bottomless valley. At that moment, Sinan could almost imagine the cold box flying out, hitting the rocks, and then falling off the cliff. Is anyone there? He sat on the ground and asked in a hoarse voice. There was no sound at the edge of the cliff. The sky was high and the ground was far away. Is anyone there? Come and help. There was only a burst of unclear echoes in the valley. Sinan sighed and finally gave up. He got up and looked down. The cliff was extremely high and steep. There were no branches, only weeds growing out of the cracks in the rocks. Sinan tried to take 2 steps, but he could not walk any further. The weakness caused by the injury made it difficult for him to even stand. If he continued to walk, he would fall to his death. From birth until now, Sinan had never felt so unlucky. It was as if he had gone through all the bad luck that he had accumulated over the years. He knelt on the ground and panted for a moment. The bloody wound on his shoulder blade gradually dried and healed. When he moved his arm, he felt a dull pain. He finally stood up with the help of a rock, tied his blood-stained jacket to the nearest tree, and slowly walked north. If he could find a nearby village, there would be someone to help. This was the longest walk in Sinanping's life. He could barely remember how long he had walked. The sky gradually darkened. The mountain roads and forests were left behind. The moss made him stumble and slip again and again. Finally, when the sky was completely dark, there were flashes of fire and voices at the foot of the mountain in front of him. There were screeches of tires, shouts, and sporadic gunshots. This is the 9th Search and Rescue Team of the B Military Region. We were ordered to search and rescue the uninfected in this area. Stop, or we'll shoot. Wait. Someone shouted. There's someone there. There's someone on the mountain. A few flashlights swept over at the same time. The strong light made Sinan cover his eyes subconsciously. He slipped and lost his balance. He was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. His whole body rolled down the mountain road. He didn't know how many sharp rocks he had hit in the dark. Exhaustion and pain blurred his mind. The last thing he saw before he fell into darkness was the village in flames. A few soldiers ran over and helped him up from the ground. In the mountain, go. Sinan's face was covered in blood. He grabbed a soldier and muttered, in the valley where the plane crashed, antibodies. The soldier shouted, he's injured. Lieutenant Colonel. Call the medic. Tang Hao rushed into the fire with a rifle and killed a few zombies that were dragging their feet. He didn't even look back as he shouted, quick, quick, quick. Let's finish this quickly. Go. Go to the mountain, antibodies. The noise drowned out Sinan's voice. The swaying figures around him became more and more blurry. He tried to stay awake, but his eyelids became heavier and heavier. Finally, he fell into a long darkness. With a bang, the door to the emergency room was pushed open. The doctor's voice changed. Colonel Zhou. Where's Colonel Zhou? Everyone's face was pale. Zhou Rongyi looked up and saw the doctor's face. Quick, Dr. Ning asked you to come quickly. In an instant, Zhou Rong's blood turned cold. His ears were buzzing. He couldn't hear what the doctor was saying. He got up and rushed into the emergency room. Everyone around him had different expressions. However, Zhou Rong didn't pay attention to them at all. He saw Ningyu stand up from the operating table. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, his expression was cold. He simply said 4 words. He's waiting for you. Zhou Rong's mind went blank. Countless scenes of life and death on TV flashed before his eyes. He trembled and half-knelt beside Sinan. Freezer, Sinan's low and hoarse voice sounded. Zhou Rong choked and said, huh? The freezer is in the valley. Sinan paused and struggled to gather the strength to say the next sentence. In the valley, where the plane crashed, Zhou Rong? That's great. I told you I didn't hear wrong. Ningyu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said with relief, you heard him. He said the antibody sample fell into the valley where the plane crashed, right? Zhou Rong, Sinan gently pulled Zhou Rong's index finger. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and relaxed, falling asleep. Before Zhou Rong could roar, the well-trained medical staff swarmed over and squeezed him out of the operating table. Ningyu stood at the door of the emergency room with his arms crossed. He looked up and down at Zhou Rong's pale face. What's going on, Colonel Zhou? What the hell? You're not here to ask me to listen to your last words? What last words? Ningyu was puzzled. It's just a concussion. Sinan recovered his memory and wanted to tell you. What are you thinking? Zhou Rong was still in shock. His legs were weak, and a burst of grief and anger for being fooled rose from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha ha, Ningyu finally understood what had happened. He looked up to the sky and laughed 3 times. Then, he said with a straight face, watch less Korean dramas, Colonel. Do you think this is a drama? 3 days later, the results of the neurologist's examination were finally confirmed. Sinan was infected with a large dose of the zombie virus after the plane crash. Then, he fell down the hill. His high fever and head trauma caused him to have temporary amnesia. After encountering the 118th 6th Squadron, his memory emerged piece by piece like a jigsaw puzzle. The last and most critical piece finally emerged from the depths of his mind after he was hit hard on the back of his head by the female alpha from Country A. The higher-ups quickly found Lieutenant Colonel Tang Hao. Combined with the action route of the 9th Search and Rescue Brigade, they basically determined the place where Sinan was found, a mountain village in the border area between H Province and T City. If Sinan did not have a high fever and passed out, or if the soldiers heard what he said before he fainted, and if Tang Hao made a prompt decision to search the mountain area, they might have been able to find the antibodies at the beginning of the disaster. The development of countless tragedies would have been different because of this. Now, it was too late, but fortunately, the result was not irreversible. At noon, the cafeteria was bustling. Sinan squeezed out of the crowd with a sharp lunchbox and sat at an empty square table in the corner. He stared at the sweet and sour pork ribs in his bowl with dissatisfaction. 3 pieces. The discipline of the army was strict. 3 pieces of meat per person, no more than that. However, there were benefits to being an Omega. Although the waiter looked serious, he magically scooped out 3 particularly large pieces of pork ribs, which slightly reduced the bitterness and resentment of Sinan. I worked so hard to deliver the vaccine to you, but you didn't even give me enough pork ribs to eat. Cough. Sinan looked up and saw Lieutenant Colonel Tang Hao standing opposite him with a bowl in his hand. He pointed to the empty seat symbolically and asked, "Is anyone here?" Sinan stared at Tang Hao for a few seconds with his amber-colored pupils like some kind of inorganic substance and said, "Yes." "Who?" "Yan Hao." Tang Hao had no choice but to turn to the side of the square table. Before he could pull out the chair, he heard Sinan say coldly, "Chen Chao." Tang Hao didn't believe it and turned to the other side. Sinan said, "Ding Shi." Tang Hao simply stood at the table and didn't sit down. "I want to talk to you, Guo Weixiong," Sinan said. "Tang Hao, you're standing in Guo Weixiong." Tang Hao's expression was very interesting. After a long time, the corner of his mouth twitched and he said, "Young Master Guo's position in your team is really low." Sinan raised his eyebrows and began to eat his sweet and sour pork ribs. Some people liked to eat their favorite food last. Sinan was obviously the opposite. Tang Hao watched him eat the 3 ribs with patience and meticulousness that didn't match his appearance. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He scooped up his ribs and put them in front of him. "Do you want more?" "Sinan, ? I hate ribs," Tang Hao said sincerely, "I especially hate them." Sinan took the sweet and sour pork ribs that Tang Hao didn't touch one by one. Although he was expressionless and didn't even lift his drooping eyes, it was obvious that he was very happy from the aura around him. "You can stand and talk now." Tang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "The military has preliminarily determined the landing site after your crash, but the whole valley is very big. It's impossible to pinpoint the exact location by just relying on the bloody clothes tied to the tree. So the higher-ups plan to send a search team of 30 people, with me as the leader, to thoroughly search the whole mountain area, including the nearby water system." Tang Hao swallowed and said, "That includes all the members of the original 118 6th Squadron, except for Zhou Rong." Sinan narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? Yan Hao and the others are now under your jurisdiction? The formation of the search team is only temporary. Future matters have not been decided yet. But if everything goes well, there's a high possibility that they'll be assigned to the 9th Search and Rescue Team." People came and went around the cafeteria. The sounds of shouting, fighting, and the clinking of bowls and chopsticks against tables and chairs rose and fell one after another. Many people secretly turned their heads and curiously glanced at Lieutenant Colonel Tang, who was standing in front of the table as if he was being punished. Tang Hao stared at Sinan. From his vantage point, he could not see the Omega's expression clearly. He could only see the top of his dark hair and the snow-white index finger that tapped the edge of the lunchbox rhythmically. Tang Hao suddenly remembered that Romier had told the military about how this young mixed-race instructor tortured and killed several alphas in the cafeteria. Suddenly, a sense of absurdity rose in his heart. "I understand." Suddenly, he heard the Omega say in a low voice, "I wish you all a safe return." Tang Hao thought that the Omega's reaction would be fierce. At the very least, the Omega would express his disagreement. He had even prepared a long and well-reasoned speech that was neither servile nor overbearing in case the Omega suddenly turned hostile and strongly protested. But he did not expect Sinan to accept it so calmly. Tang Hao could not help but be a little surprised and said, "Oh. Then. I just came to inform you in advance. This is an internal decision. General Zheng wants to tell Zhou Rong and the others personally, so no one knows except for me." Sinan nodded and said nothing. "There's one more thing." Tang Hao paused and said, "The military has decided to send Romier back to Florida. They'll leave tonight." This decision was not unexpected. The purpose of Romier's return to Sinan was basically clear. It was to torture out the location of the ultimate antibody. According to Zhou Rong's proposal, Romier should be directly flown to the center of the zombie-infested city and dropped off. but for humanitarian and political reasons, the military still decided to send Romeur back to where he came from. This would prevent the post-war accounting from saying that C country stole the vaccine and killed the son of a country's vice president. Romeur is temporarily under custody in the military guest house. Tonight at 8 o'clock, someone will escort him to the plane. The female alpha who was seriously injured by Captain Cymbidia Manuum and the big guy who almost had his heart taken out by you will also be accompanying him. The departure point is probably the 6th apron on the north side of the island. It's very close to the aircraft carrier port. You've been there before. Sinan glanced at Tang Hao and seemed to find it a little interesting. Why are you telling me this? Tang Hao smiled. Nothing. I just want you to know that the people escorting them are my people. They have bad eyesight and are very tight-lipped. Sinan rubbed his chin. After a few seconds, the corner of his lips curled up. Thank you. Tang Hao nodded in a gentlemanly manner. He turned around and walked a few steps. Suddenly, he turned back. By the way, there's something I'm just curious about. Sinan silently motioned for him to continue. Romeur told the military that when you were in the White Eagle unit, you were a key target of surveillance. You were suspected of many first-degree murders where the victims were alpha males. One of them was in the cafeteria. You asked a few alpha males to get out of your dining table. If they didn't get out by the time you counted to 3, then... Sinan laughed. You used a spoon to stab everyone to death? Although the smile was not obvious, it was gentle on his beautiful face. However, Tang Hao's first reaction was to subconsciously measure the distance between him and himself. What are you curious about? Well... Tang Hao's Adam's apple moved. I just want to know if this is true or it's true, Sinan said with a smile. There was a hint of evil in his eyes. Fortunately, you didn't sit down just now. Tang Hao did not say anything for a long time. In the end, he gave him a thumbs up, turned around, and walked away. See Xiaonan. Chen Chao rushed over. Oh, it's so crowded. Luckily, you have a seat here. Yan Hao and Guo Weixiong walked over with their arms around each other's shoulders. Zhou Rong skillfully squeezed to Sinan's side and leaned against each other. Everyone began to eat in a lively manner. Not far away, Ding Shi and Lieutenant Colonel Jin Hua walked out of the crowd side by side. They exchanged a few words. Jin Hua politely said goodbye and walked to the other side of the cafeteria with an empty lunchbox. Ding Shi, on the other hand, was still standing where he was. He watched her figure disappear from his sight before he walked over listlessly. No, see Xiaonan, I just saw Tang Hao walk out of here with my own eyes. Zhou Rong picked up his ribs and stuffed them into Sinan's mouth. He poked his temple and lectured, there's no point in hiding the organization. That guy surnamed Tang is not worth your extramarital affair. Back then, he applied for 118 but was not selected. After he returned to his old unit, he held a military exercise and had a loss ratio of 23 with 118. Since then, he has killed his father and stolen his wife. Sinan was a little dissatisfied with being poked. He gnawed on his ribs and snorted in response. And Tang Hao is famous for being unlucky. Do you know what that means? He's a born unlucky guy. Before the military exercise, he rolled the dice to choose a camp. Every time he chose a swamp. When he gambled on attacking and defending, he always won the siege. A group of recruits came out in the middle of the night to put a sack on me. That day, they happened to change shifts, so they accidentally put a sack on him and gave him a good beating. Sinan looked stunned. Zhou Rong slapped him on the butt and said, do you understand? Don't have an affair with him. Otherwise, he will lead you astray. Sinan murmured, it's hard to say who will lead who. She rejected me. Ding Shi squeezed his butt between Yan Hao and Guo Weixiong. He said with a sad face, little Jin Hua doesn't want to go on a date with me. Of course, the two of them immediately comforted her and cheered her up. Only Gracie rolled her eyes while stuffing her mouth with rice. I've already told you that no guy would ask a girl to go for a morning run every morning, okay? Who gave you such a bad idea? Before Ding Shi could answer, Yan Hao was puzzled. What's wrong with a morning run? The morning air is fresh and there are few people. It's perfect for them to date. Yes, yes. Guo Weixiong strongly agreed. When little Jinhua can't run anymore, Ding can carry her on his back. Your heartbeat is next to mine. How romantic. That's the best boyfriend. Ding can take the opportunity to show off his shirt and show off his muscles. Perfect. Yanhao hit his palm with his fist. I'm sure it'll be done after 2 runs. Grassy, Zhou Rong said gently, open your mouth. Sinan opened his mouth expressionlessly. Zhou Rong fed him a spoonful of sweet and sour pork rib sauce mixed with rice. Look at Brother Rong. Grassy's face was full of pain. Brother Rong is the only one in our team who can get out of singlehood. The 3 of you can forget about finding a partner. The Team Bell and the second-generation official were not convinced. They both said that Brother Rong was either a lucky cat who met Beep, or that he saved the galaxy in his previous life. If he had not met Sinan, but another brainless Omega, he would have definitely kicked Brother Rong's balls the first time he tried to flirt with her. Ding finished his meal dejectedly. He dragged his feet out of the cafeteria with his teammates. Suddenly, he saw Jinhua with her back to them. She stood at the side of the field not far away and was focused on flipping through a manual. In the eyes of normal people, Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua was an unattainable beauty in the military. But in Ding's description, which had been filtered through 18 layers of filters, she was a gentle, shy, and lively village belle from her hometown in the countryside. When she was shy, she would turn around and stomp on Ding's chest. You made me lose half of my soul on the spot. This description gave Sinan a big misunderstanding. When he saw this little Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua with his own eyes, he seriously suspected that she had not given Ding a shy punch, but a heavy hammer. The so-called lost half my soul meant that Ding sure had an acute myocardial infarction on the spot. Give up, Ding, Grassy said sincerely. Springgrass said sincerely, look at you. You're handsome and talented, and you have a bright future ahead of you. You could have found someone else. Why did you choose one person? Why don't you go after Yanhao? How is our Team Bell worse than the little Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua? Dingshi was heartbroken and kept shaking his head. Yanhao said, I have a subtle feeling that I'm being disliked. Guo Weixiong immediately defended 118's reputation. Nonsense. Our Team Bell is obviously prettier than the little Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua. Yanhao said. If you praise her again, I'll beat you up. The few of them were engaged in meaningless arguments about whether Yanhao or Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua was prettier, or whether Yanhao or Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua was more likely to win the title of military belle. They pushed and shoved each other across the field. Sinan glanced back and saw Jinhua's figure getting farther and farther away. He suddenly asked, do you really want to ask her out? Dingshi was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was asking him. He nodded sadly. Sinan said seriously, I'll teach you a trick. Watch carefully. He then turned around and walked towards the field. The few of them did not know what was going on. They followed him from a distance and hid behind a tree. They saw Sinan with his hands in his trouser pockets and walked straight to Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua. The latter looked up in surprise and suddenly bumped into Sinan's cold face. Sinan was different from other Omega in that he always had a decisive and murderous aura about him. Whether he was walking, standing, or sitting quietly, even when he was smiling, the temperament that he had undergone 20 years of brutal training in the White Eagle unit was always deeply attached to his soul. Every pore of his body exuded an undisguised and chilling aura that made one's heart tremble. Although Jinhua was in charge of the daily management of the research institute, he had never spoken to Sinan alone when he was sober. At first glance, his heart trembled slightly and he subconsciously straightened his back. Excuse me, Sinan asked, who are you? I'm in charge of the communication between the military and the research institute, as well as the delivery of daily affairs. What's your relationship with Dingshi and our team? Jinhua, behind the tree, Dingshi clutched his chest tightly and looked like he was about to faint. Guo Weixiong patted his chest and thumped his back. Hang in there. Brother. Hang in there. Actually, it's not a special relationship, Sinan calmly interrupted her. Dingshi is a man with a family. Please stay away from him. Call the medic. Yanhao was shocked. Ding can't hold on any longer. Quick! Call the medic. Jinhua did not know what to do. He subconsciously took a step back and said in a trembling voice. Huh? Sinan looked at him from head to toe. He was like a cold-blooded instructor standing under the scorching sun, coldly sizing up the alpha students who did not know whether they were dead or alive. Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua's cheek muscles were obviously tensed up due to nervousness. Dingshi has always been in love with the little girl in his village. Sinan Fu looked into Jinhua's eyes and said softly and slowly, that girl is his designated emergency contact, the successor of his pension. Along the way, countless Omega threw themselves at him, but all of them were rejected. He said that in his heart, that girl is the only love of his life. So you should stay away from him. Sinan paused for a moment, and then added, don't destroy the stability and unity of the organization. Jinhua, Sinan turned and left. Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua stood under the sun for a long time, his heart pounding. Dingshi finally fainted. Dingshi was carried back to the dormitory in a flurry. Yan Hao fanned him, Chun Chao gave him water, and Zhou Rong personally pinched Dingshi's philtrum a few times. Finally, Dingshi woke up, and everyone was relieved. Sinan did not get the praise he deserved and felt very wronged. He sat on the bench and did not say anything, like a withered cat. Zhou Rong wanted to ask him what he said to Jinhua, but in the chaos, he did not have time to ask. Suddenly, there was a few knocks on the door, and a familiar female voice asked, is Dingshi here? Everyone, Dingshi, little Jinhua. In an instant, Dingshi came back to life and rushed out of the door. Everyone curiously poked their heads out of the door frame and saw Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua waiting in the corridor with his hands behind his back. His face was slightly red, and he was biting his lips. Dingshi stood beside her, and the two of them stared at each other. After a while, Ding's handsome face slowly turned red. He stammered, what's the matter? Jinhua was a little unnatural. After a while, she said in a low voice, about your pension, don't just write in my name. It's not good. Also, he's so young. It's inauspicious to say this. Sinan was like a triumphant hero. He was escorted back to the dormitory by everyone and received the grand treatment. Yan Hao fanned him, Chun Chao gave him water, Guo Weixiang piously peeled an apple for him, and Zhou Rong cut the apple into pieces, stuck a toothpick in it, and personally fed it to him. You're a master at flirting. Everyone was convinced. In the future, we'll rely on you to guide us. Sinan snorted and said, I told you that I was the one who seduced your brother Rong, but you didn't believe me. Dingshi took advantage of this opportunity and didn't come back for the whole afternoon. He was nowhere to be seen during dinner. Guo Weixiang secretly investigated and said that Lieutenant Colonel Jinhua went to the research institute to eat. Dingshi followed him like a loyal Doberman. Colonel Zhou? An orderly came over and saluted. Lieutenant General Xing asked me to pass on a message. He wants you to go to his office after dinner. He has something important to discuss. Sinan's spoon paused, but Zhou Rong seemed to have expected this. He nodded with a smile and said, okay. The others didn't know what happened, and they didn't ask. After dinner, Zhou Rong asked everyone to go back to the dormitory. He kissed Sinan's forehead and walked to Lieutenant General Zheng's office with a normal expression. Sinan was 2 steps behind and looked back at his back. The sky was getting dark, and the sea breeze was moaning. Zhou Rong's camouflage jacket was open, and the hem of his clothes fluttered slightly in the wind. He was tall and had undergone the strictest training, so he walked with a straight posture. However, after being in a rogue unit like 118 for a long time, he felt a little indifferent and careless. He was like a tiger with sharp fangs, half asleep and half awake, letting out a low growl from his throat. Sinan withdrew his gaze and turned to walk north. The military's 6th helipad was on the northernmost side of the island, near the port. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a car sped over from the direction of the military hostel and stopped at the helipad. The driver opened the door, and Romeo got out of the car under the close watch of several soldiers. In an instant, the wind blew his hair. Romeo narrowed his eyes and saw a figure standing quietly in front of him. He didn't even need to rely on the lights of the distant helicopters to recognize who it was with his eyes closed. Noah, Romeo said with a hoarse smile. Sinan Hui turned his head. My surname is Zhou. You called me by the wrong name. The soldiers had already been instructed by Tang how to act as if they did not see anything. They stood silently not far away with their guns in hand. Romier looked at Sinan for a moment and suddenly laughed. I know too little about you. Sinan did not say a word. Although we grew up together. No, it should be said that we grew up in the same house. I deliberately ignored your existence before I went to university. Later on, when I wanted to recall what you were like when you were a teenager, I didn't have any clear impression. Romier seemed to find it interesting and said, I never knew that you were such a dedicated and persistent person when it came to relationships. Sinan asked, is it strange? Romier said, it's not strange. It's just that you're very similar to your mother. The power of blood is really powerful. The plane moved slowly on the runway, making a loud roar. Romier and Sinan stood opposite each other, only a step apart. The wind on the South Sea passed through the ocean currents and the aircraft carrier, whistling as it rushed between the two of them. I'm leaving. Romier asked, you didn't come here in person to show off to me how dedicated and persistent you are when it comes to relationships, did you? Sinan said coldly, where was my mother buried in the end? Romier was a little surprised, but then he laughed. I thought you didn't care about this at all. You didn't even go to her funeral. Sinan stood with his arms crossed and did not answer. Romier asked back, where do you think I would bury her? Because of your mother, I used to hate Omega. This creature is like, how should I put it, the singing of the mermaids on the surface of the sea. It's beautiful, mellow, and full of fatal temptation. Even though they know that following the sound is a dead end, they can still attract countless clear-headed and strong-willed alpha. Like idiots, they throw themselves forward one after another and willingly become the vassals of this weak creature. Sinan asked, are you talking about your father? Romier did not mind the mockery in his words at all. So when I was in my teens, I was determined to find a beta as a future partner when I grew up, so as not to repeat my father's ridiculous tragedy. But according to your plan of using secondary antibodies to screen for superior humans, I'm afraid the beta gene is on the list of extinct. Sinan said lightly. I changed my mind after I saw you at the White Eagle base. Romier shrugged. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't change. Do you think it will affect my political views? Sinan shook his head. So when your mother died, continued Romier, my father was so grief-stricken that he never recovered. He buried her in the family graveyard, hoping to be buried with her 100 years later. Sinan said, but I didn't find her tombstone in your family cemetery. Yes, said Romier. That is because when my father died I removed her and buried my mother in it. If Romier's next words were I burned her or I fed her to the dogs, the Sinan would not let him board the plane unarmed today. However, that was not what he said next. Instead, he looked at Sinan and smiled. Guess where she was moved to? Sinan narrowed his eyes. Hey! The pilot ran over from the tarmac and pointed at his watch. It's time. Hey! The soldier behind him moved uneasily. Why are you so nervous? Romier said casually. I thought the relationship between you and your mother was very thin. Sinan asked softly, enunciating each word, where did you move her? Romier raised his eyebrows and did not answer. Sinan finally grabbed him by the collar. You, the public cemetery, Romier smiled. Sinan's strong fingers finally loosened a little. Romier stared at his pupils, which were particularly light in the night, turning from amber to honey, and said, thank me. This is the only good thing I've done for you since I fell in love with you. Sinan snorted mockingly, let go of him, and walked back. Hey! Romier suddenly turned back and said loudly, do you want to know where your father was buried? The pilot ran over and the soldier motioned for him to leave, but Romier stood still. Sinan walked through the airport in the night, his back to everyone. His low voice carried no emotion in the wind. I know where he is. I've already seen him. The helicopter rose slowly, and dust was blown in all directions by the whirlwind. Sinan stopped. The red light in the night flashed and disappeared. Zhou Rong was sitting by the railing with a cigarette in his mouth. He smiled and held out his hands to him. Sinan stepped forward and placed his hand on Romier's palm. Their hands touched, and he sighed silently. I thought you were here to kill him, Zhou Rong laughed. I was wondering if I should stop you. Sinan said, if I really wanted to kill him, you wouldn't be able to stop me, right? This was true. When Sinan went crazy, it was difficult to stop him unless he was killed. He thought for a moment and explained, but Romeo didn't get the ultimate antibody. He won't have a good time when he goes back. It doesn't matter if I kill him or not. Zhou Rong grabbed Sinan's hands and pulled him between his thighs. He pressed against him and asked, The White Eagle base developed an antibody sample suitable for most people before the virus went out of control. But before the project was completed, the incomplete vaccine was frozen. Under Romeo's lobbying, several powerful and historical families decided to take the ultimate antibody in their own hands. At the same time, they promoted a secondary antibody that was only suitable for a small number of people with excellent genes. With this method, power and land could be expanded rapidly. It was even enough to establish an indestructible autocratic kingdom in the apocalypse. Zhou Rong nodded silently. So you took the initiative to contact Deputy Minister Gua and stole the ultimate antibody sample under the condition of completing the vaccine research? Sinan said, something like that. But in fact, it wasn't stealing. It was originally mine. Zhou Rong could almost guess what was going on, but he didn't interrupt. He just looked at him quietly. Although capable countries are doing virus experiments, the Panduola virus was ultimately formed by my mother. She regretted it very much. After marrying Romeo's father, she had been doing vaccine-related research, but no one knows exactly how far she had progressed. Sinan took a breath of the cold night air and said, her expertise in this field is very advanced. Maybe my father's death gave her a lot of motivation and inspiration. Zhou Rong listened silently. Sinan said self-deprecatingly, whether it is science or art, the pain of death is always one of the ways to burst out inspiration. And then? Zhou Rong asked softly. After she hanged herself, she left me a letter, but I never opened it. I didn't even go to her funeral. Sinan was silent for a long time. Zhou Rong thought he wouldn't continue, but after a moment, he calmly admitted, I didn't dare to go. Why? Sinan had probably never talked so much to anyone in his life. He pondered for a long time, as if he was trying his best to organize his words to describe his secret, obscure, and unknown past. Finally, he said, for several years, I hated her a little. I hated her for torturing my father's body, for researching the Panduola virus, and for using me as an experimental subject to conduct a series of antibody tests. He paused for a moment and said, later, probably because of the bottleneck in the vaccine research, her mental state slowly became abnormal. She always had the illusion that my father was not dead, and even went back to continue researching the Panduola virus. Sinan closed his eyes, and the unbearable memories of those years appeared in his mind. The gray and gorgeous manor, and the sky that seemed to always be hazy with a bloody vortex faintly appearing above his head. I broke her illusion. Sinan opened his eyes and continued in a terrifyingly calm tone, she couldn't bear it, and after leaving a letter, she committed suicide. Only then did Zhou Rong realize how many indescribable complex feelings were hidden in the words I don't dare to go. When did you open the suicide letter? He asked in a low voice. A few years later, Sinan said, I don't remember the specific date. When I saw the letter, I realized that the vaccine research had made critical progress, but when I went to ask Romeo, he said that the project had been frozen. So I thought, since the Panduola virus was originally caused by my mother, then I also have the responsibility to deliver the vaccine. After he finished speaking, he smiled. It was a very slight and tired smile, and if one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to detect it. But from the smile, Zhou Rong saw the figure of a person who jumped from a height of 30,000 feet, fell to the edge of a cliff and was bitten awake by zombies, and staggered out of the valley step by step when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, holding on to his last breath to call for help. Zhou Rong sat down and held Sinan's hand, their palms clasped together. Zhou Rong squeezed Sinan tightly in his arms with his strong thighs and asked in a low voice, when you came to contact Minister Gua, why did you trust 118 so much? Sinan looked up at the dark night sky above the island. After a while, he smiled and said, although you had forgotten me at the time, after my mother died, who else could I trust other than you? Zhou Rong reached out and pressed Sinan's neck, gently pulled his face to himself, and planted a long and lingering kiss on his cold and soft lips. On the other side of the tarmac, the high beam lights pierced through the vast night, casting their entwined figures into the distance. After a long time, Zhou Rong picked Sinan up horizontally, put his arm around his neck, and walked to the dormitory on the other side of the island. "What are you laughing at?" Sinan asked in a low voice. Zhou Rong said, "I was thinking about what Romeo said about you in the restaurant. You used a spoon to stab everyone to death?" Zhou Rong lowered his head, and Sinan's face was pressed against the side of his neck. From his angle, he could only see the corners of Sinan's mouth raised. "It's true. But it doesn't seem like you." Sinan asked back, "How do you know what kind of person I am?" Zhou Rong thought for a moment and smiled. "If you can stop on the street surrounded by zombies and take the initiative to rescue a group of strangers trapped in the parking lot, I can almost tell what kind of person you are." Sinan's smile widened. "Well, I think I can take credit for this for the rest of my life." "Hey!" Zhou Rong laughed and slapped him hard on the butt. Zhou Rong didn't ask, as if he didn't think it was a big deal. They walked along the long road through the parking area. On both sides of the road, there was a wasteland covered with withered grass that stretched into the night. The street lights in the distance flickered faintly. Sinan's lips were pressed against Zhou Rong's warm and soft neck. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he suddenly said softly, "Because there was a drug in the food we ate." After I went to get the water, I came back and took a bite, and I found that it tasted wrong. No matter who put the drug in the food, I gave them a chance to leave. Those who didn't want to leave must be accomplices." Zhou Rong nodded. "That makes sense. White Eagle Base is not a very good place," Sinan said. "If someone has to die, I just want to make sure that it's not me." Zhou Rong repeated, "That makes sense." There was a slight smile in his voice. The air on the island was fresh and the stars were bright. The sound of the rising tide came from afar. With their backs to the sea, they walked toward the dormitory where the lights were gradually going out. Their backs gradually blended into the warm monsoon wind in the southernmost part of the motherland. "After the disaster is over, let's dig up your father and burn him." "Where should we put his ashes?" Zhou Rong said, "Bury him with your mother. My brother-in-law's parents are buried together, and so are our parents. We can't compete with each other." Sinan laughed and almost fell out of Zhou Rong's arms. He agreed, "Okay." The next day, the transfer order that General Jing sent to Zhou Rong alone was finally announced. Chen Chao, Yan Hao, Ding Shi, and Guo Weixiang were assigned to the Special Operations Team. Tang Hao was the team leader, and they were sent to the zombie-infested land to look for the ultimate antibody sample that fell into the valley. Zhou Rong was specially appointed to do his old job as a central guard. Sinan stood in front of the window with his sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows. He held a cup of hot tea in his left hand and put his right hand in his trouser pocket, revealing the medical tape that had just been applied to his arm after the blood was drawn. At the gate of the military zone in the distance, a military green jeep reflected the sunlight. Chen Chao and Yan Hao were fully armed, while Zhou Rong was wearing a white t-shirt, a black jacket, and trousers. He looked light and neat as he said goodbye to his team members one by one. Tang Hao sat impatiently in the driver's seat. He held his forehead and looked at his watch repeatedly. It was obvious that his patience was gradually reaching its limit. "Bring your communicator. Call Brother Rong at critical moments. Brother Rong will send out long-distance technical guidance. There is also a 1 in 1,000 chance that he will activate the summoning array and reveal himself." Zhou Rong finally patted Chen Chao's head and forcefully hooked his arm around Yan Hao's shoulder. He smiled casually and said, "Okay, that's about it. I hope that our 118, former 118 6th Squadron members will not be afraid of hardships and difficulties. We will work together to restrain Lieutenant Colonel Tang's unlucky character. We will successfully complete the map and get the equipment so that we can clear the Resident Evil dungeon as soon as possible." Tang Hao roared, "Who's unlucky?" "Zhou Rong." Tang Hao slammed the car door fiercely. Before he could come forward, the 4 former 118 Special Operations Team members all turned around. The two sides stared at each other for a long time. Tang Hao covered his forehead and sighed. You guys should pack up. The fighter jet will take off in 10 minutes. Look at the time. Guo Weixiang seemed to be unable to control himself and wanted to say something, but Yan Hao pulled him back and shook his head gently. Alright, let's go. Yan Hao picked up the 30-kilogram equipment bag from the ground and threw it over his shoulder. He took the initiative to give Zhou Rongi a tight hug. Brother Rong, you haven't treated us to a meal yet. When we come back with the antibodies, remember not to run away from this meal. Zhou Rong said, okay. There's enough vegetable malatang in the cafeteria. Chen Chao's eyes were filled with tears. Dad, will you give birth to a younger brother with the new mother when I'm not around? Zhou Rong, of course, my silly daughter. By the time you come back, you'll have given birth to a platoon. Get ready to be a sibling demon, Kiki. Guo Weixiang, I have nothing to say. I only recognize Brother Rong as my captain. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Rong gave him a hard slap, and the rest of his brave words were swallowed back into his stomach. Zhou Rong, get out of here. Zhou Rong watched them walk out one by one. Not far away, Lieutenant Colonel Jean Hua stood under a tree with her arms crossed, silently watching the people at the end of the line. However, Dingshi didn't respond to her gaze. He kept his head down deliberately, like a big boy who had done something wrong, and hurriedly got into the jeep. Tang Hao finally pressed the horn, and the car slowly turned around, driving towards the port with a cloud of dust. The dust lifted the hem of Zhou Rong's short jacket, revealing his sturdy waist and the long pants hanging from his hips. He took out a cigarette box, flicked out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long puff. Because he didn't have to carry out any missions, his gun was confiscated. The back of his waist was empty, and he always felt that something was missing. Hey! Zhou Rong said loudly. Lieutenant Colonel Jean Hua turned around and caught the cigarette box that was thrown at him. Jean Hua smiled with slightly red eyes, and mouthed thank you to Zhou Rong. In the distance, on the third floor, the steam from the hot tea was rising in spirals, obscuring Sinan's eyes. Zhou Rong wants to go very much, he suddenly said softly. Ningyu stared at the microscope attentively, and said, then why not? Sinan said coldly, because your stupid experiment hasn't been completed yet. Ningyu burst out laughing, but it quickly turned into a muffled cough that vibrated from her chest. It's okay, after a while, the preliminary synthesis of artificial antibodies will be done. Although it's only suitable for a few people with good genes, it can be implemented within the special forces, and it can give soldiers the ability to heal quickly after being bitten by zombies. Ningyu barely stopped coughing, and said hoarsely, after they bring back the ultimate antibodies and make a vaccine that can be popularized to all the people, you'll be completely free. You can go wherever you want with Zhou Rong, or you can lie down and eat the country's food for the rest of your life. Sinan didn't comment on the last sentence, but turned his head to look at Ningyu. What? Sinan said lightly, since I've known you, this is the most human thing you've said. Ningyu immediately returned to his original crafty and mean self. If you don't know how to speak Chinese, then speak less. What kind of bad description is that? Come here, I'll give you a shot of the vaccine. Hey, where are you going? Sinan drank the hot tea in one gulp, and walked out of the door without looking back, to Chinese cram school. Zhou Rong squinted under the glaring sunlight. Sinan's figure crossed the open space, against the breeze, and walked towards him. Jean Hua had already left, and there were no pedestrians in the military area. In the distance, the sentinel stood on the sentry box with a gun on his back, as straight as a javelin. Zhou Rong watched Sinan approach with a cigarette in his mouth. Suddenly, he opened his arms and said lazily, Hey, come here. Brother Rong is in a bad mood, come here and comfort him. Sinan stopped, looked at Zhou Rong up and down, and asked, How do you want to comfort him? Zhou Rong asked slyly, Last night, when you were in a bad mood, how did Brother Rong comfort you? Sinan thought for a moment, and said sincerely, Okay. Then he suddenly bent down, and imitated the way Zhou Rong carried him all the way back to the dormitory last night, and picked up Zhou Rong horizontally. Ha ha ha! Zhou Rong's uncontrollable laughter resounded through the open space, and the two sentinels not far away almost popped their eyes out of their frames. They saw Sinan carrying Zhou Rong, who was 4 inches taller than himself, and holding his breath, walked more than 20 meters with his head held high, and finally couldn't support himself anymore, and fell down with a thump. The two of them were covered in dirt, and rolled into a ball. The operation group that returned to the land to search for antibodies was codenamed Black Falcon, and was composed of 30 elite soldiers, each of whom wrote a suicide note before leaving. Everyone knew the danger of this task. After the arrival of spring, a large number of zombies along the coast moved north, and the whole of North China, especially the area around B City, almost became a world of the living dead. The fighter jets airdropped the search team to the mountain area, and all the dangers that followed were unknown. If they happened to land on top of the zombie tide in the north, it would only be a matter of minutes before they were completely wiped out. Moreover, Tang Hao, who was from the army, was not the best person to lead the team. Everyone knew that such an extremely difficult task, which was likely to require a single soldier to break through in the end, should actually be led by Zhou Rong himself, to ensure that they could retreat safely to the greatest extent. But Zhou Rong couldn't go. He was a born soldier, and there was a desire from his soul to go to the battlefield, but now he could only be trapped in the rear. Sinan didn't say anything, and as usual, went to the cafeteria with Zhou Rong at noon. The two of them sat face to face and ate, and then returned to the dormitory together. The 2 dormitories of Yan Hao, Chun Chao, and Xianxia Ding next door were empty. In the morning, the 4 of them packed up their equipment like a gust of wind, and went out to report to the dormitory. In the blink of an eye, the air became quiet, as if the sound of heavy footsteps could cause echoes. In the afternoon, Zhou Rong went to the central office to report to his new post. Before he left, he rolled up Sinan's napkin, stuffed it into his pocket, and took it away. At the same time, the fighter jet arrived at the border of Hebei, and the cabin was violently shaking in the strong airflow at high altitude. Looking down from the front window, the mountains and rivers were densely packed, and the tide of walking dead occupied every inch of the field of vision. I'll repeat it again, listen carefully. 30 soldiers sat on both sides of the cabin, with their backs straight against the wall. They could only hear Tang Hao pacing and shouting. After landing, everyone gather in the direction of the signal smoke. The target is the mountains and valleys 10 kilometers away. The search area is 200 kilometers long, the average width is 16 kilometers, the average depth is 900 meters, and the total area is 1,600 square kilometers. The radio frequency has been adjusted for you. During the search, if anyone sees a branch with a bloody coat tied to it, immediately fire a signal flare, and everyone will immediately come to gather. Everyone, come and draw a lot. The one who draws the red lot will be the first to go down. Pilot? Pilot, prepare to carry out the airborne landing. The pilot responded and lowered the fighter jet's altitude. Everyone held the rings tightly, leaned forward, and drew a lot from the paper tube in Tang Hao's hand. Okay. Tang Hao took the last one and said, let's light it up. 3 seconds later. Tang Hao held the red lot with a blank expression. The soldiers couldn't bear to look at him, and Chun Chao whispered, he's really an unlucky chief. Guo Weixiong, no, he's not a chief anymore, he's not a king. Can this mission really be completed? Is it too late for me to write a report and apply for it now? Yan Hao, shut up. Concentrate on praying, maybe we can still save ourselves. The cabin door of the fighter jet opened, and it swooped down, scattering dozens of small black dots under the hazy sky above the mountains. A moment later, the parachutes opened one after another, and under the gaze of the zombies in the surrounding villages, the fighter jet swayed and flew towards the direction of the canyon. Whoosh, the branches came at them like countless tiny whips whipping their bodies. Then their bodies were in the air, and with a loud bang, Chun Chao broke the parachute bag and jumped to the ground. She rolled on the ground, got up, and pulled out a submachine gun. The nearby mountain road was the only way for the zombie migration. Groups of the living dead in ragged clothes, with dark and withered faces, roared and gathered around her. Chun Chao quickly opened fire, and the bullets of the machine gun shot out, blowing up the heads of the zombies around her. More zombies came from afar, following the sound. She raised the muzzle, and suddenly saw a parachute fly over her head, quickly crossing the stream, and hit the opposite mountain wall with the wind. In an instant, Chun Chao recognized who it was, and immediately turned pale with fright. No. Yan Hao. Bang, Xianxia covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. High up in the canyon, Yan Hao hit the mountain wall with his arms and legs spread out, and the parachute slowly fell behind him. Xianxia. Team Flower, are you okay, Team Flower? After a long while, Yan Hao finally struggled to turn his head. He was dizzy, and his face was bruised and swollen. When he opened his mouth, 2 tubes of blood flew down from his nose. Not very good. Spring Grass fired a few shots, dealing with the zombies that had gathered again. Then she leaped like a nimble wild deer and ran to the stream. She ran through the rapid stream and landed on the bank, drenched. Then she climbed up the mountain wall in no time. Yan Hao finally cut the parachute rope and leaned against a concave crack on the vertical mountain wall. After gasping for breath for a while, he reluctantly said, I finally know how a Xinan feels when the car window is hit from the front. What are you thinking? Xianxia said sympathetically, a Xinan can still be beautiful after a nosebleed, but you will be swollen like a pig's head. Here, I'll give you a sanitary pad, quickly wipe the blood, don't attract the zombies from the surrounding villages. The sanitary pads were a must-have tool for experienced veterans to use during a long journey to stop bleeding and absorb perspiration. Yan Hao opened the pink packaging expressionlessly, and used the pad to suck the surging nosebleed, and asked, where are Ding and Xianxia? I don't know, they came down later, and haven't caught up yet. Where's the signal smoke? Yan Hao raised his chin forward. At 9 o'clock north, a yellow signal smoke rose from the depths of the canyon, and swayed into the sky. 10 minutes later, the storm-like gunshots suddenly stopped, and zombies were scattered all over the stream. Xianxia and Yan Hao held their guns, and began to move in the direction of the signal smoke. This damn place was far from being isolated from the world, but the road was even more difficult to walk on than the primitive mountain forest. It was narrow and rugged, and if one slipped, one would fall down. If one was lucky, one's head would bleed, and if one was unlucky, one's bones would be broken. Yan Hao held his breath sideways, and his back was pressed against the cliff. Step by step, he walked across the mountain road, and suddenly said, when Xinan crashed and fell into this deep mountain, did he walk along this road to ask for help? Yes, Xianxia said casually behind him, but he should have walked in the opposite direction, toward the outside of the canyon. That's not easy, after all, he was seriously injured. Oh. The two were silent for a moment, and then they heard vague gunshots and shouts in the distance. It should be their teammates who had shot to break out of the encirclement after landing, and the sound soon returned to silence. Do you think the higher-ups will let Brother Rong sit in the office in the future? Yan Hao suddenly asked. Xianxia said, of course, otherwise, what if something happens to him, Xinan? Xinan will immediately collapse. Yan Hao seemed to think of something, and his expression became slightly gloomy, and he fell silent. The surroundings were very quiet, and only the gurgling of the stream in the valley could be heard. Other than that, there was only the breathing of the two people, and the occasional sound of gravel being stepped on. Xianxia secretly looked at Yan Hao from the corner of her eye, and thought for a long time and finally coughed. Well? Yan Hao, do you still like Xiaonan? Yan Hao held the gun in one hand and supported himself on the rock with the other. After a long time, he said in a muffled voice, maybe a little. Then, what do you like about him? I don't. No. At first, I just felt that he saved us, and he was young, so I wanted to take care of him. Later, I found that his presence was usually weak, and he didn't talk much, but at critical moments, he often saved people, and even risked his life to save me several times. Slowly, I felt different. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, but isn't that gratitude? Maybe at first. Yan Hao paused, and then explained, I've never seen such an omega. No, I should say that I've never seen such a person. It was also the first time in my life that I felt that kind of love transformed from gratitude and admiration. Later, after he and Brother Rong marked each other, I saw that he was so satisfied, and I thought that I should just forget about it. Don't you like someone because you want to see him happy? Even if that happiness wasn't given by me, it doesn't matter. Xianxia listened quietly, raised her hand, and changed the channel of the satellite communicator. The earpiece buzzed, and after a short while it became clear. I always thought so, until the day Brother Rong was infected, and he asked me why I didn't pay with my life. Yan Hao's voice became softer, and he was almost muttering to himself, saying, "At that time, I realized that I was still a little sad." 5 minutes ago, at the South Sea headquarters. The first wave of communication from the front has arrived. A second lieutenant in the communications office said loudly, "It's from Captain Simbidium Annuum, it's designated to connect to Colonel Zhou's temporary channel." Huh? Zhou Rongi raised his head. "You need off-site guidance so soon?" The second lieutenant respectfully made way for Zhou Rong to sit down. He put on his headset and heard an unclear voice amid the static. "On the day Brother Rong was infected, I realized that I was still a little sad." Zhou Rong. In the communications office, the staff was focused on monitoring the latest updates from the search and rescue teams all over the country. Lieutenant General Jing angrily said into the phone, "What? What do you mean by you parachuted into a bunch of zombies?" "Lieutenant Colonel Tang. Speak clearly." The second lieutenant stood on the side a little fearfully. Zhou Rong gestured for him to leave, indicating that he could handle it. "Do you need me to do anything?" Chen Chao's voice sounded in the private channel, "Or should I talk to Si Xiaonan and ask him to apologize to you?" Zhou Rong gently held his breath. After a moment, he heard Yan Hao's vague and bitter laugh. "No, what does it have to do with the Sinan?" His words hurt because he was telling the truth. There was no sound in the channel, only the sound of heavy breathing and footsteps. After a long time, the sound of the gurgling stream suddenly became obvious, probably because they had finally reached the bottom of the canyon. Chen Chao said hello in the headset, lowered her voice and asked, "Brother Rong? Brother Rong, are you there? Emergency request for off-site assistance. The Team Flower is in a very sad state. He's almost a dog's tail flower now, what should we do?" Zhou Rong glanced around. "Lower your voice, can Yan Hao hear you?" "No, he's in front, we're almost at the assembly point." "Is there any sign that he's going to mutate into a man-eating flower?" "Not at the moment, but it's hard to say." Yan Xiaohao hit the cliff with his arms and legs spread out. "Now that he's almost disfigured, I think he's not in a good mood. Let him maintain his dog's tail flower form, don't activate his man-eating flower form," Zhou Rong said solemnly. "I'll get Si Xiaonan to talk to him at the communication center later." Springgrass said, "Understood." "Ah. I saw Ding and Xianxia. We're almost at the rendezvous point, talk to you later." On a small rocky beach in the valley, the yellow signal smoke went straight up into the sky with the wind. The surroundings were densely packed with zombies. A rough count showed that there were no less than 100 of them. Tang Hao had obviously gone through a fierce battle. His parachute was hanging on a treetop not far away. His body was covered in black blood and rotten flesh. He was kneeling by the stream and washing his face, exhausted. More than 10 team members had gathered in the open space. When Wu Weixiong saw the two of them, he turned pale with fright. "Team Flower. Team Flower, how did you get disfigured? Did you land face first?" Yan Hao was speechless. Springgrass immediately signaled him to shut up with her eyes. Then Dingshi carried his gun across the rocky beach. When he looked up, his expression changed dramatically. Vice Captain, why is your face so swollen? Did you land face first?" Yan Hao was speechless. Springgrass forcefully hooked their necks and dragged them away, one in each hand. Yan Hao turned to the stream to wash his face, which was covered with dried nosebleeds. However, when he squatted down, Tang Hao unexpectedly raised his head. Their eyes met. After 5 seconds of strange silence, Yan Hao said coldly, "Face first." Unexpectedly, Tang Hao interrupted him. No need to say anything. Everyone has bad luck sometimes." At that moment, Yan Hao was stunned by Tang Hao's understanding. Then, in the next second, Tang Hao burst into laughter and took out a miniature spy camera from his pocket. Click, Tang Hao ran away. Yan Hao roared, "Come back here." Half an hour later, Yan Hao was finally tired from running around the rocky beach. He held his knees and gasped for breath. Tang Hao stopped and threw the camera into the tactical bag. He clapped his hands and said, "Everyone gather points." The team members from all over the valley gathered in the open space. However, Tang Hao looked carefully and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He asked everyone to stand in line and count off. Sure enough, he found that something was wrong. There were 4 people missing. How could there be fewer people? Did they have an accident when they were parachuting? Parachuting in the valley was very dangerous. There were many zombies nearby, so it was reasonable for there to be an accident. However, the 4 Special Forces soldiers disappeared without a sound. It was very strange no matter how he thought about it. Tang Hao thought for a moment and looked around. The narrow sky above the valley was getting darker and darker. It was close to 6 o'clock. Once it was dark, groups of zombies would be active, which would bring them great danger. Maybe they are temporarily lost. We can't wait for them here. Tang Hao thought and said, let's enter the search area first. Find a place to set up camp in the lee of the wind. Arrange for people to take turns to be on night duty. We will start a thorough search tomorrow morning. Everyone responded in unison and split up. What? Lieutenant General Zheng frowned. 4 people are missing? Lieutenant General Zheng turned around. Zhou Rong suddenly stopped spinning the pen in his hand. He shrugged and said, maybe they are lost or sacrificed. Before Xianxia could say anything, Tang Hao's roar came from the phone. Zhou Rong. Why is it you again? Please stay in the rear and don't talk too much. Every time I meet you, I am very unlucky. Thank you so much. Lieutenant General Zheng hurriedly covered the phone with his hand. However, Zhou Rong answered slowly, sorry, Team Leader Tang. Ben O. Colonel Tang is now the long-range combat consultant of the Black Falcon Group. I have the right to ask about the latest battle reports from the front line. The General Staff Department just gave me the appointment this morning. You can ask the higher-ups for confirmation. What? Tang Hao said angrily, combat consultant? You? Lieutenant General Zheng covered the phone with his hand. He was so annoyed that his head was about to explode. Finally, he pushed Zhou Rong's head back into the swivel chair. Colonel Zhou was appointed as the long-range guide because of his rich experience in team operations. We opened a temporary communication channel for him. Xianxia said to the phone with a straight face, okay. Stop protesting, Team Leader Tang. Stay alert and report the direction of the movement. Lieutenant General Zheng hung up the phone and finally let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Rong sank into the swivel chair. He secretly took out a cigarette box. Before he could light it, it was taken away by Lieutenant General Zheng. Okay. Zhou Rong helplessly started to play with his pen. He said in a low voice, the 4 people who were left behind may have been attacked by zombies. They were blown away by the wind and couldn't make it to the rendezvous point in time. Tang Hao should have sent back the canyon terrain and wind data, right? Ask the fighter pilot to report the parachute time and altitude of the 4 people. Combined with the wind speed, we can estimate their landing location. Lieutenant General Zheng's face finally looked a little better. But Tang Hao's decision to give the order to move out is correct. Zhou Rong sighed and said, now, no matter who was left behind, we can't go and save them. We have to give up when it's time. Lieutenant General Zheng nodded in agreement. If the map Tang Hao sent back is correct, there are at least 10,000 zombies in the canyon. It's too dangerous. We have to make it quick. Xianxia got up and went to find the flight team to report the parachute jump. Zhou Rong's face was full of awe. He respectfully watched the old lieutenant general's back as he left. He immediately fell down as if his bones were pulled out. He secretly waved at the door of the communication room, "See Xiaonan. See Xiaonan." Sinan crept into the office. Seeing that there was no one around, she magically took out a lit cigarette. Zhou Rong took a long, satisfied drag. He crossed his legs and leaned on the swivel chair. He hugged Sinan's waist and sighed, "This is the life I want." Then he put on the headset, connected the channel, and said lazily, "Hello, daughter? How are you guys?" In the woods under the waterfall, the well-trained soldiers quickly set up army green tents. They started a fire, ate, and stood guard with guns. So far, so good. Gracie sat cross-legged on a big rock beside the tent. She was eating her high-protein beef pancake and said vaguely, "We lost 4 people. We lit a red signal cigarette and asked them to gather. There are a lot of zombies in the canyon. We just bombed several times. Yanhao's dogtail flower mode is still going. Damn, we're off to a bad start. Why do I feel so unlucky this time? In the communication office, Zhou Rong caught a glimpse of Lieutenant General Xing passing by. He immediately took the cigarette out of his mouth and hid it under the table. Xianxia seemed to smell a trace of smoke. He suspiciously stopped and looked around. Suddenly, he met Sinan's eyes. Sinan sat not far away, quietly staring at him. Her skin was pale and bloodless. Her light amber eyes were cold and indifferent. She looked like an inorganic mannequin. Xianxia, a chill ran down his spine to his brain. Lieutenant General Zheng's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly turned around and left. I already said that your group's codename was problematic. Zhou Rong looked from behind the console until Lieutenant General Zheng left. Then he took out the cigarette and continued to speak into the microphone. The Tang guy is already evil enough. Why didn't he find a master to figure out a good codename? Why did he have to call himself Black Falcon? Did he think it was not good enough, or did he want to fight poison with poison? I think you guys should be called Golden Rooster, Wang Kai, or Panda is also good. Go out and show up together. Hey! The Panda Panpan special team of the 9th Search and Rescue Team is here to report. Chen Chao wanted to cry but had no tears. Can we not talk about this now? The higher-ups have to come up with this unlucky name to fight against the White Eagle of Country A. What can you do? Zhou Rong said, that's not right. You can ask Si Xiaonan yourself. The White Eagle's opponent has always been our 118. The Tang guy still wants to fight against the White Eagle. This is pure blackmail. First of all, he doesn't know his position in the right way. There was a slight noise in the woods. Chen Chao raised her head. In the darkness, she could vaguely see people moving in the distance. What's wrong? Zhou Rong asked, zombies again? Chen Chao grabbed the submachine gun, but then Wu Weixiang strode over from the side of the camp. He waved to her and said, it's okay. We found a small group of wandering zombies. It's already taken care of. Only then did Chen Chao relax. Zhou Rong said thoughtfully, my daughter, the feng shui of your camp is not very auspicious. I don't know. When we set up camp just now, the surroundings were still clean. Chen Chao frowned and said, there are suddenly more wandering zombies. It seems that they are obviously coming for us. But maybe it's because it's getting dark. She stood up from the rock full of mud and moss and looked in all directions with her outstanding eyesight. Night gradually fell on this deserted open space. The torches around the camp were burning, illuminating the camouflage tents and the distant woods with flickering shadows and whimpering wind. Chen Chao took a few deep breaths. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she always felt that the night air contained the smell of the forest's rotting trees, the smell of insects' corpses in the soil, and the salty water vapor of the distant waterfall. In addition, there was a faint smell unique to zombies. It was gradually gathering here under the cover of the night. She shivered. No, let's not talk about the feng shui. This damn place is really uncomfortable. The more I talk about it, the more guilty I feel. Tonight, I have to go back and comfort the poor dog's tail flower Yan Hao. In the office of the communications department, Sinan raised her head in confusion. Zhou Rong asked with great interest, how's the wound on Yan Hao's face? Sinan. What does dog's tail flower mean? Chen Chao asked in a drawling voice on the phone, hey, Dad, haven't you told your new love about the dark history of your old love? Zhou Rong laughed and lit the cigarette in the air. He said, the personality of Major Yan Hao of the 118 Squadron is basically divided into 3 types. First, in the normal state, he is a human-shaped rose with legs. Although the thorns are particularly hard, as long as you don't provoke him, they are generally harmless. When he meets someone he likes, such as you, he will be particularly coquettish and attract bees and butterflies. The second type is dog's tail flower. Basically, it will only appear when he is depressed. His external appearance is melancholy and sad, and when he uses it on the cafeteria aunties, it often has a surprising effect. The third type is the man-eating flower, also known as the pitcher plant. Zhou Rong shook his index finger and said, so far, the most intense episode was when I was parachuted in as the captain. In order to squeeze me out, Comrade Yan Hao used all kinds of bad means, such as forming gangs, openly provoking, using sharp weapons, premeditated assassination, and so on. He even almost drove me directly into the morgue, Xianxia said. I have to say something fair for Yan Hao. If you didn't beat him up 3 times a day during mealtime, Yan Hao wouldn't have killed you. He clearly said before that he only wanted to hit you into a vegetative state. Sinan was speechless. Sinan raised his hand and clapped, showing his respect out of courtesy. The tricky part is, Xianxia stood on a high rock and said seriously, Yan Hao's dog's tail flower mode and pig cage mode and man-eating flower mode will occasionally switch with each other. For example, when he succeeded in casting the spell on the cafeteria aunties and obtained half a spoonful of beef with potatoes, he could quickly recover from his state of self-pity. But if the person who got the food was a warrior and the other party didn't fall for his trick, Yan Hao would very likely turn into a man-eating flower out of thin air and force the other party. In the night, a dark shadow flashed out of the woods and gradually approached Xianxia. Force what? Sinan laughed and asked, how did he trigger his dog's tail flower mode this time? Xianxia said, well, it's a long story. In the end, it's because of you. Ah. A cold hand grabbed Xianxia's ankle. The communication device fell to the ground with a bang and the channel was cut off. Xianxia grabbed the gun and turned around to load it. The other party held the muzzle of the gun and raised it at lightning speed. The next moment, a faint question sounded. What are you talking about? In the nick of time, Xianxia's finger that was about to pull the trigger paused. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yan Hao. Xianxia jumped off the rock and picked up the communication device. However, it was damaged after falling from a height of nearly 3 meters. No matter how she tried to adjust it, there was only the static sound of the current. Yan Hao stood behind the rock with his arms crossed and said angrily, I'm fine. My condition is stable and there are no abnormalities. My mood is very stable. What are you worried about? Don't tell the captain everything. Xianxia held the communication device and wanted to cry. In the middle of the camp, Tang Hao noticed the commotion and shouted, over there. Why aren't you sleeping? Yan Hao immediately grabbed Xianxia by the back of her neck and slipped away. 4 people shared a tent. Ding and Xianxia were already preparing to sleep. Xianxia fumbled into the sleeping bag and heard Yan Hao nagging, don't tell Brother Rong everything, understand? What if Sinan finds out? What do you want Sinan to think? He's a very simple person. He thinks that he has done nothing wrong. If you do this, he will have a bad impression of me. Xianxia was speechless. In the dark night, the wind passed through the forest. It was sharp and mournful, bringing with it the sound of crying. He will think that I'm very petty and petty. I'm still brooding over trivial things. In fact, I don't feel much now. Brother Rong is indeed a good partner. I will try to calm down and correct my attitude. Wait. Yan Hao said, in the end, it's my own problem. Xianxia listened carefully and slowly sat up. In the dark, her eyes flashed with a cold light. Listen, she said softly, did you hear anything? The cold wind leaked into the tent, and the thousands of tree branches swayed together, like withered hands competing with each other, producing a rustling sound. Yan Hao gradually frowned. Dingshi and Wu Weixiang also seemed to have noticed something and sat up at the same time. Woo, woo, roar. The familiar screams suddenly sounded and gathered from all directions. Their faces changed dramatically at the same time. Xianxia jumped out of the sleeping bag, grabbed her gun and went straight to the entrance of the tent. Just as she lifted the curtain, a sharp alarm exploded in the entire camp. Everyone! Tang Hao's roar resounded through the night sky, prepare for battle. Immediately. The zombies are coming. Within 100 meters of the camp, the fire reflected the zombies' rotten faces and withered hands that stretched forward like a forest. In the blink of an eye, there were so many of them that it was impossible to count how many there were. Further away in the dark night, human heads moved and their footsteps dragged, like an endless army of the living dead. In the blink of an eye, the entire camp was surrounded by zombies and became an island in the sea of zombies. Clang, Zhou Rong and Sinan looked back at the same time. Lieutenant General Zhang's face was pale. He quickly stepped forward, slammed a stack of documents on the table, and whispered in a hoarse voice, the flying brigade just reported back. The plane that sent Romeo back to a country inexplicably disappeared halfway. The radar couldn't track it, and now we suspect that it crashed. Zhou Rong's pupils shrank slightly. Lieutenant General Jing and Zhou Rong looked at each other, and the surroundings fell into a short and helpless silence. It's okay. The two turned their heads at the same time and saw Sinan sitting sideways with a calm expression. As the only living family member of Romeo, I express my understanding and will not hold anyone responsible. I feel sorry and sad for my brother's accident. Do you want me to write you a signed letter? Lieutenant General Zheng's impression of the former White Eagle instructor was instantly refreshed. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, before he could perfect Sinan's plan, urgent footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor, and a second lieutenant of the communications department rushed in. General, things are not good here. The latest news from the Black Falcon group: the zombies attacked in the night, and the camp has been surrounded. Xianxia's old heart was still in his stomach, and then he felt his heart in his throat. Zhou Ronghuan stood up. What did you say? The number of zombies is too large to estimate. Everyone is in the camp. The second lieutenant said in a trembling voice. Lieutenant Colonel Tang Hao cut off the communication after he finished speaking. Now we can't contact them at all. Zombies are attacking the camp at night. The situation is critical. Contact us later. This was the last message the Black Falcon group sent to the headquarters. After that, for 36 hours, the communication department worked day and night, but they couldn't get in touch with them. The conference room was filled with smoke. No one paid attention to the no-smoking rule in the headquarters anymore. Lieutenant General Jing took the lead and stood at the head of the conference table with a cigarette between his fingers. His eyes were bloodshot from staying up all night, and his voice was hoarse. The search and rescue area is 200 kilometers long. It's basically a mountainous area. There are about 10,000 zombies wandering around. The 8th Group Army, which is carrying out search and rescue in Hebei, has gone to the scene in person. There are heavy casualties, but there are no signs of survivors. The elite reconnaissance battalion of the Inner Mongolia base is on the way to the canyon. The follow-up report will come soon. Is there any conclusion from the General Staff Department? Someone asked. Lieutenant General Jing stopped smoking. White smoke rose in spirals. After a while, he said in a low voice, if the reconnaissance battalion also doesn't find any survivors, it can be preliminarily concluded that the Black Falcon group has been sacrificed. Mother ****. Someone in the back row suddenly stood up and smashed the teacup. Tang Hao, that trash, give me back my soldiers. You can't do anything right. Battalion Commander Kong. Lieutenant General Jing shouted. Someone immediately went up to pull him up. Zhou Rong glanced back and recognized that it was the paratrooper battalion next door. Tang Hao took 9 elite soldiers of the paratrooper battalion with him this time. Hearing the news that the Black Falcon group was wiped out, the battalion commander immediately lost control of his emotions. Enough. If all the soldiers are sacrificed, team leader Tang will also die in the battle. Lieutenant General Jing said sternly. Besides, the mission is extremely difficult. Sacrifices are inevitable. Who can predict the direction of the zombie tide? Every soldier in our battalion was brought out by me from the Chengdu military region. 9 of them. Battalion Commander Kong was inexplicably angry. The youngest one is only 20 years old. He's the only child in his family. He didn't even know who he wrote his will for. Zhou Rong interrupted him. My youngest soldier just turned 18. She's a girl. Battalion Commander Kong's roar paused. Deputy Minister Guo's whole family was martyred. His only grandson is also among them. Zhou Rong said slowly, those are the last 4 soldiers of our 118. It was quiet all around. Unable to say anything, Battalion Commander Kong slumped back into his chair. I believe that there are still survivors. All members of the Black Falcon group are equipped with secondary antibodies. Even if they were infected, they would not be wiped out. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Rong got up from his seat and turned to Lieutenant General Zheng. The Inner Mongolia base is not strong enough. I request the headquarters to take the lead and organize the rescue. Lieutenant General Zheng's face sank. The other party is an elite reconnaissance battalion. Their abilities are sufficient. In that case, I request that you organize a more professional Special Forces rescue team. Before Lieutenant General Jing could answer, Battalion Commander Kong shouted as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Zheng. Di stood up. I'm willing to be the leader. Zhou Rong said in a low voice, please let me lead the team personally. Battalion Commander Kong blinked and looked at himself, then at Zhou Rong. He quickly said, I'm willing to be the deputy of Captain Zhou. Enough. Lieutenant General Jing couldn't bear it anymore. Everyone in the conference room was silent. After a while, under countless anxious gazes, Lieutenant General Jing finally said, if the Reconnaissance Battalion's search and rescue is still not successful, the General Staff Department of the South Sea will organize the last search and rescue in 12 hours. Battalion Commander Kong will be the leader. Dismissed. The door of the conference room opened. The officers filed out and went back to their respective offices along the corridor in groups of 3 or 5. Lieutenant General Jing finally finished organizing the documents and picked up his large ceramic tea jar. Just as he was about to leave, someone with sharp eyes and nimble hands came in from the side and slammed the wooden door shut with a backhand. Lieutenant General Jing stopped. Colonel Zhou, I request to go to the canyon for search and rescue. Request denied. Zhou Rong asked coldly, why? In the communication office next door. Sinan had Zhou Rong's military jacket draped over his shoulders. He was sleeping on the table with his arms under his pillow. The officer's footsteps passed through the corridor and into the unlocked office door, waking him up. Sinan moved and rubbed his eyes. Zhou Rong? It was quiet around. Zhou Rong hadn't come back yet. Sinan yawned and poured himself a glass of warm water. He drank it slowly and felt refreshed. Zhou Rong still hadn't come back. He looked at his watch, pushed the door open and walked out of the communication office. He vaguely heard a fierce argument coming from the General Staff Department's conference room at the end of the corridor. They've already been sacrificed, Colonel Zhou. Both you and I are well aware of this. The 8th Search and Rescue Brigade has already lost so many people. How many more do you want us to sacrifice before you're satisfied? Zhou Rong was furious. Everyone is equipped with secondary antibodies. You're telling me that everyone was sacrificed in one night? Lieutenant General Zheng, the cure rate of secondary antibodies is only 50%. Yan Hao even had a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting the primary antibodies. How is it possible that none of the 30 people in the elite team survived the secondary antibodies? Sinan stopped and stood silently outside the door. Lieutenant General Zheng had no choice but to take a few steps back. He threw the large tea jar and documents on the conference table and asked, do you have to force me to tell the truth? Dark night, forest, thousands of zombies besieging the camp. What do you think is the probability of being infected and not eaten alive? No matter how good Yan Hao is, it won't work even if he bathes in the antibodies after being torn into pieces by the zombies. It's not a problem of the antibodies at all. The room suddenly fell into silence. Zhou Rongi didn't say anything. He stood straight and his handsome face seemed to be frozen. Lieutenant General Jing looked at him and probably felt that his words were too harsh. He tried to soften his tone. I understand how you feel, Colonel Zhou. Everyone hopes that the Black Falcon group can survive. Do you think I want them to be sacrificed? How about this, I promise you that if Yan Hao, Guo Weixiang and the others can all come back alive, I'll fight for. No, I'll definitely help 118 recover its strength. What do you think? After a moment of silence, Zhou Rong said in a low voice, okay, I'll lead the search and rescue team myself. Lieutenant General Jing didn't even think about it. No. Why? There's no why. The General Staff Department won't allow it. If you go to the front line, what about the antibody carrier? Zhou Rong roared, I'll go by myself. I'll be responsible for his life and death. Also, his name is Sinan, not antibody carrier. Zhou Rong's uncontrollable roar came out of the door and echoed clearly in the corridor. Sinan wore Zhou Rong's military uniform that was still warm on his arm. He put his other hand in his trouser pocket and gently closed his eyes. It's too late, Colonel Zhou. Lieutenant General Jing was furious, but he showed amazing restraint. He looked into Zhou Rong's eyes and said word by word, "Your life and death doesn't belong to you alone from the moment you're labeled as an antibody carrier. Have you thought about it? What if he commits suicide after you die? Or even more simply, what if he tells me that if you send Zhou Rong, I won't cooperate with the experiment? What will you do then?" Zhou Rong said impatiently, "Sinan won't, what if he will?" Lieutenant General Jing immediately asked, "Do you think that in his heart, your life or the lives of his 4 comrades is more important?" Zhou Rong suddenly opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Separated by the thin door, Sinan stood quietly for a long time. Zhou Rong's difficult to suppress, painful gasps finally came out of the door. "I know they're all alive, they're waiting for me, but I can't save them." Sinan looked down, took a step back, and turned around. At this moment, Lieutenant General Zheng opened his mouth again. His voice was somewhat cold. "You should have known that this day would come, Colonel Zhou. You're a soldier, and a soldier who often carries out high-risk missions and has to write a suicide note. Did you completely forget about this when you labeled Omega? Didn't you notice that he's immune to the zombie virus? Did you really not have the slightest doubt that he's the target of 118's mission? It's all your fault that things have developed to this point. You found yourself such a burden." Sinan's breathing was rapid. He covered his eyes hard, and his ears were buzzing. A few seconds later, he suddenly crossed the corridor. He didn't return to the communication center, but went straight downstairs and left. "I don't care what you say." Lieutenant General Zheng forcibly blocked Zhou Rong, picked up the documents from the table, and picked up the big teapot again. "Anyway, it's decided. You have to stay with the antibody carrier, that's Sinan, that's what happened." Zhou Rong's eyes were red, like a tiger at the end of its rope. "Sinan, he's not." Lieutenant General Jing said angrily, "Unless you persuade him to perform surgery today to remove the mark. Find another one. You have to find one from the military. If you meet the above 3 conditions, I'll immediately send you to the canyon." "I mean it." Zhou Rong froze for a long time, so long that Lieutenant General Jing suddenly had a glimmer of hope. Only then did he shake his head and refuse. "No, no." Lieutenant General Jing was suddenly discouraged. "Then why are you still talking? Get the hell out of here." But Zhou Rong didn't leave. He stared at Xianxia without backing down. "Sinan can join the search and rescue team." "Are you crazy?" "No." Zhou Rong said slowly and firmly. Every word was very clear. "Sinan is not a burden. He has always been a member of 118. He went deep into the underground military area with us and rescued people along the way. I don't know how many times he risked his life to protect his comrades. Without him, we would have been wiped out many times. Sinan has this ability. He has never been a weakling who needs to be protected in the rear. He is a companion who can fight side by side." "No, no." Lieutenant General Jing almost roared. "Stop talking. If there's an accident with the ultimate antibody, we still need him. I can't allow the antibody carrier to be in any danger." Zhou Rong asked, "What accident can there be?" "Too many. What if the ultimate antibody isn't in the canyon at all? What if it never existed?" Zhou Rong stared at Lieutenant General Jing in shock, as if he was staring at a monster. Lieutenant General Jing took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "Don't waste time, Colonel Zhou. Tonight at 23 o'clock, the last search and rescue team will take off. I wish your team, no, I wish all the soldiers of the Black Falcon group survive." Lieutenant General Jing was still angry. He walked around the stiff Zhou Rong, opened the door, and walked out of the conference room. There was a tree-lined road in front of the Military Research Institute. Looking down from the 3rd floor, the sun shone through the layers of green leaves of the French parasol tree, casting spots of light on the road. Sinan's elbows were on the corridor windowsill. He crossed his fingers and squinted slightly in the sunlight. A moment later, the laboratory door clicked. Sinan turned around and saw Ningyu taking off his mask and poking his head out. "Why are you here? Why didn't you knock? I just saw you when I turned around." Sinan didn't say anything and slowly turned around. Ningyu looked him up and down. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." "Move." Ningyu blocked the laboratory door. what are you doing here? Sinan finally said lazily, to draw blood. Today is not the day to draw blood. I just want to draw blood. Ningyu was full of doubts. He looked Sinan up and down, but the latter's calm face didn't change at all. After a full half a minute, Ningyu finally relaxed. He frowned and turned sideways to make way. Strange. He stared at Sinan coming in and muttered, if you're unaccountably solicitous, you must be hiding evil intentions. Sinan turned a deaf ear to him. He sat on the recliner in the middle of the laboratory and motioned for him to come over for the injection. Ningyu took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped vigilantly. I'm not going to get the injection. You must be trying to trick me. Sinan asked back, why would I trick you? Who knows? Maybe you want to hit me? Why would I hit you? How would I know what you're thinking? To Ningyu's surprise, Sinan was obviously irritated. Are you going to draw blood or not? Ningyu frowned behind his gold-rimmed glasses. He finally asked, what's wrong with you today? Sinan didn't speak. After a while, he said faintly, nothing. I just suddenly want to help you with your work. Ningyu laughed and shook his head. He turned and walked to the side of the laboratory table. He said without looking back, I don't need a lot of serum for the time being. The current research has reached the stage of how to clone the secondary antibody and improve the resistance of ordinary people to the antibody as much as possible. Of course, I'll definitely need you to cooperate with the follow-up experiments. Drawing blood can wait until it's needed. Sinan ignored him. It was quiet behind him. Ningyu returned to the front of the microscope. However, as soon as he lowered his head, he suddenly realized something. He turned around abruptly. Sinan. Sinan tightened the blood tape with his teeth and injected himself with a needle. The scarlet liquid slowly flowed into the blood bag. You really took the wrong medicine today. Ningyu said in disbelief. Are you okay? Did someone take over your soul? Sinan didn't answer. The blood bag was getting full and heavier. His cheeks, which were particularly pale because of staying up late, were oozing cold sweat. Ningyu watched as the blood bag overflowed and showed no signs of stopping. Finally, he couldn't help but shout, stop. That's enough. Sinan turned a deaf ear to him. What do you want to do? Stop. Ningyu strode forward. Regardless of Sinan's dodging, he held him down and pulled out the needle. A thin line of blood appeared. At this time, the blood bag had overflowed. Sinan's face was paler than paper. He leaned on the recliner and panted slightly. Ningyu slapped him in the face. Hello, logistics department? Ningyu picked up the internal phone and said, send me a cup of high-protein supplement with sugar. Sinan opened his eyes slightly and said mockingly, are you still the black-hearted scientist who drew my blood in one go? Ningyu hung up the phone and retorted, are you still the Sinan who wanted to kick me out of the helicopter in order to get Zhou Rong on it? Sinan pondered for a moment. You're right. Ningyu immediately stepped back 3 meters. A moment later, the assistant brought the protein supplement. Ningyu personally tore open the sugar packet and stirred 3 bags of sugar into it. Only then did he let Sinan drink it while it was hot and sleep. Sinan lay back on the wide leather chair, still covered with Zhou Rong's military jacket. He pulled the military jacket up to cover the tip of his nose and took a deep breath. His nasal cavity was filled with Zhou Rong's familiar aura of tyrannical, domineering, and warm alpha pheromone. It was quiet at noon, and the laboratory was empty and cool. In the distance, only Ningyu walked back and forth in his soft-soled shoes and the slight sound of glassware colliding with each other could be heard. Sinan closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly said in a muffled voice, Dr. Ning? Ningyu said from a distance, How did you feel when you were doing sex experiments in the survivor base? Ningyu's movement slowly stopped. He stood in the shadow of the corner between the separator and the incubator. After a while, he asked, why do you suddenly want to know this? I just want to know what kind of psychological signs a person will have before they do something they know is wrong but still have to do. Ningyu put a test tube into the incubator. After a long time, he said faintly, I forgot. Who remembers so much? Sinan nodded silently and closed his eyes. Sinan slept in the laboratory until the evening. When he woke up, Ningyu was not there. Only his assistant was guarding him in fear and trepidation. He said that Dr. Ning went to the institute to get some information. Sinan refused his assistant's offer to drive him back. He walked back to the dormitory alone for half an hour. The sky was getting dark. A row of street lights in front of the dormitory building lit up, reflecting the moths that were constantly circling the trees. 19:30 p.m. Sinan opened the door of the dormitory. Zhou Rong was sitting under the desk lamp, cleaning his gun. "You're back?" "Yes." "Where did you go?" Sinan walked to a place 2 steps away from the desk and stopped. After a while, he answered, "The institute." Zhou Rong's eyes were red. He nodded silently. "Why are you here?" Sinan asked. "Lieutenant General Jing asked me to come back and rest." Zhou Rong tossed and turned the submachine gun in his hand, which had been polished until it was shiny black. He said, "I can't sleep." The soldiers who were eating dinner in the cafeteria came back. The vague sound of people passing through the corridor and then going away, gradually disappearing. In the dormitory, only the silent breathing of the two and the slight buzzing of the desk lamp could be heard. Sinan walked forward, took out Zhou Rong's gun, and put it on the desk. His movements were gentle but irresistible. Then he squeezed between the desk and the chair, raised his leg and straddled Zhou Rong's thigh. The distance between the two suddenly became very close. Their breathing was intertwined, and their heartbeats were close. Even a trace of emotion in each other's eyes could not be hidden. Sinan looked down at Zhou Rong. His eyebrows were quite thick and slanted upward. His eye sockets were deep, his nose was high, and his lips were thin. This kind of face made him full of hostility and arrogance when he was not smiling. He seemed to be a man with a heart of stone, but also had a cold and heartless charm. Sinan lowered his head and rubbed the tip of Zhou Rong's nose, and then kissed his tightly pursed lips. Sinan's kiss was not skillful. He just used the tip of his tongue to warm and intimately trace the shape of Zhou Rong's lips, and then went into his teeth and licked the sequence of each tooth. Because of the slightly higher angle, the kiss continued to deepen. Zhou Rong suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Sinan's arm. His grip was so tight that even the veins on the back of his hand bulged. "Sinan." Finally, when their lips and tongues parted slightly, Zhou Rong panted and turned his head away. "Wait, now is not the time." Sinan freed his right hand and unbuttoned Zhou Rong's military uniform shirt one by one. He then slid his hand down his strong, naked chest to his back, followed the well-defined muscles of his back, and slid down the waist of his trousers to the end of his abdominal muscles. Then, he forcefully unbuckled his belt. There were calluses on the tips of his slender fingers, and scars on his fingertips that could not be erased over the years. Those were the scars left behind by countless electric shocks and cruel battles. When his hand reached into his trousers, Zhou Rong's nerve endings suddenly trembled, as if he had been electrocuted. Zhou Rong grabbed his wrist. "No, Sinan, I really don't." Under the table lamp, his eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he was restless like a trapped beast. A large shadow covered his handsome face. Sinan stared at him coldly for a moment, then pushed the edge of the table behind him, and the swivel chair slid backward. Then, Sinan slid down the chair, and before Zhou Rong realized what he was going to do, 600 words in the middle they fell on the narrow single bed. After a long time, their heavy breathing gradually subsided. Zhou Rong's body was mostly on top of Sinan. He silently pulled him into his arms and kissed his wet forehead. "I'm sorry." Sinan whispered hoarsely, "It's okay." They snuggled up to each other. Their bare skin was pressed tightly against each other, and there was no gap between their warmth. Zhou Rong, who had not slept for nearly 40 hours, finally felt a little tired. "Sleep." Zhou Rong closed his eyes, then forced himself to open them again. "I have to go to the General Staff Department for a meeting in 2 hours, I'll wake you up in 2 hours. Sinan curled up on his chest and whispered, "When you wake up, you'll find that all your problems have been solved. Please believe me." Zhou Rong had a vague suspicion, but his consciousness soon blurred. He kissed Sinan's hair, closed his eyes, and fell into a short, deep sleep. The luminous clock at the head of the bed flickered in the dark. Sinan opened his eyes, and his gaze was calm and clear. He waited quietly in his sleep. 22:00 p.m. As soon as the sound of running water in the bathroom was turned off, Sinan used a towel to wipe his short hair, which was black and shiny because of the moisture. He quickly put on a t-shirt, jacket, and black cargo pants, walked silently to the dormitory door, and opened it. His movements were very subtle, but Zhou Rong still noticed it and moved slightly. Sinan stopped. "What time is it?" Zhou Rong asked in a daze. "What are we going to do?" Sinan said softly, 9 o'clock. "We're going to find Mingyu." Zhou Rong murmured, and Sinan was like a gray shadow in the dark. He flashed out the door and blended into the vast night in the blink of an eye. A moment later, Zhou Rong suddenly woke up. He rolled out of bed with his upper body naked and looked at the alarm clock. "Sinan?" He rolled out of bed and rushed out to open the door. "Sinan?" The airport was brightly lit. The news that the elite reconnaissance battalion based in Inner Mongolia had found nothing in the canyon had arrived. The last batch of search and rescue personnel led by the South Sea headquarters was about to arrive, and the supplies had already been transported to the airport. The airport cars went back and forth to transport guns, ammunition, survival supplies, and parachute bags to the tarmac, and then the soldiers carried them into the small passenger plane. Sinan approached the barbed wire fence outside the tarmac. The sentinel immediately noticed him and shouted, "What are you doing? Stop. You are not allowed to enter the military area." Sinan glanced at him, turned around, and walked over. "Go back." "Hey, what are you doing? Cough cough." Sinan grabbed the soldier's neck like lightning, twisted him unconscious, and dragged him into the bushes with one hand. A few minutes later, he came out of the bushes, wearing a sentinel's coat and a camouflage hat to cover the upper half of his face, and walked into the tarmac. "Last check of ammunition and prepare to box it." A second lieutenant walked around with a loudspeaker and ordered, "Hey, you over there. Carry that pile of tactical bags up." Sinan stood at attention silently, saluted, and carried a standard tactical bag that weighed 30 kilograms on one shoulder. He also picked up a box of ammunition, walked past a few soldiers who were busy packing, and walked towards the cabin. The second lieutenant didn't notice. He turned around but suddenly turned back thoughtfully. "Wait." Sinan walked towards the iron ladder against the strong wind. The second lieutenant looked at the skinny figure, and hesitantly walked 2 steps forward. "Hey! I told you to wait." In the office of the paratroopers battalion, 20 Special Forces soldiers were preparing to depart. Lieutenant General Zheng pulled Battalion Commander Kong to stand in front of the table. A huge map of the mountains was spread out in front of him. He used a pen to point at the map. "Parachute down from here. Be careful not to go too deep into the search and rescue area. This is a key area. The last signal before they went missing was located in this area." "Colonel Zhou." Lieutenant General Zheng and Battalion Commander Kong both looked up at the same time. Zhou Rong pushed the door open and walked in with the damp night air. "Sinan is missing." Lieutenant General Zheng was confused. "What?" Zhou Rong's signature sloppy expression had completely changed. He looked stern and serious. "Sinan Kong said he went out to look for Dr. Ning, but I called Dr. Ning's internal line. He said Sinan didn't look for him at all. It's been half an hour, and he's nowhere to be found." "Where are the airport guards?" Wait. Lieutenant General Zheng was confused. He raised his hand to stop him. "You said he's missing? What's the sign before he disappeared?" In the afternoon, he suddenly went to Ningyu and insisted on drawing his blood. "Lieutenant General Zheng, he saved the members of 118, Zhou Rongi said word by word. He might want to save them again." Lieutenant General Zheng's brain seemed to have been struck by lightning. He shuddered subconsciously. Then, he finally reacted. He pushed Battalion Commander Kong aside, rushed to pick up the phone, and hurriedly dialed an internal line. "Hello? Security office? Search the airport immediately. The antibody carrier might have sneaked onto the plane that's about to fly to the crash canyon. Bring him back immediately. On the tarmac. Stop. Hey." The second lieutenant hurried over. Sinan turned around and stood at attention with a blank look in his eyes. The second lieutenant stopped in front of him. He looked at him for a while and asked, "Which squad are you from?" "4th Squad, 7th Company of the Parachute Battalion." "How long have you been in the army?" "Half a year." "Half a year," the second lieutenant repeated ambiguously. Then, he scolded, "Didn't your squad leader teach you not to touch an unsealed box of bullets?" "Sinan, what if we run out of bullets later? Should I order it again? Don't you know common sense? What time is it now? Why did the 4th Squad send a bunch of idiots to cause trouble? Why are you still standing here?" Sinan was scolded until he couldn't raise his head. I'm sorry. I'll go change now. What are you waiting for?" Sinan shrugged his shoulders and lowered his head. He jogged to change the box of bullets that he had counted and sealed. Then, he jogged past the second lieutenant. He didn't even dare to raise his head as he staggered up the metal ladder of the cabin. "Newbie," the second lieutenant said angrily. The second lieutenant impatiently counted the number of bullets. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he personally sealed the box of bullets and stuck a note on it. Before he stood up, he suddenly saw a soldier rushing towards him. "Platoon leader. Platoon leader. What's wrong?" "Emergency call from the airport security office. They asked you to answer it immediately." The second lieutenant was baffled. He stepped over the supplies on the ground and walked towards the security office by the tarmac. In the cabin, the pilot was already in position. Several soldiers carrying supplies were unloading equipment and ammunition. Sinan threw the box of bullets and tactical backpack on the ground. He knelt down on one knee and unzipped the backpack. "Hey," a veteran soldier passed by and gently kicked him. He warned, "Don't move." Sinan's face was full of fear as he stood up obediently. The veterans ignored him and went out of the cabin door. They went down the metal ladder and ran towards the runway, ready to start moving the parachutes. Sinan watched them go out. He took out a mini submachine gun from the tactical backpack that belonged to the unlucky guy. He loaded it, then got up and went to the cabin door. He leaned over and grabbed the metal ladder that connected the runway to the cabin door. 22:45 p.m. The airport lights flickered in the distance. People came and went on the tarmac. Looking from above, this man-made island that accommodated tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians had undulating terrain. It was lush and verdant. Countless distant lights and stars complemented each other. In front of the plane was an empty runway and an endless deep sea. Sinan took a deep breath of the fresh and slightly salty spring night sea breeze. He was about to push the metal ladder out of the cabin door when he suddenly caught a glimpse of something in the distance. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The second lieutenant ran out of the duty room and shouted something. The soldiers stopped what they were doing and gathered around him in confusion. Then, they began to line up and count under the command of the second lieutenant. "Hey! It's you!" The second lieutenant had good eyesight. He could see a person standing at the cabin door from such a distance. He waved his hand and said, "You come down too." Sinan didn't move. "What's wrong?" The second lieutenant frowned and became suspicious. He shouted, "Come down." Sinan looked at him and waved his hand. The iron ladder made a rolling sound as it slid out of the track. The second lieutenant was stunned. He immediately reacted. "Damn it, it's him." The second lieutenant ran towards the plane. "Quick! Stop him." Sinan smiled and pulled up the cabin door. Just then, he looked across the runway and saw a car's headlights flashing at the end of the road outside the barbed wire fence of the tarmac. The headlights quickly brightened. A jeep came at lightning speed and suddenly stopped at the entrance of the airport. The left and right doors were slammed shut. Zhou Rong and Lieutenant General Zheng jumped out of the car at the same time. Lieutenant General Zheng was old after all. When he got out of the car, his blood was boiling and he almost sprained his ankle. He hurriedly grabbed Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong didn't even think about it and shook him off. Lieutenant General Zheng said, "Hey, you." Then he saw Zhou Rong brush past him and rush straight into the tarmac. Young people nowadays. Don't they know what it means to respect the old and love the young? Lieutenant General Zheng was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. He hurriedly chased after him, but before he could take 2 steps, he trembled as if he had been electrocuted. "Ouch, my foot!" Shouting, cursing, and footsteps. Soldiers gathered from all corners of the tarmac towards the runway. The sound of people's voices filled the night sky, but Sinan was indifferent. He held a submachine gun in one hand and the cabin door in the other. He looked past everyone and saw a familiar figure panting in the distance. It was Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong's figure was tall and slender against the light. Although he couldn't see clearly, he knew that Zhou Rong was also looking at him. It was as if they were separated by an endless sea of stars yet close at hand. The wind from the sea passed through Zhou Rong's fingertips and whistled past Sinan's eyelashes in the next moment. Zhou Rong opened his mouth but couldn't see what he was saying. Sinan shook his head at him. The noise of people was getting closer and closer. Armed soldiers rushed onto the runway and worked together to push the iron ladder in the direction of the cabin. Sinan stood quietly at the cabin door, as if he didn't care at all about the soldiers who were quickly climbing up the ladder. After an unknown amount of time, which seemed like a long time but also like a few short seconds, he saw Zhou Rong finally raise his hands and make a gesture against the light. "Go quickly." Sinan exhaled softly and condensed a small cloud of white mist between his lips. Then, with a bang, the cabin door closed. Bang 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 bang. Bang bang. The soldiers outside pounded on the door. Sinan locked the door and walked through the cabin to the pilot's seat. He pointed his submachine gun at the back of the pilot's head and said, "Take off immediately, don't make me blow your head into a tomato." Lieutenant Colonel Xianxia tilted his head. His forehead twitched slightly as he met Sinan's eyes. Sinan was surprised. "Why are you here?" "Xianxia, why are you here?" The noise outside was getting louder and louder. Sinan pondered for a moment, then clicked the submachine gun from continuous firing to single-shot mode. Then, he pointed it at Xianxia's head again. "Take off immediately, don't make me blow your head into a candied ha." "Xianxia, is there a difference?" Xianxia had no choice but to press a series of buttons with the gun pointed at him. He slowly lowered the joystick and the small plane began to slide slowly on the runway, throwing the soldiers on the runway back. "Originally, it had nothing to do with me, but I wanted to do something for them, so I volunteered to be the pilot." Xianxia focused on adjusting the size of the electronic map and said, "I haven't flown for many years. This time, I'm the co-pilot. You left the pilot behind. So later, if..." The plane glided faster and faster. Then, with a buzz, it soared into the sky. The turbulence caused Sinan to stagger and crash into the pilot's seat. Crash. "If you encounter a strong turbulence," Xianxia roared in the loud noise of the propeller, "you can pray. You can pray to God or Buddha." Boom, the plane rushed into the sky at an angle. The runway and airport were getting smaller and smaller. The clouds swirled and rushed toward them. Sinan steadied himself and retracted the bullet. "I don't believe in gods and Buddhas anymore." Xianxia shook his index finger with a bitter smile. "I advise you to believe in them temporarily. Unless the Daluo Jingxian descends to the mortal world, it will be difficult for you to come back alive. Although it's useless to crave for Buddha's feet at the last minute, it's better than not doing anything at all." Sinan shook his head and didn't answer. He turned to the rear cabin to count the weapons and ammunition and began to organize his tactical backpack. "I'm serious." Xianxia turned back and said loudly, "The reconnaissance battalion of the Inner Mongolia base has lost a lot of people. The Hebei 8th Search and Rescue Unit that went to the canyon before also suffered heavy casualties. You can't complete this mission alone. Give up. It's not too late." The plane flew smoothly in the sea of clouds, the wings flashing with little red lights. The lights in the rear cabin went out, leaving only a circle of orange-yellow halos. Sinan knelt on one knee beside the ammunition box and propped the submachine gun on the ground with one hand. The black collared jacket made his face look particularly fair, and the warm light played at a halo on the bridge of his tall nose. The arc of his eyelashes could be clearly seen from such a distance. He looked far younger than his actual age, so handsome, and even a little gentle and scholarly. Xianhua's heart seemed to be gently touched, and his voice unconsciously softened. Listen to me, Sinan. Only the rear is safe. Everyone is grateful to you for bringing the antibodies. Everyone will try their best to meet any of your requirements. If you want, you can even become the savior in people's hearts after the war. But if you go to the canyon, your life won't be your own. Jinhua said sincerely, you are still young, and there is still a long way to go. Don't risk your life for a moment of impulse. Let the more professional and capable Alpha go into danger, okay? Sinan? Sinan seemed to be thinking about something under Jinhua's burning gaze. After a long time, he finally picked up the ammunition belt and stuffed it into the backpack. No, Mayam, you don't understand. I have experienced many life and death situations, but I only have 5 comrades who I can entrust my life to. Jinhua was stunned for a moment. Sinan zipped up, got up, and slung the backpack over his shoulder. 4 of them are waiting ahead, so I have to go. The plane crossed the sea, drawing a blurry white line. In the distance, another military plane was closely following behind. The 2 planes followed the same route to the north. In front of them were towering mountains and steep ridges, and the vast canyon gradually revealed itself to them. Goodbye, Lieutenant Colonel. Sinan stepped back towards the cabin door and said, I will bring Dingxia back to you. Under the lights of the cockpit, Jinhua's eyes reddened. But she didn't say much. She took a trembling breath and said seriously, goodbye. Sinan opened the cabin door. The cold wind whistled past, and then he jumped into the dense forest in the dark night. End of chapter 77. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.